This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In a magnificent courtyard in Liqing, the capital of the Jin dynasty, paper money was flying all over the sky like snowflakes, and the high mourning banners were dancing in the wind. The hall, which should have been solemn and heavy, was noisy. Uncle, Jior's cousin is dead. You are old now, and you have just experienced the pain of losing your daughter. This huge family business is about to be left unattended. Now I, your nephew, am willing to share your worries. Please don't be mean. As soon as an arrogant and domineering voice landed, all kinds of voices rang out. The meaning of the words was that they all agreed with what the domineering man had just said. In the coffin in the middle of the morning hall, a small voice was drowned in the noise. Xiaojio rubbed her eyes. It was dark all around her. The cramped space made her a little breathless. Her head was slightly swollen and painful from being filled with two memories. She didn't recover for a long time. Where is this? Bullshit! Xiaoming probably felt that it was not good to swear in front of his daughter's funeral hall. He wiped his mouth and suppressed the anger in his heart. Xiao Daming, don't think I don't know what you are up to. I worked hard to earn the money, and my daughter didn't spend it. Why should I give it to you? I just want to donate the money. Can you rob me openly? Donate the money? Ha! Xiao Daming spat on the ground with disdain in his eyes. Uncle, don't blame me for not reminding you. You are a master who is used to a rich life. Do you want to expose your body on the street after donating all the money? You have no son, and now your only daughter is dead. If you give me all the family property, I can still help you when you are old and see you off to the end. It is better than giving it to outsiders. Xiao Daming squatted down and looked at the middle-aged man, who was pushed to the ground by the crowd, smiling like a blood-sucking venomous snake. This old guy is so rich, but he said he would donate all his money. He is so rude. He deserves to be besieged by the whole family now. The head of the Qiao family stood behind Xiao Daming and watched for a long time, pinching his beard and pretending to persuade. Brother Ming, Daming is right. Now you are the only one left. You can't take all the wealth away, right? We are of the same family after all, and the fat water should not flow to outsiders. Don't even think about it. Xiao Ming clenched his fists, and his scarlet eyes were about to emit sparks. These vampires, his wife died early, and today is clearly the second saddest day of his life. As fellow tribesmen, it would be fine if they didn't sympathize or comfort him, but they kept talking about his property. What does his property have to do with him? It's better for him to throw it all on the street than to give it to these inhuman things. Seeing that he still refused to give in, Xiao Daming gradually lost his patience, and his fierce face quickly sank. Uncle, if you donate your property, not only will my cousin not be included in the family tree, but you will also be expelled from the family. You are not in a hurry, but this sandalwood coffin in the morning hall can only be buried in the wilderness. If it is dug up again. You? Get out. Get out. Xiao Ming's face was full of pain and anger, and a salty mouthful of fishy liquid could not stop rising from his throat. He covered his chest with his hands, feeling a great pain in his heart. These jackals did not want his daughter to be buried in the clan cemetery. Bang! The atmosphere in the morning hall was stagnant, and a not-too-light collision sound suddenly came. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and was immediately startled. The coffin lid that was originally tightly closed in the morning hall was tilted. 4 of the 7 coffin nails flew out. Bang! Another strange sound came from the coffin, and the only long nails left on the coffin lid also flew out. There were already a few timid people in the morning hall, covering their frightened hearts and retreating towards the door in fear. Xiaojio in the coffin blushed, wiping the sweat from his head, and felt that kicking the coffin lid open was not a solution. As the daughter of a modern businessman, she was somewhat happy to be reborn in a wealthy merchant family, but she hadn't even warmed up to the accounting certificate she obtained in her previous life. This rebirth was too sudden. No. She had to go out and stop them, lest the billions of assets she would inherit in the future all fall into the hands of her cousin's vampires. Bang! Xiaojio suddenly had an idea, picked up the vase in the coffin, and smashed it on her head. She felt dizzy, and a stream of heat slowly flowed down her scalp. She wiped off all the blood, messed up her hair, reached out to press the coffin board on top of her head, and pushed up with both hands and feet. Bang! The coffin lid of the fine sandalwood slid to the ground. Xiaojio sat up suddenly in the horrified eyes of everyone, and quietly looked at everyone in the hall through the hair hanging down her eyes. The middle-aged handsome man lying on the ground in a miserable state should be her father. The young man hiding behind a fat man should be her vampire cousin Xiao Daming, and those people following Qiao Daming are the Qiao family members, who want to get a piece of the pie. Wow, Dad, my head hurts. Cousin, it's all my cousin's fault. Qiao Jiu covered his bloody head, turned over and crawled out of the coffin, and walked towards Qiao Daming step by step. Jiu, are you still alive? Qiao Ming saw his daughter jumping out of the coffin, and hurried over to pull her to take a closer look. Her hands were warm, she could talk, walk and breathe, his daughter was not dead. Chapter 2. But soon, he came back to his senses from the ecstasy of regaining what he had lost. He frowned and protected Qiao Jiu to one side, and asked angrily, Jiu, you just said that it was all your cousin's fault. What does that mean? Qiao Jiu looked at Qiao Daming, who was still in a daze, and cried loudly, Dad, my daughter is so miserable. Qiao Daming, this beast, in order to occupy our family property, actually took my daughter's body. He just wants my daughter to die of shame. What did you say? Qiao Ming felt that a fire was burning from his toes to his hair. He looked at Qiao Daming with eyes that made him want to pounce on him and bite him. My daughter refused to obey, and planned to commit suicide by hitting her head against the wall. Who would have thought that she didn't die? It hasn't been long since he came to the door with his men. Qiao Jiu wiped the tears that had not yet come out, turned his eyes to the pale-faced patriarch, and asked, what a Qiao family patriarch, is he going to encourage such evil trends? Could it be that the patriarch acquiesced to this? Remove her name. Such a bad apple must be removed from the family. Qiao Ming, who had been struggling in the business world, could not fail to see the little tricks of his daughter, and quickly followed suit. Just when the patriarch was in doubt, Qiao Daming suddenly sneered, looking at Qiao Jiu with a mocking face. If you want to throw dirty water, you have to find a suitable excuse. Don't you look at your face? Who can do it? Bah! The faces of the people in the hall changed again, and finally they looked at Qiao Jiu's face with hesitation. Not only was her body fat, her facial features were squeezed out of shape, but the spots all over her face alone were enough to turn away countless men. Qiao Jiu raised his hand and touched his bloody face, and couldn't help but twitching his lips. To be honest, let alone others, even she didn't expect that this body could be so ugly. She gritted her teeth, brushed away Qiao Ming's hand, rushed out the door, and stood on the busy street and shouted, Is there anyone willing to marry me? If anyone is willing to marry me, I will marry him with all the property of the Qiao family. The powerful shout made passers-by stumble, and look at Qiao Jiu with horror. What did this ugly girl just say? Although the Qiao family's wealth was really tempting, no one dared to step forward and agree. Everyone looked at each other, and when they saw Qiao Jiu's face, they showed disgust at the same time. Marry someone? Bah! Even beggars don't want to see your ugly face. Qiao Daming walked up and grabbed Qiao Jiu's wrist, preparing to drag her away without any hesitation, but found that the woman didn't move at all. He pulled and pulled until his face turned liver-colored, and he was so tired that he was panting. He finally gave up. Qiao Daming simply stood at the gate of Qiao's house and shouted loudly, Come and see, fellow villagers. You want to marry someone with such a horrible appearance? Who is blind enough to marry her? A voice suddenly appeared among the dirty words. Who said no one wants to marry her? A carriage stopped in front of Qiao's house, and a handsome man in elegant clothes got out of the carriage. Qiao Jiu looked carefully, and her eyes lit up. The man had black hair tied up with a jade crown, his temples were as sharp as a knife, his eyebrows were as black as ink, and his nose was as straight as a mountain ridge, but his black eyes were as deep as a valley, making it difficult to see through him. There was a clear sense of heroism between his eyebrows, and his figure was tall but not very straight, which was completely different from the young handsome men she had seen in her previous life. The jade belt around his waist showed off his waist very well, and the part below his waist covered by his clothes was mostly straight long legs, which could be clearly seen under the flowing hem. Although she couldn't understand the man's deep eyes, her first instinct was that he was really good-looking. She broke away from Qiao Daming, ran to the man with starry eyes, and asked him with strong excitement in her heart, Are you going to marry me? Jiang Yifeng was suddenly blocked by the woman, who rushed over, but found that her face was almost blurred by blood stains, and she was wearing a shroud. For some reason, he didn't refuse when he met the woman's eyes. Although she looked ugly, her eyes were as bright as stars, which made people feel a little relieved. So he nodded gently and admitted straightforwardly, Yes. Who are you? You dare to interfere in my Qiao family's affairs. It was only one step away from success, and the Qiao family's property was almost all his. But who knew that such a man would come out halfway and say he wanted to marry that ugly woman? Qiao Daming's face was very ugly, and he rushed up and wanted to skin the two alive. Jiang Yifeng's jade fan only tapped lightly, and Qiao Daming knelt on the ground. He turned up his sleeves and trimmed them slightly, without even looking at Qiao Daming. Just kneel down, this is the attitude to admit your mistakes. Although it was said lightly, Qiao Jiao felt that there was some chill around her for no reason, and she couldn't help shivering. Qiao Daming was so angry that his face turned red, and he stammered and couldn't speak. Qiao Jiao didn't expect the man to really help her. Her face was full of joy, and she was quite proud when looking at Qiao Daming's face. Qiao Daming, did you see that? Such a handsome man wants to marry me. You say you can't do it? Chief, please judge for me. I can't let my good name be tarnished for nothing. Chapter 3. Qiao Daming and his clansmen, including Qiao Ming, stared at the man held by Qiao Jiao without blinking. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was handsome yet masculine. He was tall and slender. Standing next to the short and fat Qiao Jiao, they were like the contrast between the Milky Way and the stinking ditch. At this moment, they all had the same thought in their minds. There must be something wrong with this man? Otherwise, why would he fall in love with Qiao Jiao, who was so ugly that both humans and gods hated him? Qiao Ming originally thought that no matter who his daughter married, as long as he had arms and legs, eyes, ears and nose, it would be fine. But who would have thought that he could actually call out baby with such a voice? And he laughed at the moment. He turned his eyes and glared at Qiao Daming. Qiao Daming, what else do you have to say now? I didn't. Qiao Daming's face turned pale, and he refused to admit it. You want to frame me for coveting my uncle's money. Why do you use this method to humiliate me? Clan leader, you have to believe me. I am definitely not the kind of person who would attack my own cousin. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see the official. Today, let's talk about this matter in front of the official. Qiao Jiao pushed Qiao Daming to the door and pretended to take him to the government. Qiao Daming panicked, and the Qiao family leader also panicked, and hurriedly said, I can handle the clan's affairs. Why go to the officials? This kind of beast without any sense of propriety and shame should be expelled from the family tree. No need to report to the officials. The Qiao family leader was guilty. After all, his family also benefited from the Qiao Ming family's business. If he went to the officials, who would compensate him if something went wrong? Humph! You deserve it. Qiao Jiao kicked Qiao Daming aside, and Jiang Yifeng, who was standing not far away, faintly heard a bone cracking sound. Jiang Yifeng had no sympathy for Qiao Daming, but looked at Qiao Jiao's kick with a little surprise on his face. Qiao Daming was dragged out of the yard by the Qiao family members while wailing. Now that Qiao Jiao had woken up, it was even more impossible for Qiao Ming to hand over the family property. The Qiao family members left one after another with excuses. Some people who were curious also huddled in the crowd watching the excitement at the door, intending to see what would happen after the Qiao family girls shout. This young man just responded, and he was handsome, so I'm afraid he would not be let go easily by this woman. Jiang Yifeng looked up and saw that the Qiao mansion was full of white clothes, as if a funeral was being held. There was also a coffin with the lid opened in the lobby, and everything was weird. Thinking of the original purpose of going out, he leaned over slightly and whispered, Miss Qiao, your dilemma has been solved. I should go. You just said you wanted to marry me. Qiao Jiao frowned, with some grievance in his voice. At this moment, the Qiao family members were still watching. If he let him go without knowing why, he might be stabbed in the back. If you marry me, I will marry you with 30 boxes of jewelry and 20 boxes of gold. Qiao Jiao quietly leaned into the man's ear and lowered his voice, throwing out the price. His original intention was just to help him out, and he had no intention of marrying Miss Qiao. But at this moment, after hearing Miss Qiao's words, Jiang Yifeng's hands behind his back unconsciously clenched. Although the expression on the face of the man in front of him was still indifferent, Qiao Jiao still caught the momentary wandering of his eyes. At 10 more shops. She calculated the Qiao family's assets in her heart, gritted her teeth, and added weight. Jiang Yifeng's expression finally showed a little relaxation. Qiao Jiao looked at Jiang Yifeng, who still refused to let go, and was a little anxious. The little hand holding the man's sleeve accidentally slipped to the man's palm. The hands were not soft, and there were obvious calluses on the palms, obviously left by holding weapons. She was moved, and pulled the man to his ear and whispered something. Jiang Yifeng's expression slightly changed, his brows knitted and his face was solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. In the future, no matter life or death, I, Jiang, will protect you one day. The man's voice was not loud, but every word was very serious, not like a spur of the moment. Qiao Jiao pinched her face, and the blood on her face had long cooled. She was not a good man in any way now, but the man in front of her was handsome, dressed luxuriously, and the jade pendant half hidden on his waist was of good quality, even she could see. Then in 3 days, if you want to marry me, and I want to marry you, everything will be done. Xiaojiu didn't care about the onlookers' discussions, and directly decided the marriage and reported the good news to Qiaoming. The onlookers looked at Jiang Yifeng's appearance, and started to make a fuss again. This young man looks handsome, but he has no moral integrity. How can he be so shameless when he sees Miss Qiao? No moral integrity. I give you 50 boxes of gold, silver and jewelry, but you won't take them? Jiang Yifeng listened to the comments of outsiders, his joints tightened and his tone became cold. I don't want to hear anyone talking about Miss Qiao anymore, otherwise. Jiang Yifeng did nothing, just shattered a well-made mahogany table. Everyone shrank their heads and dispersed. Xiaojiu smiled and winked at a clever servant behind him. Obey, send the future son-in-law back. Although the two were engaged, they didn't know much about the new son-in-law, so they still had to find out more about him. Chapter 4. Yes. Obey bowed and sent Jiang Yifeng out, quietly following behind. When the crowd dispersed, Qiaoming took his daughter and hurried into the study room in the front yard. He looked at Xiaojiu carefully for a moment with great satisfaction, and for the first time he felt a sense of sadness about marrying off his daughter. My daughter, Daddy feels a little sad. I have raised such a plump daughter, but she will go to someone else's house in a few days. Xiaojiu smiled and searched the memory in his mind. Dad, this is the 5th time you have said this to me. Qiaoming's face froze, and he coughed twice with a red face. Don't mention the past. Those guys were just show-offs at the beginning. How could they be worthy of my beautiful daughter? One by one, they came for our money, but in the end, they didn't even want the money, just pretending to be big-headed. The smile on Xiaojiu's face could no longer be described as embarrassing. The original body had been engaged before, but when those men saw her appearance, they didn't even want the money and directly broke off the engagement. As the saying goes, 3 times is the limit. The same thing happened 4 times in a row. Even a new age woman, who has been influenced by the core socialist values, may not be able to accept such a blow, so it is reasonable for the original body to commit suicide. Speaking of the past, Qiaoming's face flashed with worry. Because of the multiple stimulations, her body, which was not very good to begin with, also had signs of a serious illness. But suddenly, she remembered something and her face suddenly froze. Jiuer, when you came out of the coffin today, you kicked off 7 coffin nails. If someone remembers this, I don't know what to say. In the future, you must never expose your strange power casually, so as not to scare your husband. Xiaojiu's smile froze. It turned out that she had such an attribute. For a girl who loves beauty, this may not be a good thing. Okay, Dad has nothing else to say. You can be married off in 3 days. The biggest worry of your life is over. By the way, 3 days are not much time. I have to prepare your dowry. Go back and change this shroud. It's an eyesore. Xiaojiu looked at the lively old man who ran out happily, and her heart was moved. Since she is here and has such a lovely father, what else can she complain about? From now on, she is Xiaojiu in this world, and the modern Xiaojiu will think that she has died in the car accident. Dad's only wish is to marry his daughter off. After such a commotion today, she can't be returned this time. But the man who can even marry her for money doesn't seem to be a simple man. She has to find a way to grasp his weakness. When Xiaojiu left the study, Bei, who she had sent out to escort Jiang Yifeng, suddenly came back dejected. She frowned and felt something was wrong. What happened? Miss, I lost him. Bei lowered his head, feeling a little depressed and a little upset. He disappeared as soon as he went out, as if he could escape underground. Lost? Xiaojiu didn't want to think about those weird things. Compared with the escape underground, she was more willing to believe that the man who looked extraordinary might have good skills or a big force behind him to take care of him. After thinking for a moment, she hit her forehead. Bei, go find a painter who is good at drawing portraits. Yes. Bei left in a hurry, and in less than half an hour, he found a painter who was over 50 years old and came back. Xiaojiu described Jiang Yifeng's appearance to the painter in detail, and after getting a small portrait that was about 80% of the image, he went to a restaurant called Wangxianglu in the city. Wangxianglu is a restaurant on the surface, but it is actually engaged in the business of information trading. It is said that there is some force behind it. Although it has offended many people, no one dares to touch it. Over time, it has become a well-known gray industry in leeching. A small portrait was passed to the shopkeeper of Wangxianglu. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly had a headache. Who the hell is this? How dare he frame him? But when he asked the visitor, he immediately looked very secretive. After hesitating for a long time, he wrote a document in his own handwriting and sent it back. Jiang Yifeng, the third prince of the dynasty, loves flowers and plants. It is rumored that he is very poor and mysterious. The rest is unknown. Please be careful to please him, and don't provoke him easily. Xiao Jiao looked at the information of Jiang Yifeng, which actually advised her not to provoke the man. There were more words than useful information on the paper, and she felt bad. He seemed to have a good family background, but he was given a very pertinent very poor by Wang Xianglu, which showed how poor he was. But she had provoked him now, and she couldn't return the goods now. Not to mention whether her father would be angry to death. The prince would definitely punish her for teasing the royal family before that. But then again, a dignified prince condescended to marry an ugly merchant girl, saying it was for money. Who could believe it? But if it was for something else, what else did she have besides being a woman and having money? This was clearly giving her the title of princess for nothing. Chapter 5. Xiao Jiao thought about it, and with a wave of her hand, she bought more than a dozen boxes of weapons, and put them in the dowry pile waiting for her wedding. In the next 3 days, Jiang Yifeng never appeared again, as if he had never appeared before. On the day of the wedding, the gate of Qiao's house was surrounded by people who came to watch the fun early in the morning. They said they were here to watch the fun, but in fact they just wanted to see Xiao Jiao's joke. It's almost 9 o'clock. Why hasn't the groom come yet? This is probably the 5th time that the ugly lady of the Qiao family has been jilted, right? This time is even worse. The groom simply won't come. If you tell anyone, you can only blame the ugly lady of the Qiao family. Otherwise, why did Mr. Qiao use all his wealth as a dowry, and still not have? Ouch! Xiao Meng couldn't stand it anymore, picked up the objects at hand, and threw them at the crowd, cursing, "You guys are sour grapes. Does my Jiao eat your rice? You worry about nothing. Get away from me." The person who was hit by the object quietly stuffed the thrown red jade ornament into his arms, and shouted angrily, "We are standing here talking, and it's in the way of your Qiao family. What happened? You don't want to hear it, but I have to tell you. Miss Qiao is an old maid that no one wants. You just have some money, what can you do to me?" A white horse with red silk hanging on it came into the sight of everyone, and a man in a bright red wedding dress stood up like a pine tree. His cold eyes fell directly on the man who just spoke. "My father-in-law can't do anything to you, but I can." As soon as the voice fell, 2 muscular men walked out of the gorgeous wedding procession behind the man, dragging the people who had just spoken rudely out of the crowd. After a scream, the 2 men returned to the team refreshed, while those people had fallen in the corner like dead fish, unconscious. Jiang Yifeng pointed with his wide sleeves and glanced at everyone coldly. "From today on, I, Jiang Yifeng, will protect this Qiao mansion. If I hear others talking about it again, I will ask the sword in my hand whether it agrees or not." After saying that, he patted a dark red long sword with a scabbard on the saddle, turned over and dismounted, and strode into the Qiao mansion. In just a moment, he carried out a round figure wrapped in a red wedding dress, lowered his eyes, and said softly, "My wife, from the moment you decided to marry me, I will not allow anyone to say a word of gossip about you. Remember, people from my third prince's mansion can only bully others, and must not be bullied at will." He thought about it for 3 days, and felt that since he was just using it, he had to give some compensation to the Qiao mansion, and this was the most he could do now. Xiao Jiao, who was held firmly in his arms, shook her body tremblingly, and did not speak. She never expected that she was not the only one who was strong. This man who looked like a pretty boy was so strong that he could hold her, who weighed 200 kilograms without even breathing. Once her feet left the ground, she was a little afraid of heights. With the previous deterrence, the process of the wedding ceremony went very smoothly, but when everyone dispersed and Jiang Yifeng, who was drunk, appeared in the bridal chamber, Xiao Jiao panicked. She hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, lifted her veil, and stood in front of Jiang Yifeng, looking straight at him with clear eyes. "Tell me, third prince, you are such a person. Why do you marry me, an ugly girl from a merchant family, just for the Qiao family's medical secrets?" Jiang Yifeng lowered his eyes, and the light of the red candle made his face look extremely pale, but the way he gritted his teeth and pursed his lips in silence also annoyed Xiao Jiao, who was determined to get to the bottom of it. After a long silence, Xiao Jiao didn't know what she had imagined. Her face turned cold, and she suddenly raised her hand to push the man in front of her. Puff! Jiang Yifeng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath suddenly became weak. He fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Jiang Yifeng. Xiao Jiao just raised her foot to walk over to take a look, and a shining long sword was already on her neck. 2 men in black who flashed in from nowhere were glaring at her. Xiaojiu had imagined many scenes about the wedding night, but she never thought that someone would hold a knife on her neck on the wedding night. Although she was born with supernatural powers, she clearly didn't use any strength just now. The man looked like he had internal injuries, and she felt that she didn't have such great ability. Brother, he just fainted. One of the men in black put away his sword, leaned over to feel Jiang Yifeng's breath, and quickly took out a porcelain bottle from his arms, poured out a pill with a strong medicinal fragrance, and stuffed it into his mouth, and carefully took water to feed him to swallow. You, who are you? Xiaojiu stiffened his neck, watching the actions of the men in black, and hurriedly said, Are you in the same group with the third prince? I really didn't use any force just now. I don't know what happened. I just pushed him lightly, and he vomited blood and fainted. I swear, I'm really not a super powerful woman. Really? The face of the man in black twitched slightly under his mask. This ugly girl really thought they didn't know. It was his turn when the prince appeared near the Qiao family that day, and he was hiding on the roof of the Qiao family's morning hall at the time. He saw it clearly at the time. 7 coffin nails, kicked 4 with 1 kick. Not a super powerful woman. Chapter 6. We can't make the decision on your matter. Wait until the master wakes up and let him decide. The black-clothed man behind Xiaojiu paused and drove her to a round stool on the side, but the long sword on her shoulder did not move at all. Although the master was injured when he went to spy on intelligence 2 days ago, it was already very good that he could hold on until the bridal chamber, but it was possible that this girl had some different ideas about the master and wanted to secretly make a move. Xiaojiu pursed her lips. Okay, the knife was on her neck. What objection could she have? Fortunately, the medicine that the shadow guard gave Jiang Yifeng was not bad. While the few people were talking, Jiang Yifeng had woken up and saw the long sword on Xiaojiu's neck. His face immediately turned cold. How dare you? Let go of the princess. Yes. The long sword on his neck was removed, and Xiaojiu's legs began to tremble. It's okay. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. As he spoke, his 2 small, thick legs moved towards the door. She no longer worries about being broken off or anything like that. This time, even she wants to be broken off. What is going on? She feels like she has trapped herself in a wolf's den, and it's the kind that will put a knife to her neck at any time. Stop. Jiang Yifeng stood up, holding his chest with a smile. Where are you going, princess? Well, I suddenly miss home. I want to go home to see. Xiaojiu looked into his emotionless phoenix eyes, and couldn't help but shrink. Jiang Yifeng snorted, striding his long legs to block the door. You are already my man. If the princess walks out from here, I'm afraid there will be only one way to go. Xiaojiu's face fell, and he slapped his thigh and howled. You are a great prince, and I am a merchant girl. How can I be worthy of you? Look at my waist that is thicker than a water tank. Look at my face full of ugly acne. Look at my crooked eyes and crooked mouth. Look at my face that people hate, ghosts hate, and dogs want to vomit when they see it. Your family has no shortage of door gods. Why do you have to stop me? The 2 shadow guards standing behind Jiang Yifeng were acting as background boards, but 4 eyes could not help but glance at Xiaojiu's face. To be honest, this girl is a ruthless person. This is the first time I have met someone who said that she is so worthless. However, the third prince, who holds the power of life and death, chuckled lightly, and the corner of his mouth with a bloodline on it slightly raised. Sure, I don't want you, but your secret recipe and money, I won't take it for free, and I will write you a promissory note. How about it? No, not good. Xiaojiu wanted to cry. Her billions of assets, her little treasury. Jiang Yifeng chuckled. As long as you are in the palace, you have to lend me money whenever I need it in the future, understand? It was the first time that Xiaojiu saw someone so confident in borrowing money. It really fits the modern saying that those who borrow money are all masters these days. Xiaojiu felt that since this man wanted something from her, at least he would not harm her, although his attitude was not very good. She turned her eyes, took out a small stack of banknotes from the secret compartment of the dressing table, and handed it over generously. 10,000 taels, write an IOU now. Xiaojiu raised his chin. Just use it first. If you dare to do anything to me, I will take the IOU to the government office to file a complaint. By the way, interest will be charged. Jiang Yifeng looked at the small stack of banknotes, and his expression was a little dazed. He knew that the Qiao family was rich, but he didn't expect them to be so rich. 10,000 taels at a time, if. He quietly scanned every place on Xiaojiu's body where banknotes could be hidden, and waved his hand behind him. Ingy, why don't you thank the princess? Yes, thank the princess. The man in black who had held a knife to Xiaojiu's neck before took the banknotes and secret recipes with trembling hands, and hurried to the door, unable to help revelry in his heart. So much money. He had a hunch that with a rich princess in the mansion, their lives would be better. They no longer had to follow the prince to eat coarse food. And the secret recipe was said to be able to stop bleeding for soldiers quickly. Xiaojiu did not miss Yi's eyes full of excitement, joy and admiration, and she couldn't help shaking her body. A prince should be very rich, but Jiang Yifeng's money was spent on nowhere, and he was seriously injured and vomited blood on the day of the wedding. Why did she feel so uneasy? On the wedding night, Jiang Yifeng disappeared, and Xiaojiu felt very good. In the days that followed, Jiang Yifeng was also missing all day, and Xiaojiu was happy and at ease. When she had nothing to do, she could go home to see Xiaoming. To be honest, if she hadn't been so obsessed with the accounting certificate she had just passed in her previous life, she would think that the profession of princess was very good. Just borrow some money and charge some interest. After all, the third prince mortgaged such a big house to her. Although she didn't know when he could pay back the money, and she didn't know if she would have the courage to accept the house when he couldn't pay back the money. But she could bear it, but some people couldn't bear to see her so idle. When she went home for a short stay for the 8th time this month, Xiaoming was a little unhappy. He pulled her and advised her earnestly, "Jiu'er, although you are now a princess, no one dares to say that you are old and ugly and can't get married, but we have to be more practical when living at home." Chapter 7. Xiaojiu felt a pang in her heart, feeling that this father was not her real father. Seeing that she was getting married, he didn't talk to her properly. She looked at Xiaoming, whose mouth was almost grinning to the back of his ears, and pursed her lips. "Dad, if you have something to say, just say it, don't always slander me." "Hey! You idiot, Dad is doing this for your own good." Xiaoming glared at him, but he looked like a tiger with a flowery face, with only appearance but no momentum. "Think about it, with our wealth and your looks, except for having a baby in your belly to feel at ease, what else can keep a powerful prince? Give birth to a child. Have a son as soon as possible. Otherwise, how can you fight with a group of little goblins in the backyard of the palace?" Speaking of this, Xiaojiu couldn't help but curl her lips and rolled her eyes. "Dad, don't worry about this. If Jiang Yifeng had money to keep a few women in the backyard, that would be a world wonder. As for her getting pregnant, she must not want to live. She and Jiang Yifeng were not married, and if she gave him a son, it would be fatal." As for why Jiang Yifeng was so desperate to marry her, she thought about it for a long time and felt that the bastard had no other reason except that he was attracted by her money. "You wooden fish head. You come back." Xiaoming wanted to persuade her again, but she saw Xiaojiu had already eaten and carried a bag of things out of the door. Xiaojiu got married, and Xiaoming, who was not in good health, became more vigorous recently, and her business was much better. Every time Xiaojiu ate and took things, there were many servants waiting at the door to ask for rewards when he returned to the palace. But today, before she entered the palace, she heard crying inside, which sounded very chaotic. "What happened?" she sternly said as she strode into the courtyard. Almost all of the few servants in the palace came, but after greeting Xiaojiu, they fell silent. Xiaojiu's face was slightly cold, and he pointed at the middle-aged butler who was in charge and asked, "Xiaobo, tell me, what happened?" Xiaobo cupped his hands. His voice couldn't help but be sad, but also a little embarrassed, replying to the princess, "The prince has been leading troops in the frontier in the past few years. This time when he came back, the emperor asked him to marry a wife. The prince didn't want to marry the woman the emperor had given him, but today, he made a scene in the court, and the emperor was furious and put the prince in jail. Everyone in the palace might be implicated." Hearing this, Xiaojiu couldn't help but take a breath. This matter was a matter of fate, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was disobedience. It all depends on the intention of the person above. But the person was locked up in jail, and the emperor's intention was also very clear. Xiaojiu felt that she was really worried. That bastard had been away from home for so many days, and when he came back, he was put in the prison. The prison, that's where the death row prisoners were locked up. But in the final analysis, although she didn't like the man who always forced her to borrow money, this matter was indeed caused by her. It was all her fault. She tempted him with money. Xiaojiu's eyes were solemn, and she strode into the study. "Xiaobo, prepare the pen, ink, paper and inkstone." A moment later, the third prince's mansion locked the door tightly, and all the family members and servants came out in droves. The leader was Xiaojiu, who was dressed in plain clothes and a hairpin, holding a confession of guilt written all over her hand, and slowly walked towards the palace gate. The Qiao family was just a low-class merchant family. It was considered marrying up to marry a royal noble. She had no capital to fight against the head of a country. She could only play the emotional card through this confession of guilt to let the emperor forgive Jiang Yifeng. However, there was a hint of worry in her eyes, and her face, which always looked heartless, was now full of shrewdness and sharpness. She heard that the current monarch was not a broad-minded and wise monarch. If he didn't buy it, then she could only use the power of public opinion to let these evil feudal nobles see what the Licheng would be like without its economic support. Confession? It's really interesting. The third princess finally realized how ugly she is. Even the emperor is angry. Isn't it? When the third prince married this ugly wife, the city. How many people laughed at her, and now the emperor is angry because of her? She is really ugly and unlucky for her husband. I really don't know what the third prince is thinking. There are so many Shangshu, and the daughter of the prime minister's family for him to choose, but he chose this one. Oh, ugly people are more likely to do bad things. This is the first time I have seen. Walking all the way from the gate of the third prince's mansion to the city gate, Xiaojiu has been kneeling at the palace gate for no less than 2 hours. People coming and going around laughed and said something sarcastic, but she seemed not to hear them, just buried her head and looked at the confession in front of her. She knew that these ridicules were only temporary, and they would have different ideas in a few days. The sun outside Yong'an Gate rose and fell 3 times, and the figure kneeling upright on the ground did not waver at all. Until this news that was regarded as a joke spread to the Tianlao. What did you say? Jiang Yifeng, who was dressed in a blood-stained prison uniform, had tears in his eyes, and grabbed the collar of the jailer and gritted his teeth. Chapter 8. This time he had intended to anger the emperor in the court in order to find someone in the prison, but he did not expect that his newlywed wife, whom he had only met a few times, would do this for him. What a stubborn idiot! The jailer, who was held by the collar, saw that he had a stormy look on his face, and shook his legs and whispered to remind him. Third prince, I heard from my brothers, who just went to the palace, that the emperor was very angry when he heard that the princess knelt for 3 days. I'm afraid he has sent someone to take her to be beaten with a stick. The veins on Jiang Yifeng's forehead bulged. When he thought of that stupid and cowardly person, his anger rose sharply. He immediately took a breath, kicked the iron chain on the door with 1 foot, and flew straight to the palace gate. At the palace gate, 2 eunuchs and a group of imperial guards held Xiaojiu's shoulders while she knelt on the ground. 2 thick sticks were placed on her back, one on the left and one on the right. When Jiang Yifeng arrived, he saw the red-painted wooden sticks raised high, about to hit her. Wait! He stepped lightly, walked to Xiaojiu's side in 3 or 2 steps, half knelt on the ground and firmly protected her back, his dark eyes staring quietly at the eunuch who came to announce the decree. Eunuch Wei, she just agreed to my request to marry her. This matter is ultimately my fault. If the emperor wants to punish me, then punish me. No matter how many canes you want, it's all on me. This. Eunuch Wei was a little embarrassed, and signaled the guards on the side with his eyes not to do it first. Third prince, why are you doing this? Aren't you making things difficult for me? The emperor was just angry that you didn't choose from the other good girls, but chose this one. He can't accept it because of his face. If you are stubborn again, this matter will really get out of hand. The old man with white hair and no beard said it lightly, but even Xiaojiu could hear that he just didn't want to get into trouble. After all, no one came to investigate Jiang Yifeng's escape from the prison. Obviously, he couldn't figure out the emperor's specific intentions, and didn't dare to act casually. Jiang Yifeng snorted lightly, and hugged Xiaojiu's fat body directly in his arms. A trace of tenderness overflowed from his cold eyes. Eunuch Wei, there is no need to persuade him anymore. If you can't even protect your own wife, then this king is not worthy of being a man. Go ahead, beat him as you should, don't worry. He knew early on that the emperor locked him up in prison just to make him bow his head and admit his mistakes first, and then find a reason to push those women with ulterior motives into his yard, which can be regarded as achieving the purpose of letting him return to Beijing to marry. But he didn't let go, and Xiaojiu happened to touch the emperor's bad luck. If the emperor didn't let him vent his anger, he might think of something to deal with him later. Your Highness, this... Hey. Eunuch Wei felt relieved after hearing Jiang Yifeng's words, but he still had to put on an embarrassed look, and gave a helpless look to the executioner behind him. Xiaojiu knelt for 3 days and 3 nights. Apart from the little water and rice that the servants brought when no one was around, she had almost nothing to eat. At this moment, she wanted to stop it, but she couldn't say anything. Even her body was stiff when Jiang Yifeng hugged her. Paw. Xiaojiu watched the red lacquered wooden stick as thick as an arm fall on Jiang Yifeng's back. The arm that was tightly around her tightened instantly, but Jiang Yifeng gritted his teeth, and his face did not fluctuate at all. The first stick was just a test of strength. The executioner guard secretly got the look from Eunuch Wei, and his men were not polite anymore. One stick after another fell firmly on Jiang Yifeng's back. Don't. Xiao Jiao mouthed with difficulty. Her vision was already blurred. She propped herself up and tried to get up, but Jiang Yifeng held her down tightly and put his head on her forehead. Don't move, it will be fine in a while. Xiao Jiao listened to his voice that was restrained to the extreme. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved. This was the first time she felt the care of someone other than Old Man Xiao in another world. Unlike Old Man Xiao's warmth and comfort, this was a kind of gentle and passionate existence that made her feel extremely at ease. There were a total of 80 sticks. Jiang Yifeng fainted once during the beating, but was soon awakened. The only thing that did not change was that the hand holding Xiao Jiao never loosened at all. Jiang Yifeng escaped from the prison and ran to the gate of Yong'an to be beaten for his newly married ugly wife. This matter spread quickly in Beijing at the speed of a gust of wind. Many people who were curious even came to see the joke. After all, it was rare for a dignified prince to marry an ugly and speechless merchant's daughter. I didn't expect that the third prince, who is usually the most favored by the emperor, would actually get a good beating. This is really unheard of. It's all because of that ugly girl. She is so ugly, but she still clings to the third prince. How shameless. I don't know what's wrong with the third prince. He actually offended the emperor for such a woman. Humph. Now that the emperor has been irritated, the third prince has no parents or brothers. It's better to stay away from him in the future. Xiao Jiao wiped away his tears fiercely, and scanned the nobles around him with cold eyes. He memorized their faces one by one, and helped Jiang Yifeng stand up from the ground. Chapter 9. After the beating, Eunuch Wei naturally did not dare to stop him. He said a few polite words, and took the eunuch and the guards back to the palace to report. Xiao Jiao put Jiang Yifeng's hand on his shoulder, helped him walk step by step to the carriage of the third prince's mansion, and left with the servants of the palace. In the carriage, Jiang Yifeng's face was pale, with a streak of blood hanging from the corner of his lips. His deep black eyes stared at Xiao Jiao coldly with anger. Nonsense. Who asked you to write a confession of guilt? You are sending your head to the emperor. You deserve to be beaten by him. No matter what, I am also the orphan of his brother. How could he touch me for such a small matter? Isn't it because I heard that you were imprisoned in the sky prison and worried that you would be beheaded? This matter can be big or small, and I can't figure out the emperor's attitude, so I can only use such a self-torture trick, but I didn't expect. Xiao Jiao curled his lips and his voice became a little lower. I didn't expect that the king of a country would be so narrow-minded. In the final analysis, she and Jiang Yifeng were married with 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals. Even if she was a little ugly and her family was not so powerful, she shouldn't be beaten with 80 sticks, right? If she was beaten, it might cost her life. After all, even Jiang Yifeng fainted from the pain. Jiang Yifeng wanted to scold him again, but 2 soft little hands had already reached his belt. Xiao Jiao was anxious and didn't care about anything else. Take off your clothes quickly, let me see your injuries. The guards in the palace, who carried out the execution, were all shrewd people. They used clever strength when beating. The 80 sticks did not cause any skin injuries to Jiang Yifeng, but only they knew how serious the internal injuries were. Xiao Jiao was crying, blaming the executioners in her heart, but her hands were very careful. Jiang Yifeng looked at her, but couldn't say anything. Back at the palace, Jiang Yifeng ignored the servants in the yard, who were extremely happy. He treated his wounds hastily, and went into the study to summon the hidden guards. Master. A man in black stood quietly with his hands clasped under Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng raised his hand and whispered about the situation in the past few days. I have contacted many people in the prison, but I haven't found that person yet. Send some more people to find out if there are any people we missed. Yes. Wait, the man in black received the order and was about to leave. Jiang Yifeng suddenly spoke, with a cold hatred flashing between his deep eyebrows. Send someone to check why the person who sent food to the army was 2 days late. For an army of tens of thousands of people, 1 less meal means tens of thousands of people will go hungry. Although 2 days is not a long time, if they happen to encounter an enemy sneak attack, will the soldiers without food still have the strength to capture the enemy? The previous battle had heavy casualties. So many of his brothers died in the hands of the enemy, but the court lightly said the road is slippery in rainy days, and didn't even allocate pensions for the wounded soldiers. He still paid for it out of his own pocket. But he knew very well that someone wanted to kill him on the battlefield and deliberately delayed the supply of food and grass in the rear. This time he returned to Beijing to find out who was behind it. The thousands of soldiers under his command must not die in vain. Understood. A trace of grief flashed across the hidden guard's brows, and he turned and disappeared into the study. It has only been a few days since Xiao Jiao traveled here, and the rumors about her and Jiang Yifeng have become a topic of conversation among the people of the city. Jiang Yifeng, who has made great military achievements, has also been ridiculed as blind. He has stayed in the border military camp for more than 10 years without seeing a woman, and wants all kinds of stuff. Originally, Xiao Jiao didn't care much about whether she was fat or thin, but she couldn't bear to hear Jiang Yifeng being ridiculed because of her. She thought about it carefully, and felt that she had to solve the problem from the source and change her ugly and fat image. As a modern woman, she would be embarrassed to say that she is a modern person if she doesn't have some weight loss tips. Xiao Jiao quickly made a weight loss plan for herself, from diet to exercise, even beauty and skin care, and she implemented it seriously according to the plan. Come on, madam, run one more lap, and today's exercise task is complete. Xiao Jiao, wearing a light short-sleeved shirt and long pants, looked like she had just been fished out of the water. Her fat body shook rhythmically with her steps. A little maid behind her was holding a water bag and a towel, running slowly behind her, and occasionally encouraging her. Finally, after running the last lap, Xiao Jiao lay on the grass in the back garden of the palace, panting, feeling like she had died and come back to life, and her arms and legs were not her own. Huh, Xiao Tao, you've been running with me for so long, how come you're not out of breath at all? Xiao Tao smiled, wiped her sweat, and pinched her calf to relax her tense muscles. Madam, we are maids who do rough work. If we don't have some strength, how can we serve you? Xiao Jiao was jealous. She was obviously a woman with great strength, but her physique limited her ability to perform. Apart from letting her step on the pebbles on the back garden path and sink them into the soil one by one, it really didn't help her lose weight. Chapter 10. Huh? Xiao Tao pinched Xiao Jiao's waist and legs, her face full of surprise. My lady, your legs seem to be thinner, and the fat on your waist is also less. Take a look, right? When Xiao Jiao heard this, she immediately stood up from the ground, pinched her small thick legs and waist, and found that she had indeed lost weight. She immediately ran to the pond not far away to take a picture. The woman in the water had a round face, and her facial features were not squeezed together by fat like before. Her eyes were round and clear, and her two rosy lips were round and cute. With a simple and plain dress, she looked like a girl next door. Xiao Jiao pinched the flesh on her cheeks and smiled until her eyes narrowed into crescents. I seem to have lost some weight. I have become a good-looking fat man. Puff. Xiao Tao was amused by her and said sincerely, in fact, the queen's foundation is not bad, but it was covered by flesh before. I remember that I have seen the queen on the street before. At that time, the queen loved to wear jewelry and brightly colored clothes. You didn't look as refreshing and neat as you do now. Xiao Jiao was stunned and looked at Xiao Tao with some admiration. I can't tell, Xiao Tao. You have a good sense of fashion. What is fashion? I just look at what others wear. I can tell it after seeing it more. Xiao Jiao touched the acne on her face and thought about it. Women of this era are not so sensitive to fashion. They all imitate each other. Maybe she can dig out some tricks from here. But the prerequisite is that she must get rid of the reputation of being an ugly woman first. She slapped her palm and walked to the yard with Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, accompany me to the clinic. I want to get some prescriptions to regulate my body. Her body is actually in adolescence, the age when acne is most likely to occur. In addition, her original body ate too much greasy food and had a strong taste, so naturally her face was covered with acne. Xiao Jiao went back to the yard to wash up, and took Xiao Tao to an old doctor in Liqing. He prescribed some prescriptions for conditioning the body. After taking the medicine, she drank it with gritted teeth. After drinking it for about half a month, the acne on her face improved a lot. Jiang Yifeng has been recuperating in the mansion these days, but Xiao Jiao is busy losing weight every day and has no time to take care of him. She just asked the servants to send her some tonic soup every day. She didn't know what he was doing in the study all day, let alone that he was facing a dilemma at this time. This was the first time Jiang Yifeng entered the backyard of the palace, but he didn't have the heart to wander around. After all, he was planning a big thing now, but he was short of silver. He thought about it, and felt that he had to find Xiao Jiao for this matter, but as soon as he stepped into the yard, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. 371, 372, 373, Xiao Tao, hand me the handkerchief. In the yard, a woman in a white shorts was holding a stone block in one hand, wiping her sweat with a cloth handed by a maid in the other hand. She was standing in a horse stance, squatting at the same frequency as she raised her arm upwards, and she could calmly drink a cup of tea. Realizing that there was someone behind him, Xiaojiu turned around, shook the stone block, and greeted him. "Your Majesty, wait a moment, I still have more than 100 to finish." As he spoke, Xiaojiu squatted faster, and soon finished the remaining 100 iron lifting movements, threw the stone block in his hand, and walked to Jiang Yifeng with a smile. Jiang Yifeng recovered from the shock just now, and looked at the woman in front of him carefully. It must be said that Xiaojiu has changed a lot after not seeing her for more than half a month. Although her figure is still a little fat, she is no longer bloated as before, and her face is much thinner. Her facial features seem to have grown up, very symmetrical and attractive. Although there are still some acne on her face, she looks round and cute. Ahem, Jiang Yifeng coughed lightly, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his calm black eyes. What were you doing just now? Is this for exercise? He avoided Xiaojiu's scrutinizing gaze, raised his foot and hooked it, and used a clever force to pick up the stone pier on the ground, put it in his hand, and shook the weight, and he had a rough idea in his mind. Xiaojiu was puzzled. This man hadn't appeared for more than half a month, but when he showed up, he came to get close to her. What was he trying to do? "Your Majesty, you can just say what you want to say. I still have to do yoga with Xiao Tao later." Jiang Yifeng pursed his lips and said, "Nothing, I just want to find the princess." "Borrow money?" Xiaojiu interrupted him with a smile, took out a golden abacus from the purse on the table, and quickly started to count with one hand. "Your Highness, last time you lent me 10,000 taels of silver. It's been almost a month now, and I haven't seen a single ounce of it. Counting the interest, it should be at least 10,500 taels of silver, right? How much do you want to borrow this time? If you don't pay it back, the interest won't be the same as before." Jiang Yifeng's face paused, the veins on his forehead jumped fiercely, and he took out a jade pendant from his bosom with a dark face and handed it to her. "I will remember the money I owe you, and I will pay it back in the future. This jade pendant is my mother's relic. I will pledge it to you, and then borrow another 10,000 taels of silver from you, and I will take it back when I change money in the future." Chapter 11. Xiaojiu stroked the jade pendant with one hand, and after a moment's hesitation, he stuffed the jade pendant back into Jiang Yifeng's hand. Jiang Yifeng was stunned, and held her hand in his palm. His handsome eyebrows slightly frowned. "Are you unwilling to lend me the money? Let go!" Xiaojiu slapped his hand away, glared at him, and turned back to the room. Jiang Yifeng's eyes flashed with disappointment, but Xiaojiu was unwilling to lend, and he really couldn't force her to take the money. He just felt a little unwilling in his heart. Recently, the other side was pushing too hard. If he didn't make a desperate move, he would be controlled by others in the future, and his end would be like his dead parents, since ancient times, who didn't end up miserably with his master. I'm afraid that the Qiao family won't have a good ending by then. Just as he lowered his eyes to think about countermeasures, a stack of silver bills with seals were handed to him. He was shocked suddenly, and looked up at the little woman in front of him with a reluctant face. "Look, my small treasury is about to be emptied by you. Just remember to pay me back as soon as possible. Your jade pendant is not worth much. You should keep it yourself." Jiang Yifeng's eyes flashed slightly, and his heart was throbbing. He touched the jade pendant in his arms, which was made of the same jade material as the imperial seal, and chuckled unconsciously. How could the only daughter of the Qiao family, who was used to seeing the world's greatest treasures, not recognize the quality of the jade pendant? She just knew that the jade pendant had a different meaning to him, so she didn't accept it, right? He took the banknote and stuffed it into his arms, raised his hand to pinch Xiaojiu's face, leaned over and whispered in her ear, "If there is no money, I will have to pawn myself to the princess." Before Xiaojiu could react, Jiang Yifeng left with a faint smile, his deep eyes full of solemnity. With her kindness today, he will never let her suffer any grievances in the future. Xiaojiu didn't know what he was thinking. After that, she was still immersed in weight loss and beauty every day. Many maids in the palace followed her to exercise, which made her smell a huge business opportunity. In this era, the concept of beauty and skin care is not very comprehensive, let alone weight loss and slimming. But she has both the concept of modern beauty and health preservation in her previous life and her own practical experience. If she wants to open up this wasteland, she only needs to invest some energy. What's more, with her popularity in Licheng, as long as she becomes thinner and more beautiful, she will be a living signboard. So, in addition to weight loss and beauty, Xiaojiu also has one more thing, which is to call on the maids in the palace to do beauty and slimming with her, record their physical changes, and then draw up a business plan. The last thing left is to take advantage of the east wind, and make everything go smoothly. After making a plan, She went into Jiang Yifeng's study and put the charity donation event plan she had prepared on his desk. Charity donation? What is this? Jiang Yifeng snorted and flipped through a few papers on the table. He heard that this girl had been tossing around with a group of maids in the mansion recently, and had people send her tonic soup every day. But the hidden guard said that the maids in the mansion have become prettier recently. Although he hadn't seen it, he knew whose idea it was. He chuckled. It's not enough for you to toss around the maids in the palace. What else do you want to do? Xiao Jiu glared with round eyes and said dissatisfiedly, Who tossed around with them? I was urging them to be beautiful. And I did this for a purpose. Oh! What's the purpose? Jiang Yifeng looked at the plan in his hand and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He wanted to know what this little girl wanted to do. Xiao Jiu saw that there was a play, his eyes flashed, and he told the words he had thought of. Don't worry about those things, Prince. Just talking about this charity donation, it is a matter of benefit to us. When you and I got married, people in Liqing laughed at us for a long time, but now I have become beautiful, proving that you were not blind at that time. Now we just lack an opportunity to change everyone's impression of us. Oh! Just this reason? Why do I feel that you are hiding something else? Jiang Yifeng smiled, but there was a little more intention under his black eyes. This charity donation meeting hardly costs much money, but it can win a good reputation for the palace, and it is possible to win over those great scholars who never take sides. These are all great benefits to his plan. Moreover, he looked at the lovely woman now. Xiao Jiu also needed a chance to reappear in the eyes of the world, so that those who had ridiculed her could have their eyes cleansed. But he was still a little curious. This woman would not do anything without profit. She must have already calculated it in her mind. Seeing him ask so directly, Xiao Jiu lowered her head shyly, and said vaguely, Of course there are other things here. Your Majesty only needs to know that no matter how much money the Chia family has, it will run out. But making money will not harm you in the future. Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes imperceptibly, nodded lightly, gathered the papers on the table, and stuffed them into his arms. Very good, I will report this to the Emperor right away. He flashed out of the palace, and when he drove a fast horse to the palace gate, his eyes were full of smiles. From what the girl said, it means that he can borrow money when he has money in the future? Chapter 12. It just so happens that he needs some money recently, so he will have to take out the girl's small treasury. Although he had upset the Emperor because of the marriage, he still had to keep a good face. Jiang Yifeng entered the imperial study without any obstacles and handed over the plan written by Xiao Jiu. Your Majesty, I have been recuperating at home recently. I heard that there is a lot of unrest in the world and people in many places are living in hardship. I want to raise a sum of money for charity. Then the Emperor will send an imperial envoy to various places to provide disaster relief. This is the plan for organizing a charity donation meeting. Please approve it. The Emperor looked at the plan, and his sharp eyes flashed with a light that others could not understand. He didn't need to spend a single penny to win a good reputation for loving his people like his own children, so he was naturally willing to do it. But what was the purpose of Jiang Yifeng bringing this up? After thinking about it, the Emperor's frown gradually relaxed. It was difficult to accomplish something, but it was too easy to ruin something. If something went wrong, he could rest assured with just a little effort. After figuring this out, he stroked his beard and laughed loudly, pretending to be full of love, and patted Jiang Yifeng on the shoulder. Okay. Since you have this heart, I will leave this matter to you. Just tell me what you need. Yes, thank you for your grace, your Majesty. Jiang Yifeng's face did not move. His back was as straight as a bamboo, but when he leaned over and lowered his eyes, he concealed the sneer in his eyes. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Su is here. When the guard Jiao Bian came to report, Jiang Yifeng was practicing sword in the yard. He ignored it and continued to practice sword. The sword's energy penetrated the water tank in front, and the water tank suddenly broke into pieces, as if it had exploded. A round of applause rang out. Great swordsmanship. Prime Minister Su Sheng slowly walked over here, with a fake smile on his face, praising and laughing. Jiang Yifeng didn't look at him much, and there was a perfunctory look in his eyes that was not easy to detect. Prime Minister Su, you are too kind. Su Sheng smiled and patted Jiang Yifeng on the shoulder. No one can match the third prince's skills. Jiang Yifeng didn't say anything. He talked about the donation meeting. How is the third prince doing with the recent donation? Jiang Yifeng said lightly. It's okay. Prime Minister Su doesn't worry. Alas, how can you say that? You and I both serve His Majesty. This matter concerns His Majesty's reputation. Naturally, we should work together to do it well. Su Sheng snorted with a little contempt. I also know that the third prince likes to take care of flowers and plants and lives in poverty. I'm afraid it's difficult for him to come up with money for the donation meeting? This clearly means that you are so poor. Can you come up with money? Jiang Yifeng's face was emotionless. Su Sheng added, with the popularity of the third prince, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get crowdfunding. Well, it's better to let me help you. After all, we are all serving His Majesty, and it's only right to help each other. Although Su Sheng wanted to help him, if he accepted Su Sheng's help today, it would be equivalent to joining his team. Jiang Yifeng moved Su Sheng's hand on his shoulder without changing his expression, hiding his disgust. No need. I can find a way to deal with these trivial matters myself. Seeing that he didn't give him face, Su Xiang was immediately furious. Jiang Yifeng, don't be ungrateful. At this time, a light and crisp voice came over. What are you talking about, Su Xiang? Su Sheng turned his head to look at the source of the sound, and a woman was walking towards him with a smile on her face. Her little face was round, her eyes were big, her dark eyes were shining, her nose was small and cute, her lips were red, and when she smiled, 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. Xiao Jiao was slightly fat, and walked slowly, but the way he swayed was very cute. We appreciate Su Xiang's kindness, but it's not that we don't know what's good for us, but we don't need Su Xiang's little help at all. Xiao Jiao looked at him confidently. Who are you? Su Sheng was stunned. Me? I'm the princess of the prince. Hasn't Prime Minister Su heard about it? Su Sheng looked at her suspiciously. Didn't they say that Jiang Yifeng married a fat and ugly daughter of a merchant? How could it be this one? Xiao Jiao ignored the suspicion in his eyes, and continued, Our prince is indeed poor, but I am different. Our Qiao family is rich, and everyone knows it. Moreover, we have countless business partners, each of whom is rich enough to rival a country. It's really not Prime Minister Su's turn to worry about such a small matter as the donation meeting. Su Sheng's face darkened. He forgot that Jiang Yifeng married the richest woman in the capital. Compared with her, how to say it, his money is not earned by the taxes paid by these rich businessmen. Su Sheng lowered his head slightly and said in a muffled voice, Excuse me, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I leave first. The moment Su Sheng turned around, Xiao Jiao suddenly called him again, Don't go. He paused. Xiao Jiao's chubby little hand rested on his shoulder, holding him tightly. But I also understand that the Prime Minister has such a heart to serve the country, so I think we should give the Prime Minister a chance, and give the first payment of this donation to the Prime Minister. Chapter 13. Su Sheng almost broke out in a cold sweat. This is the rhythm of extorting money. But they are talking about the country. It seems too bad for him not to donate, so he asked tremblingly, Donate, how much? Xiao Jiao smiled maliciously. I know that the Prime Minister has always been generous, and he is also an important official in the court. As a down payment, how can you not donate 30,000 taels? Hearing this, Su Sheng's face changed drastically. He was so angry that his beard trembled, but with so many people watching, he couldn't get angry, so he could only suppress his anger and said painfully, No problem. Xiao Jiao clapped his hands. Look, I said, the Prime Minister is the most generous. Prime Minister, we will definitely not let you down with this 30,000 taels of silver. I will send someone to your house to get it and escort it personally to ensure that there will be no mistakes. Su Sheng's face was as ugly as if he had eaten stinky tofu. He snorted coldly and left. After leaving the palace gate, Su Sheng's youngest daughter Su Qingqing came up to him. Seeing that he looked very bad, she hurriedly asked, Dad, what's wrong? Su Sheng's face was livid. Nothing, let's go back home. When she was about to turn around, Su Qingqing saw Jiang Yifeng standing at the gate. He was tall and graceful, with a face like a crown of jade, and his expression was elegant and gentle, like a painting. And the noisy Xiao Jiao stood beside him, just ruining the painting. Su Qingqing couldn't help but look at Jiang Yifeng twice more, and when he looked at her, she smiled at him. What are you looking at? Let's go! Su Sheng urged her unhappily. Su Qingqing turned around reluctantly, and Jiang Yifeng's appearance was all over her mind along the way. What do you think? Am I smart? Not only did I hold your face, but I also helped you blackmail him for a lot of money. Xiao Jiao proudly claimed the credit. Jiang Yifeng looked at the dancing girl in front of him calmly, couldn't help but smile, and nodded slightly. I will go home to help you raise money later. Don't be afraid. This time it doesn't count as you owe me. I am doing this for myself. Xiao Jiao patted his chest and looked at him with a smile. Just remember this favor of mine. Jiang Yifeng looked at her back as she turned and left, and made a decision in his heart. It was already evening when Xiao Jiao came back from Qiao's house. As soon as she returned to the small courtyard, she saw a cage on the stone table, and there was a white and clean rabbit in the cage. Xiaojiu likes small animals. When she saw the rabbit, her girlish heart burst out instantly. Ah! Xiaojiu shouted excitedly and took the little rabbit out of the cage. So cute. Xiao Tao was puzzled. How can there be a rabbit? At this time, a person walked slowly over with neat footsteps. Do you like it? Xiaojiu glanced at Jiang Yifeng. Did you buy it? It's so cute. Well, I bought it to eat. I eat this rabbit tonight. Xiaojiu was startled and quickly protected the rabbit behind her. No. You can't eat it. I don't care. I'm protecting this rabbit. You are not allowed to eat it. Jiang Yifeng smiled lightly. I was joking with you. This rabbit is for you, as a thank you for raising funds for the donation. Xiaojiu was relieved and said nonchalantly, It's no big deal. Xiaojiu really liked this rabbit. After Jiang Yifeng left, she slept with the rabbit in her arms all night. When he woke up the next morning, it was already noon and Xiaojiu discovered that his rabbit was missing. Where's my rabbit? Xiaojiu shouted. Xiao Tao came over. Xiaojiu asked her if she had seen her rabbit. Xiao Tao was at a loss for a long time. No. Did it run away? The two searched the courtyard inside and outside, but they couldn't find the rabbit. At this moment, a woman walked gracefully by the lake of Yueyuan. The maid Xiaowan said, Miss, I have found out. The residence of the third prince is just in front. Just keep walking forward. Su Qingqing nodded. As she was walking, a rabbit suddenly jumped out from the side and bit her skirt. Su Qingqing screamed loudly in fear and threw the rabbit into the lake with great force, splashing a lot of water. Su Qingqing's face turned pale with fear, and Xiaowan quickly supported her. Su Qingqing was still in shock. Where did the rabbit come from? At this time, a few maids not far away started to discuss. Oh, isn't that the princess' favorite rabbit? It fell into the water. No wonder the princess couldn't find it after looking for it all morning. Why don't you go and save the princess rabbit? What are you still standing there for? A group of people hurriedly went to the lake to fish for the rabbit. Su Qingqing swallowed her saliva guiltily. Well, why don't we go first? Xiaowan also saw that the princess was not easy to mess with yesterday, and agreed. Well, let's go to the third prince tomorrow. Su Qingqing nodded, and left the palace with Xiaowan without anyone noticing. After Su Qingqing went back, she paced back and forth in the house, thinking about Jiang Yifeng all the time. She couldn't wait until tomorrow, and decided to see him tonight. She went to find Prime Minister Su Sheng and proposed to invite the third prince to her home as a guest, wishing him a smooth donation meeting tomorrow. Chapter 14. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at his little daughter. He could see through her thoughts at a glance. Are you attracted to the third prince? Su Qingqing blushed slightly, but still couldn't hide it from him. She confessed, Well, Daddy, will you help me? Su Sheng hesitated and said, Don't forget that Jiang Yifeng has already married. Are you going to marry him as a concubine? Su Qingqing said calmly, You can marry or divorce a wife. Indeed, Xiaojiu is the daughter of a merchant after all. She is not worthy of the royal family. Jiang Yifeng married her just because she has strong financial resources. Su Sheng thought that if he matched his daughter with Jiang Yifeng would naturally join his team. Su Sheng sent an invitation letter to Jiang Yifeng while making his own wishful thinking. Jiang Yifeng didn't want to go, but thinking that Su Xiang had contributed a lot to the donation, he decided to go. At night, a group of doctors gathered around a little rabbit and talked about it. The woman at the table said while eating melon seeds, If you can't save it today, don't even think about leaving. The doctors were ashamed, but they were doctors. How could they save animals? The little rabbit lay on the bed, depressed, with big red eyes, eating nothing, drinking nothing, and not as cheerful as before. A doctor bravely told Xiaojiu, Princess, based on my many years of experience, your pet rabbit should be suffering from mental illness. What? Xiaojiu frowned. Do you think I'm stupid? How can a rabbit suffer from depression? But, judging from its symptoms, it is indeed the case. Why are you depressed for no reason? You were running around yesterday. A maid stepped forward and said to Xiaojiu, My lady, I saw the little rabbit by the lake in Yueyuan yesterday. It kept staring at the tassels on Miss Su's clothes, and then it pounced on it, but was kicked into the lake by Miss Su. What did you say? Xiaojiu was furious on the spot. It was the Prime Minister's daughter Su Qingqing who kicked my little rabbit into the lake? Damn it, I'm not done with her. Xiaojiu immediately went to change clothes. Xiao Tao asked, My lady, where are you going at night? I'm going to find Su Qingqing for revenge. You want to run away after bullying my rabbit? Xiaojiu said, rolling up her sleeves angrily. When they arrived at the Prime Minister's mansion, it was already very late. "Who are you?" The gatekeeper stopped them outside the door. "I'm here to see your young lady Su Qingqing." The servant looked at her rude appearance and said with disdain, "Our young lady is not available to anyone who wants to see her." Xiaojiu smiled slightly. "I'm asking you, is our prince here?" She remembered that Jiang Yifeng was going to the dinner at the Prime Minister's mansion at this time, so he should be here now. As expected, the servants began to look at each other in bewilderment. "You? Are you the third princess?" Xiaojiu smiled. "That's right. I'm here today mainly to see our prince and take him home." "Why, you don't allow me to go in?" The servant immediately nodded and said, "Of course. You can. Princess, please come in." The servant led Xiaojiu to the door of the hall. Xiaojiu looked around along the way and said, TSK, the Prime Minister's mansion is really magnificent, unlike their palace, where the buildings are old." Before the servant had time to go in to report, Xiaojiu had already strode up the steps to go in. The sound of wine glasses colliding came from behind the layers of beaded curtains. "I toast you another cup." Su Xing's face was already a little red, and he looked like he was about to get drunk. Jiang Yifeng declined. "I won't drink anymore. I'm afraid I get drunk if I drink more." In fact, he was just being considerate of Su Sheng. Su Qingqing looked at Su Sheng's staggering appearance and hurriedly stood up to help him. Su Sheng was still sober, and the next step was to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone together. So he said, "I remembered that there is still a jar of aged wine in my room. Wait a minute, I go get it," Su Sheng said, staggering away, and even overturned the chair. Su Qingqing said awkwardly, "Third prince, I'm sorry to make you laugh." "No problem." As soon as the voice fell, a woman rushed in carelessly. "Su Qingqing, come out." Jiang Yifeng paused, watching Xiaojiu rush in a hurry. She walked between the two of them and overturned the table. Food and wine bottles were smashed to pieces on the ground. Su Qingqing frowned and said, "What is the third princess doing?" Xiaojiu pointed at her nose and said, "What do you think I am doing? If it weren't for you, would my rabbit be half dead like it is now?" Su Qingqing is not usually a person who gets bullied. She wants to get angry when she meets someone as vicious as her, but the more she is in front of Jiang Yifeng, the more she has to behave more cultivated than Xiaojiu. "I'm sorry, third princess. I really didn't mean it. Your rabbit wanted to bite me at that time, and I was in a hurry and accidentally threw it into the lake." Su Qingqing looked pitiful. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was full of guilt. "You can ask me to forgive you." Xiaojiu crossed his arms and stared at the tassels on her skirt. "If you give this to our rabbit to play with, I will forgive you." Chapter 15. Su Qingqing didn't want the tassel, but why should she give it to her? She couldn't bear this. Su Qingqing said aggrievedly, "No, this thing is very important to me." Xiaojiu didn't care. "If you don't give it to me today, go to my house to apologize to my rabbit and cure her by the way." Su Qingqing's veins popped up on her hands. It was too much, but she still endured it. She looked at Jiang Yifeng with tears in her eyes and asked for help. "Third prince." She hoped that Jiang Yifeng would teach Xiaojiu a lesson, but she didn't expect Jiang Yifeng to say, "Since it was Miss Su who made our rabbit seriously ill, she should be responsible." Su Qingqing's face turned pale, but Jiang Yifeng had already spoken, so she couldn't say anything. She gritted her teeth and pulled the tassel off the hem of her skirt and gave it to Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu smiled with satisfaction and turned to leave. "Xiao Tao, let's go." Su Qingqing was stunned. Couldn't she see that her husband was having dinner with someone else? Xiaojiu realized the problem only when he turned around. She turned around and saw that Su Qingqing looked at Jiang Yifeng with eyes full of love, which was obviously abnormal. Okay, it turns out that the celebration banquet was fake, and snatching the husband was real. Xiaojiu immediately stepped forward, took Jiang Yifeng's arm, and smiled sweetly at him. "Husband, let's go back together." Jiang Yifeng looked at her and smiled gently. "Okay." He took the initiative to put his arm around Xiaojiu's shoulders, and Su Qingqing's chest rose and fell violently. "Jiao Bian, tell Su Xiang that there is no need to prepare aged wine. I have to go back to accompany my wife first." Jiao Bian took the order and watched the couple walk out the door hand in hand. That day, Su Qingqing was so angry that she couldn't sleep all night. As long as she closed her eyes, she saw Jiang Yifeng and Xiaojiu in love. As soon as they left the Prime Minister's mansion, Xiaojiu pushed Jiang Yifeng aside and lowered his head to study the tassel. What was so special about it that made a rabbit so excited? Jiang Yifeng looked at her focused look and smiled gently. After Xiaojiu went back, he took the tassel to the rabbit and shook it. It really regained its vitality and began to jump around again. Xiaojiu looked at the rabbit as if it were mentally retarded. I think you just dislike our family's poverty, and like other people's things. Xiaojiu waved his hand at Xiao Tao. Get rid of it, find a place to keep it, I won't serve it anymore. Xiao Tao was not surprised at all. She knew Xiaojiu's personality. She always liked something for no more than 3 days. No matter how much she liked it, she would throw it away after 3 days. The next day, Xiaojiu and Jiang Yifeng went to Yunzhou to hold a donation meeting. This was the first stop. After 3 days and 3 nights, they finally arrived in Yunzhou. The donation meeting was very smooth and lively. Many famous people in Yunzhou attended and donated money. That day, the stage was full of people. In fact, many of them came to join in the fun and see what kind of princess the brave and warlike third prince married. When the third prince stood on the stage, the eyes of the boys and girls in the stage lit up. Jiang Yifeng was tall and beautiful, handsome, elegant, and suave. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was an immortal. The girls sighed. It's a pity that he was blind. How could he marry the legendary ugly girl of the Qiao family? They thought so, and when Xiaojiu slowly came on stage, they widened their eyes and looked surprised. She. Is she really the third prince's consort? Is she really the eldest daughter of the Qiao family? Isn't she said to be extremely ugly? But the person in front of him is obviously good-looking and a little cute. Although she is not stunningly beautiful, she is also handsome, lively and cute, and likable. Jiang Yifeng introduced, This is my wife, Xiaojiu. Now, everyone's doubts were completely dispelled, and some people were talking below. It turns out that Miss Qiao is not what the rumors say. If I had known this, I would have gone to her house to propose marriage. Xiaojiu almost laughed after hearing what was said below, and said, Everyone misunderstood. I was originally what the rumors said, bloated, with acne all over my face. I would fall down when I was dragged in the quilt when I walked. I would be scared to death by myself when I looked in the mirror, and I scared away 3 fiancés. Everything you heard before was true. There was another sigh below, and soon someone asked Xiaojiu how she did it. Asking her for the secret recipe for weight loss and beauty, Xiaojiu held a small meeting for the girls, talked a lot, and introduced her beauty salon by the way, and promoted her products to them. Jiang Yifeng then understood the real purpose of Xiaojiu's donation meeting. He smiled with interest, and had to re-examine the woman who scared away 3 fiancés, and found that she was actually a smart girl. Later, no matter where their donation meeting was held, Xiaojiu would do this. Everyone gradually liked Xiaojiu, and praised Xiaojiu and Jiang Yifeng for being a perfect match. Xiaojiu followed their wishes, and held Jiang Yifeng's hand to show their affection. Su Qingqing, who had been standing in the dark and staring at them the whole time, clenched her fists with increasing jealousy. In fact, Jiang Yifeng didn't like Xiaojiu at all. He was just doing it for the money. Su Qingqing told herself persistently. Chapter 16. At night, Xiaojiu and her friends stayed at the inn. She sat at the table and planned her own beauty salon. She found that her beauty salon was more popular than expected. She was considering whether to open a branch in various places to make more profit. Just as she was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Come in. Xiaojiu answered casually. It was Jiang Yifeng who came in. He held a plate of snacks in his hand and said, This is made for you by the chef of the inn for free. She said she liked your beauty method very much. Xiaojiu proudly took the snacks. She had been busy all day and had not eaten much. Jiang Yifeng sat down beside her, watching her wolfing down her food, and patted her back. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Xiaojiu said, I'm just too hungry. Jiang Yifeng crossed his arms. I used to think you couldn't do anything, but now I find that you are quite capable, and have a good business sense. Xiaojiu's voice was raised 8 degrees with confidence. Of course. Don't you see what I did in my previous life? Jiang Yifeng was stunned. Xiaojiu paused. I mean, don't you see whose daughter I am? The daughter of the richest businessman in the capital. Of course she has a business mind. I've never heard of you being so capable before. TSK, that person was just a loser before. She paused again. Well, I mean, I used to be more low-key, but now I don't want to be low-key anymore, I want to shine. Jiang Yifeng laughed. You're pretty cute. It was the first time that Xiaojiu heard someone praise her like this. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Yifeng, and found that his eyes were full of stars. Hey, you're not going to fall in love with me, are you? Just because I'm smart? That won't do. Jiang Yifeng smiled and flicked her head. He was too lazy to argue with her, and just said, Rest early. I'm leaving first. After Jiang Yifeng left, Xiaojiu continued to finish the remaining snacks. After eating, she climbed onto the bed to sleep. The bed board of this inn was a bit hard. She struggled for a long time to make the bed comfortable. As a result, as soon as she lay down, the knock on the door came again. Xiaojiu said irritably, "Who is it? Are you annoying? I'm going to sleep." The person outside didn't say anything. Xiaojiu thought it was Jiang Yifeng again. She got out of bed to open the door for him, and decided to scold him first. As a result, when she opened the door, a sack was put on her. Xiaojiu fell into darkness. She shouted and screamed inside. Soon someone hit her on the back of her head, and she fainted. When she woke up again, she found herself tied to a car. Several people pushed her, and there was a woman walking in front to lead the way. Xiaojiu carefully distinguished the back again and exclaimed, "Su Qingqing?" Su Qingqing turned around and sneered at her. "You woke up so soon?" Xiaojiu shouted, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Let me go!" Su Qingqing said, "Xiaojiu, you let me suffer in my home that day. If I don't teach you a lesson, can I still call you Su Qingqing? Su Qingqing, you are so despicable. If you have the guts, you have to fight me with real swords and guns. Kidnapping me is nothing. Real swords and guns? Who do you think is like you, brandishing swords and guns every day, not like a girl? I'm not stupid, I won't fight you." Xiaojiu laughed. "Since you know you are not my opponent, you still dare to kidnap me?" She smiled, exerted a little force, and the rope tied to her body broke. Su Qingqing was stunned. You are a demon, right?" Xiaojiu jumped down from the car and hugged his arms. "Why, are you scared? Today, I will teach you a lesson." She approached Su Qingqing step by step, and Su Qingqing stepped back step by step. "Xiaojiu, don't come over. I apologize to you. Isn't it enough?" "No," Xiaojiu said, as she was about to start fighting. The people brought by Su Qingqing came forward to fight with her, but she never expected that none of these strong men could be her opponent. Su Qingqing was quick-witted. While they were fighting, she kept hinting to her servants, signaling them to lead her over here. Xiaojiu had no idea and moved far away unconsciously. During the fight, she fell into the pit. Xiaojiu climbed out of the pit in a panic, pointing at Su Qingqing angrily. "Su Qingqing, how can you be so despicable?" Su Qingqing said proudly, "Humph, all is fair in war." "Xiaojiu, just stay in there. I want to let you know the consequences of provoking me, Su Qingqing." After that, she strode away with her people. Xiaojiu tried, but she couldn't jump out of the deep pit, so she had to wait for someone to rescue her. Xiaojiu stayed in the pit for 2 days. During these 2 days and 2 nights, she didn't eat anything. There were hungry wolves howling in the forest every night. She was very scared, afraid that someone would find her before the hungry wolf found her. When Jiang Yifeng came to find her, she was only a pile of bones. Thinking of this, she started to cry. Jiang Yifeng, that bastard. Why didn't he come to save her? Was he not going to look for her so that he could inherit all her property? Woohoo, bastard. She obviously wouldn't cry easily, but maybe because her original body was cowardly, she was prone to tears. Chapter 17. The moon once again turned over the willow branches. This was the 3rd night, and Xiaojiu was starving. No one had passed by here from beginning to end, and she did not dare to shout out, fearing that she would attract a pack of wolves. Clusters of flame suddenly appeared not far away, and someone was coming. Xiaojiu stood up excitedly, but she had not eaten for a long time, so she felt dizzy as soon as she stood up, and fell down again. Most of the sky was dyed red by torches, and someone was calling over there, "Princess! Princess!" It was not just one person shouting, but a group of people shouting, and the shouts came one after another. Xiaojiu wanted to respond to them, but she had no strength at all, and her voice was so small that she could not hear it herself. A person stood above her head. "Xiaojiu?" Jiang Yifeng gently called the person in the deep pit. Xiaojiu looked up at him weakly, and his voice was as thin as a mosquito. You are finally here." Jiang Yifeng easily jumped down the deep pit, and helped the dying Xiaojiu up. Xiaojiu was very moved for a moment, sobbing, "Jiang Yifeng, I thought I was going to die here." "It's okay, I'm here." Jiang Yifeng hugged her, and jumped out of the deep pit. Xiaojiu couldn't make it, and fainted in Jiang Yifeng's arms. When he woke up again, Xiaojiu found himself back in the palace. "My queen, you are finally awake. I go call the prince." Xiao Tao ran out excitedly. Xiaojiu rubbed his head, and thought carefully about what happened these days. Soon Jiang Yifeng came, holding a bowl of porridge in his hand, and asked indifferently, "You must be hungry, eat something." Xiaojiu was about to reach out to take it, but found that his hand was so painful that he couldn't move at all. "I feed you," Jiang Yifeng said, as he considerately scooped a spoonful of soup for Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu looked at him warily without opening his mouth. "Why are you so nice to me? You don't want to serve me for a few days, and then take the opportunity to ask me for my wages?" Jiang Yifeng was stunned and laughed. "Because I am your husband." He fed the soup into Xiaojiu's mouth. Xiaojiu didn't react yet, and choked when he fed her. Jiang Yifeng hurriedly patted her back. "Are you okay?" Xiaojiu shook his head. "Nothing." Jiang Yifeng continued to feed her, and while feeding her, he said, "What happened this time? How did you fall into the pit?" It would have been better if he didn't say it. Xiaojiu got angry as soon as he said it. It was all Su Qingqing's fault. She deliberately retaliated against me, led me to that place, and made me fall into the pit. Jiang Yifeng's face darkened. "Don't worry, I will tell His Majesty about this matter, and His Majesty will definitely give you an explanation." Xiaojiu said unsatisfiedly, "What are you complaining about? Am I the kind of person who complains behind people's backs? You are just meddling in it. If it were me, I would definitely find a way to kidnap her again and let her pay a terrible price." Jiang Yifeng said to himself, "Don't be impulsive. Su Qingqing is Su Sheng's daughter after all." Xiaojiu was too lazy to care, and decided to leave it to him. In the court. "Ha ha ha, my dear, this donation meeting was very successful. Do you want any reward?" The emperor laughed heartily. Jiang Yifeng bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I don't want any reward. I just want your Majesty to give an explanation to the soldiers who died on the battlefield." The emperor raised his eyebrows. "Oh? They sacrificed for the country. I have ordered people to comfort their families. Why should I give an explanation?" Jiang Yifeng said, "Your Majesty, their death was not entirely due to the war, but also because of the accompanying officer who escorted the grain. It was because of his mistake that the grain was not delivered in time. The soldiers went to the battlefield hungry and exhausted, which led to heavy casualties." The emperor frowned and said in a deep voice, "Wang Qi, is this true?" The accompanying officer Wang Qi stood up and refused to admit it. "Third Prince, I have no grudges against you. Why are you slandering me?" He knelt down in panic, secretly hiding a trace of guilt in his eyes. "Your Majesty, this is absolutely not true. I have been working diligently, and will never make mistakes. Even if I do, I will apologize immediately." Jiang Yifeng sneered. "What Lord Wang did, naturally only you know." The emperor stopped the two people from arguing in a cold voice. "Enough. You two have different opinions on this matter. Lord Jiang, I can't just listen to your one-sided words. You must have solid evidence." Jiang Yifeng said, "I will definitely find evidence that Lord Wang neglected his duties. Your Majesty, please rest assured." He said that the word rest assured was deliberately emphasized, and Wang Qi on the side was frightened. He was really a little afraid of Jiang Yifeng. "Okay, if you have something to say, please leave the court if you don't have anything to say." "Your Majesty," Jiang Yifeng said again, "I have something else to say." "My dear, please speak." The emperor is now at a time when he values Jiang Yifeng, so naturally, no matter how many things he has to say, he will listen. "A few days ago, Prime Minister Su's daughter Su Qingqing took advantage of my princess being busy with the donation meeting and lured her out, trapping her into a cave and nearly killing her." As soon as Jiang Yifeng finished speaking, Su Sheng stood up and said, "Third Prince, don't talk nonsense. My little daughter has always been well-behaved and sensible. How could she do such a thing?" Jiang Yifeng said, "Whether she did such a thing or not, you can go back and ask her and you will know." Chapter 18. The emperor knew that the Qiao family had contributed a lot to this donation, and this time, he couldn't just do it perfunctorily. "Come here, call Su Qingqing over." Su Qingqing quickly knelt in the hall, and the emperor recounted what Jiang Yifeng had said, and asked, "Su Qingqing, is this true?" Su Qingqing was so scared that she was trembling all over. She had planned to never admit it, but she knew that lying in front of the emperor was a crime of deceiving the emperor, so she had to confess the truth. The emperor was furious, but because she was Su Sheng's daughter, he punished her to stay in the boudoir. When Xiaojiu heard about this, she was a little disappointed. She had wanted to find an opportunity to tie her up and beat her up, but she didn't expect that she couldn't go out now. Not long after, Jiang Yifeng finally found evidence of Wang Qi's mistake, and accidentally found that he had embezzled a lot of food and grass. After the emperor knew about this, he imprisoned him and executed him in the autumn. In the next few days, Xiaojiu focused all his attention on his beauty salon. After the last donation event, she has become famous, and many women come to her beauty salon. Xiaojiu made some beauty rouge and powder with her knowledge of cosmetics, and everyone said that the effect was good after using them. One afternoon, Xiaojiu returned to her beauty salon after picking up goods from somewhere else, and saw a woman being besieged by a group of men on the way. The group of men beat her at every turn, saying, "Hey, Lin Chuang, when are you going to pay back the money? It's been several days. Didn't you say you would pay it back within 3 days?" The thin woman was surrounded by them, with tears on her face. "I beg you, can you give me a few more days?" "Really? I will definitely pay you back in a few days." "Bah! If I believe you again, I write my name upside down." Several people were about to hit her, but Xiaojiu shouted from outside, "Stop!" They turned around, looked at her, and said rudely, "Who are you? I'm telling you, don't meddle in other people's business." Xiaojiu went over to help Lin Chuan up, and said to them, "I heard everything you said just now. How much money does she owe you? I pay it back for her." Several people looked at Xiaojiu together. She looked like a rich person in her outfit, and they all thought that there were such stupid people in the world, so they shouted at her like a lion. Zita opened his mouth. 100 taels. Lin Chuang was startled and shouted, "How can it be 100 taels? It was 50 taels a few days ago." They said shamelessly, "Haha, sorry, it has increased again." Xiaojiu didn't want to suffer a loss. He took out a 50-tael silver note from his pocket and threw it to them. "Don't be a jerk. This is 50 taels. You can take it or not. Anyway, I have paid it back for her. From now on, if you dare to cause trouble to her again, I will have someone break your legs." Several people could see that Xiaojiu was not someone who could be easily messed with, so they stopped while they were ahead and ran away with the money. "Are you okay? Did they do anything to you?" Xiaojiu asked with concern. Lin Chuang was so moved that she knelt down. "Miss, you are so kind. I can't repay you." "It's okay. It's not a big deal. Tell me what happened. Why do you owe them money?" Lin Chuang cried. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, and said, "My husband was wrongfully imprisoned. I want to collect money to see him for the last time in the dungeon. But I don't have the money." Xiaojiu patted his chest and said generously, "How much money do you need? Tell me and I help you." Lin Chuang was shocked. "How can I do this? It doesn't matter. I'm not short of money, and the greatest pleasure in my life is to help others. Girl, I really don't know how to thank you. But I can't take your money for nothing. So let me do something for you, right?" Xiaojiu looked at her sincere look, thought about it, and agreed. "Okay, I see you are a skillful person. Why don't you come to my shop to mix rouge and powder?" "Aw, but I don't know how to do it." "It doesn't matter. You can learn if you don't know how to do it. We have professionals here to teach you." Lin Chuang nodded. "Okay." As soon as Xiaojiu entered the beauty salon, Miaoying came up with an abacus. "Xiaojiu, has the goods arrived?" "Yes, it's in the back." "Who is this person?" Miaoying looked at Lin Chuang. "Her name is... By the way, what's your name?" Xiaojiu just remembered that he didn't know her name. "My name is Lin Chuang." "Yes, Lin Chuang," Xiaojiu agreed. "She will be our newcomer in the future. You have to take good care of her." Miaoying said, "No problem." She called the person in charge of welcoming newcomers, and asked him to take Lin Chuang away. After Lin Chuang left, Miaoying looked at Xiaojiu with a smile. "Xiaojiu, our business has been very good these days, creating the best performance ever." Xiaojiu said, "That's right. Don't you see who the boss lady is?" "Xiaojiu, I have to go home these days. My grandma is sick." "Oh, so then okay, you go, and say hello to your grandma for me." Miaoying grew up with Xiaojiu. When Xiaojiu was a child, she was very fat, and no one wanted to play with her. Only Miaoying never left her. Although she has taken over the body of the original body now, she also knows that Miaoying is a trustworthy person. So she let her manage the account book of the beauty salon. Chapter 19. Miaoying left the next day, and Xiaojiu was busy all day and didn't go back to the palace for several days. At night, it was already very late, and there were still a few bills that had not been checked today. Lin Chuang was helping to check them carefully, and Xiaojiu was so tired that she dozed off on the table. "Miss Xiao, this is also my first time to check bills. Do you think this is right?" Lin Chuang walked to Xiaojiu, and she couldn't open her eyelids anymore, so she waved her hands randomly and said okay. Lin Chuang said, "Miss Xiao, if you are sleepy, go back. I can do it by myself." Xiaojiu didn't say anything. "Miss Xiao, you can't sleep here." As soon as the voice fell, a man walked in from outside, and Lin Chuang hurriedly said, "Sir, we are closed today." Jiang Yifeng said, "I am here to take my wife home." Lin Chuyang was stunned, and then saw him walk over, pick up the already asleep Xiaojiao, and said, "You should go back and rest too." Lin Chuyang nodded, and after they went out, he helped them lock the door. Jiang Yifeng returned to the palace, and gently placed Xiaojiao on the couch. Xiaojiao woke up a little, and saw him tucking her in. She said dazedly, "Why am I here? The bills haven't been checked yet." She struggled to get up, but Jiang Yifeng pushed her down. "It's this late, go to sleep first." Xiaojiao snorted, "No. You don't know anything. If today's things are piled up to tomorrow, tomorrow's things will have to be piled up to the day after tomorrow, and there will be more and more things." Jiang Yifeng still insisted, "I won't let you go. It's too late now. If you keep going like this, your body won't be able to bear it." Jiang Yifeng. Xiaojiao started to curse, and she didn't know how she fell asleep. Jiang Yifeng looked at her sleeping little round face, couldn't help pinching it, and raised the corners of his mouth. At this time, Jubian came in and said, "Prince." As soon as he opened his mouth, Jiang Yifeng signaled him to speak more quietly. Jubian had to lower his voice, and continued, "Your Highness, Wang Qi escaped from prison." Jiang Yifeng's eyebrows jumped, and he didn't react much afterwards. He put on his clothes and went out. Jiabian asked, "Your Highness, it's so late, where are you going?" "I'm going to help the princess check the remaining bills." Jiabian was stunned. He thought he was going to catch Wang Qi. "What about Wang Qi?" "Catch him tomorrow, don't worry, it's curfew now. He can't run far." On the streets of the capital city at night, a man came to a small hut, hesitated for a long time, and knocked on the door. Lin Chuyang heard the knock on the door, and came to the door carefully. After all, a woman living alone should be more cautious. "Who is it?" she asked softly on this end. The other person was stunned for a long time, and answered hoarsely on the other end, "It's me." Lin Chuyang seemed to be struck by lightning, and could not speak for a long time. She opened the door, with trembling hands. The moment she saw the man, tears flowed out. Lin Chuyang threw herself into Wang Qi's arms. Wang Qi felt mixed emotions. Hearing her sobbing in his arms, she said, "Why did you come back just now? Didn't you say you would come back to reunite with me soon? Do you know how long I have been crazy about you?" "I'm sorry, Chuyang. I escaped from prison." Lin Chuyang paused. "Escape? Escape?" Wang Qi didn't say much. The wind was blowing hard outside. He put his clothes on Lin Chuyang's thin body. "Let's go in and talk." Lin Chuyang took Wang Qi into the small courtyard where he had lost his fortune. He looked around and saw that it was obviously dirty and dilapidated. He couldn't help but hold Lin Chuyang's hand tightly with heartache. "Did you sell the mansion?" "Yes." In order to raise money to visit her in prison, she had no choice but to sell the mansion. But she didn't expect that she still couldn't see him. "Chuyang, it's all my fault. I made you suffer." Lin Chuyang shook his head. "It's okay. This small courtyard belongs to Lin Chuyang's parents." Lin Chuyang was born in an ordinary peasant family with a low status. When Wang Qi married her, he encountered many people's opposition, and even broke off relations with his family, but he still overcame all difficulties, and married Lin Chuyang as his wife. At that time, Lin Chuyang's younger brother got into a big trouble. Lin Chuyang had only one younger brother, and urgently needed money to save her brother's life. Wang Qi had no choice but to steal the military pay. Later, she successfully sent her brother out of the capital, but Wang Qi's embezzlement of military pay was exposed. "Chuyang, I escaped from prison today. I can't bear to leave you." Lin Chuyang held his hand and cried, "It's all because of me. From today on, are you willing to flee with me?" Lin Chuyang wiped away his tears and nodded, "I do." Jiang Yifeng fell asleep in the beauty salon. When he fell asleep, he had checked all the bills. He couldn't hold on, and went back to the palace. He fell asleep on the counter. The next day, when Xiaojiao came to the beauty salon, she was shocked to see the scene. "I didn't expect Jiang Yifeng to be such a considerate person. Yesterday, he stopped her from staying up late, and secretly came to help her do all the work." Xiaojiao was a little moved. She sat next to him, and waited for him to wake up, ready to thank him. Soon, Jiang Yifeng slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, a cup of hot tea was held in front of him. He was startled and looked at Xiaojiao in front of him, with an attentive face in disbelief. Chapter 20. What's wrong? Xiaojiao was unhappy. "I came to thank you. Look how scared you are, huh?" Jiang Yifeng smiled, took the teacup from her hand, took a sip, suddenly remembered something, and asked, "What time is it now?" Xiaojiao subconsciously answered, 5 o'clock in the morning. I mean it's... She didn't quite understand how to say this time in ancient times. It's probably half an hour before the rooster crows. Jiang Yifeng frowned. Doesn't that mean it's only half an hour before the city gate opens? And Wang Qi's escape from prison may not have been settled yet. He was about to ask Xiaojiu about Wang Qi. Xiaojiu said, by the way, do you know? The Wang Qi you sent to prison escaped. He escaped from prison last night, and hasn't been found yet. Xiaojiu hadn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Yifeng had already tidied his clothes and walked out. Hey, where are you going? Catch someone. Jiang Yifeng was very fast, and quickly asked the soldiers who were searching where they had looked for him, and quickly went to a place that had not been looked for before. Soon, he found Wang Qi's trail, and saw him carrying a bag and pulling a woman into the alley. He caught up. Lin Chuyong panted. Wang Qi stopped. He knew that he was no match for Jiang Yifeng at all. He had always been a martial arts master. He could not outrun him at all. Chuan, you go. Lin Chuyong was stunned. What? Wang Qi didn't say anything more, and hid her in the haystack next to him. Don't come out. Chuang, I am already very satisfied to see you before I die. Promise me, don't take revenge. You have to live well. Husband. Lin Chuyong's tears fell, and a moment later the indifferent man chased after her. Wang Qi, where do you want to run to? Jiang Yifeng glared at him. Wang Qi surrendered. Since you have caught me, I have nothing to run for. Jiang Yifeng raised his sword to him. He had a shooting order in his hand. Once Wang Qi was caught, he could kill him immediately. Wang Qi, today, I will make you pay for the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers who died. Wang Qi never spoke. Even if the long sword pierced his body, he did not shout. Jiang Yifeng did not look at him much, stepped on his blood and left. When Wang Qi fell, he looked at the trembling haystack and forced a smile to the woman inside. Mewing came back today. She had dealt with the family affairs, and Grandma's illness was temporarily under control. Alas, it was not easy for one person to come, and another one left. I was so busy, Xiaojiu said, pounding his shoulder. What's wrong? Who left again? Miaoyin seemed to be in a good mood, because her grandmother's illness had improved. That Lin Chuang, he hasn't come for the whole morning. Miaoyin said, deduct his salary, he must deduct his salary. Another person said, come on, maybe he has already run away. Just after saying that, Lin Chuang appeared at the door of the beauty salon. She was pale, and looked very depressed. Why did you come just now? Although Xiaojiu hated others being absent from work without reason, he couldn't help but add a little concern in his voice when he saw her in such a mess. Lin Chuang forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, I have something at home, so I'm late, Miss Chiao, you can deduct my salary. Xiaojiu thought that she was in urgent need of money, but he still couldn't bear it. Forget it, just work hard when you come. Considering that it's your first offense, I won't deduct your salary. Just be careful next time. Lin Chuang nodded, very depressed, and floated into the processing room like a ghost. The palace, the imperial study. Yanji, it's Yanji again. The emperor was so angry that he threw the memorial to the ground, and the eunuch next to him was also shocked. Why do they say he's smuggling salt? How can these ministers have nothing to do every day? They impeached this, and that without any evidence. This doesn't make me feel at ease at all. Eunuch said carefully, Your Majesty, sometimes. There's no smoke without fire. Since someone said so, he must have seen or heard something. It's better to find someone to investigate. This is more appropriate. The emperor rubbed his temple, very impatient. Then you go find the people from the Dali temple, and let them start investigating. I obey your order. Eunuch was about to go down to pass on the order, but the emperor stopped him again. Wait a minute. Or, let the third prince handle this matter. I think he can do it. Royal Mansion. After receiving the imperial edict, Jiang Yifeng said proudly, Your Majesty seems to trust the prince very much. Jiang Yifeng raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Trust? Everyone knows that Minister Yin sold private salt. Everyone is jealous of his sudden wealth, but no one can find evidence. Yin Ji has always been a watertight person in his work. His case is the most difficult to investigate. Your Majesty threw this matter to me just to take the opportunity to deprive me of my power. In front of the beauty salon, a group of women surrounded the entire salon. This is probably the busiest time since the beauty salon opened. The sad thing is that everyone is not here to buy things, but to ask for money. The women here are all covered with veils, and under the veils are faces covered with red rashes. Chapter 21. They held the gel cream they bought from the beauty salon, claiming that their faces were covered with rashes after applying it. At this moment, the door of the beauty salon was closed, and Xiaojiao and the others were trapped in the beauty salon. Xiaojiao, what should we do now? How can we get out? Miao Yin said anxiously. How should I know? Xiaojiao sat on the table irritably, and Miao Yin walked around anxiously. When Xiaojiao was in a bad mood, she didn't like anyone. Oh, can you stop hanging in front of me all the time? Are you annoying? Oh! Miao Yin sat down aggrievedly, and compared to Miao Yin who couldn't sit still, Lin Chuang, who was also trapped in the beauty salon, seemed much calmer, sitting on the edge of the bed, and not speaking from beginning to end. What should I do, Chuang? You also think of a way. Miao Yin said. Lin Chuang was silent for a long time. I can't think of a solution. Miao Yin almost cried. How can this good skin gel suddenly cause others to have a rash? It was fine a few days ago. I also used it. No problem at all. Why is there a problem today? Xiaojiao's eyes were cool. Someone must have tampered with the skin gel. Lin Chuang pursed his lips guiltily, and no one noticed. After a while, the people outside began to bang the door violently. Rotten eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, and even bricks were thrown at the door. The people outside frantically shouted for them to come out and stop being cowards. Xiaojiao was very annoyed. Now it was not a matter that could be solved by paying some money. After today's incident, her reputation that she had worked so hard to build up was ruined, unless the person who tampered behind the scenes was caught. Damn it, who is it? If she catches him, it would be strange if she doesn't beat him to death. Xiaojiao gritted her teeth in hatred, but the most urgent thing was how to leave here. They were already knocking on the door. When those people came in, they would be beaten to death. Xiaojiao couldn't come up with a countermeasure for a long time. At this moment, the door was knocked open from the outside with a bang. A group of people came in one after another, pressed Xiaojiao and the others, and shouted that they would send them to the government. This matter really has nothing to do with us. Miao Yin cried. Lin Chuang was calm from beginning to end. Xiaojiao observed for a while, thinking about it. She remembered that Lin Chuang had been involved in the production of the gel cream in the past 2 days. Let's go! Come with us to the government! A group of people shouted. Xiaojiao had never been so embarrassed in her life. Stop! A voice suddenly came from the door. Everyone looked together, and saw that the third prince Jiang Yifeng was walking towards them quickly. No matter how bold they are, they dare not provoke the third prince. Jiang Yifeng stepped forward, and the people holding Xiaojiao quickly let go. Jiang Yifeng helped Xiaojiao up, and tidied her messy hair. Xiaojiao looked at the gentle and delicate person in front of her, and this sentence popped up in her mind. One day, my beloved will come to save me from danger on a colorful cloud. Xiaojiao secretly scolded herself again. What a mess. Jiang Yifeng didn't hear what she whispered. Huh? What? Xiaojiao perfunctorily said it was nothing, and then pushed him out, letting him face the thousands of troops. Jiang Yifeng, save me. Third prince, someone in the crowd had already taken the initiative. You can't protect her just because she is your wife. Look, what has she done to our faces? Jiang Yifeng said, this matter has not been clarified yet. The princess definitely did not do it on purpose. There must be someone behind the scenes. I promise you that I will catch the real murderer within 1 day and give everyone an explanation. In addition, I will compensate and return the goods. Everyone nodded with satisfaction. After all, he is the prince, and they dare not mess around. When everyone dispersed, Xiaojiao pulled Jiang Yifeng's sleeve. Hey! You are too confident, right? 1 day. How can you find out in 1 day? Jiang Yifeng smiled meaningfully. It doesn't take 1 day. I already know who the murderer is. His eyes fell on Lin Chuang. Lin Chuang's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously said, it's not me. Jiang Yifeng looked at her and said, Madame Wang. Madame Wang? Xiaojiao frowned in confusion. What Madame Wang? Jiang Yifeng said, the one in front of you is the wife of the criminal Wang Qi. Lin Chuang's face turned pale in an instant. It turned out that he knew everything. When Wang Qi dragged Lin Chuang away that day, Jiang Yifeng clearly saw a jade pendant hanging on her waist, and now, the jade pendant is still on her. You put drugs in the gel cream, which made everyone's face become like this, right? Jiang Yifeng asked. I didn't. You still don't admit it? Madame Wang, you were hiding in the bushes that day, right? Later, when he left, he saw that Wang Qi's eyes were always on the haystack next to him after his death. Lin Chuang was silent. You saw with your own eyes that I killed your husband, so you held a grudge and went to the beauty salon to avenge my wife. Right? Lin Chuang was completely speechless this time. He was right. Lin Chuang. Xiaojiao couldn't help but speak. I saved you with good intentions, but you repaid my kindness with hatred. Lin Chuyang raised her head with red eyes, pointed at them, and yelled uncontrollably, "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, my husband wouldn't be dead." Lin Chuyang's emotions were completely out of control. She frantically took out a dagger from her sleeve and stabbed Jiang Yifeng fiercely. At that moment, Xiao Jiao didn't know why, but turned around to block for him. The dagger pierced Xiao Jiao's waist and abdomen, and blood flowed. Jiang Yifeng was stunned. He could have easily dodged it, but he never expected that Xiao Jiao would block this knife for him. Jiang Yifeng drew out his long sword and killed Lin Chuyang. Lin Chuyang fell down, smiling, "Husband? I'm here to accompany you." Jiang Yifeng covered Xiao Jiao's wound to prevent more blood from flowing out. He picked her up and quickly went to a nearby clinic. Xiao Jiao was still in her arms, and she said faintly, "Jiang Yifeng. Well, don't talk." Xiao Jiao was not obedient and insisted on saying, "I found that after I married you, I haven't encountered a good thing. I got hurt one after another. I will compensate you, you hold on. I will definitely compensate you." Xiao Jiao smiled. "One. A promise." Xiao Jiao's injuries were very serious. She was unconscious for several days before she woke up, and Jiang Yifeng had been guarding her bedside and never left. "Jiang Yifeng," Xiao Jiao said weakly, "I am hungry." Jiang Yifeng saw that she had woken up and couldn't help showing joy. "I have someone cook for you. What do you want to eat?" Xiao Jiao said willfully, "I want to eat everything." Jiang Yifeng smiled. "I have someone cook a big table of dishes for you." Perhaps because she blocked a sword for him, Jiang Yifeng felt that her position in his heart seemed to be more important than he imagined. Jiang Yifeng helped Xiao Jiao to sit at the table. She was very hungry and ate voraciously. Jiang Yifeng smiled. "Eat slowly, there will be more after you finish." Xiao Jiao finally regained some strength. "Humph, Jiang Yifeng, you owe me all this." Jiang Yifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I make it up to you." Jiang Yifeng took care of Xiao Jiao these days. Xiao Jiao's father Xiao Ming came once, but was blocked outside by Xiao Jiao. Xiao Ming didn't know Xiao Jiao was injured. He was old, and Xiao Jiao didn't want him to worry, so he had to hide it. Miaoying was always well informed, and she couldn't hide it, so she rushed to visit Xiao Jiao. She wiped her tears and carefully covered her with a blanket. "Wow, I knew that Lin Chuyang was not a good person. Look at her, she is just an ungrateful person. You saved her, but she treated you like this." Xiao Jiao also felt the same way and gritted his teeth in hatred. "Humph, you can't know a person's heart by looking at his face. In this world, you are the only one you can trust." She was so angry that she pulled the wound, and her face was distorted in pain. "Are you okay? Just be quiet. You are still moving around in this state." Miaoying scolded her with concern. She sat down beside Xiao Jiao's bed and helped her check the wound, saying, "You can't say that. There are still good people in this world, such as me." Miaoying said with a smile, "We are good sisters forever." Xiao Jiao pushed her head and said disdainfully, "Hey, come on. You still only have the eldest son of the Shangshu family in your heart, huh? You forget your friends for the beauty." A few days ago, Xiao Jiao and Miaoying went out shopping to purchase raw materials for rouge and powder. On the way, they met Yin Heng, the eldest son of Yin Shangshu. Yin Heng waved to Miaoying, and Miaoying decisively gave up Xiao Jiao and ran over happily. "Oh," Miaoying said embarrassedly, "how come you still remember this? You've almost forgotten it." "Humph, I remember it forever." Miaoying suddenly felt unhappy and lowered her head in a sullen mood. Xiao Jiao knew something was wrong with her at a glance. "What's wrong? You were laughing just now, you changed your face so quickly." Miaoying sighed and said, "Xiao Jiao, I'm done with Yin Heng. I don't like him anymore, and I won't be with him anymore." Xiao Jiao was stunned. "Why?" "Because my father doesn't allow me to get too close to him. Miaoying hesitated to speak. In fact, the reason was that Yin Heng's father Yin Ji was selling illegal salt, and if it was found out in the future, it might implicate her, so Miaoying's wife didn't allow her to be with Yin Heng. In short, I just don't like him anymore really." Miaoying didn't know what to say, so she could only tell Xiao Jiao this. "Have you told him?" "I did. I said I don't like him anymore." He said he wouldn't let me go and threatened me." When Xiao Jiao heard this, she slammed the bed in anger. "How can this be? This kind of domineering, this is the first time I've seen it." She got angry and pulled the wound again. At this time, Jiang Yifeng walked in. "Who made you so angry again?" As soon as he came in, he saw Xiao Jiao grimacing and shouting in pain. Jiang Yifeng frowned and blamed her. "What did I tell you? Don't move. It's not good for the wound to recover." Why didn't you listen? Chapter 22. He looked at Mewing on the side. Miss Mewing, next time you tell her something exciting, you should lay the groundwork. Mean, eh? Xiao Jiao ignored Jiang Yifeng, held Mewing's hand, and asked hurriedly, did he say anything else? He said, he would come to my house to pick me up in 3 months and marry me. Xiao Jiao was immediately furious. There is such a person. He might be joking. Xiao Jiao said, no matter what. You must not let him take advantage of you. Leave this matter to me in 3 months. Jiang Yifeng, your injury hasn't healed yet. It's a small matter. It will be almost healed in a month. I can do it. Xiao Jiao was right. Her physical fitness was very good, and her wounds recovered quickly. It was almost healed in a month. Unexpectedly, before 3 months, Yin Heng's bride-grabbing team had arrived at Mewing's door. That night, Mewing escaped from the village under the protection of her parents, and came to find Xiao Jiao. Mewing cried out of breath, I didn't expect he was really such a person. Xiao Jiao patted her back comfortingly, don't be afraid, just stay here with me, and see what he can do to you. No! Mewing sobbed, my parents are still in his hands. If I leave like this, what if he attacks my parents? She would never believe that Yin Heng would do such a thing before, but his recent actions made Mewing doubt his character. Xiao Jiao thought for a while, looked at the wedding dress on her body, and his eyes lit up. There is a way, I will go for you. Mewing's eyes widened, no. What are you going to do? Don't be afraid, I know a little kung fu, and Yin Heng is just a civil servant, he can't beat me, I help you beat him up, so that he won't dare to bully you again. Xiao Jiao said, and began to take off Mewing's red wedding dress, and put it on himself. The team that kidnapped the bride should come soon. Soon after, there were rustling footsteps on the street, and someone ordered, you go over there to find, you follow me. You must find Miss Mewing. Yes. Xiao Jiao covered her head with a red veil, and went out to fall into the trap. Don't look for it, I'm here. The servants immediately rushed over to take her to the sedan chair. It was too dark, and Xiao Jiao covered her head with a veil, so they didn't notice that the bride had been replaced. Yin Heng's wedding didn't have 3 letters and 6 engagements, no 8-man sedan chair, and even no wedding ceremony or banquet. No one knew that she was kidnapped to the bridal chamber directly after dark. Xiao Jiao thought, Yin Heng must have not married her formally for Mewing's safety, he still has her in his heart. But what does it matter? Is this a reason for him to disrespect others? I must beat him into a pig head today, on the other side. Your Highness, our bluffing a few days ago worked. Tonight, the people from the Ministry of Revenue may go to see Minister Yan to discuss the next plan. Jiao Bian said. The candlelight flickered, illuminating the expression of the person sitting on the chair. Jiang Yifeng turned a page of the book calmly, and suddenly changed the subject. Today is the day when Yan Ji's eldest son Yin Heng gets married. Jiao Bian was stunned. Yes, Your Highness, how did you know? Yin Heng's wedding was very low-key. If Jiao Bian hadn't deliberately investigated today, he would not have known that the Shangshu mansion was holding a wedding. Since that's the case, it will be easier for us to act. Take advantage of the chaos today. Prepare the horses. I will go to the Shangshu mansion immediately. Yes. Jiang Yifeng, wearing a nightgown, easily jumped over the high ground of the Shangshu mansion. The cicadas chirped loudly, covering the sound of him getting up and landing. He came to the inner courtyard without anyone noticing. When he came in just now, he didn't see the carriage at the door of the Shangshu mansion. The people who colluded with Yan Ji should not have come yet. He moved to the study room where Yan Ji often held meetings, and found that the next floor next to the study room was Yin Heng's wedding room. The distance was not very close, and the rooms in the middle were all empty, which was the closest. If he could sneak into the wedding room first, and then find an opportunity to sneak to the empty room next door, he could hear them talking. Jiang Yifeng thought for a moment, turned around and jumped downstairs. He saw the bride being sent to the wedding room. The maids had all left. Mewing should be the only one in the room. Jiang Yifeng went to Yin Heng's room first. The door was ajar. Through the crack in the door, he could see Yin Heng was about to go out. Jiang Yifeng turned in swiftly. Yin Heng frowned and immediately drew his sword and pointed it at Jiang Yifeng. Who are you? Jiang Yifeng ignored him, and fought with him directly. Yin Heng's skills were not weak, but he was still far behind Jiang Yifeng. After all, he was a civil servant. Jiang Yifeng quickly put the sword against his neck, and said coldly, change clothes with me. Yin Heng knew that he had no ability to resist him. While tying his clothes, he said, I don't know what your purpose is, but you can't hurt my wife. He knew that this man must have his purpose, but he didn't care what it was. Jiang Yifeng was startled when he heard this, but he quickly recovered and said, "I promise you." The two exchanged clothes, but Jiang Yifeng still couldn't trust Yin Heng, fearing that he would ruin his good deeds, and said sorry. Yin Heng didn't move either, as if he knew what would happen. The next moment, he let this man knock him unconscious. Jiang Yifeng left the house, and walked towards the wedding room calmly. A few maids walked by in the distance, but it was dark, so they didn't dare to look up, and just talked to each other and left. Jiang Yifeng pushed open the door, and the bride with a red veil sat on the edge of the bed. He lowered his footsteps, and closed the door. There was a sound, but the bride sat there motionless as if she didn't hear anything. Jiang Yifeng thought Miao Yin was afraid, so he stepped forward and patted her shoulder. Just as he was about to call her softly, she suddenly hit him and caught him off guard. Jiang Yifeng took several steps back. His first reaction was that this person was not Miao Yin. Xiao Jiao in the red veil sneered disdainfully. She felt that she could beat him without using her eyes. She might as well let him think that she was mean. In this way, Yin Heng would not dare to bully Miao Yin in the future. Xiao Jiao went up to fight him without saying anything. Jiang Yifeng knew that she only had a little kung fu as soon as he saw her moves. He instantly thought that this person was quite interesting. He did not fight with her, but watched her blindfolded and dancing without knowing her own ability. Xiao Jiao saw that he kept dodging, and finally got anxious. She rushed forward and kicked him. Jiang Yifeng grabbed Xiao Jiao's ankle and pushed her onto the bed. Xiao Jiao was shocked to realize that the person in front of her might have noble martial arts skills, and hurriedly pulled off the red veil. At the sight, the two of them were stunned. "Why is it you?" They said it almost at the same time. Xiao Jiao angrily pushed him away. "What are you doing here? You ruined my good thing." Jiang Yifeng straightened his clothes that she had just torn. "I have something important to do." Xiao Jiao looked at the clothes on him and sneered sarcastically. "What kind of business can you have like this?" Oh, Xiao Jiao suddenly seemed to be enlightened. "I know that you have already had your eyes on Miao Yin, so you staged such a scene today, and wanted to get her in this way." Jiang Yifeng was speechless by her words, and couldn't speak for a long time, and finally laughed in anger. "You have a rich imagination." In fact, Xiao Jiao was just talking. She knew that Jiang Yifeng was not such a person. Jiang Yifeng was not angry, and asked solemnly, "I have something important to do. You have to cooperate with me later." "What is it? Is it dangerous?" Xiao Jiao has been injured in various ways since she met Jiang Yifeng, and she is really scared. She is a person who is most afraid of pain. "No." Jiang Yifeng's words finally made Xiao Jiao feel relieved, but the next second he heard him say, "If you can guarantee that there will be no accidents, then there will be no accidents." Jiang Yifeng smiled and sat down next to her. "So what are you doing here? Are you here to fight for Yin Heng?" Xiao Jiao did not hide it. "Yes. Who told him to bully my best friend?" Jiang Yifeng asked in confusion. "Best friend? What is it? You won't understand even if I tell you. By the way," Xiao Jiao pointed at the clothes on her body, "look at other people's clothes. Look at it. Look at it. Even if the wife was robbed, the wedding dress prepared is of high quality. When you married me, what about me? It can't be compared with this." Jiang Yifeng laughed. "You don't have to be so serious, we are fake. TSK, when I divorce you, I will find a man who can afford to buy me clothes." Jiang Yifeng still smiled lightly, as if just out of politeness. Xiao Jiao didn't notice the strange emotions in his eyes that he hid in time. "Jiang Yifeng, where did you take Yin Heng? You won't kill him, will you? I tell you, if you kill him, I will never let you go." Xiao Jiao was worried and angry. Although Yin Heng did this, Xiao Jiao knew that Miao Yin still couldn't let him go. Before Xiao Jiao left, Miao Yin was still crying and asking her not to hurt him too badly. Jiang Yifeng said, "Don't worry, I didn't kill him, I just knocked him out temporarily." Xiao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. There seemed to be a fire outside the door. Jiang Yifeng covered Xiao Jiao's mouth in time. "Shh. Don't talk, someone is coming." Xiao Jiao was silent. At this moment, she was half-circled in his arms. The red clothes of the two intertwined, and his breath rushed to her face. Xiao Jiao looked at his handsome profile, and suddenly felt itchy in her heart. Soon the firelight disappeared, and Xiao Jiao couldn't help but push Jiang Yifeng. "I can't breathe." Jiang Yifeng sent her over, and looked at her red face and breathing heavily, and couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Jiao glanced at him coldly. Jiang Yifeng shook his head lightly, took Xiao Jiao's hand. "Come on, I take you to see a good show." Xiao Jiao followed him to the empty room next door on tiptoe, turned downstairs, and came to the empty room downstairs. "No one lives here all year round. It's dark, but there is a small window, And the lights are indeed on. Where is it? Xiao Jiao asked in a low voice. Jiang Yifeng replied, Yan Ji is inside, and there is another person. Who? Jiang Yifeng smiled. If I knew who it was, I wouldn't have come here to eavesdrop. Chapter 23. Xiao Jiao raised her eyebrows, as if she had caught Jiang Yifeng's tail. Oh, it turns out that the third prince would also do such sneaky things. Jiang Yifeng refuted her. Didn't the third princess do it too? Although this place is only separated from Yan Ji's study by a wall, this wall has excellent sound insulation. Unlike the Qian in their house, you can hear the voices of several rooms next door when you stand in the room. Jiang Yifeng pointed to the small window above. I'm going to go up, are you going? Xiao Jiao was originally a little afraid of heights, but her original body was not afraid of heights, so she thought it should be no problem. But when Jiang Yifeng took her up, she realized that she was still afraid of heights. Jiang Yifeng. Let me down. Let me down. Jiang Yifeng held her tightly in his arms. Didn't you say you weren't afraid of heights? I remembered it wrong. But we can't go down now. Jiang Yifeng said, if we go down now, there will definitely be noise. This is the time when they are most alert. Be good and bear it for a while. Whoa, no. I can't bear it. Jiang Yifeng covered her eyes with his hands and let her sit on his legs. Don't look, just listen. He put his feet on Xiao Jiao's feet and dragged her. Pretend to be on the ground. Xiao Jiao found that this really worked. She was not as scared as before. The two began to hold their breath and listen to the conversation between the two people inside. Except Yan Ji, when the other person spoke, Jiang Yifeng knew it was the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He guessed many people before coming, but he didn't expect it to be Minister Qiu. This Qiu Wei was actually Yan Ji's man, and he didn't hide it so deeply. The two of them talked about their next plan, and Jiang Yifeng heard it clearly. Xiao Jiao didn't understand much about the court affairs, and found it boring. She was distracted while listening. When Jiang Yifeng brought her down, she came back to her senses. Are you done? Jiang Yifeng was silent. Yeah. Xiao Jiao raised her foot to leave. Jiang Yifeng held her back. Wait. He looked up at the light in the small window. After the light went out, he took Xiao Jiao to the door and gently opened the door. Just in time, he heard the two people saying goodbye with a fake smile. After Yan Ji sent Qiu Wei away, he also left the study. There was no one in the yard, so Jiang Yifeng took Xiao Jiao away from the Shanshu mansion. As soon as she returned to the palace, Xiao Jiao began to doze off. Xiao Tao came out to help her, and went back to the room with her. Miaoyin hadn't gone back yet, and had been waiting for her here. Seeing Xiao Jiao, Miaoyin was very excited. Xiao Jiao, what happened? Yin Heng is not injured. Xiao Jiao, ? So you are concerned about Yin Heng first? Xiao Jiao said unhappily, I accidentally beat him to death. Miaoyin was struck by lightning and burst into tears. Didn't you promise me not to hurt him? Xiao Jiao was very upset and gave up to comfort her. Okay, I was joking with you. He is fine. He was just knocked out by Jiang Yifeng. Miaoyin was stunned. What does this have to do with the third prince? Xiao Jiao was too lazy to explain to her. I brought Jiang Yifeng's sword with me and knocked him out with his sword. Oh. Xiao Jiao was very sleepy and fell asleep. Xiao Jiao didn't know what Jiang Yifeng had heard about that day. A few days later, all the bad things that Shanshu Yanji did were seen by others, as if everyone had predicted it. All the evidence of his bad deeds was handed to the emperor, which made him furious. Yanji was thrown into the dungeon. Xiao Jiao thought that Jiang Yifeng was really amazing. At the same time, she was a little worried. After all, Yanji was Yin Heng's father. Yin Heng would be unhappy if Yanji was imprisoned. Wouldn't Miaoyin be unhappy? Xiao Jiao took the initiative to mention this to Miaoyin. How is Yin Heng these days? Miaoyin shook her head and said sadly, he will be implicated to some extent. Then he... What do you think? Xiao Jiao hesitated. With his temper, if he knew who caused his father to be imprisoned, would he retaliate? Miaoyin shook her head again, this time very confident. No, because Minister Yin is not his biological father, and the two of them don't have much affection at all. Xiao Jiao was stunned. Who did you hear that from? Yin Heng told me that he doesn't like his adoptive father, and even hates him a little. I'm afraid that Yan Ji's imprisonment is just what he wants. It's just... He was also implicated in this matter. Miaoyin was depressed for several days after that. She hoped that things would get better, but she didn't expect that things would develop in the direction of worsening. A few days later, all the violations Yan Ji had committed over the past decade were exposed, from recruiting soldiers without permission to taking bribes, and there was a mountain of hard evidence for each one. Xiaojiu was stunned. How did Jiang Yifeng find out about this after so many years? She was so curious that she asked Jiang Yifeng. Unexpectedly, he was also confused. I didn't collect these evidences. I didn't know that Minister Yin had done so many evil things. The emperor was so angry that his beard stood up. He immediately issued an imperial decree to execute the entire Yin family. Xiaojiu, I beg you, please help Yin Heng. Miao Yin's face was covered with tears. She held Xiaojiu tightly. This was her last hope. Xiaojiu scratched his head in annoyance. It's not that I don't want to help you, but now the imperial decree has been issued. It's impossible to change His Majesty's mind, and Jiang Yifeng can't help you. What should I do? I can't watch Yin Heng die. Miao Yin, wake up. The imperial decree has been issued. Everything is a foregone conclusion. We can't do anything. Miao Yin gradually stopped crying. She seemed to have made a major decision and solemnly told Xiaojiu, Xiaojiu, I don't want to live anymore. Xiaojiu was startled. Do you know what you are saying? I'm sorry, I know I'm really useless, but I can't live without him. I can watch him live a life that has nothing to do with me, and even watch him marry someone else, but I really can't watch him die. I want to find him. In this life, the two of us couldn't be together because of various worldly troubles. I hope that in the next life, we can be together well. Xiaojiu looked at her resolute look, and knew that she and Yin Heng were deeply in love. This time, it was probably true that she would really die for Yin Heng. Miao Yin, Xiaojiu held Miao Yin's hand and tried to calm her down. Listen to me, in fact, it's not completely impossible to save Yin Heng. Miao Yin's eyelashes trembled. What method? Xiaojiu lowered his eyes and uttered 3 words firmly. Robbery. Miao Yin was stunned. Robbery? No, we can't do that. There are so many of them, and we don't have anyone with strong martial arts skills. We can't take such a risk. But there is no other way except this method. I will start preparing tomorrow. Before he finished speaking, a voice interrupted Xiaojiu. No. Jiang Yifeng came over, and Xiaojiu knew that he had heard everything. Jiang Yifeng, you are not allowed to stop me. Jiang Yifeng smiled lightly. I mean, you don't need to find someone. A small matter like robbing the execution ground can be left to my hidden guards. Jiang Yifeng smiled lightly, and Xiaojiu looked at him. His eyes widened in disbelief. You mean, you want to help us? Jiang Yifeng had already instructed Qi Jiaobian. Pick a few of the best hidden guards and ask them to come over immediately. Yes. Soon, a row of handsome guys stood in front of Xiaojiu. Jiang Yifeng said, whatever you want to do, just remember to tell them. They are at your disposal these days. Xiaojiu scratched his head. How embarrassing, they are obviously your guards. A hidden guard said, Princess, don't say that. If you hadn't married us, we would probably still be eating coarse food. Xiaojiu made a detailed rescue plan. 3 days later, the execution time came. Jiang Yifeng's hidden guards wore black clothes and covered their faces. After the supervising officer shouted execution, they jumped into the execution ground and fought with the soldiers there. After a fierce struggle, they finally rescued Yin Heng and brought him back to the mansion. Miao Yin's tears started to fall when she saw him. She had just said that she didn't like him, but now she couldn't help crying again. She felt very embarrassed for a moment, lowered her head and whispered, I'm glad you're okay. I have something to tell you. Yin Heng said. Miao Yin raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. She couldn't help but said frankly, I also have something to tell you in person. Yin Heng, I admit that I still have you in my heart. That day I said I didn't like you, but my father forced me to do it. He didn't let me be with you. He was afraid that I would be implicated, but now you are a desperate criminal. Yin Heng, I want to say that I am willing to be with you, even if I have to wander around with you in the future, I don't care. Xiaojiu was very moved when he heard this, but before he finished watching this love scene, Yin Heng tore off the mask of human skin and revealed his true love. A strange face appeared and said, Actually, I'm not Yin Heng. Mean, eh? The man continued, Young master had already predicted this day would come. I'm here to die for you. In fact, the evidence of Shangshu's crimes over the years was collected by you. Shangshu killed your biological parents and took him back to raise him. Young master had been planning revenge. Min was silent. Where is he now? I'm here. A voice came from the door. Yin Heng was walking leisurely across the threshold, staring at Miao Yin intently. I heard that you want to travel around the world with me. Yin Heng smiled at her. Miao Yin blushed and denied it flatly. Who said that? I heard everything just now. Yin Heng said, If I had known that you would rob the execution ground for me, I would not have asked someone to do it for me. But Yin Hung said again, I could have let someone else die for me, and there would no longer be Yin Hung in this world, and I would have lived in hiding from now on. But now you have rescued Yin Hung, and I will spend the rest of my life being hunted by the Emperor. Miaoying was stunned, and the tears in her eyes trembled. Then, what should I do? I'm sorry. Whoa. Chapter 24. Yin Hung held her in his arms, not caring much. It's okay, just run for your life. Even the Emperor can't catch me. But I want to know, are you willing to accompany me? Miaoying cried in his arms for a while, her face slightly red, nodded, and said in a very low voice, I do. Yin Hung lowered his head, and wiped the tears from her face. Why are you crying again? Don't cry, be good. Miaoying and Yin Hung reheld the wedding. They lived in a hidden place. No one could find out. However, this place is not far from the beauty salon. Miaoying can still go to the beauty salon to help, but Yin Hung is afraid that she will be tired, so he doesn't allow her to go and asks her to quit her job. Xiao Jiao was so angry that he slammed the table hard, and the guests in the salon were shocked. How can he be so capable? He controls you so strictly after you just got married? Then he will ride on your head in the future? Why should you quit your job when he asked you to? Why? Can't women have their own careers? Miaoying didn't know where Xiao Jiao got these ideas. It's okay, I can still come to chat with you often after you quit your job. Xiao Jiao said disdainfully. Go away, go away. Do you know how busy I am in the museum? I have time to chat with you. Now you are gone, I can't handle it with 8 hands. Miaoying suggested, you can find someone to help you, you can hire more people to share the work in the museum, and you can be a hands-off boss. Xiao Jiao thought about it, and felt that this method was feasible, so he immediately asked people to post recruitment information. Xiao Jiao recruits employees based on the following 3 points. The first point is whether the person is diligent enough, and whether his hands and feet are quick enough. The second point is whether you know how to use rouge and powder, and whether you know the needs of women. The third point is whether you are good-looking or not. If you meet the third point, the above 2 points can be ignored. Mean, eh? She looked at Xiao Jiao speechlessly. Why do you feel like you are looking for a handsome guy? Wouldn't the third prince be angry? Miaoying didn't know what a handsome guy was at first, but Xiao Jiao kept talking to her, and she remembered that a handsome guy is a good-looking young man. Xiao Jiao said seriously, what do you know? It is necessary to have more handsome guys in our salon, so that we can attract more customers. TSK, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Miaoying rolled her eyes. Outside the beauty salon, many people lined up, holding a piece of paper with their resumes written on it. They didn't know why they had to write this, anyway, that's what the recruitment requirement said. Not far away, a gorgeously dressed girl said to the handsome man beside her, Brother, I want to buy this skin gel cream. You go and buy it for me. The man looked gentle and polite, with a faint smile on his lips, and whispered, Why don't you go by yourself? Too many people today, I don't want to join in the fun. Do I want to? The woman laughed and said coquettishly, Brother, I know you are the best. You will definitely help me, right? The man showed a trace of helplessness and rubbed her head lovingly. Wait for me outside. Yeah. As soon as the man walked to the door, someone stopped him. Hey, you have to queue up to apply for a job. Can't you see that others are? He suddenly stopped talking, took a closer look at the handsome face, and suddenly changed the subject. You can go in. Before the man could figure out what was going on, he was pushed in. As soon as he came in, he saw a woman fiddling with an abacus at the counter. Another woman looked at him and excitedly shook the woman who was counting the bills. Wow, this young man is so handsome. Xiao Jiao looked up and saw a man standing at the door, wearing a white dress and with a handsome face. A sentence appeared in his mind. The man on the street is like jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. She didn't know how she chanted it, and Miaoying was surprised. Xiao Jiao, you can also write poems. This poem is really good. Xiao Jiao glanced at her, of course. Man, eh? If he guessed correctly, this should be a poem from a book. Little brother, young man, what's your name? The man chuckled. My name is Alian. Xiao Jiao said, Oh, Alian. Congratulations, you have been accepted by our beauty salon. From today on, you will officially become an employee of the beauty salon. Actually, I'm not. Come with me, I assign you a task. Alian swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and suddenly felt that this woman was more interesting, and decided to work as an employee in this beauty salon for a while. Xiao Jiao assigned him the simplest job, responsible for collecting money at the counter. After that, he replaced Xiao Jiao's task, collecting bills at the counter every day, and the women who paid couldn't help but look at him more, and sometimes even gave him tips. Xiaojiu found that she had made a wise decision. After 2 months, she found that the tips were already 1/3 of her income. Xiaojiu sat next to her every day, eating melon seeds, watching Alian collect money. After the melon seeds were finished, Alian glanced at her lightly, smiled and said, "Do you still want to eat? I go out and buy it for you." It was already noon, and there were not many people in the restaurant. It was rare for Alian to be idle. Xiaojiu was in a good mood, and stood on tiptoe to hug Alian's neck. "Cash cow, sister invites you to dinner today, please don't be polite to me." Alian was used to her informality, and smiled lightly. "Okay." Xiaojiu took him to the most luxurious restaurant nearby, and also called Miao Yin. They booked a private room, and ordered a lot of delicacies. When eating, Xiaojiu found that Miao Yin, a big eater, didn't eat a single bite. After finally drinking a mouthful of soup, she vomited it out again. "Min, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Miao Yin glanced at Xiaojiu embarrassedly. "No, nothing." The doctor said, "I'm just pregnant." "What?" Xiaojiu stood up in shock. "You're pregnant? When did it happen?" "It was yesterday. The doctor said it yesterday." "It's been 2 months." "Oh my god. How old are you?" "Not even 20. Alas, my best friend is going to be a mother, alas." Xiaojiu kept sighing, and Alian beside her looked at her strangely. Isn't it normal for a woman to get pregnant and give birth at the age of 18 or 19? But Alian has gotten used to it. This girl Xiaojiu has always been so weird. Miao Yin patted Xiaojiu's shoulder. "Xiaojiu, you have to work hard too. I'm still waiting for our child to be born to arrange a baby marriage." Xiaojiu, In fact, she hasn't even done anything to get pregnant yet. Yin Heng came before the meal was finished. "Where are you running around while pregnant? Come back with me." Yin Heng put his arm around Miao Yin's shoulders, and said goodbye to Xiaojiu indifferently. "I'm leaving first." To be honest, Xiaojiu didn't like Yin Heng. He didn't seem to like communicating with anyone except Miao Yin. He was cold to everyone. I really didn't know why Miao Yin liked him. After eating, Xiaojiu waved to Alian. "Okay, let's go back too." As soon as the two of them walked to the door, Xiao Tao ran over in a hurry. "Oh no, madam, the cousin is here. He said that his wife was poisoned to death after using our skin gel cream." Xiaojiu was still confused. "Cousin? Who is the cousin?" Xiao Tao said, "It's Xiao Daming." Xiaojiu slapped his head, and finally remembered that it was the man who nailed her in the coffin. Xiaojiu turned to Alian and said, "Brother, you go back first. I have some family matters to deal with." Alian said, "Do you need my help?" "No, just dealing with a few scoundrels." After Alian left, Xiaojiu rolled up his sleeves and said to Xiao Tao in a heroic and proud manner, "Let's go." When they arrived at the entrance of the beauty salon, a group of people had surrounded the beauty salon in 3 layers. The discussion reached Xiaojiu's ears. "Why is there always a problem with the beauty salon? I dare not buy things from them in the future." "That's right, it's the skin gel again. Why do their skin gels have so many problems?" "Yes, last time it was someone else who was behind it. Could it be this time too? Someone has died." Xiaojiu pushed them away as she walked. "Make way." She and Xiao Tao finally squeezed into the crowd, and saw Xiao Daming squatting on the ground crying, with a corpse wrapped in a straw mat next to him. Xiaojiu searched for the memory of Xiao Daming's wife. His wife was a farmer's daughter from the east of the village. She was very honest and kind, but timid and cowardly. Xiaojiu got angry all of a sudden. "Xiao Daming, are you still a human being? Your wife is dead. Why don't you let her rest in peace? And you use her to extort money? Don't you feel guilty?" "Xiaojiu, what are you talking about?" Xiao Daming was furious and forgot to cry. "If my wife hadn't used her skin gel, would she be like this now? You just don't want to take responsibility, that's why you say that." Xiaojiu crossed his arms and looked down at the man in front of him. "Oh? What do you want now?" "I want you to pay. This is a life. If you don't pay, I will go to the government and let you pay for your life." Xiaojiu thought for a while and frowned. "Xiao Daming, you didn't kill your wife, did you? You beast. Don't talk nonsense. Have you ever seen anyone kill his wife? Don't change the subject. Are you going to pay for the money today?" "Bah!" Xiaojiu was so angry that he almost hit him, but Xiao Tao stopped him in time. "Xiao Daming, you are such a jerk. You ruined such a good girl." Xiaojiu tried his best to keep the last bit of his sanity. "Don't worry, we will ask the coroner to do an autopsy to see how she died. Xiao Daming, I tell you, if I find out that you killed her, I will definitely make you pay with your life." Xiao Daming looked at her with a guilty conscience, and after a while, he straightened his back. Let's do the autopsy. Soon the coroner came, and after looking at the body, he told him, Mrs. Xiao did die because she applied some kind of ointment, which was poisonous. Chapter 25. Which ointment? Xiao Jiao asked coldly. She took out a skin-gelling ointment from her own museum, and threw it to the coroner. Come, take a closer look to see if it's the same as this one. The coroner opened the lid and smelled it, saying, It's exactly the same. Really? Xiao Jiao sneered. Then I ask you, how long will it take for the poison in this ointment to take effect? The coroner replied, 1 month. 1 month? Are you sure? Of course. Then it seems that what you said is all false, Xiao Jiao said coldly. To tell you the truth, since the last incident, no one has bought the skin-gelling ointment in our museum for a long time, so we stopped making it and stored the remaining skin-gelling ointment in the museum and didn't sell any more. And you just said that this ointment will take effect after 1 month of continuous use, but my skin-gelling ointment has not been sold for 2 months. Xiao Jiao bent down and patted the coroner on the back, frightening him so much that he trembled all over. How much money did Xiao Daming give you? To make you frame me like this? The coroner refused to admit it. No, don't slander me. Maybe Mrs. Xiao bought it a long time ago and never used it. Xiao Jiao said, Bought it a long time ago? Do you mean she bought it 2 months ago? 2 months ago, my beauty salon had just opened. During that period, I had very few people in the salon. I sold items and received customers in person, and I was absent every day. And I have also met Mrs. Xiao. How could I not remember her when she came? Why, you must give you all the bills before you give up? The coroner was panicked. Madam, please forgive me, it was young Master Xiao who forced me to do this. He turned around and was about to run. Nothing, I leave first. Wait. Xiao Jiao didn't intend to let him go. Giving false testimony is not a small crime. It's enough to put you in jail for a few days. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong, uncle and aunt. Please don't send me to the government. I can let you go. How about this? You do another test for me, and tell me how she died. The coroner heard this, and hurried over. As soon as he approached the body, Xiao Daming kicked him away. My wife is dead. Don't you let her rest in peace? You keep tossing and turning. Xiao Daming, Xiao Jiao glared at him. I think you are guilty, right? You are talking nonsense. I am upright. Why should I be guilty? I don't want to talk nonsense with you now. I tell you. Killing someone means paying with your life. Xiao Jiao said, Come on, tie him up for me. 2 servants came out of the beauty salon immediately, and held Xiao Daming down. The coroner was trembling with fear. Xiao Jiao glared at him. Why don't you check it quickly? The coroner crawled over again, checked it, and said, Mrs. Xiao was strangled to death. There are wounds on her neck. Although they are covered with medicine, they can still be seen if you look closely. What else do you have to say? Xiao Jiao couldn't help but get angry, and kicked Xiao Daming. Well. She hanged herself. What does it have to do with me? The coroner immediately said, Madam, judging from the marks of strangulation, Mrs. Xiao didn't die by hanging. Besides, she had signs of struggling before her death. She was strangled to death. Xiao Tao couldn't help but sigh. Beast, what a beast. Xiao Jiao was so angry that he didn't want to say anything. Take him to the police. Xiao Daming screamed as he was dragged away. Xiao Jiao looked at the body on the ground again with heartache, and said to Xiao Tao, Go find someone to bury her properly. Okay. The next day, a Lian came to the beauty salon and saw Xiao Jiao, saying, I heard that you had a heated debate with someone yesterday for the reputation of our store. Xiao Jiao raised his eyebrows. That's not true. The person who can frame me is not born yet. Lian smiled faintly. I will accompany you to work overtime today. Lian didn't have to work overtime, but everyone in the store went out to deal with Mrs. Qiao's funeral. If you want to work overtime, you can work overtime, but you won't get a raise. Xiao Jiao said. Lian smiled. No problem. In the evening, almost everyone in the salon left, leaving only Xiao Jiao and Lian. There were fewer customers, and they began to check today's bill. I don't know how long they checked. Xiao Jiao began to doze off. If you are sleepy, go first. I can do it alone. Xiao Jiao hesitated for a moment, thinking it would be bad to leave him alone here. After all, today was not his overtime day. It's okay. I can do it. Half an hour later. Lian looked at Xiao Jiao, who was sleeping on the table, and shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, he smelled a burning smell. Lian frowned and hurried to find the place where the smell was. He found that it was on fire. He hurriedly brought water to put out the fire, but the fire was getting bigger and bigger. Lian ran back and patted Xiao Jiao. Wake up, it's on fire. Xiaojiu was also unable to sleep because of the burning smell. He opened his eyes in a daze, and found that the raging fire was burning towards this side. Ah! What happened? Xiaojiu jumped up, not caring about the bills, and pulled a Lian and ran out. But he found that the outside was also on fire, completely blocking the way. They decided to go out through the side door, but there were many pillars around. When they were about to run out, the pillars fell one after another. Xiaojiu didn't notice that a shaky pillar above her head suddenly fell down with a bang. Ah! Xiaojiu screamed, and at the critical moment, a Lian rushed over and pushed her away, and was hit by the pillar. Are you okay? A Lian endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and shook his head. Let's get out of here quickly. The two people finally escaped from the fire with great difficulty, and Jiang Yifeng happened to come with people. Xiaojiu couldn't hold on. She just inhaled too much exhaust gas, and fainted all of a sudden. A Lian picked her up and walked forward, not noticing that the person in front was Jiang Yifeng. A hand suddenly blocked his way. Where are you taking my princess, the ninth prince? A Lian then saw that the man was Jiang Yifeng. He smiled faintly. It turned out to be my third cousin. My third cousin's wife fainted, so I just carried her out. I'm sorry. Jiang Yifeng suppressed his displeasure, and held Xiaojiu in his arms. It seems that I still need the ninth prince to save my life. It's a small matter. Since my cousin's wife is fine, I leave first. When Xiaojiu woke up, only Jiang Yifeng was by her side. The first thing she said was, You see, I always have all kinds of bad luck since I married you. The second thing was to ask about a Lian's situation. Jiang Yifeng frowned unhappily. A Lian, you call me so affectionately. Do you know the true identity of this Lian? Ah? What other identity does he have? Isn't he just my employee? He is the current ninth prince, Jiang Lian. Xiaojiu, what does it have to do with me? Even if he is the emperor, he will work for me if he enters my beauty salon. How is he now? You haven't told me yet. Do you know that he saved my life? He must be seriously injured. Xiaojiu looked anxious. Jiang Yifeng didn't say anything. Xiaojiu pushed him away. Forget it, I go see him myself. Xiaojiu asked all the way to the ninth prince's mansion. After entering, she came to the door of Jiang Lian's room and was stopped by a woman. Who are you? The woman looked unkind. She looked about 15 or 16 years old, with a delicate appearance and luxurious clothes. I'm here to find the ninth prince, Xiaojiu said. Luoxia snorted. Oh, you are the ugly wife that the third prince married. Xiaojiu chuckled. Then who are you? I am the daughter of Marquis Pingyang, Princess Chang'an. Luoxia raised her eyebrows proudly. I am here today to thank the ninth prince for saving my life. Can you let me in? No. Luoxia stood in front of her. If it weren't for you, the ninth prince wouldn't be like this now. You are so unlucky. You'd better not appear in front of him, and don't forget that you are a married woman. Princess Chang'an, what you said is wrong. The ninth prince was injured for me. I feel guilty and grateful. I came to visit him. This has nothing to do with my identity. No way. You should leave quickly. Luoxia stared at her. A voice came from the room. Xia, let her in. Luoxia shouted to the inside in a half-coquettish manner. Brother, let her in. Jiang Lian repeated again. Luoxia did not dare to disobey. She stared at Xiaojiu and watched her enter the room. Jiang Lian was lying on the bed. He was hit by a pillar and was seriously injured. His entire upper body was wrapped in gauze. How do you feel now? Xiaojiu asked. Not bad. Jiang Lian smiled gently to reassure her. Xiaojiu looked around. You are amazing, kid. You have such a rich identity, but you have kept it a secret from us for so long. You tell me. Xiaojiu narrowed his eyes at him. What is your purpose in working in our museum? You are not a person who needs money. Jiang Lian said, I didn't come here to work, I just came to buy something, but you misunderstood me, so I didn't explain. Xiaojiu smiled awkwardly. It turns out that it's all because of me. Ahem, Xiaojiu cleared his throat. Since you have done so many things for me and saved me, I can agree to one condition of yours, as long as I can do it. Jiang Lian shook his head. No, I do all these voluntarily, and don't need any reward. Don't, you will make me feel guilty. Let's do this, think about it slowly, and tell me when you think of it, and I will do my best to help you. Okay. The two chatted together for a while, until Jiang Yifeng came to the door. Come back with me. Jiang Yifeng's face was not very good. Xiaojiu suddenly realized that Jiang Yifeng's expression was very similar to the expression when Yin Heng took Miao Yin away in the restaurant that day. Xiao Jiao and Jiang Yifeng were husband and wife after all, so she should listen to him and give him face in front of outsiders. Jiang Yifeng pulled Xiao Jiao to his side and said to Jiang Lian, "Thank you for saving my life, ninth prince. If nothing else, I will take her back first." Jiang Lian pondered for a moment before smiling. "Goodbye, third cousin." Chapter 26. It was already evening when they came out, and the street was brightly lit, as bright as day. There were circuses and hawking along the street, and Xiao Jiao rarely went out at this time. Even if she was not at home, she was busy in the beauty salon. Now that the beauty salon was gone, she finally had some free time. But she still felt very disappointed. After all, she was the one who opened the beauty salon, and only she knew how much effort she had put into it. Jiang Yifeng saw her melancholy at a glance and said, "Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to repair the beauty salon, and it will be back to normal soon." Xiao Jiao's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again, and she looked at Jiang Yifeng vigilantly. "Why are you so nice to me all of a sudden? Do you want a share of the profits?" Jiang Yifeng smiled and shook his head. "I don't want a share of the profits, I'm just helping you." "I feel embarrassed not to give you a share of the profits when you say that." Fireworks burst out in the sky, and the surrounding noise became louder and louder. Xiao Jiao asked, "Is it so lively here every day?" "Well, this is normal. There will be a temple fair here in 2 months. I take you to see it then." "Okay." Xiao Jiao thought 2 months was still early, and she had to wait a long time. After a few days, the beauty salon was repaired, and she immersed herself in her work in the beauty salon again. Jiang Lian left the beauty salon, and Xiao Jiao hadn't seen him since then. As for why he suddenly stopped coming, she had no idea. During this period, Jiang Yifeng often came to the beauty salon to see her. When she was hungry, Jiang Yifeng would cook noodles for her. When she was cold, he would bring her clothes, and when she was sleepy, he would carry her back to the house. Jiang Yifeng said that he treated her so well because of Victor's dividends, but when it came to the dividends, he didn't care. Xiao Jiao gradually got used to Jiang Yifeng's concern. Half a month later, Jiang Yifeng had to leave the capital for some court affairs, but Xiao Jiao didn't go to see him off. Xiao Tao asked her to see the third prince off, but Xiao Jiao said nonchalantly, "What's there to see? He's such a big man, how can he get lost?" In the few days after Jiang Yifeng left, Xiao Jiao found that no one sent her clothes when she was cold, and no one cooked for her in the middle of the night when she was hungry. The next day, she woke up not in the warm and comfortable palace, but on the cold table in the beauty salon. Xiao Jiao gradually found that she was not used to Jiang Yifeng's departure, and even when she was working and paying the bill, she would unconsciously think of Jiang Yifeng's figure in her mind. In fact, he is a good person, and he is also very gentle and considerate. Xiao Jiao somehow remembered the day when they first started, when Jiang Yifeng was sitting on a tall horse, and she unreasonably asked him to go to her, and he curled his lips and agreed. "Xiao Tao, do you think I'm crazy? Why do I keep thinking about Jiang Yifeng?" Xiao Jiao lay on the table in a sullen mood. "My queen, you have fallen in love with the third prince, right?" Xiao Jiao was stunned. "Nonsense, no. We got married just to use each other. When we are no longer useful to each other, we will divorce. I won't fall in love with him." "My queen, but the third prince is not here these days, but you are so lost. It's obvious that you have fallen in love with him." Xiao Jiao felt her heart pounding, and she hurriedly pressed her chest. "Really?" As the two were talking, Miao Yin came in from outside. "Xiao Jiao." Miao Yin was already nearly 5 months pregnant at this time, and her belly was obviously big. "What a rare guest." Xiao Jiao said sarcastically. "How long have you not been here? You remembered me now? I was almost burned to death in the fire, and you never came to see me once, huh?" Miao Yin smiled and said, "During that time, the doctor said that the 3rd and 4th months of pregnancy were the dangerous period, so I didn't come to see you. Now it's over. I will come to see you every day in the future. I will also let my mother recognize you as my godmother." Xiao Jiao looked unconvinced. "Danger period? I think Yin Heng didn't let you out, huh? This Yin Heng? I shouldn't have saved him in the first place." Xiao Ao whispered, "Empress, Master Yin was not saved by us, he escaped on his own. Not only did we fail to save him, but His Majesty was chasing him everywhere." Xiao Jiao. "Shut up. By the way, Xiao Jiao, I have something important to tell you starting today." "What?" Miao Yin's expression was exaggerated. "It's a Lian who came to our salon before. Why do I say he looks so familiar? It turns out to be the current 9th prince." Xiao Jiao. "Oh." Miao Yin. "Oh. Did you know it a long time ago?" Xiaojio was about to speak when a person stood at the door of the beauty salon. It was Jiang Lian. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Xiaojio glanced at Jiang Lian. Is your injury healed? Jiang Lian walked slowly to her and nodded. It has healed a long time ago. It has healed a long time ago, but you are here now? It will be treated as absenteeism, and half of the previous salary will be deducted. Jiang Lian smiled. Actually, I have wanted to come for a long time, but... Just what? It's just that my third cousin told me to keep a distance from you. Xiaojio was stunned when she heard this. Jiang Yifeng asked Jiang Lian to keep a distance from her? Is Jiang Yifeng jealous? This was Xiaojio's first thought. Otherwise, why didn't he allow the two of them to enter without damaging his interests? He must be jealous. Xiaojio didn't know why, but she felt very happy in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Jiang Lian took her actions into his eyes, and he pursed his lips slightly. I'm here to formally resign. There are a lot of things in the court recently, and I'm afraid I can't work here all the time. Xiaojio waved his hand indifferently. I understand, Hugo. Don't worry, I won't deduct your previous salary. All will be given to you. Xiao Tao, take him to collect the salary. Mian looked at Xiaojio strangely. What happened to her? Why did she suddenly look so happy? When Jiang Lian left, he turned his head and looked at Xiaojio deeply, with complicated emotions in his eyes. After a while, Mian's belly was too big to move around, and the beauty salon's business was not very good. After all, she had experienced so many things. Xiaojio gave up the beauty salon and went to take care of other shops. Xiaoming came to visit her before. Dad, why are you here? Xiaojio was flipping through the account book. Xiaoming said with a dark face, Put the account book down. Xiaojio was startled and put the account book down silently. Dad, what's wrong? Come in. A group of people came into the store from outside. Xiaoming said to Xiaojio, I found a lot of people to manage the store. You don't have to worry about these things in the future. Why am I not doing well? What a joke. She used to be an accountant. No one can do better than her. Jior. Xiaoming pulled Xiaojio to the chair, held her hand, and said earnestly, Jior, look, Miaoying grew up with you since childhood, the same age as you, and now she is about to become a mother. How long have you been married to the third prince? Why is there still no movement in your stomach? I am really worried about your father. Don't worry, what's supposed to come will come, and there's no point in worrying. Xiaojio didn't know how to tell Xiaoming, so she could only perfunctorily deal with it. After all, she and Jiang Yifeng had not consummated their marriage yet. Xiaojio felt that she seemed to like Jiang Yifeng very much, but she didn't know whether he liked her or not. Jior, do you know that if you continue like this, it will be very disadvantageous to your status? Xiaoming said solemnly. Xiaojio was shocked by his serious expression. Why is it disadvantageous? Think about it, if you don't have a child, the third prince will inevitably take 3 wives and 4 concubines. When they leave the children, can you still keep your position as the legitimate wife? Jior, we are originally from merchants and have low status. If you can't give birth to a child for the third prince, he will only look down on you more. Xiaojio was stunned. Really? Yeah. Xiaoming's words that day made Xiaojio think a lot. In fact, she didn't care about these things at first. She just wanted to live a good life with her own shop and money. But Jiang Yifeng always took care of her meticulously and protected her when she encountered problems. Xiaojio was a little greedy for his kindness to her. When Xiaojio thought of the troubles Xiaoming said, she was overwhelmed. She forced herself not to think about them anymore and lay on the bed for a nap. The breeze blew in gently, the beaded curtain swayed in the wind, the willow branches outside the window swayed gently, the clouds floated slowly, and the blue sea and blue sky seemed to merge into one. Xiaojio had a dream. He dreamed that he was a fish in the sea. He only had a 7-second memory. Every time he swam from one place to another, he forgot where he came from and what he was going to do. She has always been carefree, whether happy or sad, she can forget it in a few seconds. Later, at the end of her life, the gods told her that all fish will be reincarnated as humans after death, and humans are the species with the most troubles in the world. So when Jiang Yifeng came in, she just heard the person in the bed curtain shaking her head and talking in her sleep. I don't want to be a human. I don't want to be a human. Jiang Yifeng paused, opened the bed curtain, touched her forehead, and didn't have a fever. What did she dream about? Xiaojio suddenly woke up from a nightmare and saw Jiang Yifeng as soon as she woke up. She thought to herself, I must still be dreaming, so she laid down again, but she couldn't fall asleep. Jiang Yifeng laughed and pinched her face hard. Look carefully, are you dreaming? Xiaojiu cried out in pain, and finally realized that she was awake. What are you doing? Am I your cat or dog? Why do you pinch my face all the time? Didn't you just say that you don't want to be a human being? Jiang Yifeng smiled playfully. Xiaojiu rubbed her face. I was dreaming. Why did you come back? Jiang Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Can't I come back? Come back if you want to. It's none of my business. Don't disturb my sleep. Xiaojiu pretended to be indifferent, but no one knew that she was distracted at the moment. But I heard from Shout Out that you've been missing me a lot lately. Xiaojiu's heartbeat slowed down. Don't listen to her nonsense. Why are you so anxious? Are you feeling guilty? Xiaojiu was hit in the heart, and was very angry. He kept pushing Jiang Yifeng. I'm really sleepy. You go out first. Jiang Yifeng smiled meaningfully, and turned to leave. Before leaving, he said, by the way, there's a temple fair tonight. I come to see you in the evening. Chapter 27. When Jiang Yifeng came to find her in the evening, she had already changed her clothes and dressed up. They took a car to the busiest street, and the street was indeed several times busier than usual. If it was Xiaojiu's original body, she would not be curious at all, but Xiaojiu saw such a lively scene for the first time, and ran around curiously. Slow down, I can't keep up with you. Jiang Yifeng said helplessly behind her. Xiaojiu was eating a candied haws in her mouth, and holding sugar-roasted chestnuts in her hand. Who asked you to come out? You are simply a burden. It was obviously him who brought her out, right? Jiang Yifeng was too lazy to argue with her, and just hurriedly followed behind her, afraid of being washed away by the crowd. Jiang Yifeng. Look, the lake is so beautiful. Let's go, and set off lanterns too. Jiang Yifeng stepped forward and held her hand, stopping her from running around, and took her to the lakeside and bought 2 lanterns from the vendor. Xiaojiu picked up the lantern and ran to the bridge. Jiang Yifeng grabbed her and said with a smile, That's not how you play with lanterns. You have to make a wish before you release them. Make a wish? Xiaojiu closed her eyes and silently recited her wish. I want to get rich, I want to get rich. Before she finished, Jiang Yifeng grabbed her wrist and took her to the table next to her, where there was a note and a brush. He dipped the ink for her and handed her another note. Come, write your wish on it. At that time, the sky full of fireworks bloomed in the sky behind him. The man in front of him smiled gently, his voice was elegant, and his black robe made him look handsome. Xiaojiu was absent-minded for a moment, slowly took the note and brush, and just after writing the 2 words I want, he turned around and scolded Jiang Yifeng. You are not allowed to look at it. Jiang Yifeng said, I heard everything, you want to get rich overnight. Then you are not allowed to look at it. Xiaojiu insisted, it won't work if you look at it. Jiang Yifeng obeyed her in everything. Okay, I won't look at it. He turned around obediently. Xiaojiu wrote these words on the note. Give Jiang Yifeng. She folded the note and smiled evilly. Okay, let's go to light lanterns. Why did it take so long to write? Does the word get rich overnight have many strokes? It seems so. Xiaojiu pulled him to the bridge. Too many people were lighting lanterns, and the bridge was only a narrow one. Everyone was queuing up, and it had already grown to the street. Xiaojiu was extremely disappointed. It will take forever. Jiang Yifeng looked at the high arch bridge not far away. Let's go there to light it. The 2 of them climbed up the steps step by step. The wind was strong on the bridge, there were few people, and the moonlight cast a desolate light above their heads. Xiaojiu stretched her neck to look at the unreachable lake. It's so high, if you throw it down, won't the boat capsize? I help you throw it, trust me. Jiang Yifeng took the lantern from her hand, and Xiaojiu said worriedly, You have to throw it accurately. If my wish doesn't come true, it's all your fault. Jiang Yifeng said, If I don't throw it accurately, I help you realize your wish. Xiaojiu blushed suddenly. Jiang Yifeng glanced at her. What's wrong? Is your wish shameful? Xiaojiu turned around in shame and anger. Hurry up and throw it. Jiang Yifeng held the lantern in the air, and when the wind stopped, he let go, and the lantern fell straight down and landed steadily on the water. The wind blew again, and the lantern began to flutter on the lake, gradually turning to the center of the lake. The lantern Xiaojiu bought was the most special one, because there was no pink, she had to buy a blue one, which became the most beautiful scenery in the lake. After this day, Jiang Yifeng seemed to be busy again, and he could not return to the palace for several days. In fact, he was not busy during this period, but he had always been busy. Yesterday, he took time out of his busy schedule to accompany Xiaojiu. Compared with Jiang Yifeng, Xiaojiu was too idle, because Xiaoming did not allow her to interfere in the affairs of the store. Now she had nothing to do every day, and did not know what to do. Soon she had a new fun, that is, dressing up as a man to visit the brothel. This was the first time Xiaojiu came to such a place. Before coming, Xiao Tao had been persuading her not to go, and once she was discovered, her reputation would be ruined. Xiaojiu did not care about her reputation, and disliked Xiao Tao's constant nagging, so he left her and went by himself. As soon as she entered the brothel, a group of beautiful women surrounded her and touched her. Xiaojiu was afraid of exposing the fact that she was a girl, so she quickly tried to escape and walked to a secluded place. There was a room at the innermost part. Xiaojiu was curious and sneaked in, just in time to hear someone talking inside. "Mom, Jingyan has a stomachache and can't dance." "What?" "This performance is very important. Missing one person will cause us losses. Go find a substitute right now." "Who?" "But no one except us can dance this dance. Just find someone and let her follow behind to make up the numbers. Don't forget that the guests this time are all rich people. As long as you dance well, you can get a lot of money." "Rewards?" Xiaojiu's eyes lit up and walked in without hesitation. "I think I can do it." Everyone looked at her, and Li's mother sneered first. "My guest, are you kidding? You are a man, can you dance?" Ahem. Xiaojiu herself forgot that she was now a woman dressed as a man, but she still couldn't give up the reward easily. "If you trust me, I can dress up as a man and dance behind you. Besides, the girls outside are busy, and it would be a loss for you to find anyone." Mother Li hesitated for a long time, but still agreed. "Well, you must dance well, don't ruin it." Someone took Xiaojiu downstairs to change clothes. When she came out, her makeup was gorgeous, her dance skirt was fluttering, and she walked gracefully, with her hair shaking lightly. Xiaojiu was not the kind of beauty that could overwhelm the country at first sight, but the kind of person who looked well-behaved and lovable. Mother Li smiled with her lips covered. "Oh, I didn't expect the young master to be so beautiful when dressed as a woman. The girls here can't compare to him." Xiaojiu followed the other dancers to a private room to perform, but now Mother Li had another worry. It is common for rich families to take a fancy to dancers, and buy them as concubines. If the young man just now was favored, then wouldn't it be? Mother Li didn't dare to think about it anymore. In the private room on the top floor, the girls moved lightly with lotus steps, bringing up their gauze skirts, and their postures were graceful, as if they were a dancing wind. Xiaojiu followed their example, and covered his face with a fan, dancing with his feet one after another, and his waist one left and one right. There were not many people in the private room, only 4 men. When Xiaojiu turned around with them, and put down the fan, he was stunned when he saw the 4 people around the round table. Among these 4 people, she knew 2 of them. One was her nominal husband. The other was her former employee. Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment, and her steps became messy, and she gradually couldn't keep up with her dance steps. Because of this, everyone focused their attention on her. An old man who looked to be in his 50s laughed. "This girl is very interesting. Don't dance, come here, sit next to me." Xiaojiu's steps were completely frozen, and he looked at the person who was talking, and he wanted to vomit. The most terrifying thing was that the person sitting next to him was Jiang Yifeng. This. How should I explain to Jiang Yifeng? Jiang Yifeng also came to the brothel anyway. Why should I explain to him? Despite this, Xiaojiu still felt guilty, and walked over slowly. When she was still a distance away from the man stretched out his hand, and motioned her to put her hand on it. Xiaojiu hesitated to move. Was she going to hold another man's hand in front of her husband? Xiaojiu's face became worse and worse. Without waiting for the man to urge her, a strong arm pulled her into his arms. Before she could react, she had already sat on Jiang Yifeng's legs. Jiang Yifeng touched her chin lightly, and said with a smirk, "This girl is pretty, I like her very much. General Gao, did you call her down to give her to me?" The man called General Gao knew that Jiang Yifeng was attracted to this dancer, and laughed heartily. "Ha, yes. I didn't expect that the 3rd prince also covets beauty. I thought the 3rd prince had become pure and unsexy. How could that be?" Jiang Yifeng said lightly, "Even heroes can't resist the temptation of beauty." His thumb gently rubbed Xiaojiu's red lips, his eyes full of lust. He did it on purpose for General Gao to see. General Gao had a look of seeing through everything. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. "It's getting late. We won't disturb you. The 3rd prince should go to bed early." General Gao urged the remaining 3 to leave. When Jiang Lian left, he looked at Xiaojiu deeply with a complicated look. The dancers also withdrew. As soon as they came out, they laughed and talked. "What do you think will happen when the 3rd prince knows that he is holding a man?" "What's wrong with a man? He is also a handsome man. Maybe he can even help them have a good relationship." In the private room, Jiang Yifeng knocked on the table lightly. Tell me, what are you doing here? Xiaojiu snorted. Why are you questioning me? Aren't you here too? I came here for the banquet. What do you think I'm doing? Xiaojiu was stunned. It turned out that he was forced to come to such a place. He was a little embarrassed for a while. I came here to have fun, and I became a dancer by mistake. Jiang Yifeng frowned, his eyes locked on Xiaojiu. Can you have fun in this place? Do you know how dangerous your situation was just now? If I wasn't here, do you know what would happen to you now? Xiaojiu blinked his big grape eyes and stared at him, asking seriously, Jiang Yifeng, are you so worried about me? Don't forget that we are only in a relationship of interest. Jiang Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and said in a deep voice, I know. Jiang Yifeng, do you like me? The girl's eyes were very clear, and her eyelashes were curved, opening and closing, making him feel itchy. I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. Jiang Yifeng finally avoided her topic, and laid down on the bed first. Xiaojiu smiled secretly. After he fell asleep, he propped up his face, and talked to himself. Actually, I like you too. The person who was sleeping gently curved his lips. Chapter 28. It was gradually approaching autumn, which should have been a harvest season, but Liangzhou was hit by famine. Jiang Yifeng was busy with this matter, and only went home once in a long time. Xiaoming did not allow Xiaojiu to manage the store anymore, and Jiang Yifeng did not allow her to go out to play. Xiaojiu was bored to death. Finally, someone invited her to go fishing in the wild. This was originally a good thing, but Xiaojiu hesitated because the person who invited her was none other than Jiang Lian. Since that day, Xiaojiu and Jiang Yifeng knew each other's feelings. Their previous contract was no longer valid, and they were a real couple from then on. Jiang Yifeng did not allow Xiaojiu and Jiang Lian to get too close. Xiaojiu should not have agreed to let Jiang Lian accompany him to go fishing, but before that, she kept saying that she would agree to one condition. Jiang Lian saved her life. Is she going to break her promise? And it's too boring to stay at home. After several hesitations, Xiaojiu decided to keep his promise. Jiang Yifeng was not at home during this period anyway, so he would not know where she went or who she followed. Why do you suddenly want to go fishing? Xiaojiu sat in the carriage, and Jiang Lian drove the car. He looked at the endless scenery in front of him and said slowly, It's too stuffy in the palace. I want to come out and take a breath. Xiaojiu asked, Then why did you look for me? I don't think you need someone to accompany you. That Chang'an princess, didn't she always stick to him? Jiang Lian smiled and said casually, I want you to help me catch fish. Don't you want to come out? You don't have to force yourself, I can send you back now. He really stopped the car as he said that. Xiaojiu had never seen someone who cared so much about other people's feelings. He was really a gentle gentleman. Xiaojiu was more willing to go with him. No, I'm bored at home anyway, let's go together. The carriage stopped in the valley. Several streams flowed in the valley, and fish swam happily in them. Ah! That one, look at that colorful fish, it's so beautiful. Hurry up, give me the net. Xiaojiu was happier than the fish. Jiang Lian raised the corner of his mouth and handed the net to her. Xiaojiu tiptoed to the river and threw the net in suddenly. She thought she was fast enough, but she didn't expect that the fish was so cunning that it ran away with a slight swing of its tail. She immediately chased after it, and fought with the fish for 300 rounds, but still didn't catch the fish. Why not just forget it? There are also beautiful fish here. Jiang Lian advised her. No! Xiaojiu said stubbornly, I don't believe I can catch even one fish. I have a way. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Listen to me, you stand over there, and I stand over here, you hold the net, I force it here, we make a feint to the east and attack in the west, we definitely catch it. Jiang Lian smiled dotingly, okay. The two cooperated very well. Xiaojiu stood opposite Jiang Lian, lowered her head and stared at the fish. Suddenly bent to pounce on it. Xiaojiu didn't know what she stepped on. She fell into the water. Fortunately Jiang Lian was quick and dragged her. Xiaojiu threw herself into Jiang Lian's arms. The two of them pressed tightly together. The posture was as ambiguous as it could be. What? Take advantage of me? In order to ease the embarrassment, Xiaojiu blurted out this sentence. Jiang Lian smiled, sorry. So Jiang Lian let go, but Xiaojiu didn't stand still, fell into the water with a bang, and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Jiang Lian jumped down to save her, and the two of them climbed up the shore together. The autumn wind was blowing, and Xiaojiu's clothes were soaked. He couldn't help sneezing several times. Let's go to the cave over there to dry our clothes. You get sick, Jiang Lian suggested. Xiaojiu sneezed and hesitated this. is not good. After all, I'm a married woman. Why, don't you trust me? Xiaojiao certainly trusted him. She knew that Jiang Lian was a gentleman and would not do anything rude to her. So they went into the cave together. Jiang Lian started a fire, and Xiaojiao took off her outer clothes. After drying them, she changed them with the inner clothes and continued to dry them. Jiang Lian was shirtless. There was a long dress dripping with water between them, and Xiaojiao could see a little through the gap. Are you peeking at me? Jiang Lian met her eyes, and then lifted the curtain to show her. Xiaojiao, you. Put it down quickly, I am. Jiang Lian continued for her. I am a married woman. You still do this even though you know it. Humph, you are a hooligan. Jiang Lian said. Huh? I am a hooligan? Weren't you peeking at me just now? Did I see wrongly? Those big grape eyes are not yours? Xiaojiao said seriously. I was checking to see if you were asleep. It was already dark at this time, but the clothes were not dried yet, so they could not leave for the time being. Let's stay here for one night, Jiang Lian said. Then he added, if you don't trust me, I can sleep outside the cave. He really wanted to go outside as he said that. He didn't even wear clothes, and the wind outside was so strong. He would definitely get sick if he slept like this for one night. Come back. Xiaojiao called him. Aren't you putting me in an unjust position? You found the cave, and my clothes got wet because of me. Even if I have to go out, I should be the one to go out. I'm a man, I'm not afraid. Come back. Xiaojiao went over to pull him. It's okay, I trust you. We're all in there, you sleep over there. I sleep over here. Jiang Lian hesitated. Okay. In the middle of the night, the low chirping of cicadas sounded outside again, as if bidding farewell to summer. Xiaojiao was sleeping soundly, and someone woke her up. She was grumpy, and didn't even open her eyes, and said angrily, Lian, what are you doing? Don't touch me. Can't you let me sleep well? Then she heard an angry, restrained and extremely familiar voice. Xiaojiao, wake up. Xiaojiao's eyes widened instantly. Sure enough, the person in front of her was Jiang Yifeng. They just agreed to be husband and wife, but he didn't expect to see such a scene. Jiang Lian had already put on his clothes and stood aside, tying his belt slowly. If you don't believe what I just said, you can ask your third cousin's wife yourself. Jiang Yifeng stared at Xiaojiao with dark eyes. Xiaojiao now felt like he couldn't defend himself, and asked timidly, what did he say just now? He said that you two fell into the river, so you came here to dry your clothes, and you didn't do anything out of the ordinary, is that right? Xiaojiao stood up. Jiang Yifeng, do you think I'm that kind of person? You don't need to ask me, you can believe it if you want, and you can just divorce me if you don't want. I don't have to pay you back for the money I paid you before. Okay? Xiaojiao looked calm on the surface, but in fact her heart was already turbulent, and she decided to strike first. This trick really worked. Jiang Yifeng took her hand and said, of course I believe you, but no matter who sees this, they will feel uncomfortable. Xiaojiao was touched and turned around to hold him. Jiang Yifeng, I only like you. I promise you that today is just an accident. Jiang Yifeng nodded. Okay, it's cold here, let's go back. Xiaojiao followed Jiang Yifeng into the warm and comfortable carriage. He took off his clothes and put them on her, fearing that she would be cold. Jiang Lian watched them go away, holding the clothes that Xiaojiao left here, but he didn't have time to catch up and return them to her. He tightened his hand holding the clothes, and his eyebrows were still gentle as usual. Xiaojiao, I believe we are destined to be together. Xiaojiao sat next to her, and watched Miaoyin tailor clothes for the child. She was now 8 months pregnant, and it was very inconvenient for her to move around. Every time Xiaojiao came to her house to find her, Xiaojiao found that the clothes Miaoyin made were all pink, and asked with his arms crossed, how do you know that you are carrying a girl? Miaoyin's face was filled with a happy smile. I can feel it, she must be a girl. I don't believe it. She is so noisy, it must be a boy. Otherwise, let's make a bet. If it is a boy, you can come to help me for free after the confinement. If it is a girl, I will be a nanny for your child for free. Miaoyin rolled her eyes at her. I dare not ask you to be a nanny for my child. Can you take care of the child? I can't take care of it, but I can learn. I still like children. You should try to give birth to one yourself first. Taking care of a child is not as simple as you think. Xiaojiao was silent. Miaoyin looked at her belly. Xiaojiao, how long have you been married to the third prince? Why haven't you gotten pregnant yet? Do you have any health problems? Otherwise, you should ask a doctor to take a look. Xiaojiao was too lazy to pay attention to her. None of your business. In fact, since the last incident, Jiang Yifeng had obviously become much colder towards her. Xiaojiu was still getting more and more courageous and coaxing him. At this moment, Xiao Tao came in and said, "My queen, the third prince said that there will be a dinner party in the palace later, and asked if you want to go with him." Xiaojiu's eyes lit up. Jiang Yifeng finally took the initiative to talk to her, although he asked someone else to pass the message. "I go! Go, go!" Xiaojiu got up. "Let's go back home now." Miaoying thought, "Is the dinner in the palace fun? Why did she get so excited?" "Xiaojiu." Miaoying called Xiaojiu and rubbed her with a smile. "Take me with you to broaden my horizons." Xiaojiu looked at her with disdain. "Just stay at home quietly, pregnant woman." Miaoying pulled her up and didn't let her go, and said coquettishly, "Xiaojiu, my good sister, just take me with you, but I have never been to the palace once. I swear I will stay by your side honestly, and not run around." Under her dragging, Xiaojiu had no choice but to agree, and claimed that Miaoying was her pregnant cousin from her 8th aunt's family, and took her into the palace together. Along the way, Jiang Yifeng didn't talk to Xiaojiu, and Xiaojiu didn't talk to him either, just chatting with Miaoying. Miaoying noticed that the two of them were abnormal, and it turned out that they had a conflict. The carriage stopped in front of the palace gate. It was Xiaojiu's first time entering the palace, so he followed Jiang Yifeng closely, and didn't dare to run around. The palace was very orderly. The palace maids and eunuchs lined up on the palace road. There were many people, but no sound could be heard. Xiaojiu and Miaoying naturally didn't dare to speak loudly. Chapter 29. Everyone entered the palace one after another. Those who came to attend the palace banquet were all royal nobles and important officials in the court. Most of them brought their families, their wives and children. Jiang Yifeng was a little strange. He brought his wife and a pregnant woman. Everyone thought she was his concubine. This palace banquet was indeed very grand, with music and dance, stringed instruments and wind instruments, but Xiaojiu felt it was very boring. "I thought it was so good, but it turned out to be just like what was played in TV dramas. How many times has she watched these scenes on TV dramas?" Xiaojiu looked at Miaoying, who was drowsy, knowing that she didn't like it here either, patted her gently, and whispered, "How about we sneak out from there later?" Miaoying worriedly said, "Will we be discovered?" "Follow me, don't run around, you won't be discovered." Xiaojiu squatted down, but Miaoying couldn't squat down because she was pregnant, so she had to take Miaoying and sneak out with her against the wall while everyone's eyes were focused on the dancer. "Where are we going now?" Miaoying patted the white dust that had rubbed off the wall. Xiaojiu took a deep breath of fresh air, looked at the luxurious buildings around him, and suggested, "Let's go for a walk. The palace is so big, and we have never been here before. Where can we go for a walk?" "That's why we want to go for a walk, but there are so many winding roads here, it's easy to get lost. We have to mark the way as we go." Miaoying frowned. What to mark? Xiaojiu picked a few flowers from the flower bed next to him, and threw petals as he walked. The two walked a long way along the way, and when they didn't know where they were, two little palace maids passed by and talked with a smile. "Alas, His Royal Highness the 7th Prince is so heroic. It would be so great if I could marry him as a concubine." "Dream on, you? No one wants you as a foot-washing maid." TSK. "But then again, the 7th Prince's archery is so accurate that he hits the heart in one go." "Yeah, that's true." Miaoying listened with her ears erect, and excitedly pulled Xiaojiu's clothes. "Xiaojiu, did you hear it? Someone is shooting arrows in the hunting ground. Let's go and see." Xiaojiu didn't plan to go forward, but since there was something going on ahead, let's go and see. The two secretly came to the hunting ground, and sure enough, they saw several young men in gorgeous clothes drawing bows and crossbows at the masters in front of them. The carved bows were like full moons, and the arrows flew out suddenly, piercing the heart. "Wow, so amazing!" Miaoying couldn't help but admire. Xiaojiu said disdainfully, "Tisk, what's the big deal? I can do it too." The young man who was shooting arrows turned around and looked at Xiaojiu, who was hiding behind the tree. "Who's there? You are so arrogant. Do you dare to come out and compete with me?" Since he had discovered her, Xiaojiu simply stood up. Miaoying pulled her nervously. "Xiaojiu, can you really shoot arrows?" Xiaojiu said with a relaxed look, "Of course not." What a joke. She had never even touched a bow. How could she shoot arrows? She just wanted to brag to Miaoying just now, but she didn't expect to be heard by that person. That person was the 7th Prince Jiangxi. Hearing about his archery skills, he was second to none in the capital. "Just now, you said you could shoot arrows?" Jiangxi looked at the girl in front of him, his tone full of contempt. Xiaojiu felt that this person was full of arrogance and was not easy to mess with. She smiled and waved her hands. No, you heard me wrong. I didn't say I can shoot arrows that. I have something else to do, otherwise I'd better leave first, and not disturb you shooting arrows. Xiaojiu turned around and prepared to run. Jiangxi stopped her. Don't go, you have ruined my interest in archery today, you want to leave now? If I don't make you pay a price, I won't be Jiangxi. Xiaojiu swallowed her saliva guiltily. You. What do you want? Jiangxi smiled coldly. Little girl, you are so brave. You dare to sneak here to provoke me. You just said that to attract my attention, right? Haha, I have seen too many women like you. Xiaojiu really didn't know what to say, silently scolding him for being a narcissist in his heart. Jiangxi pulled out a handful of arrows from the quiver. Here are 10 arrows. I give you 10 chances. As long as you can hit the heart with one, I will spare your life. He didn't look like he was joking at all. Xiaojiu finally realized that he was in trouble. How can this 7th prince be so narrow-minded? Didn't he just say one thing to him? He and Jiang Lian are brothers, but their minds are so different. Xiaojiu had no choice but to pick up the arrows. Jiangxi stepped aside to watch the show and threw her a bow. Xiaojiu just raised the first arrow, and Jiangxi cast a look at Miao Yin behind her. If you don't hit the target with 10 arrows, I will not only kill you, but also the lives of your friend and the baby in her belly. You'd better be careful. Xiaojiu's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to look at Miao Yin. She was already crying. Xiaojiu was not happy. I said what I said just now. What does it have to do with her? If you can't hit the target, you can just take my life. Why hurt a pregnant woman? Are you still a man? It was the first time that Jiangxi was questioned so boldly. He couldn't help but think that this woman was very interesting. Hee, then today I will tell you that I am shameless. If you can't hit the heart, I will kill you all. What can you do to me? Xiaojiu trembled and didn't move. Jiangxi said again, I will give you 3 more counts. If you don't start shooting, I will kill you now. 3, 2, 1. Before one was finished, Xiaojiu shot the first arrow very quickly, and the result was not unexpected. Not to mention hitting the heart, even the target was not hit. Miao Yin felt a faint despair. On the other side, Jiabian, where is the princess? When the banquet was halfway through, Jiang Yifeng found that Xiaojiu and Miao Yin were gone. Jiabian looked around. Maybe she went out. Jiang Yifeng didn't plan to go out to find her, but thinking that the palace was so big and she could easily get lost, he decided to go out to look for her. Jiang Yifeng found an excuse and left the hall. As soon as he reached the flower bed, he saw red petals along the road. It seems that he is not stupid. He followed the petals all the way. Little girl, this is your last chance. In the hunting ground, Jiangxi had a sneer on his face and had already drawn his sword, as if he was ready to take Xiaojiu's life at any time. Xiaojiu looked at the target in front of her. So far, she has shot 9 arrows, but 7 of them have not hit the target. Xiaojiu couldn't just sit there and wait for death. She lowered her bow and said to Jiangxi, Do you know who my husband is? Jiangxi said nonchalantly, Who? Me. A voice came from the entrance of the hunting ground, and the man's black sleeves fluttered as he strode towards here. Jiangxi looked closely, and saw that he was the 3rd prince Jiang Yifeng. Jiangxi frowned, not expecting that this woman was Jiang Yifeng's 3rd princess? What kind of game is your 7th prince playing with my princess? Jiang Yifeng came over, naturally hugged Xiaojiu into his arms, and looked down at Jiangxi, who looked unhappy. Jiangxi couldn't afford to offend Jiang Yifeng. After all, he was the person his father had taken a fancy to recently. If he annoyed him, he might be discredited in his father's heart. Jiangxi lied, I'm competing with my 3rd cousin in archery. Really? The 7th prince has amazing skills, and my foolish wife is naturally no match for him. Isn't it embarrassing to be in front of you? He said this, but everyone could hear his hidden meaning. Aren't you humiliating my wife? Jiangxi broke out in a cold sweat. That? I also know this, so I gave my 3rd cousin 10 chances. As long as she can hit the bullseye once, she will be considered the winner. Now, how many chances are left? He looked at the fallen arrows on the ground. Once. Jiang Yifeng curled his lips slightly, put his hand around Xiaojiu's neck and pinched her chin, and whispered in her ear, The last arrow, I will teach you how to shoot. He held Xiaojiu's hand, drew the bow and arrow, aimed at the red heart in front of him, and pressed his face against hers, saying, Keep your eyes on the center of the target and move slowly. He held her hand and made some adjustments, pulled the bow to the fullest, and suddenly let go. The arrow flew out, and stuck firmly in the red heart without any deviation. Xiao Jiao was stunned for a moment, but she didn't find that Jiang Yifeng had this ability. Jiang Yifeng knew what she was thinking at a glance, and laughed softly. There are many more of my abilities that you don't know. Xiao Jiao's face gradually turned red, and there were a bunch of people watching the show around her. She felt that it was shameful to lose like this, so he asked everyone to disperse. The scene became lively again. What are you still looking at? Let's go! Jiang Yifeng said suddenly. He grabbed Xiao Jiao's wrist and took her to the exit. Xiao Jiao turned around and found that Miao Yin was gone. Mean? Xiao Jiao broke away from Jiang Yifeng and looked for Miao Yin everywhere. Xiao Jiao, I'm here! Miao Yin's voice came from not far away, and she was walking towards Xiao Jiao. Suddenly, an arrow shot over and headed straight for Miao Yin. Miao Yin was startled, but fortunately, the arrow just passed through her head and shot behind her. Are you okay? Xiao Jiao hurried over. Miao Yin sat on the ground in shock and said blankly, I'm fine. Miao Yin was about to get up when she began to feel a dull pain in her stomach. She covered her stomach, frowned in pain, and couldn't help but shout out. Me and you? What's wrong with you? Xiao Jiao was terrified. Are you going to give birth? Miao Yin was about to roll on the ground in pain. She grabbed Xiao Jiao's clothes tightly. Xiao Jiao, it seems. Ah. Xiao Jiao frantically asked for help from Jiang Yifeng. Go and call the imperial physician. Jiang Yifeng turned around and told Jubian, who hurried over and found 2 people to carry Miao Yin to a nearby palace and hurriedly prepared various delivery tools. The imperial physician finally arrived in time and said that Miao Yin had a premature birth due to shock, which was very bad for pregnant women and might result in 2 deaths. Xiao Jiao was stunned for a long time and immediately asked someone to notify Yin Heng. Chapter 30. Yin Heng quickly arrived outside the palace, but because he was the son of a criminal, it was inconvenient for him to show up in the palace, so he had to wait outside the palace. Xiao Jiao went out to meet him. Yin Heng's face was gloomy, and he stood under the shade of the tree like a ghost. Yin Heng, Miao Yin, she suddenly gave birth prematurely, and the imperial physician said the situation is not optimistic. Xiao Jiao slowly lowered her head. She was responsible for this matter, so her voice gradually became smaller. You have to be mentally prepared. Before she finished speaking, Yin Heng drew out his sword with a swish sound and pointed it at Xiao Jiao's neck. Why did you bring her into the palace? Don't you know she is about to give birth? I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't persuade her well. Yin Heng swung his long sword, and the sharp blade passed through Xiao Jiao's right hand. The tips of his 5 slender fingers dripped with blood, as if they were dyed red nails, and the red was shocking. Xiao Jiao did not move, and let him hurt his 5 fingers. Yin Heng said, If Miao Yin and the child cannot come out of the palace safely today, I will sacrifice my life in the future, and will not let you have an easy life. He turned the hilt of the sword and pointed the blade at Xiao Jiao's left hand. She slowly stretched out her hand. She thought that the blood she shed would be a return to Miao Yin. A long sword came through the air, and knocked the sword in Yin Heng's hand to the ground. A man protected Xiao Jiao behind him, and looked at Yin Heng like a devil. Miao Yin begged Xiao Jiao to enter the palace, and it was Miao Yin who proposed to enter the hunting ground. It was Miao Yin who ran around in the hunting ground. You are angry, but you vent your anger on others? No matter what, Xiao Jiao is responsible for Miao Yin's premature birth and her life hanging by a thread. Jiang Yifeng laughed in anger, picked up the long sword on the ground, and pointed it at Yin Heng. Okay. Today I will let you know whether my princess is easy to mess with. Xiao Jiao had just blinked an eye when the 2 of them started fighting. It was useless for her to persuade them. The 2 were not as good at martial arts, but Jiang Yifeng was slightly better. After all, he was a general. Xiao Tao ran over and told Xiao Jiao that Miao Yin had given birth. Xiao Jiao had no time to care about the 2 people fighting, and hurried back to the palace to visit Miao Yin. Miao Yin had given birth to a 6-pound boy, and fortunately, both mother and child were fine. Xiao Jiao couldn't help crying and held Miao Yin's hand, who was already exhausted. You really scared me. Miao Yin tried to smile. I'm lucky. Why are you crying? Miao Yin wiped Xiao Jiao's tears, and Xiao Jiao raised his hand to hold her. Only then did she see that Xiao Jiao's 10 fingers on his right hand were dripping with blood. What's wrong with your fingers? It was obvious that he was injured by a sword. Xiao Jiao shook his head, not wanting to make him worry. Go and see your son. Miao Yin was not in the mood. She had already guessed almost everything. Is Yin Heng here? Did he hurt you? Xiao Jiao lowered his eyes, and said nothing. Miao Yin struggled to get up. Xiao Jiao would not allow her, but she was too persistent. so she had to help her go out to see Yin Heng. Yin Heng was still fighting with Jiang Yifeng. Seeing Miao Yin's pale face and frail body, he suddenly stopped. It was okay for a while, but he was hit by Jiang Yifeng. Yin Heng spat out a mouthful of blood. Miao Yin staggered over to help him, but didn't know what to say. He held Miao Yin's face and kept looking at her, as if he wanted to see through her. After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, "I'm glad you're okay." Miao Yin hugged him. "It's a boy, very healthy." Xiao Tao had already taken Miao Yin's child out. Yin Heng took the child and took Miao Yin's hand. "Let's go home." When he walked past Jiang Yifeng, his eyes were still cold. Miao Yin glanced at Xiaojiu, her eyes full of guilt. Xiaojiu stood there for a long time. The wind was blowing more and more fiercely. Jiang Yifeng stepped forward and stood at the wind outlet to block her. "We should go back too." Xiaojiu looked in the direction where Miao Yin left and smiled bitterly. "It seems that our sisterhood is almost over." After that, Miao Yin and Xiaojiu never met. "Don't look, let's go." Jiang Yifeng touched Xiaojiu's head, put his arm around her shoulders, and took her to the carriage. "Let me see your hand." When Xiaojiu came to her senses, Jiang Yifeng had already held her hand to check the injury. There was a long and deep cut between the 5 fingers of her right hand, and blood was still oozing out. He tore off a brocade strip from his clothes and wrapped it around her 5 fingers. "Hold it tight. Don't let the blood flow out, and apply medicine when you go back." "Oh!" Xiaojiu clumsily held the brocade strip, but because she was distracted, she didn't hold it well, and the blood flowed out again. Jiang Yifeng sighed, and wrapped her small hand tightly with his big hand. They held hands all the way, and when they got off the car, he patted Xiaojiu. "We're here." Xiaojiu came back to her senses. "Oh." He helped her get off the car, and seeing her depressed look, he couldn't help but pull her closer to his arms, brushed away the fallen leaves on her hair, and said softly, "This is not your fault. You don't have to blame yourself. Even if Miao Yin is gone, you still have me." Xiaojiu's heart moved. After that day, their relationship was reconciled as before. Miao Yin was at home for the confinement period. She missed Xiaojiu very much, but Yin Heng hurt her, and she didn't know how to face her. But seeing how Jiang Yifeng cared about Xiaojiu that day, they should have reconciled, so Miao Yin didn't need to worry too much. A month passed like this. Miao Yin's child was about to have a full-month banquet, and she secretly wrote Xiaojiu and Jiang Yifeng's names on the guest list. When Jiang Yifeng received the invitation, he hesitated for a while whether to tell Xiaojiu, and finally decided to secretly throw it away, but he didn't expect that Xiaojiu saw it. "What are you looking at? Who sent the invitation?" Xiaojiu snatched the little red booklet from his hand, and was stunned for a moment as he looked at it. "Oh yes, Miao Yin's child is already a full month old. She also asked me to be the child's godmother. Oh. At that time we also agreed that if the child is a boy, she will come to help me. If it is a girl, I will go to be her nanny." Jiang Yifeng hugged Xiaojiu into his arms. "I take you there tomorrow." The next day, the two of them came to Yan's house with the invitation. Because of Yin Heng's special status, he is now renamed Yin Miao. Yin Heng was receiving the guests at the door. When they walked in front of him, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his tone was not very good. "Why are you here?" Jiang Yifeng glared at him. "Didn't you write the invitation?" "When did I write it to you?" Miao Yin's voice came from a distance. "I asked them to come." Xiaojiu. Miao Yin burst into tears and hugged Xiaojiu. "I haven't seen you for a long time." Xiaojiu was also very touched, but she was not the kind of person who cried and wailed. She pretended to be indifferent and patted her shoulder. "What are you crying for? It's not like we won't see each other again in our lifetime." Yin Heng looked at this scene and couldn't bear to say anything else. He could only say, "Okay, come in. If you come in and cry again, it will be embarrassing here." Miao Yin took Xiaojiu to see the child. Xiaojiu rubbed the baby's chubby face. "See, I said it was a boy. We agreed before that you would help me for a month for free, and you are not allowed to cheat." "Mean, okay, I do it." The full moon banquet was a busy day for the Yin family. In the evening, everyone left one after another. The noise gradually subsided. Xiaojiu looked around for Jiang Yifeng. "Where is he? Maybe he left you and went home." "Xiaojiu, don't leave tonight. Stay here with me." Xiaojiu shook his head. "Come on, you just want to trick me into changing your child's diaper. I won't be fooled." "How could it be? By the way, what is the child's name?" "Yin Bin, the polite Bin," the name Yin Heng gave him. The night was getting darker. The two people were lying on the bed teasing the child, and the door was pushed open with a bang. Xiaojiu turned around and saw Jiang Yifeng. He looked not very well, and looked like a devil in the dark night. Xiaojio didn't know why he compared him like this. It's time to go home, Jiang Yifeng said in an imperative tone. Xiaojio was reluctant, but he said calmly, I'm leaving. I come to see you another day. Miao shouted behind him, You must come tomorrow. You must come. They had just walked out of the door, and had only taken a few steps, when a servant ran over in panic. Xiaojio stopped him and asked solemnly, What happened? The servant stammered, Master. Master is dead. Xiaojio was shocked. How could this happen? The servant shook his head in despair. I don't know. I went to the master's study to find him just now. As soon as I entered, I saw him lying on the ground covered in blood with a knife stuck in his chest. Before Xiaojio could react, the servant had already run into Miaoyin's room, and she screamed from inside, You are talking nonsense. She didn't even have time to put on her shoes, and ran out in a messy pace, heading for Yin Heng's study, with Xiaojio following behind her. Before she pushed open the door, a bloody smell rushed into her nose, and Miaoyin trembled all over, standing at the door, and not daring to go in. Xiaojio held her hand from behind. Miaoyin, you have to calm down. Miaoyin slowly pushed open the door, and sure enough, she saw Yin Heng lying motionless on the ground, without a breath. She went over and hugged Yin Heng, crying and muttering, How could this happen? How could this happen? He was fine just now. The body was still warm, and the person seemed to have just died. Xiaojio looked at Miaoyin, who felt out of breath, clenched his fists, and had someone seal the Yin mansion to prevent the assassin from running out. But neither the gatekeepers nor the guests in the mansion saw the assassin break in, which means that the murderer was one of the guests. However, none of the people invited this time knew Yin Heng's true identity, except Xiaojio and Jiang Yifeng. They were Miaoyin's relatives, all honest and loyal country people. How could they kill someone? Miaoyin could never believe that they would kill someone with a knife. Even if they wanted to kill, Yin Heng was a martial arts expert. How could ordinary people like them who were unarmed kill him? Miaoyin gradually stopped sobbing. She didn't know what she was thinking of. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. She pulled out the dagger from Yin Heng's chest like a demon and quickly stabbed Jiang Yifeng. Chapter 31. Jiang Yifeng easily grabbed her wrist and threw her away. Miaoyin, what are you doing? Xiaojio was startled, pushed Miaoyin away, and protected Jiang Yifeng behind him. Miaoyin lost her mind and pointed the bloody knife at Jiang Yifeng. You killed Yin Heng, right? Jiang Yifeng said calmly. I didn't. No. Then where did you go just now? Why did you come back only now? And who else could kill him except you? Jiang Yifeng said coldly. I said it all, I didn't. Miaoyin, calm down. How could Jiang Yifeng kill Yin Heng? The murderer must be someone else. Believe us, I will help you find him, okay? Miaoyin cried and said, Xiaojio, it's Jiang Yifeng, it must be him. He has been brooding over the last incident. Xiaojio, take a good look at this man. He is simply a big devil who kills without blinking an eye. Xiaojio said, No, he is not that kind of person, I promise you. It must not be Jiang Yifeng, Miaoyin, believe me. Miaoyin calmed down. Her eyes were blurred with tears, and her voice was hoarse. Really? Xiaojio, in this world, I only believe in you. Xiaojio nodded. Miaoyin squatted on the ground in despair, motionless. Xiaojio looked worried. Miaoyin, please don't do anything stupid. Binner is still waiting for you to take care of him. Miaoyin cried again. Xiaojio, can you take me away? I'm scared here alone. Xiaojio's heart was twisted into a ball. Okay, you come home with me. Jiang Yifeng's eyes dimmed. Miaoyin followed Xiaojio into the palace, with the child in her arms. She hid behind Xiaojio the whole time, like a frightened rabbit. Xiaojio took her to her room. Miaoyin was still sobbing. She coaxed her to sleep, and gave the child to Xiao Ao to take care of. Miaoyin finally fell asleep. Xiaojio sighed, and went to Jiang Yifeng's room. Can the murderer be caught? Who wants to kill Yin Heng? Xiaojio was full of worries. Jiang Yifeng said, Although Yin Heng has changed his name, it is normal for someone to find that he is still alive. Besides, who has been an official has a few enemies who want to kill him. Can the murderer be caught? It's difficult. There was a sudden gust of wind outside, and a person flashed in from the window. The sharp dagger came over. Jiang Yifeng was caught off guard and dodged, but his arm was still scratched. Miaoyin's eyes were red, and she stood up and killed again. Jiubian came in and captured her. Me and you? Xiaojio was dumbfounded. Miaoyin laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's right. I went into the mansion with you today just for revenge. The murderer is Jiang Yifeng. I want to kill him. Xiaojio was stunned, and didn't know what to say. She probably never thought there would be such a day. Lock her up. Jiang Yifeng ordered coldly. Jubian was about to drag her away. Xiao Jiao pleaded, Jiang Yifeng, don't lock her up. She still has to take care of the children. Can't you see? She has lost her mind now. If she is not locked up, there will be endless troubles. I can understand it. Wait until she is refreshed and sober, and then let her out. Xiao Jiao had nothing to say, watching Jiaobian drag away Miaoying, who was neither human nor ghost. Xiao Jiao often went to see her, and heard her crying inside. She said, Miaoying, everything will pass. Xiao Jiao, can you let me see the child? At that time, Xiao Jiao did not hear the despair and determination to die in Miaoying's voice at all. The next night, she heard the child crying in the room, crying very loudly. Xiao Jiao pushed open the door, and found Miaoying had hanged herself. And Binner was lying on the table crying loudly. Xiao Jiao walked over with a weak step, and picked up the child, coaxing him to stop crying, but somehow her tears fell. There were a few pieces of paper in the swaddling clothes, which were left by Miaoying. She wrote a lot, and the paper read, Xiao Jiao, I'm sorry. I don't think I can leave Yin Heng. Maybe I'm too useless. I still remember the first time I met brother Yin Heng. He was still the young master of Shangshu Mansion, and he saved me from the hands of a gangster on the street. He always said I was cute. In this world, except for my parents and you, only brother Yin Heng treats me well. Do you know why Yin Heng was willing to sacrifice his own life to kill Yin Ji? It's because my brother was killed by Yin Ji. Yin Heng loves me more than you see, and so do I. Xiao Jiao, it's not that I don't trust you, but you trust Jiang Yifeng too much. Only I know the truth. Yin Heng and Jiang Yifeng have been enemies from the beginning. Jiang Yifeng knew that Yin Heng asked others to die for him, but he still helped us rob the execution ground, just to take over the emperor's hand and get rid of him. And Jiang Yifeng got rid of Yin Ji and Yin Heng just because they were the ninth prince's people. Looking at the dynasty, the ninth prince is the most qualified and capable person to get the throne. Jiang Yifeng naturally does not allow the ninth prince's people to live in this world. He is really more scheming than you think. Do you remember the time when you and Jiang Lian went fishing? In fact, Jiang Yifeng arrived unexpectedly just to assassinate Jiang Lian, but it was difficult to do it because you were there. The beauty salon caught fire, not because Qiao Daming deliberately took revenge, but because Jiang Yifeng wanted to kill Jiang Lian and let you be buried with him. I didn't want to tell you this at first. I thought Jiang Yifeng had already fallen in love with you, and would not hurt you. But he was so cruel to kill Binner's biological father, when he was just 1 month old. Next, he will definitely take action against Binner. Shujio, I beg you, save Binner. I'm tired and I don't have the ability to protect him. I believe you can take good care of him, and hope you can raise him to adulthood. Tears wet the message. All those sad, hateful, regretful, and unbelievable emotions were mixed together, and Xiaojiao didn't move for a long time. Jiang Yifeng, Jiang Yifeng. The door was suddenly knocked, and the person she had never seen through pushed open the door. Seeing this scene, there was not much emotion on his face. She just looked at Xiaojiao distressfully. Don't be too sad. His eyes fell on Binner, who was still crying. Someone, go find this child and take him down. Xiaojiao was stunned, rushed over and hugged the child tightly in his arms, and stuffed the letter into his sleeve calmly. No! None of you can touch him. Miaoying said that I should take good care of him. Jiang Yifeng saw that she was emotional, and hurriedly said, Okay, let's go back first. I will let someone deal with the things here. Xiaojiao walked past Jiang Yifeng with an expressionless face. For several days afterwards, she stayed with Binner, not allowing anyone to get close to her, and even held him in her arms when she slept. Xiaojiao, you've been too tired recently. Just let Binner be taken care of by the nanny. Jiang Yifeng advised earnestly. Xiaojiao didn't look at him, and said without emotion, No, Miaoying asked me to take good care of Binner. Jiang Yifeng let her go, and didn't notice the hatred hidden in Xiaojiao's eyes. In the evening, Xiao Tao brought milk and handed it to Xiaojiao. She shook it, and was about to feed it to the child. Xiao Tao said casually, This milk was prepared by the third prince. I heard that it uses the best quality goat milk. Xiaojiao was so scared that he threw the bottle away, and hugged Binner tightly. My queen, what's wrong with you? Xiao Tao was stunned. Xiaojiao picked up the bottle with trembling hands, just now. My hand cramped a little. You go out first, I feed him. Xiao Tao was about to leave when Xiaojiao called her again. Hey, wait. What's wrong? Is the rabbit that the prince gave me before still there? Xiao Tao didn't know why she was so nervous. Yes. Bring it here. Don't let anyone know. Xiao Tao didn't understand her intention, so she followed her instructions and brought the rabbit. Xiaojiao used it to tease Binner and laughed herself. Xiao Tao was a little relieved and walked out of the room with a curved lip. As soon as she left, the smile on Xiao Jiu's face disappeared in an instant. She picked up the bottle and grabbed the rabbit again, her hand shaking constantly. When the rabbit drank the goat's milk and lay motionless on the ground, Xiao Jiu was really about to collapse. Her last hope for Jiang Yifeng fell apart at this moment. "Your Highness, someone is looking for you outside." Jiang Lian came to the door and saw a woman wearing a dark cloak standing in the yard. "Who are you?" The woman turned around and saw it was Xiao Jiu. He had never seen Xiao Jiu like this. Wearing dark clothes and a hat covering half of her face, she looked like a witch in the dark. She was holding a child in her arms. "Xiao Jiu, why are you here?" He thought that after Jiang Yifeng got angry with her, they would never meet again. Xiao Jiu walked forward, her face was vicissitudes, as if she had just experienced a storm. "Yan Heng is dead, did you know?" Jiang Lian's face did not have much emotion, and he nodded calmly. Xiao Jiu couldn't help but show a trace of sarcasm on her face. Sure enough, people who seek power are always cold-blooded. This is Yan Heng's posthumous child. I hope you can take good care of him. Xiao Jiu handed the child to Jiang Lian. "Protect him, okay? If there is a chance, I will come back to pick him up." Jiang Lian had no reason to take care of the child, but he also had no reason to hurt him, and he had the ability to protect him. It was safest to hand the child over to him. Jiang Lian looked at the child and pondered for a long time. Xiao Jiu thought he was reluctant. "Just consider it as a personal favor, I will return it to you in the future." Jiang Lian said, "It doesn't matter, just leave the child to me." "Thank you." Xiao Jiu thanked stiffly and turned away. Xiao Jiu returned to the palace and opened the door to see Jiang Yifeng sitting there with a bad face. "Xiao Jiu, where did you go just now? Where is the child?" Xiao Jiu glanced at him coldly and laughed creepily at the child. "I sent the child away." Jiang Yifeng stood up suddenly. "Sent away? Where did you send him?" "Sent to Miaoyin's mother." Jiang Yifeng's face darkened. "Didn't Miaoyin ask you to take care of the child for her? How could you send him away casually?" Xiao Jiu walked towards him step by step. "Jiang Yifeng, tell me, why did I send him away?" Chapter 32. Jiang Yifeng was silent, looking at her, with surprise in his eyes. "You killed Yan Heng, right? We trusted you so much." Xiao Jiu tried his best to suppress his emotions. "You also set the fire in the beauty salon? And then you pretended to repair it?" Jiang Yifeng slowly lowered his eyes, never saying a word, acquiescing in everything. "You are so unscrupulous for the throne, Jiang Yifeng. I never thought that you were such a person." He sighed deeply, turned his back, and his tone was mixed with helplessness that could not be understood by others. "Being in the royal family, you will be more or less helpless." Xiao Jiu shouted hysterically. "When you killed Yan Heng, did you think about his wife and his 1-month-old child?" Jiang Yifeng said coldly, "No." Xiao Jiu was completely disappointed. She retreated to the door and said sadly, "After all, I was wrong, Jiang Yifeng. I really regret it." After that, she left. Jiang Yifeng slowly turned around and looked at her slender back. He thought he could ignore Xiao Jiu's feelings, but when he felt that she was getting farther and farther away from him, he realized that he cared about her. Xiao Jiu locked himself in the room and seemed to have not come out for several days. Xiao Tao didn't dare to go in. Jiang Yifeng walked to the door and knocked hesitantly. No one answered. He suddenly thought of Miaoyin, who was hanged in the room, and his heart was shocked. "Jubian, break the door open." Jubian immediately called someone over, and after a few loud bangs, the lock fell off. Jiang Yifeng rushed in, but didn't see anyone. He turned around and asked angrily, "Are you sure that the third princess has never come out?" The maids looked at each other. "It seems. I've been out, I forgot." He punched the door frame. It turned out that she ran away, and I didn't know how many days she had been away. Glancing from the corner of his eye, the black words on the white paper on the table caught his eye. He was stunned for a moment, and went to check. Divorce letter was printed on the right side, which was particularly conspicuous. Xiao Jiu was a playful person, but the words on the paper were so cold that they chilled Jiang Yifeng's heart. On October 26th, the Gingzi year, Xiao Jiu divorced her husband Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng couldn't stand on his heels, and his body swayed to hold the table. Jubian came to his side worriedly, and saw the words on the divorce letter. "Bring her back. No matter where she is, we must find her back." Jiang Yifeng's voice was very low, but it hid infinite sadness. "Your Highness, there is news. Someone saw the princess enter the 9th prince's mansion." Jiang Yifeng's eyebrows suddenly frowned, and he ordered Jiao Bian, "Bring people immediately, and go to the 9th prince's mansion with me to ask for the person." Ninth Prince's Mansion. Xiaojiao, are you leaving today? Holding Xiaojiao's wrist with one hand, she turned her head and looked at Jiang Lian. What else? I have stayed here for a long time. Sorry to bother you. I will leave today. She put on a cloak, covered herself in it, picked up dinner, and was determined to leave, like a lone goose who had already planned to wander around. Xiaojiao? Jiang Lian called her again. Actually, it doesn't matter if you stay a little longer. No. Jiang Lian held her back. If you go out now, Jiang Yifeng will definitely find someone to catch you back. I won't let anyone find me. Why don't you understand? Jiang Lian sighed. You can clearly see my feelings for you. Xiaojiao, since you have no relationship with Jiang Yifeng anymore, why don't you accept me? Xiaojiao raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Lian, I would rather marry a beggar on the street than marry a power seeker like you who is hard-hearted and cold-blooded. Jiang Lian didn't know what to say, and the housekeeper suddenly reported, Your Highness, the third prince is here, and he said he wants to take the third princess back to the mansion. He glanced at Xiaojiao lightly. Can you still leave now? Xiaojiao paused. Jiang Lian, in this case, help me again. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you for this favor. If there is a chance? Is there another chance? Xiaojiao remained silent. In fact, she didn't know if she could have another chance, and even she didn't know where to go next. Jiang Lian sneered, You hide inside and don't come out. He came to the door of the mansion, and sure enough, he saw Jiang Yifeng and his group of people stopping at the door. Third cousin, what are you doing here? Jiang Yifeng glanced at him. I'm here to take my foolish wife home, and please let her out, Ninth Prince. Jiang Lian stroked his chin and thought for a long time. Oh, you mean the third cousin's wife? I haven't seen her. Really? Ninth Prince, do you dare to let me take people into search? Jiang Lian thought about it and nodded, of course, but if this matter gets to my father's ears, and he says that the third prince searched my mansion, how will my father look at my third cousin? Jiang Yifeng's body trembled and clenched his fists. At this moment, he and Jiang Lian knew that the person was in the ninth prince's mansion, but Jiang Yifeng couldn't go into search. In other words, Jiang Lian didn't want to hand over the person, and he couldn't bring Xiaojiao out. Let's go! Jiang Yifeng turned around, walked a few steps, and whispered in Jiao's ear, Send someone to keep an eye on the ninth prince's mansion, and bring the princess back immediately when she comes out. Yes. Jiang Lian returned to the mansion, and Xiaojiao asked, Are you leaving? He nodded, and Xiaojiao grabbed the bag again. He went over to hold her down. If you leave now, aren't you walking into a trap? He will definitely be unwilling to accept that he failed to search my mansion today, and he has people waiting outside my mansion. Do you want to go out? Xiaojiao was stagnant, and Bitter started crying restlessly. Jiang Lian called the nanny to take him away. Xiaojiao refused to let go, and the nanny asked twice before taking Bitter away. Xiaojiao, you can pay me back slowly, don't worry, I will let you go after this period of time. Xiaojiao stayed in the ninth prince's mansion for a month. Jiao Bian led people to wait in the ninth prince's mansion for a month, but still couldn't wait for Xiaojiao to go out. He could not help but suspect that Xiaojiao was not in there at all, and went back to report to Jiang Yifeng, Your Highness, perhaps the princess has already left the ninth prince's mansion, but we just don't know. Besides, if the princess really doesn't want to see you, forcing you will only backfire. Jiang Yifeng understood this truth, but he just couldn't let it go. He was silent for a long time, as if it was 100 years long, and finally said in a hoarse voice, Let her go. Jiao Bian took the order and went out, and Jiang Yifeng stared blankly at the hair accessories that Xiaojiao had worn. I believe we will meet again one day. Your Highness, those people outside have withdrawn. Jiang Lian was somewhat disappointed when he heard the housekeeper say this news, and Xiaojiao couldn't wait to leave. Jiang Lian stopped her again. Wait a few more days. Maybe it's a trick? So after a few more days, no one appeared at the gate of the mansion. Xiaojiao disguised herself and left the ninth prince's mansion with Bitter in her arms. Jiang Lian stood at the door, watching her back gradually go away. At the same time, another person was hiding behind a tree, looking at the same scene and having the same mood. Xiaojiao had never expected an accident on the road. It was the 7th day since she left the capital. After 7 days of rushing, she finally reached the edge of the city. There have always been many bandits in this area. When she came out of the inn, the innkeeper kindly reminded her to take a shortcut, but she still encountered them. Several bandits surrounded Xiaojiao with hatchets in their hands. Xiaojiao took Bitter off her back and held her in her arms. If you want money, I can give it to you. Just don't hurt me and my child. The bandit leader was named Ming Dang. He said to Xiao Jiao, "We don't want your money, we want your people. You'd better follow us obediently, and we won't hurt your child." Dream on you. Xiao Jiao failed Mian's trust today. She and her child could not survive, and she would not let this group of people succeed. The bandits didn't waste time talking to her. They started to pull, but Xiao Jiao couldn't resist their strength after all. Ming Dang threw the child into a haystack nearby, and other bandits captured Xiao Jiao. He stepped forward and pulled up Xiao Jiao's sleeve without saying a word. Xiao Jiao was startled and bit his arm until it bled. "Ah!" Ming Dang screamed loudly and kicked Xiao Jiao in anger. "You bitch. Behave yourself." Xiao Jiao found a good opportunity, kicked each of the people on both sides, and tried to run away. The bandits came forward to grab her, and during the struggle, Xiao Jiao accidentally hit her head against a tree, blood flowed from her forehead, and she fainted. The bandit was startled. "She's not dead, is she?" Ming Dang stepped forward, lifted her sleeves, and saw a flower-shaped birthmark above her wrist. "It's her," Ming Dang said in panic. "Hurry up and take her back to the village and ask for a doctor. We must not let her die." The bandits hurriedly carried her, and no one cared about the crying child on the ground. Not far away, someone heard the child crying and came all the way. It was Jiang Lian. He fought 10 bandits alone and knocked down the bandits, but they were outnumbered after all. Jiang Lian was slightly injured, picked up Xiao Jiao, and ran away with the child on his back. When he reached a safe place, he looked back and made sure that the bandits had not caught up. He was relieved, put Xiao Jiao next to the tree, treated her wounds briefly, and ran to the river a few meters away to find water. Xiao Jiao woke up at night. Binner was crying beside her, and Jiang Lian couldn't comfort her no matter how hard he tried. He heard some noise behind him, and then he turned around and saw Xiao Jiao had woken up, looking at him blankly. "Xiao Jiao, drink some water." He handed the kettle over. "How do you feel now?" Xiao Jiao touched her forehead and found it painful. She looked at the water Jiang Lian handed over hesitantly and asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Lian was stunned for a moment. "Don't you remember me? Do you remember this child?" He brought Binner over, and Xiao Jiao looked at them blankly. "I don't remember. I don't seem to remember anything." Jiang Lian thought for a long time, maybe because of the head injury, maybe it will be fine after a while. Xiao Jiao stood up hesitantly. "I don't want to be here, I want to leave." She didn't know who Jiang Lian was, but she instinctively showed fear and wanted to escape. Chapter 33. Jiang Lian pulled her back. "Xiao Jiao, don't be afraid. I'm your husband and I won't hurt you." She looked at him in surprise. "Husband? Are we husband and wife?" "Well, this is Binner, our child. Our family was going out to play for a while, but we ran into bandits on the road, and you accidentally hit your head and forgot everything." Xiao Jiao looked at him suspiciously. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course." She looked at him covered in dust, and with injuries on many parts of his body, perhaps from fighting with bandits, and felt that it was somewhat credible. "Okay, I believe you. So where are we going now?" "Are we going home?" Jiang Lian said, "We are not going home. We are going to find a new place to live." "Why?" "If your family knows that you have lost your memory, they will be very worried. We will go back after you recover and regain your memory." Xiao Jiao thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Oh, then where are we going to find a place to live?" "Don't worry, we can find it. We will sleep here for one night and leave early tomorrow morning." Xiao Jiao felt a little more secure in her heart. Binner was still crying. Jiang Lian held the child to her. "You coax Binner." "I can't do it," Xiao Jiao said helplessly. "Even if I can, I don't remember." "Aren't you the child's father? Why don't you coax him?" Jiang Lian was silent. "You try it. You usually coax children." Xiao Jiao held the child in her arms with a little disgust. Binner stretched out his little hand to grab her face. At that moment, he suddenly stopped crying and giggled instead. Xiao Jiao found the child very cute and was delighted. She started playing with him and turned to ask Jiang Lian, "Did he really come out of my belly? So cute." Jiang Lian laughed and nodded slightly. "Yeah. What's your name?" "My name is Jiang Lian. You usually call me a Lian." Xiao Jiao nodded. "Oh. A Lian. What's my name?" "Your name is Xiao Jiao." Jiang Lian broke off a branch from the tree and wrote the 3 names Xiao Jiao, Jiang Lian, and Jiang Bin on the ground. But she had no impression of these and couldn't help feeling annoyed. "Can I still recover my memory?" "Yes, believe me, I will help you recover your memory." Jiang Lian hoped that she would be fine, but he didn't want her to remember those bad things. They slept in the bamboo forest for one night and set off the next day. Xiaojiu didn't know where this husband would take her, but she trusted him very much and followed him closely with the child in her arms. Jiang Lian led her through a deep jujube forest. Xiaojiu was so hungry that she picked some jujubes. At the end of the jujube forest was a village, which seemed like a paradise, peaceful and quiet. They walked in, and an old man came up and saluted Jiang Lian, "Your Highness." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Lian held his wrist tightly, hinting at him something. The old man glanced at the girl next to him and changed his words. "Lian, you are here." Jiang Lian nodded and said, "We are here to stay for a few days. This is my wife and children." The old man looked at Xiaojiu and smiled politely. "I haven't seen you for so long. Lian has started a family and has children. Come in quickly, the villagers have missed you a lot these years." The old man led the way, and the family of 3 followed behind. Xiaojiu cast a surprised look at Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian said, "This used to be my hometown." "Oh, this place is called Chiang Village, and the old man just now is the village chief of Chiang Village." He enthusiastically asked people to help Jiang Lian clean up the old house. It didn't look shabby, and it seemed that people often came to repair it. Xiaojiu and Jiang Lian moved in. Xiaojiu liked it very much. The villagers of Chiang Village were very enthusiastic and treated her and Binner very well. Jiang Lian would often tell her about the past, saying that they used to live in the capital and run a beauty salon. They lived very comfortably. Later, something unexpected happened and the beauty salon was burned down. Jiang Lian would give Xiaojiu meticulous care. Xiaojiu was unfamiliar with Chiang Village and would unconsciously rely on Jiang Lian. She gradually got used to this man being her husband and the father of her child. But she found something very strange. They had been here for almost 2 months, but during these 2 months, Jiang Lian had been sleeping in separate rooms from her. If she hadn't accidentally heard some women talking about these things together, she wouldn't have realized that couples should sleep in the same bed. So she went to Jiang Lian's room at night and chatted with him. It was already late, and Jiang Lian saw that she didn't mean to leave, so he said, "Aren't you sleepy? Go back to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow." Xiaojiu pretended to be stupid and said, "Go back? Where?" "Go back to your own room." Xiaojiu didn't leave, but sat on his bed. "But we are husband and wife, shouldn't we sleep together?" Jiang Lian's face froze, and he said unnaturally, "Let's not go. Bitter still needs your care, he will cry if you are not around." Xiaojiu shook his head. "No, I have handed him over to the wife of the village chief, and he said he would take care of him for us." Xiaojiu saw that he was hesitant, and said, "Are you lying to me? Are we husband and wife?" Jiang Lian paused, and said, "Of course, but I am not feeling well recently, and I can't have sex." "You?" Xiaojiu pouted unhappily. "Why do I feel like you are making excuses?" Jiang Lian said hurriedly, "Okay, I'm really sleepy. Go back to sleep. Didn't you always say that Binner often cried in the middle of the night? Today you can finally sleep well." Xiaojiu looked at him suspiciously for a long time, and finally returned to her room, not far from the plot. After she went back, she felt more and more unwilling to accept it. The next day, as soon as Jiang Lian woke up, the village doctor came up to him and said, "Lian, I heard that you haven't been feeling well recently. Is that true? Do you need me to check on you?" Jiang Lian looked confused. "What do you mean you haven't been feeling well? When have I been feeling ill?" The doctor looked around and lowered his voice, and said to Jiang Lian, "Your wife said that you have health problems and can't have sex." Jiang Lian coughed several times in a row. "Actually, there's nothing wrong. You don't need to check on me. I know it myself. Go back." After the doctor left, Xiaojiu came in and asked, "How is it?" "What did the doctor say?" Jiang Lian was startled and said hurriedly, "Well, the doctor said that it will be fine after a few days of rest." "How many days? How long is a few days?" Jiang Lian's face darkened. "About 10 days or half a month." He didn't believe the many stories he made up. Xiaojiu muttered in dissatisfaction, "So long." She did not stay, and went back to look after Binner. Jiang Lian smiled bitterly. Suddenly someone called Jiang Lian outside the door. "Lian, someone is looking for you outside." Jiang Lian went out, and the person who came was his guard Song Xing. "Why are you here?" Jiang Lian asked unhappily. Song Xing's face was solemn. "Your Highness, something big happened in the court." "You are leaving? Where are you going?" Xiaojiu had not waited for the past 10 days or half a month to pass, but he received the news that Jiang Lian was leaving Chiang Village. Jiang Lian held her face gently. "There is an emergency at home now. I have to go back. You and Binner stay here and wait for me to come back, okay?" "What's the emergency?" I want to go back with you. No. Jianlian said, didn't I say it? You have lost your memory now, and going back will make them more worried. You stay here and recuperate, I will be back soon. Xiaojiu said unhappily, how soon is soon? About a month. She sighed, okay, go and come back soon. Jianlian left that day, and it seemed that he was really anxious. But Xiaojiu was not anxious at all, after all, she didn't even know what her previous home looked like. But even if Jianlian was not there, the people in the village were still very kind to her and bitter as always. Antley next door sent eggs and asked Xiaojiu to take more supplements, which might help restore memory. Life was going well until one day, a child was lost in the village, and it was Aunt Lee's son. He went out of the village to play with a group of friends. Suddenly, a group of bandits came and snatched Aunt Lee's son's stool. The other children escaped by chance and came back to tell the adults. Aunt Lee was in a panic. The village chief and her neighbors comforted her and told her not to worry. The bandits kidnapped the child just for money. They should send a letter in a few days to ask them to give money. Sure enough, a little bandit sent a message the next day, but they didn't want money, but Xiaojiu. Me? Xiaojiu pointed at herself in disbelief. What do you want me to do? How do you know me? Oh yes, she remembered that she lost her memory because of the bandits. Could it be that the bandits didn't achieve their goal that day, so they wanted to take her back? It doesn't matter, I go change the stool. Xiaojiu thought for a long time and finally made this decision. But the village chief disagreed. He said that Xiaojiu would never be allowed to use himself to exchange for the stool, not even Aunt Lee. Xiaojiu said, I think they kidnapped Xiadingzi just to make me go and change. I've implicated Xiadingzi, so let me go. The village chief firmly disagreed, and was afraid that Xiaojiu would go secretly, so he locked her up. This was something Xiaojiu had never expected. If she was not allowed to go, she was not allowed to go. Was it necessary to lock her up? Outside the door, a servant beside the village chief was also confused. Since Miss Qiao is willing to go, let her go. Miss Qiao may not be sure what will happen if she goes, but if she doesn't go to change, Xiadingzi will definitely die. The village chief scolded him. Do you know who she is? She is the 9th prince's wife. The servant was silent when he heard it. Xiaojiu, who was locked up, thought of many ways to escape. She also knew that if she didn't go to change Xiadingzi, he would definitely die, so she had to find a way to escape. In the middle of the night, she asked the gatekeeper to open the door under the pretext of going to the toilet. Xiaojiu was ruthless, knocked the man unconscious, and escaped smoothly. Chapter 34. Xiaojiu didn't know which mountain the bandits were hiding in, so he could only walk back along the road to Qiang village, hoping to accidentally meet them outside the bamboo forest. But after waiting here for a long time, the bandits didn't show up. When the sun was about to set, a couple passed by here. It seemed that they had just returned from hunting. They were holding a dead rabbit in their hands, and the baskets on their backs were filled with countless chickens, ducks, fish, and various game. The two people walked very carefully, constantly looking around, and they would be startled by the slightest movement. Do you think the bandits will come out at this time? The wife whispered to her husband. Maybe. The husband said tremblingly. It's all your fault. I told you to leave early but you didn't. You insisted on catching the rabbit. If we run into bandits, we won't be able to save our lives, not to mention the rabbit. At this time, someone patted the two on the shoulders. They froze and screamed immediately, running away as if the people behind them could eat them. Xiaojiu grabbed their clothes and said, Why are you running? I'm not a ghost. I just want to ask you something. When they heard the voice of a little girl, the couple was relieved. The man said, Hey, don't you know that bandits are much scarier than ghosts in this place? The woman said, Little girl, it's almost dark. Why did you come to this place alone? Be careful that the bandits will kidnap you. Xiaojiu's mouth twitched. I'm here to find someone. I want to ask you about it. I don't know if you know it. The man patted his chest and said, Just tell her when you lead her. There is no place I don't know within 100 miles. Xiaojiu said, Where is the bandit's nest nearby? The couple was stunned. Why are you going to the bandit's nest? Are you crazy? I have an emergency. Just tell me, where should I go? That won't work, girl. If you go there you will die. The woman advised. It doesn't matter. You don't have to worry about me. Just tell me where it is. Seeing that she was so persistent, they had to tell her and wish her good luck, saying that there was a Lifeng mountain ahead, and in the mountain was Lifeng village, which was the most powerful bandit in this area. Xiaojiu arrived at Lifeng village before dark. There were several gatekeepers in front of the village. They stopped her rudely and asked fiercely, Who? What are you doing here? Xiaojio said. My name is Xiaojio. I am here to exchange people. The two little bandits' faces changed instantly when they heard it. Girl, please come in. We will report to the boss now. Xiaojio had not reacted yet. She was led into the village and sat in the upper guest seat. Someone served her tea. Xiaojio didn't understand their operation. Are bandits so polite these days? The boss is here, a bandit shouted. After a while, the legendary boss walked in majestically, followed by the second and third bosses in turn. Xiaojio didn't feel scared at all. He crossed his legs and stared at them. No matter how bad their behavior would be in a while, he must win over them in momentum at this moment. Unexpectedly, the big boss Meng Dang came to Xiaojio with the people behind him, and the first words he said were, "Salute the big boss." Everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaojio, and the voice was as loud as thunder. Greetings to the big boss. Xiaojio was stunned. What? I am our boss? Meng Dang said, right? What's going on? Xiaojio was confused. Meng Dang said piously, Miss Xiao, it's like this, you may not understand. A few days ago, I met a fortune teller at the market. He said that a person with a flower-shaped birthmark on his right arm will pass by Lifeng Mountain these days. And he also said that this person will be our boss. Xiaojio quickly lifted her sleeves to look at her right arm. She herself had never noticed that there was a flower-shaped birthmark on her hand. So you think I am your boss? Xiaojio still felt incredible. Meng Dang nodded. The fortune teller said that only you can lead us to glory, and we must listen to you in everything. Xiaojio still couldn't believe it. But you haven't seen my arm. How do you know there is a flower-shaped birthmark on my arm? Meng Dang scratched his head embarrassedly. Have you forgotten? That day when you passed Lifeng Mountain for the first time, we had someone tie you up, and then we saw the birthmark on your hand. Later, you accidentally hit the tree and hurt your head. Xiaojio patted his knees hard and suddenly realized, oh, so it turned out that you hurt my head. Meng Dang knelt on the ground in fear. Please forgive me, the little ones didn't know your identity at that time. Otherwise, you can beat me or punish me, as long as the big boss can relieve your anger. Xiaojio smiled, waved her hand generously and said, forget it, ignorance is not a crime. She looked at Meng Dang, then, I am the big boss from now on. Who are you? Well, this. Meng Dang thought for a moment and said, I will naturally become the second in command, and the same goes for the people behind me. Xiaojio nodded with satisfaction, that's good. Since I am now the boss, will you obey and follow every order I issue? Of course. Okay. Xiaojio said, then this boss will issue the first order, release the child you kidnapped before, and send him home safely. Meng Dang hurriedly ordered, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what the boss said? Go quickly. Xiaojio leisurely changed his legs and continued to sit. Second, from now on, no one is allowed to bully the common people, rob passing merchants and hunters, and even more so, bully women and children and hurt people's lives. The bandits looked at each other, but aren't these the things they do? But we rely on these to survive. How can we live without robbing? Someone boldly questioned. Xiaojio squinted her eyes and smiled. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Third, from now on, we will unite with the people around us, fight against other bandits, and bully landlords together, and help the villagers grow crops, reclaim wasteland on the mountain, raise fish ponds, and plant fruit trees. In time, even if we don't rely on robbery, we can support ourselves with our own hands. Xiaojio felt that what she said was very exciting, but no one applauded her. Everyone was listless, and seemed to disagree with her plan. Meng Dang was stunned for a while, and took the lead in applauding. Although he didn't agree with Xiaojio's plan, who made her the boss now, it was very embarrassing. Meng Dang was the only one in the hall who applauded. Xiaojio cleared his throat and tempted, let's do this. Starting tomorrow, I will give everyone a bonus according to their performance. There will be a basic salary every month, and there will be holidays on Saturdays and Sundays. Work 8 hours a day. The people below were confused and started talking at once. What is the basic salary? What are Saturdays and Sundays? What are hours? Xiaojio explained. The basic salary is a fixed salary given every month, and Saturdays and Sundays are holidays every 7 days. Work 8 hours a day, which is 4 hours. After she finished speaking, she was stunned. Huh? Where did these things come from? Why did only she know and others didn't? It was as if they were from another world. The bandits were very happy to hear that there was money to be made, and their enthusiasm was immediately raised. Xiaojio worked hard to transform them into a people-friendly community and a security brigade. Looking at the sky outside, It was already dark. If I didn't go back to say hello, I'm afraid the people in the village would worry. She patted her clothes and stood up. Let's go to Chiang village first. From now on, the people there are our direct relatives and key protection targets. Xiao Jiao explained to them again what direct relatives meant. After the explanation, he felt very incredible. How did she know these things? Chiang village. The village chief and a group of people were anxious at the entrance of the village. Anli held the small stool and wiped her tears. Miss Chiao is really kind-hearted. For our small stool, she has sacrificed herself. The village chief coughed twice. No. We must rescue Miss Chiao no matter what, even if it means losing our lives. Don't forget who she is. If she really has any accident, how can we explain to His Majesty the Ninth Prince? How can we live in this world? A few years ago, Chiang village was still a poor and remote place. The local officials kept oppressing them. The villagers lived in dire straits. The landlords did what they wanted, and the county officials turned a blind eye. Almost every day, people in the village starved to death. The harvested crops were either robbed by bandits or extorted by landlords. At that time, the landlords were even more inhumane than the bandits. The bandits knew that they were living a hard life and did not ask for much. The landlords brought people into the houses and robbed everything. When they were not satisfied, they took the houses as collateral. People froze to death on the streets. Later, the Ninth Prince traveled here and saw the situation in Chiang village. He told His Majesty everything. His Majesty replaced all the corrupt officials. The Ninth Prince also asked people to help them repair the houses, drive away the landlords, take back the land deeds, and subsidize them with fertilizers and vegetable seeds. If it weren't for the Ninth Prince, how could so many people survive? They were all very grateful for Jian Lian's kindness in giving them a new life. Jian Lian treated them kindly, and sometimes asked them to call him a Lian in private. There was no distinction between superiors and inferiors. Xiao Jiao was the wife of the Ninth Prince. They could see how much the Ninth Prince cared about his wife. If Xiao Jiao really couldn't come back, how could they face the Ninth Prince again? Everyone was worried, and Xiao Jiao came. She didn't come alone, but with thousands of troops. The villagers' eyes widened. Did they see it right? Miss Chiao was followed by bandits, and someone was holding her clothes, someone was fanning her, someone was handing her water, and someone was holding her horse. Is this still a prisoner? Chapter 35. Village Chief, I'm back. Xiao Jiao shouted loudly. The village chief looked at her in amazement. Xiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Xiao Jiao clapped her hands, and the bandits behind her shouted in unison. From now on, we will reform and never oppress the people, never rob, and never kill or burn. Xiao Jiao took advantage of the villagers being here and said, Did everyone hear that? From now on, the people of Lifeng village, and we are grasshoppers on the same rope. We are a family from now on. They will no longer bully us, nor will they allow others to bully us again. Everyone discussed it with suspicion, and Xiao Jiao said, I know it may be difficult for you to accept it for a while, but I promise you that they will definitely change for the better. Just watch carefully. The village chief pulled Xiao Jiao aside and touched her forehead. After touching it again and again, he said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Xiao Jiao, are you poisoned? Why are you helping the bandits? Are they blackmailing you? No. Xiao Jiao said, Village chief, I am now the head of Lifeng village. Ah? This is a long story. I will tell you later. Anyway, just believe what I say. After Xiao Jiao finished her explanation, she was about to go back to the bandits' nest with the bandits. Adley called her from behind. Xiao Jiao, Bitter has been crying a lot these days. Don't you want to come and see him? Xiao Jiao was hit hard. She almost forgot that she had a son. She hesitated for a long time and felt that the village could not do without her, and her son could not do without her either. Adley, why don't you come back to Lifeng village with me and help me look after Binner? You could also let Xia Dingzi come with you. Xia Dingzi can only play in the mud with other kids in the village. If he goes to Lifeng village, there will be people to teach him kung fu, said Xiao Jiao. Adley shook her head immediately. She didn't want Xiao Dingzi to go to the bandits' den again, but Xiao Dingzi was completely different from what she thought. No one treated him harshly that day in the bandits' den. Instead, he was given a bite of fish and meat. He also saw them wrestling and practicing kung fu, which was very interesting. Mom, I'm willing to go. If you don't want to go, let me go by myself. Adley couldn't let an 8-year-old child go to the bandits' den by himself. She thought that since Xiao Jiao was there shouldn't be any danger. Finally, she agreed. She took Bitter out, took Xiao Dingzi, and went to Lifeng village with Xiaojiu in a grand manner. The villagers were still worried the day before. Were they all deceived? Could they come back intact? Facts have proved that the bandits in Lifeng village really retired. The next day, when people went to work in the fields, others rushed to help them. When people went up the mountain to hunt, others helped them catch the game. Someone helped to cultivate the barren hills near the village into orchards, and the area within 100 miles was full of vitality. The landlords were still rampant, and would come to collect protection fees. At this time, someone came forward and beat the landlords back, telling them that someone was protecting them here, and also protecting the landlords by the way, and asked them to pay protection fees. Everyone and the people in Lifeng village came, and went, and soon became familiar with each other, and became a loving family. This was the case in all the villages around Lifeng Mountain. The villagers took the initiative to contribute their own silver and money to the bandits. They found that the money they got from doing these things was more than what they robbed. Half a month passed like this, and Xiaojiu lived a fulfilling life every day, and almost forgot that she had a husband named Jiang Lian. Lifeng Mountain belongs to Jing County, Yezhou. Looking at the whole county, Lifeng Mountain has the most bandits, with a total of 5 or 6 bandits, big and small, and Lifeng Village is one of the largest bandits. However, the bandits are rampant and bully the people, but the magistrate of Jing County is bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Not only does he not help to suppress the bandits, but he also pays them to support them. Recently, the magistrate of Jing County was dismissed, and the third prince Jiang Yifeng temporarily took over the position of magistrate. County Magistrate's Mansion. A man stood in front of the door, with his hands behind his back. Meng Dang came around from the side, bowed his head and said, "Prince, I have said it many times. Since I am here, I will call you the county magistrate. Those 2 words cannot be said to anyone." Jiang Yifeng said lightly. Meng Dang said, "I obey your orders. County magistrate, I have already done what you ordered half a month ago." Miss Xiao believed the fortune teller, and has been the head of Lifeng village for half a month. Jiang Yifeng looked at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while he said, "I heard that she lost her memory." Meng Dang was so scared that he knelt down at once. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. It was because they were careless that the princess was injured." Jiang Yifeng said unhappily, "Who hurt the princess and broke their legs?" Meng Dang was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat, and his voice trembled. I obey your orders." Xiaojiu woke up in the morning, but stretched comfortably outside the door. Suddenly, a few bandits were seen walking through the door with crutches. Were they bullied? Who was so bold as to bully the people of Lifeng village? They must fight back. "Stop!" Xiaojiu called them. "What happened to your legs?" One of them said, "It was the second in command who beat him." The second in command said that we caused the first in command to crash into a tree and lose his memory, so we should be punished. "What? There is such a thing?" Xiaojiu was a little angry. "Call Meng Dang here." Meng Dang appeared in front of her quickly, smiling and saying, "What do you want, boss? Did you hit their legs?" "Yes, they hurt the boss before, and we haven't settled the score with them yet." "Who told you to do this? You ruined their good hands and feet. And didn't we agree before that this matter would be over? Why are you bringing it up again? It's been a long time. Why did you think of it now?" Meng Dang lowered his head and said nothing, and finally could only say, "I know I was wrong." Xiaojiu was furious, but still held back. "Forget it. If there is a next time, I will definitely break your legs. No matter how you punish others in the future, you are not allowed to cripple them, understand?" Meng Dang. Dang nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand." "Boss. Second boss. It's bad. A group of soldiers are coming to suppress the bandits." "Suppress the bandits?" Xiaojiu was a little panicked. She had never encountered such a thing. "Didn't you say that the county magistrate here can also be used by us?" Meng Dang said, "Oh, that was the previous county magistrate. He was dismissed a few days ago, and a new county magistrate took office. He deliberately exaggerated. I heard that he is determined to wipe us out in one fell swoop." Xiaojiu was so angry that he slammed the table. What a big tone. Is the new county magistrate an old man? What ability does he have? Meng Dang hurriedly shook his head. He is not an old man. I heard that he is a young man in his early 20s. He is young and promising, and has both civil and military skills. Xiaojiu said disdainfully, "TSK, a yellow-haired boy, not much older than me, with their army, can they compare with our brothers?" "Humph, talking nonsense." Yes, the boss is right. What should we do now?" said a little bandit. "What else can we do? Pick up weapons and fight." "Yes." After a while, hundreds of bandits gathered in front of the mountain gate with swords and spears, and below them were a large number of officers and soldiers, but in fact, there were only a few hundred people in total. Xiaojiu stood in front of the bandits and looked down the mountain. Only so few people? It seems that they really looked down on us. The little bandit next to him said, "That's right, let them see how powerful we are later." Xiaojiu didn't know why, but she always felt that the leader of the officers and soldiers should be looking at her, staring at her intently, with deep eyes, as if to suck her in. She was a little uncomfortable with being looked at. "Whose is the one in charge?" Ming Dang said. "That's the new county magistrate, surnamed Jiang. Why do I feel that he looks a little familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him?" Xiaojiu rubbed his head with a headache. Ming Dang was silent for a moment. The boss must have remembered it wrong. Xiaojiu rolled her eyes. "How much do I remember?" "You told me I remembered it wrong?" Ming Dang was silent. "Hey," Xiaojiu was too lazy to think about it, and shouted to the man who had been looking at her, "Jiang, you can't beat us, take your shrimps back quickly, so as not to be beaten by us, how ugly." What the hell is a shrimp? Everyone had a question mark hanging over their heads. Only Jiang Yifeng acted accustomed to it. He smiled. "Miss Qiao, how about I fight you?" He just wanted to get close to Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu is not stupid, she doesn't know anything, and she may really be a veteran. Wouldn't it be like sending herself to death? So she sneered. "No, no, no, how can you bully others? I am so good at martial arts. I am afraid you will fall down as soon as I attack you, which will make others think I am bullying you." The bandits behind her twitched their mouths. Xiaojiu couldn't even lift a knife normally. Jiang Yifeng said, "Since you don't want to, don't talk nonsense. Just come on and see whether your bandits are stronger or the officers are stronger." Xiaojiu was successfully provoked by his provocation. "Oh, you are so arrogant. Okay, let's see today. Brothers, kill!" The bandits screamed and rushed down the mountain, facing the officers and soldiers with swords. They thought these people were still the same as before, and they could be knocked down in 2 or 3 strokes, but they didn't expect them to be so strong. Whether it was weapons or formations, they had never seen them before. This group of people was obviously changed. The bandits began to panic, and they were surrounded by them not long after. Later, they did not hurt their lives, but just beat them up and kicked them back. "Boss, we can't win. Let's retreat first." Xiaojiu was very embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do. Retreat. They quickly withdrew their troops back to the mountain. Jiang Yifeng looked at Xiaojiu's fleeing back and smiled. The deputy generals around him were all stunned. How could the county magistrate still laugh at a bandit? Jiang Yifeng ordered the deputy general, "Remember, in the future, whenever you fight them, you are not allowed to hurt anyone's life, especially their village chief." The deputy general didn't understand, and didn't dare to ask, so he followed Jiang Yifeng back. Chapter 36. The next day, Xiaojiu received another declaration of war from the new county magistrate. "Boss, what should we do now? We can't beat them at all," Ming Dang said. Xiaojiu rubbed his temple with a headache, looked at the bandits outside with bruised faces and noses, and muttered for a long time. "How do I know what to do?" "Ah, boss, what did you say?" Xiaojiu rolled his eyes at him, and said irritably, "Nothing. Right now, if we don't fight, we will be embarrassed, and if we fight, the whole army will be wiped out." Xiaojiu was troubled for a whole morning, and finally came up with a solution, asking Ming Dang to notify the officers and soldiers and tell them to fight. When Jiang Yifeng heard the result, he was a little surprised and said with a smile, "What tricks are you playing again?" The two armies fought in the afternoon. The two sides met in the same place as last time. The people at the foot of the mountain showed contempt. Xiaojiu was angry when he saw this. He was about to let the bandits shout a few times to show them. When he turned around, he saw that their legs were shaking, and they were about to wet their pants. Xiaojiu sighed with regret. "Jiang County Magistrate," she shouted, "this village chief has thought carefully for a day, and thinks that the one-on-one duel you mentioned yesterday is okay. After all, my team is not ready yet. There is really no advantage in fighting like this. Why not decide the victory or defeat of both sides by your victory or defeat? What do you think?" Jiang Yifeng knew that this was what she was thinking, and nodded with a smile. "Okay." Xiaojiu said again, "However, everyone knows that I am a martial arts master. If I defeat you like this, others will say that I am bullying the weak and winning unfairly. Otherwise, how about we change the way of competition? How do you want to compete, Miss Qiao?" "Let's compete. Let's compete in rock, paper, scissors." Both officers and bandits were stunned by Xiaojiu's proposal. Rock, paper, scissors determine the winner? So careless? Jiang Yifeng was about to speak when Xiaojiao said, "Don't worry, it's not a simple rock-paper-scissors game. We play rock-paper-scissors and drink. Whoever loses drinks a glass. The one who gets drunk first surrenders." "How about that?" Xiaojiao was afraid that Jiang Yifeng would disagree, so he added, "Why do we compete this way? You may think it's unreasonable, but actually..." In fact, she also felt that it was unreasonable, but it didn't matter, she could make up a story. In fact, what we are competing for is not the amount of drinking, but the character. It is said that drinking is the character of a person, and if the character is good, then naturally. Xiaojiao couldn't continue. Jiang Yifeng spoke up to help her out. "Miss Jiao, what you said makes sense, then let's compete like this." Xiaojiao was stunned. Is this county magistrate Jiang a brainless person? He also accepts such a ridiculous competition method? But it's good this way. If it's really a real competition, I'm afraid she won't be able to go back upright today. Ming Dang set up tables and chairs, wine jars and bowls for them in the open space, and the two sat down face to face. Jiang Yifeng kept staring at Xiaojiao. He finally saw her so close again, he thought he would never have such an opportunity again. Why is County Magistrate Jiang looking at me? Is it because this village owner is wishful thinking? Xiaojiao said casually. Jiang Yifeng's eyes gradually blurred, and he nodded for some reason. Xiaojiao was startled and glanced away awkwardly. Well, let's start now. So the two of them started playing the rock-paper-scissors game, but I don't know what happened to Xiaojiao today. She lost every round she played, and half a jar of wine went into her stomach. Half of the sun's face was hidden under the mountain, and the warm light shone on Xiaojiao's rosy face. She stood up drunkenly, put one foot on the stool, pointed to the empty seat on Jiang Yifeng's left and said, "Wait, I will not believe it, I can't beat you." Jiang Yifeng couldn't stand it anymore, and helped her move her finger to his face. Xiaojiao continued, "I tell you, if I don't beat you today, I won't be surnamed Jiao." Jiang Yifeng whispered, "Well, your surname is Chiao." "Oh yes, my surname is not Chiao." After that, they continued to play rock-paper-scissors, and Jiang Yifeng tried to let her go, guessed her card-playing routine, and deliberately lost to her once. Xiaojiao didn't even know she was awake. She picked up the bowl, and was about to drink it all. Jiang Yifeng stopped her. "You won, it's my turn to drink. You can't drink anymore." Xiaojiao's eyes were blurred. "Ah. Really? I won." Jiang Yifeng nodded, and Xiaojiao jumped up happily like a child. I won. You drink quickly, don't cheat." Xiaojiao excitedly picked up the wine bowl, and handed it to Jiang Yifeng to feed him in the most standard way. Jiang Yifeng raised the corners of his lips, and opened his mouth to drink the wine. She looked at him triumphantly, and suddenly burped. Finally, she couldn't stand the anesthesia of alcohol and passed out drunk. Jiang Yifeng stretched out his long arms, and naturally took her into his arms. The bandit shouted worriedly, "Hey! What are you doing? Don't hurt our boss." Ming Dang scolded the person who was talking. "Shut up, don't talk. Second boss, look, he is going to take our boss away." Ming Dang smiled secretly and pretended to be anxious. Oh, what should we do? Should we rush down and get the person back? Rushing down? Crazy, right? Isn't that courting death? No one dared to move. Only a few people rushed forward fearlessly. Ming Dang stopped them. "Don't be impulsive. We can't beat them, and going down will only lead to death. This matter needs to be considered in the long run." Everyone listened to Ming Dang's words, as if they had taken a reassurance pill, and calmed down. Jiang Yifeng carried Xiaojiao back, and the deputy general said beside him, "County magistrate, are we going back just like this? We haven't achieved our goal yet." "Purpose? What purpose? Don't we want them to surrender? They haven't surrendered yet. We have kidnapped their village chiefs. Are we still afraid that they won't surrender?" "That's what you said, but how can you call it a capture if you bring the prisoner back?" Jiang Yifeng made a dangerous nasal sound. "Huh?" The deputy general didn't dare to say anything. When Xiaojiao woke up, it was already the next morning. She rubbed her eyes in confusion, and found that this was neither Chiang village nor Lifeng village. After a while, Jiang Yifeng came in, with a bowl of hangover soup in his hand. "Drink this, your headache will go away." "Where is this?" Xiaojiao looked at him with a vigilant face, not daring to take the hangover soup. Jiang Yifeng smiled. "If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you with a knife when you were drunk yesterday." Xiaojiao took the hangover soup and drank it down. Jiang Yifeng said, "This is the county magistrate's mansion. From today on, you are my prisoner." Xiaojiao pooed and spit out the soup. "What? This is too embarrassing." Jiang Yifeng nodded and said, I didn't ask you to surrender, I'm already very good. How long do you plan to hold me captive? I have things to do. I will keep you here. There are only two ways to regain your freedom. One is to wait for your bandits to rescue you. Just when he said this, Xiaojiu decisively said, I choose the second one. Jiang Yifeng laughed. Okay, the second one is, you marry me. Xiaojiu's eyes widened and immediately retorted, you wish. Jiang Yifeng suddenly pressed her on the bed. What's wrong? Am I not worthy of you? Xiaojiu swallowed fearfully. Brother, what do you think? I know I look good, but I am a bandit after all. I am a bandit, but you are an official. Have you ever seen an official marry a bandit? It doesn't matter, I don't care, I just. He smiled evilly. I just like good looking. Xiaojiu felt a mouthful of blood stuck in her throat. Humph, he turned out to be a playboy who only loves beauty. She wanted to refuse, but was afraid that he would do something if she angered him. So she said tactfully, it's not that I don't want to marry you, but I can't marry you. Why? Because I'm already married? Wouldn't marrying you constitute bigamy? Jiang Yifeng frowned and said, who told you that you were married? Didn't you lose your memory? Yes, I lost my memory. I don't remember getting married at all. My husband told me in person. Your husband? Jiang Yifeng's eyes gradually became more dangerous. Who is your husband? My husband is Jiang Lian. He is as handsome as you. I love him very much. We even have a child named Binner. Jiang Yifeng was silent for a long time, with a hint of anger in his eyes, trying his best to suppress it. Did he tell you that? Yes. He sneered. I don't care how many times you've been married, or how many children you have. Now that I like you, you have to divorce and marry me. Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment. So domineering. I can give you time to think about it. If you don't marry, you'll be trapped here for the rest of your life. When I conquer all the bandit dens one day, I send you to prison with them, and you never have a good life again. After Jiang Yifeng left, Xiaojiu said to herself with great sorrow, alas, being beautiful is a sin. In the following week, she considered it carefully for a long time, and finally decided to divorce Jiang Lian and marry Jiang Yifeng. The main reason for making this decision was that the food provided by the county magistrate's mansion had been getting worse and worse during the week, and on the last day, she was left with only bran and vegetables. I couldn't stand it. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. So I agreed to him first, pretended to divorce Jiang Lian, and then found a chance to escape. Jiang Yifeng was very happy, and asked someone to send Xiaojiu a wedding dress the next day. Xiaojiu looked at the wedding dress that had been prepared long ago, and felt that she was being tricked. But there was nothing she could do about it. Xiaojiu accepted her fate, and when she was about to bring it here to try it out, the nanny who brought the clothes held her hand. What are you doing? Xiaojiu said unhappily. The nanny said with a beaming face. The county magistrate said that if Miss Xiao wants to wear this dress, she must first write a divorce letter with Jiang Lian. Xiaojiu had no choice but to go to the desk and be forced to write a divorce letter. She was thinking about how to write it more tactfully. Although she and Jiang Lian didn't have much feelings, Jiang Lian was good to her after all, and she even gave birth to a child for him. Chapter 37. After writing, someone was responsible for delivering the divorce letter to Chiang village. Too much. They took our village chief away and forced him to write a divorce letter. They are nothing. Anli was the first to express her indignation. At this time, a little bandit said, maybe our big boss voluntarily married County Magistrate Jiang? I think the two are quite a match. The village chief swung his cane and hit him. Don't talk nonsense. Shujiu is not such a person. How could she abandon her husband and son? She must have been forced. The little bandit didn't think so, but he didn't dare to refute. The village chief sighed and said, this matter can only be discussed after a Lian comes. Miss Xiao, does this dress fit you? If it doesn't fit, it's still time to change it now. A maid said outside Xiaojiu's room. It fits, no need to change. Xiaojiu twisted and turned in front of the mirror in her wedding dress. It was so weird. How could this dress fit so well? This dress was obviously ordered a few days ago, but Jiang Yifeng hadn't seen her a few days ago. How could such a well-fitting dress be made? Is it just a coincidence? Xiaojiu was too lazy to think about it. After trying on the dress, she began to plan her escape plan. The wedding was scheduled for tomorrow. Although it was fast, it was not vague. All the necessary etiquette uniforms were available, as well as many customs of Jing County. I heard that there would be a parade tomorrow. The parade means that the bride and groom ride on a horse together and stroll around the streets and alleys of Jing County. If the groom is generous enough, He could also scatter money along the way. Xiao Jiao thought that Jiang Yifeng was the county magistrate after all, so he must be very rich and would definitely scatter money along the way. It was just a pity that she had no chance to pick it up while sitting on the horse. So Xiao Jiao said to Jiang Yifeng, "County magistrate, you should marry more concubines in the future." "Why?" "Well, naturally, they will help me serve you." Jiang Yifeng smiled. "No, you are enough." "Ugh. Xiao Jiao, we met in a hurry and got married in a hurry. I have never had time to give you anything. This is the handkerchief I bought for you in the shop. Let it be our token of love." Xiao Jiao looked at him strangely. "Token of love? You need love to be in love? You forced me to marry you. What kind of token of love is it?" Jiang Yifeng was not annoyed. Showing tokens of love is also one of the customs here. Xiao Jiao listened, and then she could accept it reluctantly. She took the handkerchief, which had peony flowers drawn with gold thread on it. It was gorgeous and shining. When the sun shone on it, it was faintly visible. It was also fumigated with the best incense, exquisite and unparalleled. "Okay, I take it. I'm going to sleep. You can leave now." Jiang Yifeng didn't move. He glanced at the large and small hexagonal green feather glass lamps in the room, looked at the sparse stars and bright moon outside the window, and the thick fog at night seemed to overflow through the window. "It's cold at night, you should go to bed early. If you are afraid of the dark, don't turn off the lights, and don't kick the quilt at night." After he finished speaking, he walked out of the room. Xiao Jiao was stunned. How did he know that she was afraid of the dark and liked to kick the quilt in the middle of the night? He wouldn't come to spy on her often, right? Hey, this pervert. The next morning, a nanny came to wake Xiao Jiao up and dress her up. Xiao Jiao yawned and was in low spirits. The nanny stuffed her into the sedan chair and said that she would take her back to Qiang village first, and County Magistrate Jiang would ride a horse to pick her up for a parade. What a hassle. Isn't it just a marriage? Why are there so many things to do? Although Xiao Jiao was sent back to Qiang village, there were a large group of people around her looking at her. She didn't even have the chance to talk to the villagers. She could only hint to them with her eyes that she was forced to do so. Everyone nodded at her distressfully. What Xiao Jiao feared most was that Jiang Lian would come back at this time. But unfortunately, he really came back at this time. Xiao Jiao had never looked carefully until Jiang Yifeng came to pick her up. She saw a person under a tree not far away. His face was gloomy and unclear. He stood in the shadow, and there seemed to be infinite sadness in his eyes. He was wearing a black dress, almost blending into the shade of the tree. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell that there was a person standing there. Xiao Jiao wondered, would he rush over to save her? Xiao Jiao waited for a long time, but she didn't wait for this moment. Jiang Yifeng pulled her onto the horse, and Jiang Lian still didn't move in the dark. Yes, with so many guards around them, Jiang Lian would die in vain. I hope Jiang Lian believes that she was forced. Ah, Lian. The village chief finally found Jiang Lian under the tree and hurriedly staggered over, tears streaming down his face. Please, Your Highness, give me the death penalty. It was because I failed to protect the princess that she was snatched away by the new county magistrate Jiang. The village chief trembled as he took out the divorce letter and handed it to Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian stared at the divorce letter for a long time without saying a word. Xiao Jiao, she didn't belong to him in the first place. The horse walked slowly in the streets and alleys of Jing County, and the two people on the horse were tightly together, and the red clothes made them blend into one. This was simply a great show. It was the first time that the people in the county saw the county magistrate marry the bandit leader. So the streets were crowded and very lively. Jiang Yifeng, who was on the horse, leaned close to Xiao Jiao's ear and said, "How is it? Is it grand? Do you like it?" "TSK. Xiao, this is the third time we were wedding dresses together." Xiao Jiao was stunned. What third time? Where did the 3 times come from? Jiang Yifeng smiled. I'm just talking nonsense. Xiao Jiao didn't bother to pay attention to him. What a freak. After the parade, they returned to the county magistrate's mansion to worship. Many guests came, and the county magistrate's mansion was very lively. Xiao Jiao covered her head with a red veil and worshipped heaven and earth with Jiang Yifeng. But she didn't know who she was worshipping, so she was led out and sent to the bridal chamber. The new house was moved to the quietest and coolest place in the county magistrate's mansion. This new house was much larger than Xiao Jiao's original place. She lifted the red veil and looked at it carefully. The carved window in the room was open, and the thin water gauze curtain was slightly swaying in the wind. There were a few basins of ice under the window, emitting a hint of cold air. No wonder she could feel the cool air blowing on her face, as if it drove away the heat on her body. To the east was a large and square purple sandalwood desk, on which were piled some books and paintings, as well as the 4 treasures of the study. On the pen holder was a pen that had been stained with ink. The hot and dry weather made it look a little dry. Behind the table was an armchair, with no one on it. Xiaojiu walked around. This Jiang Yifeng was quite gentle. But the most important thing at the moment was how to escape from here. She stepped forward and pried open the window. There was no one guarding outside, and going out from here was closer to the outside. God really helped me. Just as she was about to run out, footsteps were heard outside. Did he come so quickly? It seems that she had to find another opportunity. When Jiang Yifeng stepped into the bridal chamber, Xiaojiu had already covered her head with a red veil, and was sitting upright on the bed. The man stepped forward and lifted the red veil, looking at her with a smile. Didn't you say that the handkerchief was a token of love to be shown to others? Why didn't I encounter this link? Xiaojiu questioned him, and Jiang Yifeng said, because I lied to you, the handkerchief actually had drugs on it. Xiaojiu's eyes widened instantly, and she felt dizzy as soon as she stood up. Jiang Yifeng hurriedly supported her, but accidentally slipped and fell on the bed with her. Xiaojiu felt that the 2 people's breath was very close, almost falling face to face. She could even hear Jiang Yifeng's breathing. In an instant, Xiaojiu's face turned red, and she instinctively wanted to stand up, but she couldn't help herself and was pressed down on the bed by Jiang Yifeng. Where else do you want to run? Do you think you can run away just because I arranged the wedding room here? Xiaojiu didn't speak, staring at him. You don't have to look at me like that. You promised to marry me. You'd better not do anything rash. You know I don't like you at all. I don't think so. Jiang Yifeng smiled. I will make you like me. Oh, so confident, but I already have a husband. I will only love my husband in my life. In fact, Xiaojiu just said it casually, but she didn't expect Jiang Yifeng to pinch her face angrily. Xiaojiu, are you serious? You have only been with him for 2 months, and you fell in love with him? What 2 months? How is it possible? I have a 3-month-old child with him. How can it be 1 month? You were deceived by him. Jiang Yifeng said calmly, he is not your husband at all, and Bitter is not your child. Your husband is me, do you know? TSK, you forced me to marry you. No, before I married you, I was also your husband. Xiaojiu frowned. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? You understand, but you just can't accept it for the time being. Jiang Yifeng said, if we didn't know each other before, how would I know that you kicked the quilt in the middle of the night? How would I know that you are afraid of the dark? Xiaojiu was stunned there. Jiang Yifeng smiled. It's okay, you think slowly. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. I will find a way to restore your memory. You should rest early. I'm leaving first. Jiang Yifeng said, and turned to leave the bridal chamber. Xiaojiu sat on the bed and thought for a long time, thinking so much that his head hurt, but he still couldn't remember anything. Jiang Lian lied to her? She thought it was very possible, otherwise why did he sleep in a separate room from her? No wonder he could watch his wife being forcibly married by someone else. It turned out that they had no relationship at all. But how did she know Jiang Yifeng? No wonder she always felt familiar with him, and no wonder he provoked her again and again. If what Jiang Yifeng said was true, then what happened to separate the couple? And whose child was Binner? Xiaojiu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought. She felt that she couldn't believe Jiang Yifeng's words completely. She still had to find a way to escape and go back to ask Jiang Lian. Why did Jiang Lian lie to her like this? Xiaojiu didn't sleep all night. She waited for the effect of the drug on her body to wear off, and then she went to pry open the window again. Chapter 38. Xiang Village. Everyone in the room was filled with worry. Jiang Lian held his forehead and sat on the armchair without saying a word. Your Highness, what should we do now? Otherwise, let's kill them. We can't let Shujo be snatched away by that shitty county magistrate, the village chief said firmly. Jiang Lian was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. Why did Shujo become the head of Lifeng village? Antli said, I heard that the former village chief Mingdang met a fortune teller, and the fortune teller said that the person with a flower-shaped birthmark on his right arm is their new head. Jiang Lian fell into deep thought, and all this was probably arranged by Jiang Yifeng. Everyone was discussing countermeasures when the door banged open from the outside. Xiaojiu stood in front of the door with her back to the sun, as if the sun had sent her here. She was still wearing yesterday's bright red wedding dress, which became more charming and dazzling under the sun, and looked like activated blood. Shujo, you're back. The village chief and Aunt Li shouted in surprise. Xiaojiu stared at Jiang Lian on the chair. He looked calm, as if he never worried about her being in danger. Xiaojiu walked over slowly. Jiang Lian, I'm going to ask you something. Please tell me the truth. Jiang Lian pursed his lips gently. Yes. How come we are not husband and wife, right? Jiang Lian pondered for a moment. Yes. Bitter is not our child at all, right? Yes. Then why did you lie to me? Jiang Lian said, Xiaojiu, I want you to recover from your injuries. Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, it's nothing. At least you still follow the gentleman style and never cross the line. Then, did we know each other before? Jiang Lian nodded and said, I know you. We were good friends before you lost your memory. What is the relationship between me and Jiang Yifeng? Xiaojiu's breathing became tense when he asked this question. Jiang Lian said, you were husband and wife before. Xiaojiu froze there. Really? Jiang Lian grabbed Xiaojiu's shoulders with some excitement. But Xiaojiu, he hurt you before, he is not worthy of being your husband at all. At this time, a bone-chilling voice came from the door. I am not worthy, are you? Jiang Yifeng walked up quickly and glared coldly at Jiang Lian's hands on Xiaojiu's shoulders. How can the ninth prince pull and tug at my wife in broad daylight? Jiang Lian did not let go. He also pulled Xiaojiu behind him. Third cousin, have you forgotten that Xiaojiu has written a divorce letter and is no longer your wife? Jiang Yifeng smiled. Of course, I haven't forgotten, but we have remarried and entered the bridal chamber yesterday, so aren't we still husband and wife? Jiang Lian's face froze, and Xiaojiu shouted anxiously, who entered the bridal chamber with you? Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yifeng's face darkened. Xiaojiu, we have already paraded in the streets, and now everyone in Jing County knows that you and I are husband and wife. Are you going to cheat? Xiaojiu was in the wrong. Xiaojiu. Jiang Yifeng said again, it was my fault for what happened before. Come home with me, and I will definitely find famous doctors all over the world to help you restore your memory, okay? Xiaojiu glanced at Jiang Lian. Should I go back with him? Jiang Lian told the truth. He won't hurt you. But he has hurt you too deeply before, and you may regret it when you think about it. What did he do? He used you and killed your friend. Xiaojiu hesitated. Jiang Yifeng said again, come back, give me a chance to make amends. She glanced at Jiang Yifeng. You said you would help me recover my memory. Well, I will definitely help you recover your memory. Jiang Yifeng said. Jiang Lian, thank you for taking care of me these days. Since Jiang Yifeng is my husband, no matter what he did before, I have to have a good talk with him. Jiang Lian was silent for a long time before nodding. I leave first. She suddenly turned around again. By the way, Binner. Take Binner away, he is your friend's child. Jiang Lian said in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. But you have to be careful, Jiang Yifeng may not easily beat Binner. Aunt Li took Binner out and handed him to Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu looked at him for a long time and gave him back to Aunt Li. Why don't you take care of this child? I hope you can raise him well. Xiaojiu. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Xiaojiu nodded and left carefully. She didn't pay much attention to Jiang Yifeng along the way. After 3 days and 3 nights of travel, the carriage finally arrived in the capital. In order to arrive as soon as possible, they rested in the carriage last night. Xiaojiu opened her eyes in the morning and Jiang Yifeng was still asleep. She looked at his handsome sleeping face with a frown, as if someone was chasing him in his dream. TSK, this person is so vigilant even when he is sleeping. Xiaojiu looked out the window at the scenery. There were crowds of people, the streets were filled with hawking sounds, women were gathered in front of the jewelry stalls, and a group of children were drooling around the candied Ha's stand. For some reason, Xiaojiu felt that these images were very unfamiliar. Inexplicably, a scene of tall buildings appeared in her mind, which was completely different from here. Did she have some unknown memories? What are you looking at? Jiang Yifeng woke up at some point. Xiaojiu came to her senses. Are we almost there? Where is your home? Jiang Yifeng smiled. That's our home. The carriage quickly stopped in front of the palace, and the first person to rush out to greet them was Xiao Tao. As soon as Xiaojiu got out of the car, a little maid came to help her, wiping the tears from her face. Madam, you are finally back. You don't know that Xiao Tao was almost worried to death when you left. She thought you were in danger. You call Xiao Tao? Xiao Tao blinked her eyes. Madam, what are you talking about? Don't you remember me? Well, I had an accident, lost my memory, and I don't remember anything. What? Jiang Yifeng stepped forward and pulled Xiaojiu to his side, and said to Xiao Tao, she has lost her memory. I will find a doctor to treat her. You have to take good care of her and tell her more about the past. Maybe it will help her restore her memory. Yes. Jiang Yifeng sent Xiaojiao back to her own room. You will live here. Xiaojiao looked around her room and found that it was much larger than Qiyang Village, Lifeng Village, and even the county magistrate's mansion. Then, where are you going to find a doctor for me? Xiaojiao showed a doubtful look. Can you find one? I was in Qiyang Village before, and the most skilled doctor in the village couldn't cure me. Don't worry, I can find one. Jiang Yifeng finished speaking and went out. Ordinary doctors in the capital are of course useless. If you want to find a miracle doctor, you have to go to the palace. I heard that there is a doctor named Lin in the palace. Although he is young, he has superb medical skills and can cure all kinds of diseases. However, he is the emperor's exclusive doctor, and I don't know if he can treat others. On the second day, Jiang Yifeng asked the emperor for this matter. He smiled and said, "It is understandable that the third prince loves his wife. However, not everyone can treat Lin Tai. I have to ask his opinion." Of course. Another day passed, and the emperor gave him the result. "My dear," Lin Tai agreed, "but I have another condition." "Your Majesty, please tell me." "I don't know why you like a merchant's daughter." "Hey, I don't know what kind of magic potion that Xiaojiao gave you to make you value her so much." The emperor's face became more serious. However, there are 3 unfilial acts, and the greatest one is to have no descendants. Even if you like Xiaojiao, she has been married to you for so long, but she is still not pregnant, and you hanged yourself on a tree. How can I face your father in the future? Jiang Yifeng remained silent. The emperor said again, "So, I have decided to take a concubine for you." Jiang Yifeng's eyes were shocked. "Your Majesty, I haven't thought about taking a concubine yet." "I know, don't you care about the feelings of your wife? I heard that the merchant's daughter has always been domineering. She will definitely not agree to let you take a concubine, but you care so much about her feelings. Aren't you being controlled by her? Don't forget who you are, and what burdens you have on your shoulders. How can you be controlled by a woman?" "Your Majesty, but..." Before Jiang Yifeng could retort, the emperor said, "No need to say, I have already found someone for you. Prime Minister Wang's youngest daughter, Wang Moling, is dignified and elegant, and is proficient in all aspects of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. She is already 28 years old this year, and is indeed a good match. It is your blessing to have her as your concubine." Jiang Yifeng could see that the emperor was making his wishful thinking. What about the continuous heirs? It was just to find someone to monitor him. Jiang Yifeng had nothing to say. The emperor was forcing him. For Xiaojiao's illness, he had to commit the crime. "Your humble servant obeys the order." The emperor laughed and patted his shoulder. "That's right. Having many children and more blessings is a good thing. Ha ha ha." Jiang Yifeng pretended to smile and hid the disgust in his eyes. "Why is the weather so hot today? It's autumn, and it's still so hot." Hearing Xiaojiao say this, the little maids beside her had to increase their demeanor. "Hey, no matter how strong you are, I still feel hot. It would be nice if there was an air conditioner." "Empress, what is an air conditioner?" Xiao Tao asked. "Air conditioner is..." Xiaojiao was stunned. "Hey, where did she get this word from? Why can't she remember it? It seems to be something that can make people cool." "I don't know. I feel that there are many things in my mind that only I know, but you don't." "Empress, did you hit the tree and not only lost some things, but also got some extra things?" Xiaojiao frowned. "This sounds a bit far-fetched. I think I should have had this memory before, but I can't remember it clearly because I hit my head." She lay lazily on the couch and frowned irritably. "Oh, I'm too hot. I want to eat watermelon." Chapter 39. Just as she finished speaking, a piece of watermelon was handed to her. She looked along the slender arm and saw Jiang Yifeng. "You and I really have a tacit understanding." Xiaojiao snorted and took the watermelon and ate it without hesitation. "Bear it for a while. It will only be hot for a day or two, and it will be autumn soon, and the weather will gradually become cooler," Jiang Yifeng said. Xiaojiao ignored him and concentrated on eating the watermelon. "I want to tell you something. If you have something to say, say it now. I'm going to marry a concubine." Xiaojiao immediately spat a mouthful of watermelon seeds at his feet. "I don't mind who you marry, but I don't accept sharing a husband with others. If you want to marry someone else, divorce me first." "Xiaojiao, I don't want to do this either." He held Xiaojiao's hand, but Xiaojiao shook it off with disgust. "This is the condition for letting Dr. Lin treat you. If you want to restore your memory, you must marry a concubine." "Oh, for me." Xiaojiao immediately supported him. "Okay, marry her, Just keep her away from me. Before Jiang Yifeng left, he looked at her again. The next day, Prime Minister Wang sent his little daughter to the palace. My queen, come and see, Miss Wang San is very beautiful. Xiao Jiao turned over in the quilt and said to Xiao Tao, No, wait until I wake up. After an hour, Xiao Jiao finally slept enough. Xiao Tao came over to help her with her makeup. Madam, hurry up, Miss Wang San is here. She's here? Yes, she came to pay her respects to you. And she's been waiting outside the door since early morning, but you've been sleeping, so I asked her to wait outside. Xiao Jiao frowned and said angrily, Why don't you let her go? Isn't it annoying? I'm so busy that I don't have time to fight with others. How could Jiang Yifeng agree to it? He just agreed, and he let someone walk in front of me. Xiao Tao hurriedly said, My queen, don't be angry, I will drive her away right now. Where do you live? I live in Huafeng Palace not far from here. Xiao Jiao stood up angrily, I will drive her away myself. Drive her far away. Outside the door, a slender woman stood outside the door, with delicate eyebrows, fair skin, and a waist that could be held in one hand. She was wearing a plain blue smoke gauze scattered flower skirt, an ice blue 9 phoenix pearl hairpin on her head, a bunch of louvered bun, a pair of red jade drop earrings behind her hair, a white jade diamond necklace on her neck, and a coral bracelet on her slender wrist. The sun was too hot above her head, so she lowered her head slightly, and the pair of peacock silver hairpins swayed gently, making her look gentle and gentle. Hey, who is this? Xiao Jiao saw her and teased, Whose eldest daughter is this? Why did you come to our place? Wang Moling lowered her head. Moling greets sister. You called me sister so soon, it's too soon. Xiao Jiao sat on the chair that Xiao Tao brought for her, and looked at the people below casually. Don't call me randomly, I don't have a sister as rich as you. Wang Moling was a little embarrassed and changed her words. Moling pays respects to the princess. Oh, I don't like seeing dazzling people in the morning. In the future, you don't have to pay respects to me, otherwise, I will definitely treat you to bitter melon juice. Xiao Jiao smiled strangely. Xiao Tao, come, bring her a cup to taste. Yes. Wang Moling's eyes moved slightly, and there was not much ripples afterwards. Xiao Tao handed the bitter melon juice to her, and she drank it without thinking. She frowned slightly, it was indeed very bitter, but she still endured it. Xiao Jiao kept looking at the various valuable jewelry on her head, thinking, that was all white silver, if I could get 1 or 2 pieces, it would be great. Miss Wang, you said, I have invited you to drink bitter melon juice, shouldn't you also give me something as a gift? Wang Moling hesitated for a while, she didn't bring anything. So she touched her hair, took off a double butterfly tassel hairpin, walked forward, and respectfully handed it to Xiao Jiao. I hope the queen can accept it. Xiao Jiao took it without hesitation. Put it in his sleeve, thank you. By the way, Xiao Jiao suddenly said, I think you are not suitable to live in Huafeng Palace now. After all, you haven't married yet, right? It's not reasonable. Otherwise, you can live in the side hall first. You can only suffer for a while. Does Miss Wang have any objection? Wang Moling shook her head, no. Jiang Yifeng seemed very happy to learn that Wang Moling moved into the side hall. He went to Xiao Jiao's room, and at that time, she was writing and drawing on paper. I heard that you drove Wang Moling to the side hall. Jiang Yifeng asked. Why, don't I have the power? Jiang Yifeng smiled. Yes, of course I do. You drove her to the side hall, are you jealous? After listening, Xiao Jiao stared at him for 2 seconds and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, third prince, do you dare to be more narcissistic? I'm jealous? What am I jealous of? I just don't want to be annoying, I'm afraid she keep bothering me, so I drove her away, don't think too much. Jiang Yifeng's face darkened. You. He sighed and turned the page. I was just joking with you. His eyes fell on the paper written by Xiao Jiao, and changed the subject. What are you writing? I have never seen it before. It looks like Chinese characters, but not quite. Is it from another dynasty? Xiao Jiao frowned and said, This is simplified Chinese, don't you know it? Jiang Yifeng shook his head. I have never heard of it. Xiao Jiao patted his head. I don't know. I just remember this thing is simplified Chinese. Hey, there are many things I know, but you don't know, don't ask. I don't know what's going on. Jiang Yifeng didn't talk about this anymore and said, Tomorrow, Dr. Lin will come to your house to treat you. You have to listen to him, understand? Xiao Jiao nodded casually. I know, please move aside, you are blocking my light. Jiang Yifeng stood aside and watched Xiao Jiao write. Her profile in the sun was quiet and beautiful, which was in stark contrast to her personality, but she was very cute. She rolled up her sleeves to her shoulders and held a pen in her mouth. She didn't look like a girl, but people couldn't help but want to love her. The next day, the legendary Dr. Lin came. Xiaojio thought he was an old man with experience, but he didn't expect that he would be a young man in his 20s, and he was handsome. Xiaojio's liking for him immediately came up, holding her face and calling him like a fan. "Hello, handsome guy." Dr. Lin looked at her in confusion and didn't say anything. Xiaojio herself didn't know what handsome guy meant, but this word suddenly popped up in her mind, and a voice told her that this word was used to describe the Dr. Lin in front of her. "Stretch out your hand." Lin Yuan sat down next to her and said coldly, "Is he so arrogant?" Xiaojio thought to herself. Wait, what does arrogant mean? She didn't think too much about it. After all, he came to treat her, so she should be more obedient to him. Xiaojio obediently stretched out her hand, and Lin Yuan covered her wrist with a handkerchief and took her pulse. "What's wrong?" Xiaojio said after a while. "You just lost your memory because of a heavy blow to the head. I prescribed some medicine for you. As long as you drink it every day, you can restore your memory." Xiaojio said suspiciously, "Is it so magical?" Lin Yuan said him lightly, and began to take out paper and pen to write a prescription. Xiaojio looked at his confident look. Sure enough, the miracle doctor is different. He easily solved the problem that others couldn't solve. After he wrote the prescription, he left. Xiao Tao took it down and asked someone to get the medicine and boil it. The medicine tasted very bitter. Xiaojio couldn't stand it after drinking 2 sips. After drinking it for a few days in a row, he wanted to vomit every time he smelled it. Finally, she refused to drink it. Jiang Yifeng said to her, "Are you still a child? Which medicine is not bitter? If you want to restore your memory, just drink the medicine obediently." Xiaojio drank it again, with a bitter face. Jiang Yifeng helped her mix some sugar water, and fed it to her, when she rolled on the bed in bitterness. Xiaojio gulped down the sugar water, and felt much better than before. Jiang Yifeng kept looking at her and suddenly said, "Xiaojio, if you restore your memory, can you forgive everything I did before?" "Oh! What did you do? Is it too much?" Jiang Yifeng was silent. "Well, I killed your friend. That depends on how deep my relationship with that friend is," Xiaojio said casually. After that, no one made her sugar water to drink. She asked Xiao Tao to make it for her, but Xiao Tao didn't know how to do it. No one else could make sugar water that suited her taste. Later, she found out that he deliberately hid all the sugar. "Why are you like this? I just didn't agree to forgive you temporarily. It's not like I will never forgive you. Do you have to be so petty?" Xiaojio pointed at Jiang Yifeng and accused him. Jiang Yifeng smiled. "Why? Medicine without sugar water is not good to drink, right? Jiang Yifeng, you are taking revenge for personal gain. Do you know how hard it is to swallow that medicine?" Jiang Yifeng said rather shamelessly, "As long as you promise not to blame me after you recover your memory, I will give you the sugar." Xiaojio scolded him angrily. "You are shameless. I will not give in." But in fact, she couldn't beat the bitter medicine at all. She only persisted for 2 days before she went to find Jiang Yifeng angrily. "Forget it, I give up. I promise you that I will not blame you for what you did before after I recover my memory. Okay, can you give me the candy now?" Jiang Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. "I will personally prepare the candy for you, madam." After that, every time Xiaojio finished drinking the medicine, Jiang Yifeng would send the candy to her. Whether it was the temperature or the concentration, it was just what she wanted. Xiaojio gradually realized that Jiang Yifeng was actually very considerate and very serious about his work. A few days later, Xiaojio remembered everything. She remembered how she came into this world, how she married Jiang Yifeng, how Miaoyin hanged herself, and how Binner was born. Although Xiaojio promised to forgive Jiang Yifeng, she was still angry in her heart. She had a cold war with him for a few days before she completely forgave him. Chapter 40. For several days in a row, Xiaojio ignored Jiang Yifeng and stayed in his own courtyard, worrying every day. What? Did she go out with Wang Moling again today? Jiang Yifeng sat on a chair, his brows furrowed at the moment, revealing the worries of a Jiangnan man. Hearing this, the housekeeper shook his head. She went there yesterday, and she didn't come out today with the courtyard. She didn't let anyone in except for meal time. After saying this, Jiang Yifeng seemed a little helpless, and took a breath. Sure enough, this woman is hypocritical. Go prepare some desserts, and give them to her. Since he couldn't forgive her completely, he could only slowly atone for his sins. As a result, he couldn't find a better solution. But he didn't expect that the desserts prepared by the housekeeper had not yet reached Xiaojio's hands. but Wang Moling came to the door with a few people. I didn't expect that my sister would still be in the mood to drink tea here. Don't you feel guilty? Wang Moling's words were full of meaning. Her sharp voice and uninvited behavior really made people feel a little uncomfortable. Someone's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and there was a bit of displeasure in his eyes. Just now, he suddenly sneered. So what do you want to see me for today? Listening to this woman's hypocritical sister, she was used to it anyway. Swaying the teacup melodiously, with a somewhat distracted mentality. So Wang Moling's face froze, and then glared at the maid next to her. The maid understood and followed up, clenched her teeth, and said angrily, "The bracelet left by my third lady's mother is gone. Did you take it?" Seeing the maid with her chest and head held high, she was clearly regarded as a criminal. They were interrogating a criminal. Xiaojiao had been in a bad mood in the past 2 days. If she hadn't deliberately angered Jiang Yifeng, how could she have condescended to make friends with Wang Moling? Now she has opened a dying house after being given some color. She doesn't know the difference between respect and inferiority. Xiaojiao took a deep breath and put the cup in her hand on the table with a bang. He then turned back and glared at her, with a few traces of displeasure between his eyebrows. "You are so brave. How can you slander me, the third princess? Are you going to die?" The sharp words and cold eyes were completely different from before. My heart trembled suddenly, and at this moment, I was like a frightened rabbit. I shrank my neck and looked at my master timidly. So, the woman curled up her fist slightly, and couldn't help but whispered useless thing. Then she straightened her chest again, tried to ignore the other party's momentum, and said bluntly, "Besides you, who else has been hanging around my place recently? Don't you know it yourself? Do you think it's my own people who did it?" Anyway, Wang Moling had just arrived, and the person she had the most frequent contact with was only Xiaojiao in front of her. Now, it was considered a sufficient reason, which made Xiaojiao a little uncomfortable. Scratching his hair, he couldn't help but glare at her. "I'm so close to you, but I have to endure this anger in vain? I'm the third princess. I don't have anything I want. Why would I want your things?" Of course, women always say one thing and mean another. She almost forgot that she was indeed attracted by Wang Moling's rich aura at the beginning. But even so, it wouldn't be the case that she would steal other people's things. Wouldn't that be a degradation of status? However, Wang Moling was obviously determined this time, and she would feel bad if she didn't cause her some trouble. That's why she said angrily, "Why don't you let me search the house? If there's nothing, it's fine." Having said that, is Xiaojiao the kind of person who can bear grievances for no reason? The mistress hasn't even entered the house yet, but she's already riding on her head, bringing people to search the room of a dignified princess. How can she live outside in the future? It's so noisy. In this cool season, there are flies making trouble. Why don't you drive them out quickly? Xiaojiao said, and glared at the maidservant serving beside him. The maid was slightly panicked, but she bit her lip and came to Wang Moling. "Miss San, please go out." It would be fine if she didn't chase her away, but after this, the other party became even more unscrupulous. "Hee, you are guilty, right? I will search today." "Xiaoyu, why are you still standing there?" Hearing this, the maid next to her hurriedly followed and walked forward. "Hey! You are really too much. When has Xiaojiao ever suffered such grievances? This woman's feelings are going to ride on her head." But just as the two sides were entangled, they suddenly heard a loud shout from outside. "I want to see you touch the room of the third princess, and she cut off your hand." The thunderous voice, with a majestic momentum, made several people panic and look towards the door at the same time. At this moment, the man had his hands behind his back, and his slender body had an aura of arrogance. It was originally a cold face, but now it was filled with a bit of anger. "Your Highness, why are you here?" Wang Moling seemed a little surprised. She had wanted to solve the problem unilaterally, but she didn't expect an uninvited guest to come. But as the saying goes, the first move is the strongest. The woman hurriedly stepped forward, her eyes relaxed, and suddenly she looked aggrieved. With a somewhat delicate and artificial tone, she threw one hand directly at Jiang Yifeng. "Your Highness, you must make a decision for Moling. The bracelet given by my mother was lost. She stole it." After saying that, this pair of jade hands pointed directly and unambiguously at Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao was slightly stunned. "Bah, tell me, why did I steal this thing from you? How much is it worth?" She had never seen such a shameless person, wrongly accusing someone. At least there should be some bottom line. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help frowning, looking at the woman's direct gaze. He seemed a little guilty. "Don't let me be misunderstood again, otherwise it will be difficult to coax her." With a little panic, Jiang Yifeng shook his arm again, retreated a step, and kept a corresponding distance from Wang Moling. glazed at Wang Moling again. You have no evidence. You are wronging the princess, which is also a serious crime, no matter what your status is. I didn't wrong her. She praised my bracelet before and wanted me to give it to her. I didn't give it to her. Who knew it was lost the next day? Wang Moling acted so aggrieved. The feelings were fake, and she was almost telling the truth. If Xiaojiu hadn't had his own consciousness now, he would have believed it and thought he was a thief. Then, he couldn't help but sneer and walk directly in front of Jiang Yifeng, raising his thin eyebrows at her. I give you a chance. Who do you believe? After saying this, Jiang Yifeng seemed to see the blooming spring flowers. He clenched his fists and coughed twice, pretending to be calm, and said, "This king has always been fair, although I believe in good people." This was said vaguely. Wang Moling kept twisting her slender waist, pouting her mouth, and occasionally throwing seductive eyes, which was a bit like a foxy woman. Then she said in a coquettish voice, "Your Majesty, you must believe me. I will not lie about such a valuable thing. Although I don't know what other men think, as a woman, I really think her behavior is too shameful." Xiaojiu just felt sick in his heart and couldn't stand it. "You said that you have such a good foxy skill. If you are in that brothel, other girls will probably lose their jobs. How dare you compare me with those lowly women? Who can stand hearing this?" Wang Moling remembered that she blushed and her heart beat fast, but she didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Jiang Yifeng is still here, so he has to leave a good impression. But after hearing these words, Xiaojiu smiled and shrugged. "What am I afraid of? You dare to wrongly accuse the princess, so can't you allow me to tell the truth?" He is really good at talking. Wang Moling was speechless, and could only ask for help from Jiang Yifeng at this moment. "Your Majesty, look at her. I am your wife, who is not yet married. A concubine." The man did not dwell on other things, but emphasized these two words, which once again hit Wang Moling hard. At this moment, he moved his lips, but was speechless. "Your Majesty should always give an explanation about the bracelet, otherwise you can find me to tell my father." In order to bring down Xiaojiu, Wang Moling was also desperate at this moment. However, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but sneer, and gently rubbed her head. "Let me tell you a secret. My people followed her yesterday, and I haven't heard of any theft." The words were like thunder, directly piercing the lie that Wang Moling had carefully prepared. At this moment, her heartbeat accelerated again. Maybe I missed some details. Your Majesty, don't be so careless." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng sneered. "You don't believe in my people? Or don't believe in my decision?" After saying this, Wang Moling was instantly forced into a desperate situation, and at this moment, she seemed a little speechless. No matter how she answered, it seemed unreliable. Xiaojiu only remembered to glance at the man twice, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why did you send someone to follow me?" No wonder, she always felt a little uneasy when she was alone, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at her in the dark all the time. Being tortured with such a soul, Jiang Yifeng seemed a little embarrassed. Pretending to be calm, he directly locked the spearhead on Wang Moling. "You wronged the princess, and the crime is extremely heinous. Considering that you are a first-time offender, this month's salary will be gone, and 2 maids will be reduced. You should move to Qiuyuan to live, which is more suitable for you." The man's cold and heartless words made Xiaojiu very happy. "Haha, Qiuyuan, half an hour away from the gate of the palace, and it is a closed little corner. It is really a good place. It is equivalent to an abandoned place. It used to be for servants and maids to live. Later, because the conditions were too simple, it was directly abandoned. But who would have known that now, the third young lady of the Prime Minister's mansion would move in again, making the place even more prosperous." Chapter 41. Today, the palace seemed particularly lively, with servants coming and going, carrying things with great pleasure. Hey, hurry up, drive faster, this is the princess order." The housekeeper waved his hands, feeling more active than the waiter in the store. Wang Moling stood in the distance, watching these people move her things, and she couldn't help but gnashing her teeth with resentment. Damn it, it's really too damned. Even if she was unwilling in her heart, what could she do? She had no room to retreat now. Until she moved into Chiu Garden, the garden was not cleaned by anyone, and it looked a little bit. She also specially withdrew a few of her servants. Wang Moling now lives in such a large, dilapidated and old garden with 2 or 3 servants. On the one hand, there were not enough people to clean up, and on the other hand, how could Wang Moling, who had been living a life of luxury since childhood, bear such grievances? After just one day, the woman felt extremely crazy and left the palace. This was the best time for new flowers to bloom, and Xiaojiu was sitting in the garden. While listening to the maid's story about Wang Moling, she ate fruit. Anyway, it was very enjoyable. "Princess, That woman is so far away now. She shouldn't cause any trouble, you can rest assured. The little maid was very considerate, and comforted her appropriately. Hearing this, Xiaojiu couldn't help but chuckle, and then shook her head. Do you think I would be afraid of her if I didn't live there? Thinking carefully, how could the man Xiaojiu, like easily fall in love with someone else? Although there is still some estrangement between her and Jiang Yifeng, it does not mean that the mistress can intervene. Here, Xiaojiu seemed to be at ease in the sunny weather, but Wang Moling suffered. In the huge prime minister's mansion, Wang Moling's crying voice was like thunder, like a sword cutting through the sky, which really made people feel a little unbearable. With a choking breath, a person raised his eyes full of tears, which was so pitiful. One hand tightly grasped the man in front of him, and then he said aggrievedly, "Brother, that woman is really too bullying. I have only been in for 2 days, and treated her well everywhere, but she targeted me everywhere." The man in front of him was strong, handsome, and dressed in black casual clothes. Straightening his back, looking at the crying woman in front of him, he couldn't help but be infected with a trace of anger. The clenched fists were really out of control, and they smashed hard on the table. That woman who doesn't know how to live or die dares to bully my sister. I think she doesn't want to live. Wang Chua, but Wang Moling's twin sister, is naturally different from those half-sisters. Now, seeing her own sister being bullied, how can she bear this bad breath? This is not only Wang Moling being bullied, but also equivalent to slapping the face of their prime minister's mansion. With a bit of anger, the man stood up straight, and then glanced at Wang Moling. "Okay, don't cry anymore. Brother will make the decision for you. I will go back with you, and I must ask for an explanation." Seeing Wang Chua's imposing appearance, Wang Moling nodded shyly, with a bit of delicate and fearful breath, and then carefully reminded, "Brother, she is the princess after all. Don't do too much when the time comes." She knew that her brother had a bad temper since childhood, and was very concerned about his reputation. After the exaggerated words just now, Wang Chua was probably already furious and wanted to peel off Xiaojiu's skin. Facing Wang Moling's trembling appearance, Wang Chua frowned slightly. With a serious tone, "What are you afraid of? Just because she is the princess, she can do whatever she wants?" With the support of her brother's words, Wang Moling became more arrogant and followed him to sit in the sedan chair and return to the palace again. At this moment, it was dusk and the sky was getting darker. Xiaojiu sat in the yard and had been basking in the sun for an afternoon. He was fanning himself with a small fan in his hand, looking a little bored. Every day is such a boring day, and the time really feels long. As she spoke, the woman looked at the direction of the gate with a melancholy look, as if she was expecting something. Ever since Xiaojiu decided to go into a cold war with Jiang Yifeng, she had never paid any attention to Jiang Yifeng again. Even though that guy had stood on her side before, some things could not be erased after all. Even if a woman was holding her head, bored, and didn't know how to kill time for a while. But Wang Moling, holding up her skirt, walked directly over with 2 maids. She raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at him with a bit of contempt. "Sister, you hurt me so badly, but you were happy to be idle." After saying that, she couldn't help but lock her eyes slightly on the posts in front of her, which were almost eaten. Those crystal clear ones made people salivate at the sight, but Wang Moling had never enjoyed such treatment since she came here. At this moment, Wang Moling felt a little more jealous for no reason, and it was because of this fruit, which was ridiculous. Hearing the noise coming from above, Xiaojiu raised his head slightly, but couldn't help but sneer. "Oh, you're back. I thought you were angry and wanted to run away from home and go back to your prime minister's mansion." Wang Moling is really a shameless person. She hasn't been held accountable for the wrong things before, but now she is being held accountable in front of him. Xiaojiu tried hard to block this woman, but in that instant, Wang Moling suddenly frowned. She turned her head directly, stomped her feet, and acted coquettishly, and rushed over quickly, holding Wang Chao's arm again. "Brother, you heard everything just now. She is really too much. She wants to drive me away." As she spoke, Wang Moling didn't know if it was a talent. Tears came. It was not him who was wronged, but he pretended so vividly that no one could find any flaws. Of course, the soft and white lotus aura that came from his bones was also very obvious. It was not until he heard the voice of brother that Xiaojiu noticed that there was another person. He raised his eyes slightly and said, "Haha, you found a helper? If you don't know, you would really think that he had suffered a great injustice, and was looking for someone to redress his grievances." Facing the woman's arrogant attitude, Wang Chua felt a little bit uncomfortable. Frowning slightly, his voice was mixed with a hint of coldness. "You are the princess, but you are really bad and have no manners. I really don't know how the prince likes you." The sarcastic words are no less hurtful than the hidden arrows from a woman's mouth. Xiaojiu smiled lightly. So, I am not worthy. Are you worthy of being a princess? If Wang Chua had his own manly figure, Jiang Yifeng would also be willing to accept him. Xiaojiu really had no objection. Invisible insults are the most deadly. Wang Chua was speechless for a moment, and at this moment, he curled up his fists and couldn't help but get a little furious. Shut up. Is that what a woman should say? Two men, together, to be a princess. She thought of it, looking at Wang Chua's violently heaving chest. Wang Moling seemed a little worried. Oh no, this woman's tongue is so powerful. My brother has a bad temper. He will definitely make trouble. What she wanted was to indirectly suppress Xiaojiu's arrogance through Wang Chua. If things really get out of hand, Jiang Yifeng won't be able to explain it. Then, she gently shook the man's arm and said carefully, Brother, don't act impulsively. Have you forgotten what I told you before you came? Because she was worried that his personality was too irritable, Wang Moling repeatedly warned him before coming. After hearing what his sister said, and looking at her nervous expression, Wang Chua took a deep breath and tried to suppress his anger. After all, Wang Moling will live in the palace, and become Jiang Yifeng's concubine in the future. After all, we will meet again and again. It doesn't seem good to make things too awkward. After gradually thinking it through, Wang Chua looked up at Xiaojiu again. You rely on your power to exclude and suppress my sister in various ways. You should give an explanation, right? Otherwise, our Prime Minister's mansion is not a pushover. The man's words were filled with a dangerous atmosphere. Most people would probably feel relieved after hearing this. But Xiaojiu was not an ordinary person. He couldn't help but sneer at this moment. Haha, your good sister wrongly accused me of stealing things, and she was exposed. Now she comes here to blame others. What do you want me to explain? It was like singing an opera, which really made people feel a little speechless. Then he looked at Wang Moling coldly again, and saw the other party's righteous look, and felt dirty eyes. Bah, it was obviously you who stole my things, and you used despicable means to deceive the prince to make him believe you. Wang Moling puffed up her chest, knowing that Jiang Yifeng should still be in the court, busy with official business. Therefore, the most convincing person in the whole palace is not her princess, but her general brother. Then, he gently pushed Wang Chao with his fingers, and the man understood, and then he said, Stop making trouble here. In addition to apologizing, you must return all her things. Otherwise, I don't want to fight today. After that, the man's fist hit the table hard. A deep sound made Xiaojiu's body tremble slightly. Looking down, the table was fine, but the teacup on it was a pity. Because of the vibration, it broke into two pieces. My God, this guy is so good at martial arts, he won't beat me if I don't give in. Xiaojiu regretted it at this moment. After all, he couldn't fight him blatantly. Otherwise, it would be an enemy of the Prime Minister's mansion, but if I really apologized to him, wouldn't it make me look very faceless? Chapter 42. Just as the atmosphere was in an extremely weird and awkward situation, oh my God, what should I do? The woman was anxious. She didn't want to start a war, nor did she want to give in and apologize. Otherwise, if Wang Moling really came in, wouldn't she have to rely on her brother to climb up to the sky in the future? Xiaojiu's eyes were erratic, but suddenly he saw a familiar figure, who stepped into the threshold at this moment. Jiang Yifeng. Xiaojiu's eyes lit up, and he stepped on the footsteps and ran over with a 100-meter sprint. She suddenly hugged the man's waist, and at this moment she seemed very aggrieved. Prince, help me, they bullied me. The sudden words also carried a bit of sobbing breath. Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned, and when he looked up, he saw Wang Chao. The man frowned, perhaps because he was not very popular. Wang Moling, so he instinctively seemed to have a slight hostility towards the people of the Wang family. Why are you here? What did you do to my princess? Jiang Yifeng patted Xiaojiu's back with one hand, and fixed his eyes on Wang Chua without any hesitation. This kid, he dared to bully the woman he didn't even want to touch a hair. Isn't this obviously walking on the edge of a knife? With a bit of a strong breath, Wang Chua was righteous at this moment, and took a step forward directly. She bullied my sister, Prince, are you protecting her again? Facing Wang Chua's righteousness, Jiang Yifeng really didn't know where he got the courage. The thin lips were slightly raised, but there was no warmth in the words, and he said sarcastically without any hesitation, How do you know that the princess bullied her? Did you see it with your own eyes? It's not certain who is bullying whom, it just depends on who is smarter. Obviously, Wang Moling is a dullard in all aspects except for finding a backer. Also, Wang Chua was justified, and spoke in a louder and more powerful tone than him, but he was speechless for a moment. The blazing arrogance just now was like being poured with a basin of cold water, and now only a flame remained. However, Since he was holding the purpose of supporting his sister, wouldn't it be embarrassing to compromise like this? Wang Chua sorted out his emotions, and then he said angrily, Your Majesty, my sister moved to Chiu Garden, which is said to be a dilapidated garden, and she was persecuted by her. Isn't this bullying? She deserved it. Since she wrongly accused others of stealing, the punishment I gave her is equivalent to a reward. Jiang Yifeng's deep voice was loud and clear, with a high tone. At this moment, even the last spark of fire in Wang Chua's heart was extinguished. Xiao Jiao felt warm in his heart when he heard these words, but he was a little panicked at this moment. He still kept the posture of crawling on the other's chest, but he couldn't help but raise his eyes and glanced at him. With perfect and impeccable facial features, coupled with this domineering posture of protecting his wife, which woman can resist it? Damn! Why am I not so unpromising? Wang Chua cursed secretly in his heart, and at this moment he seemed a little ashamed. Suddenly, Wang Moling's voice came to his ears again, obviously not willingly, brother. Even if it was just two simple words, it seemed to have contained everything, begging and urging. Wang Chua moved his lips, and he was in a dilemma at the moment. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yifeng, but he didn't expect that the moment he looked up, he would meet his eyes directly. It was as deep as a black hole, and there was a bit of coldness in the resentment, as if one look would make people fall. Wang Chua quickly retracted his gaze, not knowing whether it was due to psychological effects. No, after all, the two families are still engaged, and it's not good to fall out. Wang Chua conveyed his fear in another form of expression, and then he felt much more psychologically comforted. And with the idea of putting the overall situation first, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at Wang Moling. You girl, don't cause trouble for no reason. Can the prince still wrong you? The sudden change of style directly dispelled all Wang Moling's expectations. At this moment, she looked at Wang Chua with a surprised face, opening and closing her lips, all in an incredible state. Brother, what are you talking about? It wasn't like this when you came. The woman wanted to bring up the past, but was directly glared at by the other party, a look, with a warning in her heart. Even if Wang Moling was being unreasonable, she didn't dare to make any more trouble. At this moment, she held her hands together, and could only lower her head, like a well-behaved rabbit, not daring to say anything. When the atmosphere became tense, Xiao Jiao looked relaxed and yawned slightly. What? Are you sleepy? Even if it was just a slight move, it was a big deal in Jiang Yifeng's eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao seemed a little embarrassed, but he nodded politely. It's really meaningless to be so scared so soon. I thought that there would be a fierce war between the two men, at least we could see the war of the century. But who would have thought that the reinforcement Wang Moling brought was just a sheep in wolf's clothing, vulnerable. Jiang Yifeng just gave him two simple glances, and he was so scared that he dared not speak, and he immediately admitted his defeat. Wang Chua heard these extremely humiliating words, and naturally understood the meaning. He was angry and felt his chest rise and fall violently. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, he would not be able to bear this anger. I stood in front of the man and clasped my hands and said, Your Majesty, today is really disturbing. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. After saying that, regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, I stepped away directly. The fantasy in Wang Moling's mind was completely shattered into a mirror. At this moment, I was embarrassed to be left aside. Looking at the playful eyes cast by Xiao Jiao, I really felt a little panic. After swallowing her saliva, she pulled the corners of her mouth again and tried to force out a smile. Haha, there was a misunderstanding just now. My brother was too impulsive. I will definitely talk to him later. Don't take it to heart, sister. Sure enough, this change of face is faster than turning a book. Who was the one who was taking advantage of others just now? Xiao Jiao shook his head helplessly. He really felt a little speechless and retorted without any courtesy. Since my brother did something wrong, why don't you take the punishment for him? Obviously, this is another rhythm of being tricked. After hearing this, Wang Moling's face changed, and the whole person's frustrated expression was really funny. This sister is so generous, and my brother doesn't know the truth, so there's no need. Wang Moling has already fallen into such a miserable state. If she is punished by being thinner, she will probably have to serve tea and water. I never thought that she, a daughter of a prime minister, would be so miserable. She was afraid of being dominated by others, and couldn't sleep or eat well. Jiang Yifeng didn't plan to let her go easily. Even if you think about it with your toes, Wang Chao would not be crazy and come here to cause trouble. The mastermind of this has now been exposed in front of him. After a little hesitation, Jiang Yifeng said righteously, There is no order without rules. Just follow what the princess said. You will be temporarily confined. After speaking, Jiang Yifeng didn't care about the situation of the person being punished. Instead, he glanced at Xiao Jiao and said, "How long do you think is appropriate? This pampering is a bit too much." Xiao Jiao felt a little flattered at the moment, and said a number with a little embarrassment, "How about half a month?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng had no objection, but Wang Moling's face changed. Half a month, for her, is already half a year. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be impossible to see Jiangsu again in half a month. Damn it, this woman is definitely doing it on purpose, trying to block the opportunity for me and the prince to meet. Wang Moling was furious and gnashed her teeth. Biting her lips tightly, she wanted to bite her lips to pieces, but it was difficult to vent her hatred. She was not welcome to see him in the first place, so what's the difference between her and the concubine who was banished to the cold palace? She was still thinking about cultivating feelings, but now she can only sit in the well and watch the sky. Okay, the confinement starts from now on, go back quickly. Jiang Yifeng glanced at her, unwilling to say a word more. Then he hugged Xiao Jiao's waist again, lowered his head, and said with a gentle breath, "Okay, didn't you say you were sleepy just now? I take you back to rest." He spoke in the first person. Jiang Yifeng really regarded the woman in front of him as the only one in his life. Xiao Jiao was slightly stunned by the sudden concern, nodded unconsciously, and seemed a little dull. Following that, his feet seemed to be uncontrolled and walked towards the direction of the room. Obviously, Xiao Jiao had not completely forgiven him for what he had done. But the man's unintentional tenderness seemed like the hot sun, which could warm even the coldest heart. You are really a disappointing thing. How can you be so soft-hearted? Are you worthy of those who were killed by him? Xiao Jiao frowned all the way, but his heart was like a ripple, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yifeng seemed to have guessed her thoughts. He moved his lips and swallowed back what he wanted to say. After all, he was wrong after all, and he was the one who let her down. What reason was there to defend himself here? Okay, we're here, I can go in by myself. Looking at the door that was close at hand, it was already where Xiao Jiao lived. After all, she had lost her memory, and some things were hard to accept, so the two of them had been sleeping in separate rooms for some time. So, Jiang Yifeng nodded and opened the door for her, seeing that Xiao Jiao didn't stay and didn't intend to leave. Still unable to hold back, he suddenly called the other party. "Well, why don't we go on a boat trip tonight? I heard there's a lantern festival tonight." Xiao Jiao was not fully prepared for the sudden invitation. Turning his head slightly, looking at the other party's expectant eyes, he finally softened his heart. Okay. Chapter 43. The moon was in the sky, and the cold wind was blowing the water, whistling continuously. A long river that led nowhere was particularly attractive at this moment. Xiao Jiao just stood at the bow, looking into the distance, not caring about the chill brought by the cold wind. My heart was full of complex feelings. How should I face him? People are like this, when faced with choices, they always can't help but worry. Xiao Jiao took a deep breath, and when I was struggling, I saw Jiang Yifeng suddenly came out, holding a cloak in his hand, and gently draped it over her. Then he put his arm around Xiao Jiao's shoulder, and said softly, "It's boring to stand here alone. It's more interesting with two people." Xiao Jiao rolled his eyes at him. "It depends on whether the person standing next to you is a good match." These words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Wasn't it a veiled criticism of what Jiang Yifeng had done? Jiang Yifeng was still in the same place, moving his lips at this moment, and his tangled look was self-evident. "I know you still hate that thing. I am sorry for you, can you?" Jiang Yifeng wanted to take this opportunity to make everything clear to her. But at this moment, there was a sudden undercurrent under the boat, and a voice suddenly shouted from the bed, "Oh no, the boat is leaking, the boat is leaking." Both of them were stunned, looking at each other, with a bit of doubt. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but frown slightly and questioned, "Why is it leaking for no reason? Is it a broken boat?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng also became more confused. If it was really broken, how could it leak when it walked into the lake? Then, a subordinate came over and knelt down to tell the story again. "Prince, Princess, the boat is leaking and sinking. What should we do?" Xiao Jiao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he heard the boat sinking. His delicate face showed a bit of panic. "No way, I can't swim, I won't drown." Obviously, he came out to enjoy the scenery, but if he lost his life because of it, it would be too unfair. Hearing this, how did Jiang Yifeng feel in his heart? He quickly hugged Xiao Jiao's waist, and then said nervously, "Don't worry, no matter when and where, I will definitely protect you." Xiao Jiao was a little surprised by the man's domineering and firmness. But at this moment, the two people standing at the bow released most of the force, and the bow sank first. Tell the others to jump off the boat. Jiang Yifeng jumped, and now he had no choice but to hug Xiaojiu, and the two of them fell into the water. With a splash, Xiaojiu felt that his nose was blocked by something, and it was difficult to breathe. Gurgle gurgle. A series of bubbles kept coming up, and the woman held Jiang Yifeng tightly. There was no way to say it, but her eyes at this moment were full of desire for life and worry about the current situation. Invisibly, Jiang Yifeng seemed to be able to hear Xiaojiu's crazy cry in his heart, "Help! Help!" Jiang Yifeng held his breath, aimed at Xiaojiu's mouth, and blocked it directly. In this instant, a strong breath directly poured into Xiaojiu's body. The suffocation just now was slightly relieved, but the bodies of the two people continued to fall. Xiaojiu struggled tentatively for a few times, and Jiang Yifeng understood, slightly swung his legs, and then swam to the shore very skillfully. Cough cough. Xiaojiu felt relieved as soon as he got ashore, and he couldn't stop coughing at this moment. He glanced at Jiang Yifeng next to him again, thinking about the scene just now. He couldn't help blushing and his heart beat. "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng shook his head and hurriedly came up. "I'm glad you're okay." After saying that, he suddenly hugged him tightly, not daring to relax a bit. The scene just now, almost, the two people might have died directly. Feeling the man's nervous breath, Xiaojiu smiled slightly, and one hand gently placed on his shoulder. Then he said, "Thank you for saving me without hesitation." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng smiled lightly and held her face. When the two looked at each other, an ambiguous atmosphere spread faintly around them. "I've said it before, you are the one I will protect at the cost of my life. So forgive me, I will never do anything to hurt you again." Jiang Yifeng prepared for a whole night, but he didn't expect it to be destroyed by a boat. In such a desolate atmosphere, he still didn't want to miss any opportunity to apologize. Seeing the other party's sincere and expectant eyes, Xiaojiu couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckled. "I forgave you as early as the moment you risked your life to save me." He could have easily left alone, but he almost died at the bottom of the lake for himself. How many people in the world can have such a relationship? Why should Xiaojiu continue to hurt Jiang Yifeng for the past? After saying this, Xiaojiu seemed a little shy, and lowered his eyes slightly. Indistinctly, he only felt the man's breath gradually approaching, getting closer and closer. But at this moment, a sudden voice directly broke the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. "Great Prince and Princess, you are all right." As the words fell, a group of guards rushed over and surrounded the two people who were hugging each other. The atmosphere was still full of embarrassment, but it disappeared in an instant. Jiang Yifeng was so angry, but he couldn't find a place to vent, so he could only glare at them. "A bunch of guys, really have no vision. How can you find a wife in the future?" The sudden reprimand made everyone else confused and didn't understand what was said. Xiaojiu couldn't help but chuckle, but gently pulled the man's sleeve. "This boat suddenly leaked. I always feel something is wrong." In fact, this is also the question Jiang Yifeng has been thinking about. At this moment, he locked his eyes on the guards, ordered to check the boat leaking. "What is going on?" Then, the man hugged Xiaojiu around the waist, but scared her. "What are you doing? So many people are watching here." Xiaojiu's face was a little redder than before. If you don't know, you might think it was stained with a thick layer of rouge. Jiang Yifeng didn't think so. At this moment, he walked with big strides, and was proud of it. "Holding such a beautiful lady in your arms. So many people are envious. Why are you shy?" Jiang Yifeng was very generous. He went back to the palace and first ordered, "You go make some soup to dispel the cold, and then give it to madam. Then serve her." Tonight, Jiang Yifeng had one hand on Xiaojiu's bed. In such a big house, one person was lying on the bed, and the other was squatting beside the bed, which really made Xiaojiu feel a little embarrassed. He then tentatively said, "Actually, there is no need to do this. There are so many guards outside, no one can hurt me." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded in approval, but suddenly smiled playfully. "No one can hurt you, but I want to watch you fall asleep, so that I feel at ease." To put it bluntly, he just wanted to stay with Xiaojiu all the time, so that he would feel comfortable. As a result, Xiaojiu seemed a little embarrassed, and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "I really can't do anything with you. Come sit on the bed." Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed him up. This action was skillful and urgent, as if it had been planned for a long time. Jiang Yifeng moved his body slightly, leaning against Xiaojiu tightly, wishing to get close to Xiaojiu's face. "It is worthy of being the lady's quilt. It is just a different warmth." Xiaojiu twitched his mouth a few times, and felt a little cheated at this moment. Oh my god, this guy couldn't be waiting for this sentence. It was really careless. Even if he regretted it now, it was probably too late. All night long, Jiang Yifeng hugged Xiaojiao and fell asleep calmly. Xiaojiao also changed from being reserved at the beginning to being comfortable and at ease later. The long night seemed particularly gentle. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Xiaojiao woke up in a daze and found that his body was still in a tense state. She twisted her head slightly and looked at the fat man with a bit of shyness, but found that there was no one there. Well, where did this person go? He slept for a night and didn't even say hello when he left? Xiaojiao couldn't help but pout. Men are really ruthless and don't recognize people after getting in bed. Depressed, Xiaojiao washed and dressed up, and then he felt a little hungry. Princess, you must be hungry. I prepared lunch behind closed doors. The maid was particularly considerate. As soon as the door opened, she stepped forward and said. Xiaojiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. Did you go to a fortune teller today and have him tell me a fortune? He guessed it right. The maid was a little embarrassed by the inexplicable praise, and then laughed. No, this is the prince's special order. The dishes have been heated several times, and they are afraid of any emergency. After saying this, Xiaojiao's heart warmed up, and now he was a little shy and at a loss. Glancing at the maid, he asked with some curiosity, by the way, where is the prince now? It seems that he doesn't need to go to court today. Oh, he is at Miss Wang's place now. The maid's answer was accurate, and she didn't give a specific explanation, which made Xiaojiao feel a little uneasy. Why are you going to her place for no reason? The woman pouted her lips, and she felt a little uneasy at the moment, but the maid also looked unaware. Xiaojiao seemed a little depressed, but he felt hungry, so he glanced at her again. Bring the food first. It was still an hour before the meal was over. Because Jiang Yifeng left his bed and ran to someone else's residence, Xiaojiao didn't even have a good meal. Chapter 44. Xiaojiao was filled with sorrow, but he couldn't bring himself to ask for the truth. He was walking in the garden at this moment, looking a little careless, and muttering, Jiang Yifeng, you are a heartless man, you cheated on my feelings and turned around to throw yourself into someone else's arms. He walked and talked, and before he knew it, he actually walked to the direction of Xiao Garden. Xiaojiao looked up, and at this moment, he seemed a little surprised, and his steps paused slightly. Why did I walk here? Maybe he muttered too much, and his brain automatically drove him to this side. Xiaojiao was entangled. What are they doing in there? What does it have to do with me? He had eaten for an hour, and he didn't hear Jiang Yifeng leaving Xiao Garden. Xiaojiao didn't want to think about what the two people did inside, and he didn't dare to think about it. But just when he was about to turn around and leave with a bit of anger, he suddenly heard a sharp plea for mercy from inside. Prince, please don't be like this, give me another chance, okay? Isn't this Wang Moling's voice? Xiaojiao's ears perked up, and instinctively felt that something exciting happened inside that should not be missed. With an instinctive curious attitude, Xiaojiao tiptoed and gently approached the door. At this moment, through the open door, you can vaguely see Wang Moling inside, kneeling on the ground, tightly holding the corner of Jiang Yifeng's clothes, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Facing the continuous crying of the woman, Jiang Yifeng not only did not have a trace of sympathy, but felt that it was a bit disturbing. Then he glared at her again. Your brother's actions almost cost the king and the princess their lives. If you report it to the emperor, what do you think he will do? The man's sharp threat made Wang Moling's body stiffen, and the whole person seemed to be struck by lightning, and she could also collapse directly. Her eyes were panicked and lifeless. This brother must not have done it on purpose. Maybe he has some difficulties? Wang Moling was still struggling and defending herself weakly, even though she knew that Wang Chao must want to seek justice for him. But she always thought that he was so stupid that he directly attacked other people's ships. He could not escape the punishment of the law for murdering the prince and princess, even if he was the son of the prime minister. Wang Moling didn't want to, but there was no room for her to retreat. Jiang Yifeng didn't have any extra thoughts and said directly, I have sent someone to the prime minister's mansion to explain this matter. They have agreed to cancel the engagement and have packed your things for you. Go quickly, and don't let this king invite you. The man's warning was like thunder in her ears, and Wang Moling had no room to struggle anymore. She sniffed slightly, and didn't even want the bag. Anyway, she was not short of money. With one hand on the ground, she looked at Jiang Yifeng reluctantly. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice. Then she said reluctantly, Okay, I'm leaving. Take care, your majesty. After that, she followed him and left. Her lonely back looked pitiful. When passing by the door, her eyes swept over Xiaojiao. Haha, since you want to see the joke, why don't you go in directly? You missed a lot. Hearing this, Xiaojiao just joined in the fun, but he didn't expect to be innocently shot. She glared at him slightly, but couldn't help but chuckled. You are so justified. When your brother wanted to kill us, he was sneaking around. She had heard almost all the general situation just now, and it was all because of Wang Chao's stupid behavior. Wang Moling's face changed, and she couldn't find any words to refute her at this moment. She could only say angrily, "Humph, this prince has countless concubines. Even if I am not here, you will never be able to dominate the prince in the future." After that, the woman gritted her teeth, stepped directly, and left here quickly. Although Xiaojiu didn't have any thoughts about Wang Moling's departure. But her last words really made Xiaojiu fall into a little entanglement. Yes, there will be so many concubines. There is the first one, there will be the second and the third. In the future, Xiaojiu can't be alone. She is unwilling to share her husband with others. So what? For a while, Xiaojiu was stunned at the door, lost in thought, and her heart couldn't help but become complicated again. But at this moment, Jiang Yifeng's strong breath floated directly into her nose. Immediately afterwards, a hand was placed on her waist, and she was held in her arms. Why do you care about her words? I have said that I will only be loyal to you in this life. Jiang Yifeng is not a fool. He thought Xiaojiu would trust him, but who knew that she still had such unreasonable concerns? Hearing this, Xiaojiu smiled lightly, as if she had taken a reassurance pill. He punched the other person's chest lightly, and then said proudly, "If you dare to marry other girls, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." After saying this, Jiang Yifeng shook his head again, and he was really a little panicked. No, my heart can only be kept with you for the rest of my life. In this case, Xiaojiu naturally believed it. Otherwise, Jiang Yifeng could have used the incident with Wang Chua as leverage to control the Prime Minister. But he used this incident as a bargaining chip to cancel the engagement. Doesn't that prove everything? The two people snuggled together, and the strong atmosphere gradually spread. In the palace, the Emperor and Jiang Lian sat in the courtyard and played chess against each other. In a chess game, the black and white pieces were evenly matched, and almost occupied all. The Emperor held a chess piece in his hand, but at this moment, he didn't know where to start. He casually judged between his two fingers, and his eyes wandered on the chessboard. Hey kid, your chess skills are getting better and better. I can't beat you. Hearing this, Jiang Lian seemed a little embarrassed, and then he smiled and said, Father, don't say that. Isn't it your father who taught me how to play chess? The Emperor was helpless. At this moment, his eyes wandered, and finally he put the chess piece in his hand back again. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lian was a little confused. Father, what are you doing? Hearing this, the Emperor said helplessly, in such a chess game, no matter how you play, you will eventually eat it. How can a king of a country be defeated by his own son? The moment the Emperor put down the chess piece with his last stubbornness, it actually represented his understanding. However, he still wanted to fight for a little face in this chess game. In this case, Jiang Lian laughed and said, Father, there is actually a way out. How about this? As he said this, Jiang Lian held a chess piece in his hand and dropped it directly onto the chessboard. It was just an inconspicuous chess piece, but it seemed to change the trend of the entire chessboard, and the internet couldn't help but be stunned. This is wonderful. Even though he had been playing chess for decades, the Emperor had never seen such a subtle method. Jiang Lian took back his hand. In this way, doesn't it mean that my father won? Jiang Lian was very scheming. Every move he made seemed to leave a way out for himself and the other party. Now, this chess move awakened the dreamer, and even the Emperor couldn't help but admire him, and he valued the ninth prince even more. No more, you kid. You really are calculating your father every step. The Emperor was a discerning person, and at this moment, he couldn't help but tease him twice. Jiang Lian didn't dare to act rashly, but just shook his head quickly. Father is worrying too much. How dare I, your son? After collecting the chessboard, a pot of tea was handed over. Jiang Lian, you just like your usual habits. At this moment, you washed the teacup before you were willing to drink it. The Emperor looked at him and suddenly asked, Lianer, you are already old. Isn't it time for you to get married? The sudden words clearly had ill intentions. Jiang Lian was slightly stunned. The tea was at his lips, but he had no intention of drinking it. Putting down the cup, he smiled and said, Father, there is no rush for this matter. After saying that, he turned his head away awkwardly, as if he hoped that the Emperor could forget about it as soon as possible. But the Emperor was relentless today. There are so many princes, ministers, and daughters of rich families. Don't you like any of them? Why don't you let me help you arrange it? Although he was a prince of the first year, Jiang Lian was actually not young. Other brothers had already married, and some even had children who were almost reaching the age of marriage. I can't let Jiang Lian be alone at this moment, and it's not appropriate to say it out loud. Jiang Lian felt a little embarrassed, and subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Helplessly, he had to stand up and clasp his fists, saying, "Father, I am really unhappy. I already have someone I like. Please don't force me." It would have been better if he didn't say anything. The emperor was more interested. He tilted his head and looked a little curious. "Oh, is that true? Which girl is so lucky? Why don't you tell your father so that I can help you arrange it?" Faced with this question, Jiang Lian was speechless for a while. How should she start? The person she likes is the married third princess? She is just a commoner. I was afraid of losing face for my father, so I didn't dare to tell him. The man tried to explain, and the emperor understood a little. Indeed, how can an ordinary woman be worthy of the royal family? The so-called family concept still exists nakedly. But seeing Jiang Lian, who has always refused to marry because of a commoner, the emperor was still a little disappointed. "You have been stubborn since childhood. I'm afraid you are the only one in my heart. This is not a big deal." The emperor casually swirled the cup with his hands, and no one knew what he was thinking. Jiang Lian was speechless, but suddenly he raised his eyes and said, "How about this? If she can improve her own value, I will allow you to be together." In fact, it can be regarded as giving Jiang Lian a chance. As long as she really likes it, it is not difficult to help a commoner. Chapter 45. If this matter happened to a commoner, it wouldn't matter. But Jiang Lian, as a prince, actually said that he liked a commoner girl. If someone heard it, there would definitely be gossip. Soon, the news spread throughout the palace, and naturally Xiao Jiao was involved. The woman sat in the yard, drinking tea after dinner, but she kept thinking about Jiang Lian. She twisted her wrist slightly, looking a little happy. It seems that he has really let it go. Isn't that a good thing? The maid next to her was confused, and couldn't help but say something. "Princess, what are you going to do?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao suddenly smiled, and then said mysteriously, "Today I just want to be the matchmaker and help a friend find a marriage." Xiao Jiao didn't continue to explain the maid's doubts. On the contrary, when eating, looking at Jiang Yifeng in front of him, he couldn't help asking, "By the way, does the emperor have any plans to go out recently?" Jiang Yifeng was a little surprised by the sudden words. The chopsticks in his hand paused slightly, and after a short moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, "It seems that the emperor will go on a private visit in disguise this afternoon." Jiang Yifeng didn't think so much. Looking at Xiao Jiao's happy face, he couldn't help but have a little more doubts. "Why are you suddenly curious about these things? Are you holding any bad intentions again?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "What bad intentions can I have? It's a gift from God that others don't have bad intentions towards me." As he said that, he turned the chopsticks over and didn't eat the rice, and turned back to his room. "Hey, don't be angry, I was just joking." Jiang Yifeng felt a little aggrieved for no reason at this moment, and tried to struggle. However, Xiao Jiao waved his hand with his back to him. "No, I'm not hungry. I'm going to take a nap today. Don't come to me if you have nothing to do." Although he said so, Xiao Jiao calculated the time in the afternoon and secretly left the mansion. The woman directly ordered a first-class room in the best inn in Jindu, and began to wait and see. As expected, a person of noble status like the emperor would never stay in a mediocre place. "Master, are we really going to sleep outside tonight? I'm afraid it's dangerous." The emperor was followed by two high officials, who were also wearing private clothes, looking very low-key. At this moment, the emperor's opinion of staying in the inn still felt a little unsafe. After all, who among these four countries is not eyeing the emperor, wishing to kill him and replace him? So, the emperor rolled his eyes at him, then shook his head and said dissatisfiedly, "You are just a coward. If you just come out for a trip, how can you experience the suffering of the people?" The emperor said, and went straight into the inn. At this moment, he made some arrangements and planned to continue his journey. And Xiao Jiao followed carefully all the way, not daring to neglect it all. "Jiang Lian, I am sorry for you. If you too succeed, you will owe me a great favor in the future." Xiao Jiao followed silently, with some expectations in his heart. The weather is good today, and the streets are crowded and prosperous as usual. The emperor was fanning himself, wandering around, his eyes jumping left and right, looking at the people living and working in peace and contentment, and seemed quite satisfied. "Well, under my governance, the people can achieve such a standard of living, and I feel at ease." The emperor gently shook the fan in his hand, and at this moment he seemed more and more comfortable. But he didn't notice that a group of people behind him were following him carefully. "Brothers, we have taken the money to do things, so we must remember the instructions of the girl later," One of them, with his strong muscles exposed, was really eye-catching. He followed with a sly look, and greeted the people behind him, and quickly warned. Hearing this, the others naturally nodded in cooperation. Don't worry, that girl is so generous, I feel sorry for her if I don't cooperate. Several people just waited for the right time, and saw the Emperor gradually enter a narrow alley. Brothers, let's go together when the opportunity comes, but don't hurt anyone. Although I don't know, Xiaojiu asked them to surround the group of people, but didn't let them hurt them. What exactly is his intention? But since it was the boss's order, it was naturally not negligent. Just as several people were walking, the Emperor suddenly felt a chill on his back, and turned his head quickly, and saw several burly men standing in front of him. Seeing this scene, the Emperor felt a little uneasy with a bit of doubt in his heart, and couldn't help asking, "Are you following me?" After hearing this, one of them suddenly took out a sharp knife, and pointed it directly at the three of them. Then he said bluntly, "If you know what's good for you, hand over all the valuables on you, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Hearing this, the two senior officials next to him were also a little panicked at this moment. Gritting his teeth, he then said angrily, "Who do you think you are? Do you know how noble the current person is? You dare to rob him, don't want to die." Hearing this, a person is naturally a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger, and doesn't care about his status at this moment. "Anyway, I'm just taking money to do things." The leader waved the knife, and at this moment, he seemed a little impatient. "Hurry up, don't waste time. You look at the gold and silver, you don't look poor. Why are you like a woman when you give me money?" After saying this, the three people looked at each other, and one of them naturally chose to spend money to avoid disaster. After all, the Emperor's safety is the most important. Then he took off his money bag and threw it at them. "I only have this much money on me. Take it or leave it." "Hey, what's your attitude? Today, I, the master, not only want to rob money, but also want to play with a few lives. Who knows, they are so cooperative today, and they can't just stop working so easily before Xiaojiu appears." After saying that, several people picked up the money, but they pressed forward step by step, and surrounded the three people in an instant. You group of untrustworthy hooligans, aren't you afraid of going to jail?" The official who gave the money really felt that it was not worth it to lose both the wife and the army. However, the gangsters didn't take it seriously, and became more arrogant at this moment. "What's the matter? If you have the guts, come and hit me." The three men were dressed in a refined manner, and they were old. In addition, with his noble status, how could he fight with them for his life? At this moment, he was a little at a loss, and then he looked at the Emperor next to him, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, please leave quickly, and leave this place to us after dating." Hearing this, the Emperor wanted to leave, but there was no room for him to leave. TSK, it's really touching. Why don't anyone leave today?" Several people said, suddenly holding a knife, and were about to stab, in fact, just to scare. Xiaojiu saw the opportunity, and rushed out quickly, and there was a sharp shout, "Oh, County Magistrate, someone is making trouble here, come quickly." When he heard this familiar voice, plus the slogan of making an appointment in advance, the gangster turned his head, and saw that it was indeed Xiaojiu's figure. One of them pretended to be terrified and quickly said, "You bitch, you dare to report to the police, we will settle the score later." After leaving a few spineless and cruel words, they fled from this place of trouble like a stray dog. Xiaojiu saw the scene, and felt a little relieved. "You guys are sensible and keep your word." Then, he subconsciously touched his veil to confirm that there was no problem, and I turned around. On the contrary, the Emperor looked at the woman in front of him and felt a little familiar, but he couldn't say it for a while. Then he clasped his fists and thanked her. "Miss, thank you for your help just now, but the county magistrate." The Emperor swayed left and right, but did not see the shadow of the county magistrate coming. The alley was empty, adding a bit of coldness. Hearing this, Xiaojiu pinched his throat and pretended to be weak. Just now he smiled and said, "My lord, don't be afraid. I didn't have time to report to the police. I just said it to scare them. Look, those people were scared away, weren't they? The actual effect is still quite effective." Hearing this, the Emperor looked at her with a little appreciation, and couldn't help but praise her a little more. "The girl is really smart." As he said this, his eyes wandered, but suddenly fell on the jade pendant on the woman's waist. The Emperor's eyes trembled slightly, with a bit of surprise. "Where did you get this jade pendant from?" But he clearly remembered that his ninth prince seemed to have an identical jade pendant. "Just don't know if this is a replica?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu was secretly delighted. "As expected of me, everything is developing according to my imagination." She deliberately hung this jade pendant on her body, to attract the Emperor's attention. But at this moment, she still shook her head and said modestly, "Oh, you said this thing. It was given to me by a young master, and I have been carrying it all the time." Qiaojiu didn't make it too obvious, but left a suspense for him. As long as he went back and discussed with Jiang Lian, he would give this jade pendant to that woman. At that time, the woman he liked would become the one who saved the emperor. With such a great achievement, can't the two of them just be together naturally? Thinking of this, Qiaojiu really admired himself. How can I be so smart? But at this moment, the minister next to him directly reminded, "Master, those few people just now have been trying to kill us. I'm afraid their purpose is not very simple. Do you want to check it out?" Chapter 46. Hearing this, the emperor nodded. "Those few people just now can't be let off easily. I'm afraid they are causing trouble for others. You should check them out. Even if they are innocent, those few people just now actually wanted to rob people. This happened in front of the emperor. Wouldn't it make him lose face? Under his rule, there are still such unbearable scenes, which is equivalent to slapping the emperor in the face." But after hearing what these three people talked about, Qiaojiu seemed a little panicked at this moment. "Oh no, if they are really investigated and caught, will I also suffer?" Qiaojiu wanted to cry, but had no tears at this moment, and forgot that there was such a thing, and now he didn't know what to do. But at this moment, the emperor looked at her, not entangled in the jade pendant, but smiled and asked, "Miss, you just came to us, and you saved our lives. I wonder if there is anything you want. I can do my best to satisfy you." The emperor was very generous, but Qiaojiu seemed to be crying without tears at this moment, and prayed silently in his heart, "I don't want anything, I just want to keep this little life." After entangled for a long time, it was really unbearable, so he hurriedly laughed and said, "Master, what you said is really too polite. I just saw injustice on the road. I didn't do anything, so there is no need to make such a trouble." In order to create a good impression for the emperor, Qiaojiu also gave it his all at this moment. Hidden his true nature, he felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing that the emperor seemed to want to continue to insist, Qiaojiu really couldn't hold his nervous mentality. Then, after taking a deep breath, he hurriedly said, "By the way, I have some things to do at home. If you are fine, go home quickly, lest those people come back for revenge." After saying that, Qiaojiu ran away without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the palace. Seeing that the princess, who was originally high and mighty, was now dressed in a poor manner, the maids and servants watching beside were stunned at this moment. "Princess, what has stimulated you? Why are you wearing a uniform?" The maid came up. If Jiang Yifeng saw this, he might think that they, the servants, abused Qiaojiu. Hearing this, Qiaojiu seemed a little embarrassed, and had no time to explain. But suddenly he saw Jiang Yifeng in front of him, wearing a jade-colored brocade robe, and walked directly over. He looked at Qiaojiu carefully, and felt that he was not happy. "What's the matter? Why are you dressed like this? Don't you have any clothes?" The man frowned, and his face was full of unhappy words. Then, he looked at the maid next to him and ordered, "Hurry up and go to the silk shop to select the best fabrics for the princess, and make some clothes for her. It's really unacceptable for a princess to dress so poorly." Hearing this, Qiaojiu quickly held Jiang Yifeng with one hand, and then stopped him again. "Don't bother so much, I have clothes, you should just do your own things." After that, he pulled Jiang Yifeng, and followed him to the backyard and sat down. Seeing that there were no people around, he looked at him shyly, moving his lips, and was really a little panicked. Seeing Qiaojiu's appearance, relying on his understanding of her, Jiang Yifeng had a vague feeling. Today, her strange dress and strange expression must have something wrong. His eyes turned slightly, with a bit of doubt. "Tell me, what happened?" Anyway, Qiaojiu's style of getting into trouble is not 1 or 2 days. Fortunately, Jiang Yifeng is used to cleaning up this mess, and sometimes he should be used to it. But this time, Qiaojiu almost dropped the cup in his hand when he opened his mouth. "I asked someone to sneak attack the emperor, and then performed a heroic rescue." Qiaojiu's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally gradually disappeared, but he didn't even have the courage to look up at Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng rubbed his brows with one hand, and he really had an impulse to hit the wall. He couldn't help asking, "Why did you think of getting involved in such a thing?" Hearing this, Qiaojiu explained it with confidence, and then hurriedly said, "I didn't expect that the emperor would actually have trouble with a few gangsters. Who knew that this high and mighty monarch would actually have the same opinion as that kind of people? Now it's good, and I'm afraid that I will suffer because of this matter." Except for Jiang Yifeng, she really can't find anyone else to ask for help. Looking at the other person's sad face, Qiaojiu closed her eyes tightly, and then she said generously, "I was wrong this time, blame me if you want, I have no complaints. Having said that, Jiang Feng sighed slightly. Then he stood up, put a hand on her shoulder, and said softly, "Don't do such stupid things in the future. What if there is any danger?" Completely different from what she imagined, Xiaojiu seemed a little different. She looked at him in fear, and felt a little flattered. "I have caused such a disaster. Don't you blame me?" Although it seemed that blaming her would be useless. Jiang Feng said helplessly, "I would like to blame you, but you are the treasure in my hand, and I really can't bear to let you go." As he spoke, Xiaojiu couldn't help laughing from the initial worry. Her little head gently leaned on the man's waist, and at this moment she couldn't stop. "You are so good to me, I will rely on you for the rest of my life. Come on, stop talking here. I have to find a few scapegoats, and I can't let those guys get caught." In the following time, Jiang Feng made arrangements, specially found a few scapegoats, and expelled those who were bribed from the capital. Fortunately, although the emperor was entangled in this matter, he was not particularly meticulous. After several people were caught, they were directly handed over to local officials for trial, and they were taken to prison without going through the court. After the storm of this matter passed, Xiaojiu did not dare to do anything else. "I am afraid that if I accidentally step into the muddy water, it will be really out of control." In the huge courtyard, Xiaojiu just sat there, holding his head with both hands, but at this moment he looked bored. He couldn't help but glance at the maid next to him. "Okay, don't water it anymore. You have been watering it back and forth several times, and the flowers are drowned." After hearing these words without any reason, he was slightly stunned, and then he said carefully, "Princess, this is the usual practice. Isn't it watered at this time?" After all, Xiaojiu was bored, so he cared about these things that had nothing to do with him. After hearing this, Xiaojiu simply shut his mouth and took a sip of tea. But at this moment, a servant hurried over, with a slightly panicked breath. "Princess, you have a family letter here, saying that it is very anxious." The servant handed the letter over, and Xiaojiu was infected by his emotions. When she opened it, she saw that the content on the envelope was not particularly long. However, there were a few words that were particularly clear. "My father has worked too hard, and now he is lying in bed, and he misses my daughter very much." The person who wrote the letter was Xiaojiu's father, Xiaoming. Succinctly speaking, Xiaoming was overworked because of taking care of the shop, so he was exhausted directly. Xiaojiu was terrified at the moment, and quickly put the envelope away. "My father is really something. He gives him money every month, but he still wants to hold on to his old shop." Xiaojiu did not dare to slack off, and said directly, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and prepare the carriage. Go back to my mother's house." After rushing all the way, he finally returned home. Just as he pushed the door open, before he could enter the door, he heard a violent cough from inside. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaojiu was frightened when he heard the breath of old phlegm coughed out, and rushed in quickly. Xiaoming, who had just come into view, was lying on the bed, holding a basin and coughing phlegm into it again. "Dad, how did you get into this state?" Xiaojiu came over, anxious and at a loss. He kept pulling the quilt up, as if he was afraid that he would catch a cold again. Hearing this, Xiaoming couldn't help laughing, and then touched Xiaojiu's head. "Oh, my daughter is finally back, and I missed her." "What are you talking about? I come to see you every 3 or 5 days." Xiaojiu rolled his eyes at him unhappily, but as if he thought of something, he asked quickly, "Dad, you said it was because of overwork, because of the shop. I've been thinking about it all the way. Why don't you let me manage your shop, and I send you the money every month?" Xiaoming was already old, and Xiaojiu really couldn't bear to let him continue to torment himself like this. But after hearing this, Xiaoming hurriedly shook her head, with a little panic. "No, no, this is my business. How can I let you do it? And you are the princess now. The most urgent thing should be to take care of your husband and children." This was said without reason, and it was a bit strange. Xiaojiu took a deep breath, and now he seemed to be in a dilemma. "Why are you so stubborn? How can I take care of my husband and children with you like this?" This is indeed reasonable, but he felt distressed to give the responsibility of taking care of the shop to Xiaojiu. As a biological daughter, Xiaojiu saw the other party's thoughts at this moment. Then he said, "Come on, Dad, let's take a step back. During your illness, I will help you take care of the shop. When you get better, you can take over again, okay?" Chapter 47. Finally, after much persuasion from Xiaojiu, Xiaoming agreed to compromise, but he would let Xiaojiu manage the shop. The shop opened today, but because Xiaoming was recovering at home, the shop assistant Xiao Tao had been in charge of the shop. "Miss, why are you here?" Xiao Tao was still busy cleaning. Although there was no boss, she would not slack off for a moment. Hearing the sudden footsteps, Xiao Tao was full of joy and turned around with a polite smile. Welcome. What do you want? Faced with this instinctive remark, Jiang couldn't help but smile and tease. You little girl, you were obsessed with business at the time, and you didn't even look at who was coming? Hearing this, Xiao Tao looked up at Xiaojiu's face, but couldn't help but be overjoyed. Quickly put down the broom in her hand, and went straight to Xiaojiu. Miss, why are you here? It is impossible to buy things. They run a grocery store, specializing in selling small things. Xiaojiu's status is different now, so he can't use these cheap and low-grade things at this moment. Hearing this, Xiaojiu explained concisely, Don't be nervous, I am just temporarily replacing my father, helping him to look after the store for a few days, and I will take over again when he is better. In this way, Xiao Tao was very happy. It's really great, I've been so busy these days. Isn't it busy? She has to entertain customers, clean up, and buy goods. In such a big store, usually two people can divide the work and cooperate, but now she is alone, and now she doesn't even have time to drink a sip of water. Seeing Xiao Tao's happy face, Xiaojiu could naturally feel the sadness in it. He patted her shoulder slightly, and then said, Dad was sick, you really worked hard, don't worry, I give you more monthly salary later. Hearing this, Xiao Tao felt it was worth it even if she was crying. That's why she was willing to take the responsibility of taking care of the shop alone, because this family is kind-hearted. Thank you, Mississippi, Xiao Tao said with a smile. He then looked around in confusion, and at this moment, he was embarrassed. Miss, do you want to take a look at the accounts? In recent days, the income has not been enough to cover the expenses and some. After all, the boss is not here, and Xiao Tao can't take care of it alone, which is also reasonable. Xiaojiu nodded, that's what I mean. The woman sat in her seat, and flipped through the accounts skillfully. Before she got married, she was like this, helping her father to take care of these things every day. Now she is copying her old business. After looking at it for a long time, Xiaojiu frowned. Although we have been doing business at a loss, we still have to buy the goods. We can't miss some new things. Now the market is as unpredictable as the wind and clouds. If there are new things, they will be snapped up. If they stay in the stubborn stage, they may not be able to keep up with the pace of progress. After saying this, Xiao Tao seemed a little embarrassed, and then she said helplessly, I want to buy goods, but I don't have money. It doesn't matter, I go. Xiaojiu closed the account book, looked at him sympathetically, and then jumped up from his seat. Then he put his hands behind his back and was about to go out, but Xiao Tao came up to him and said, Miss, I'd better go with you. The boss who buys goods from us is very cunning. Don't be fooled by him. Although the purchase price is cheap, some bosses like to cheat people who don't know the truth. After saying this, Xiaojiu nodded and touched Xiao Tao's head. Seeing her cleverness, he felt particularly fond of her. No wonder Daddy always praises you. Even I want to take you to my side. It's a pity that I can't snatch you from Daddy. With a bit of a joking taste, Xiao Tao felt a little embarrassed. The two of them hung a sign for rest in the store, and then under the guidance of Xiao Tao, they went all the way to the direction of purchasing goods. The crowds in the market were dense, and Xiaojiu was a little less relaxed than before. At this moment, he was walking and making noise, and he was particularly happy. How do you think of this? Xiaojiu's eyes lit up, and he took a pair of hairpins in his hands. Xiao Tao was slightly stunned, and then nodded quickly, Mrs. Beautiful, everything looks good on her. Xiao Tao said it sincerely, but Xiaojiu seemed a little helpless, so he added, well, I'm asking if you like it? This question was a bit inexplicable, and Xiao Tao nodded naturally, although I like it, Mrs. Vision will never be wrong. Xiaojiu seemed a little embarrassed by this series of flattery, and directly took out a piece of silver and put it in front of the boss. I want this thing, no need to change. There is no need to ask the price. Her professional vision for picking things. I have never made any mistakes. Give 1 or 2 silver coins, the boss will definitely make a profit. The boss smiled happily and quickly packed it for her. Xiaojiu was quite satisfied with it, but Xiao Tao seemed a little entangled. Perhaps she had learned some business skills from Xiaoming, and now she felt a little disadvantaged by her generous behavior just now. Miss, you should bargain again, maybe it can be cheaper. Faced with Xiao Tao's naive words, Xiaojiu almost laughed out loud. She turned around and put the box with the hairpin in his hand. Then she smiled and said, Of course you have to bargain on weekdays, but how can the gift for you be so shabby? After all, Xiao Tao is so good to her, how can I do my best? If I don't do something, Xiaojiu will dislike himself a little. But when Xiao Tao saw this scene, she seemed a little flattered, and hurriedly pushed, No, this thing is too expensive, Xiaojiu directly stuffed it into her arms, not giving her any extra chances. Okay, don't think too much, but there are conditions. You must take good care of Daddy and the shop in the future. In this way, Xiao Tao could only accept it reluctantly, but she was still somewhat happy in her heart. Looking at Xiaojiu's jumping figure in front of her, she couldn't help but put on a faint smile, and her heart couldn't help but feel a warm current. Today, the wind is particularly warm and the sun is just right, so there are several times more people going out than usual, and it looks particularly lively. Xiaojiu walked in front of him, looking around, and was always easily attracted by all kinds of new things. Oh my god, it smells so good. It's the freshly baked glutinous rice cake. Xiaojiu took a deep breath, and at this moment, he couldn't stop eating, so he quickly approached like a greedy cat. 2 portions. The woman took the money, traded with the other party, and then turned around with 2 more glutinous rice cakes. Xiao Tao, are you hungry? This one is for you. It was an instinctive word, but there was no response. Xiaojiu was slightly stunned, and when his eyes moved, he suddenly found something extraordinary, strange. Where is Xiao Tao? People kept shuttling back and forth, all kinds of people, men, women, young and old, but there was no Xiao Tao. Xiaojiu seemed a little nervous at the moment, and didn't care about the hot marks on the glutinous rice cake in his hand. A little wave of emotion rose in his heart. Could she be lost? That's impossible. Xiao Tao grew up in Kyoto. How could I not even catch up with someone? After struggling, Xiaojiu didn't care about anything and put the glutinous rice cake on the stall. Don't want it. I give it to you. People are lost. What else can I eat? After saying that, she quickly lifted her skirt and started looking for Xiao Tao. But there were so many people. Xiaojiu was undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, he was scratching his head anxiously. Where did this person go? Don't let anything happen to him. The more people there are, the more monsters there are. Xiao Tao is such a weak woman who is powerless and cute. What if she is targeted by some bad guys? Xiaojiu thought more and more terrified, and quickly patted his face again, trying to stay calm. Pa, what are you thinking about? Just when the woman was hesitating, wondering whether to declare customs or return to the palace, asking Jiang Yifeng to send her some more people for help. Suddenly, she saw 2 people standing at a corner of the street, swaying left and right. These 2 men had scars on their faces, and it was obvious that they had experienced something extraordinary. Strange, why are these 2 people sneaking around? They didn't kidnap Xiao Tao. Out of instinctive understanding of bad guys, the 2 guys looked around like they were looking for the next prey. Xiaojiu took a deep breath, pretended to be calm, pretended not to see half of it, but followed silently. Watching the other party take every step, very cautiously, he became more and more determined in his mind. Damn, these 2 guys must have a great connection with Xiao Tao's disappearance. With such resentment in his heart, Xiaojiu became more and more bold and followed without any bottom line. Gradually, they came to a remote place on the outskirts of the city. There were a lot of bushes and jungles around, which happened to provide Xiaojiu with a hiding place. Well, it's not right. This place looks a bit strange. A deep voice was heard from afar, and it was like thunder at this moment. Hey! Ha! Hey! Ha! Why does it feel like the sound made by others during training? Xiaojiu frowned slightly, and did not move forward rashly. Like a kitten, he hid in a bush, and looked quietly in the direction ahead. Although this is a wasteland, it is surrounded by fences not far ahead. A group of people inside are holding weapons, and training at this moment. This, privately stationing troops, a capital crime. Chapter 48. Xiaojiu watched carefully for a long time, but suddenly felt something was wrong. No, the symbol on it seems to be the unique symbol of the prince's army. Looking at the high-hanging flag, it seems to have explained who this army belongs to. Xiaojiu couldn't help but take a breath again, and covered his mouth in fear. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. It's impossible, the prince actually raised his own secret army. If this matter spread to the court, I'm afraid even the prince would not be able to escape the disaster. Xiaojiu's mood was extremely complicated at the moment. He twisted his body slightly, and the bushes shook suddenly. The coach who was training in front was very observant. He noticed the movement, but frowned instantly. With a furious roar, Xiaojiu almost died on the spot. Who is it? Hurry up and surround the bushes, there are spies. Accompanied by an order, the others could not be negligent, and stop training, but rushed directly to the bushes with long spears. No, 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 don't be impulsive, we are all on the same side. Looking at their aggressive appearance, Xiaojiu quickly raised his hands to surrender. I can't be accidentally injured by the private army raised by my own prince because of my own accident, and then it will really be a loss. What a loss. Hearing this, the leader came over and glared at Xiaojiu with a disdainful look. However, after all, they are a private army, rarely keep in touch with the outside world, and are all secretly selected soldiers. Now, of course, the understanding of Xiaojiu seems a bit unfamiliar. He didn't care what she said, but the people around him came to Ling Tu with a little worry. Boss, this woman has revealed our secret. What should we do? After all, if this matter is really spread, it will be a beheading. Hearing this, Ling Tu seemed a little entangled. At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said unceremoniously, "We are all doing this life-losing business. We can't sacrifice all of us for him alone. It's better to kill him directly." After speaking, the leader clenched the big knife in his hand and walked towards Xiaojiu step by step. Regardless of the woman's pitiful appearance at the moment, with a terrifying momentum, Xiaojiu almost fainted on the spot. After analyzing it for a breath, he shouted sharply, "I am the third princess. If you touch me, I will not let you go." With a sharp voice, even the birds and beasts in the jungle were startled and flew away for a while. Everyone was panicked again. "Keep your voice down. What if you come and others come?" Hearing this, it is not unreasonable. It's okay if our own people know it, but if others know it, it will be really difficult to deal with it. Xiaojiu quickly covered his mouth, and was very well behaved at this moment. His round eyes stared at them, as if he was eager to get recognition. However, the leader's brain circuit was really hard to figure out. Damn it, she actually knows that this is the prince's army. This person must not be left. Xiaojiu almost died on the spot after hearing this, and was a little speechless at this moment. No, did you hear the point? This third princess. Sure enough, this group of people are a bunch of reckless men, who only listen halfway, and do things without leaving any way out. Humph, you dare to pretend to be the third princess. You know you have bad intentions at first glance. Don't blame us for being rude. The leader was so stubborn at the moment, holding his big knife, and was about to chop down Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. In the midst of the chaos, I suddenly had an idea and quickly took out the token from my waist. Wait, look at this. This is given to me by the prince. You will regret killing me, and he will not let you go. Xiaojiu's sharp voice was so sharp that he wished it could penetrate the ears and eyes of this group of people. But seeing such a token, although it looked very ordinary, the others couldn't help but gasp. This token is worthless in the eyes of others, but for them, it represents the supreme existence of Jiang Yifeng. The knife in the leader's hand paused slightly, and at this moment he quickly snatched the token. Looking around, he couldn't help but gasp, "Oh my god, I didn't expect that they were all real. You can't really be the third princess?" Seeing the other party's hesitation, Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief and kept patting his chest. He glared at them again. What else? It is said that the third princess is beautiful and smart. Can someone else pretend to be her? You guys are really blind. After saying this, the others were a little speechless. It was undeniable that she was beautiful, but she was smart. The leader looked at her for a long time, and finally accepted this unexpected fact. Then one hand clenched into a fist and coughed twice at him. "This third princess, I'm so sorry, it's all a misunderstanding." After saying that, he quickly and respectfully handed over the token, feeling a little embarrassed at the moment. Then he glared at the people next to him. "You bunch of people who don't have good eyesight, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you see the third princess fall to the ground, and didn't you help her up? Who is the one who doesn't have good eyesight? Didn't she just yell that she wanted to kill herself?" Xiaojiu didn't argue with him. With the help of a soldier next to him, he stood up with difficulty. Then he patted the leaves on his body, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death just now, and I almost lost my life in your hands." Hearing this, the others were also ashamed. Everyone knew that the third prince loved his wife like his life. If he killed his third princess, I'm afraid their army was wiped out before it could be used. Hee, I'm so sorry, princess, please forgive me. Why bother with us rough guys? Faced with the other party's cowardly look, Xiaojiu didn't care anymore. After all, it was he who came to this place by accident. The woman fiddled with the token in her hand casually, but now it was like a toy, and she was a little more confused. By the way, what is the use of this token? Why are you so scared? Hearing this, the leader frowned slightly. You don't know the use of this token? In theory, since Jiang Yifeng has handed such an important thing to her, Xiaojiu should know nothing. Hearing this, Xiaojiu laughed and explained, oh, he said it was a talisman. If you take it out now, it can not only save your life. Faced with the woman's words, the others seemed a little anxious. The leader still felt a little uneasy, so he asked again, Why did you come here? Did you receive the order from the prince? Places like this are extremely hidden, and ordinary people can't find them. Originally, it was thought that Xiao Jiao was able to hold this token to call them, because he came here for something at the request of Jiang Yifeng. But now looking at the confused look on the woman's face, it was obviously far from what they imagined. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little awkward, and Xiao Jiao was a little embarrassed. Then he couldn't help it, and pulled the corner of his mouth with a little more confusion. No, why are you all looking at me like this? I came here to chase you two soldiers. Xiao Jiao explained softly, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. The reason why he chased them was because he suspected that they had taken Xiao Tao away. But the more he talked, the more outrageous it was. You have the token, but you don't know where our secret base is, and you still have to rely on secretly following? The breath gradually became subtle, completely different from the respectful attitude just now. Xiao Jiao was inexplicably caught in the crossfire, and at this moment, he seemed a little at a loss. No, what do you mean? I really came here by accident. Xiao Jiao pulled the corner of his mouth at this moment, and always felt that things didn't seem to be so easy to handle just now. Facing the woman's sophistry, the other party couldn't help but sneer. Humph, you got the token to command us, but you don't know its function, and you don't know where the secret base is. You must be a fake. After that, there was only a furious voice at the intersection. Man, lock this woman up first, and wait for the prince to come, and then deal with her. The sudden words were like a bolt of lightning, hitting Xiao Jiao's head directly. Soon, Xiao Jiao was held by his arms, and at this moment, he was unable to move. He hurriedly struggled and said, Hey, don't do this, I'm really the third princess, I just came here by accident. No matter how much the woman explained, it was useless. The scene changed, and the dark dungeon was full of things that could not be seen in the light. Afraid of a person huddling in the corner, he seemed to be crying without tears at this moment. This mouth is really bad, he is about to get out of it. Why does he have to ask so many questions? Xiao Jiao was afraid that it was useless to regret at this moment. Instead, he heard people outside knocking on the cell. Be honest, if you don't behave, don't blame us for killing first and asking later. The reason why Xiao Jiao was saved was because of the token. Time passed, and no one thought that this level would last for several days. Jiang Yifeng stayed in the palace at this moment, but he seemed a little depressed. He couldn't help but glance at the maid next to him. What? The princess still hasn't come back today? Hearing this question, the maid nodded helplessly. The princess has not come back since she went back, and she hasn't sent anyone to tell her. It's probably because Mr. Qiao's condition is too serious, and he can't get away for a while. Although Jiang Yifeng often used these words to comfort himself, trying not to cause trouble to Xiao Jiao, who was already very irritable. But it happened that this day of absence was like a long time, and Jiang Yifeng really couldn't bear it. Chapter 49. Jiang Yifeng sat in his seat, and struggled for a long time, because of his longing for his wife. The housekeeper next to him couldn't stand it anymore, so he suggested, Your Majesty, if you really miss her, you might as well go and find the princess. Anyway, in name, I am still her husband, Mr. Qiao's. Do you want to go? It was such a simple question, and Jiang Yifeng happened to have nothing to do. I don't know why he struggled for so long. This word woke him up, and Jiang Yifeng suddenly realized it, and quickly punched his palm. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Housekeeper, you are really getting smarter. Faced with Jiang Yifeng's praise, the housekeeper didn't know whether it was an insult, and he seemed a little speechless. When he was slightly embarrassed, he smiled and nodded. Your Highness, it's not too late to go while it's still early. Why don't you go? After saying this, Jiang Yifeng stood up straight immediately. He just walked around in front of the housekeeper. How do you dress up today? Because they all say that the king is too cold. Will it scare my father-in-law? Well, not bad, I think it's okay. The housekeeper nodded. Anyway, he is used to it, isn't it the same? But what makes people a little surprised is that this guy still cares about other people's opinions today, which is unprecedented. If anyone has his appearance, he will have to walk sideways when he goes out. Why bother so much? Jiang Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. That's good, it seems that I think too much. After saying this, he was about to pick up his feet to leave, but suddenly thought of something and couldn't help asking. You said that if the king goes there rashly, he will have to bring some gifts. Will my father-in-law feel disgusted? A series of questions made Jiang Yifeng, who was not usually such a worrying person, feel a little cute when he was worrying so seriously now. The housekeeper twitched his mouth, but felt a little speechless. Then he quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head slightly. Prince, you think too much. How can you be disliked for your noble status? Go quickly, please. It is estimated that if he keeps asking like this for a while, it will be dark, and the road will be difficult to walk. Where can he find a wife? Otherwise, he will sit alone in the yard, entangled in the cold and lonely for a long time, and it will be the housekeeper who is embarrassed. After saying this, Jiang Yifeng really did not hesitate any more, and jumped directly, and was the first to climb out of the walled yard. He was so excited that he didn't even plan to go out the main gate. Looking at Jiang Yifeng's figure disappearing from the high wall, the housekeeper was completely speechless. "I'm so anxious. I really don't know how you have endured these days." The scene changed. In the small courtyard of the Chiao family, Jiang Yifeng simply exerted some strength, and saw that the gate was not closed, and no one was guarding it, so he walked in directly. But as soon as I entered the courtyard, I heard a cough. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yifeng's body trembled. With a little entanglement, father-in-law? When he walked in, he saw Qiao Ming half naked, lying on the bed, coughing non-stop, and no one was taking care of him. "Father-in-law, your son-in-law is here to see you. Are you okay?" Jiang Yifeng clasped his fists, put the gift aside, and then looked at him tentatively. Hearing this, Qiao Ming seemed a little surprised, and he sat up straight in fear, and almost recovered from the fright. Looking at Jiang Yifeng, the man was heroic, dressed in black, exuding a cold breath, which was really incompatible with his slightly concerned words. You are the prince." The other party's imposing and noble posture. From the temperament, it can be seen that he is not an ordinary person. What's more, he just called himself a son-in-law. Qiao Ming is not a fool. In this flustered, he quickly lifted the quilt, and was about to kneel on the ground to pay his respects. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yifeng was in a circle at the moment, and hurriedly stepped forward to block his hand. Hey, father-in-law, what are you doing? Just come to see you, not to accuse you. If you don't know, you might think he is here to be the prisoner, making such a scary momentum." Hearing this, Qiao Ming came back to his senses slightly. He had never had much contact with Jiang Yifeng before, but he heard that the legendary man was cold as usual. Fortunately, he was considerate to his daughter. He then sat down on the edge of the bed in fear, watching Jiang Yifeng's eyes wandering around, looking absent-minded. It was obvious that he didn't come here to visit him specially. Maybe he had other intentions. "Are you looking for Xiujiu? She went to look after the shop for me. You have to go there to find her." Although they had not met much, Qiao Ming was a married man after all. How could he not see such a thing? Jiang Yifeng, this guy, although he looked calm and composed on the outside, he wanted to write his thoughts about his wife on his face. Speaking of this, it hit Jiang Yifeng's mind. At this moment, he was a little embarrassed, and then laughed awkwardly. "So that's the case. Thank you for your advice, father-in-law. Then I will take my leave first. You take good care of yourself." After saying that, he really left in style. Qiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, the son-in-law, will only belong to Xiujiu after all, so I, as a father, can't share it." Although Jiang Yifeng seemed quite polite on the surface, in fact, he only respected him. It's not that he should be considerate like a father, but a man like Jiang Yifeng really can't do it. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Yifeng came to the shop again, but he saw that there was no one in the shop. The man frowned and felt a little entangled at this moment. The sun is about to set. Why is there no one? With some doubts in his heart, he was about to ask tentatively, but suddenly saw Xiaoda's figure suddenly jumped out from the counter. Seeing the man in front of us talking in high spirits, we had the honor of meeting him twice before, and we followed him and said in fear, "Isn't this the prince? Why are you here?" Faced with this question, Jiang Yifeng didn't have much impression of Xiao Tao, and he went straight to the point and said, "Is Xiao Jiu here?" When Xiao Tao heard this familiar name, she was slightly stunned, and now she seemed a little dull. Didn't the young lady go back to the palace a few days ago? She had been separated from Xiao Jiu before, and I thought she went back to the palace by herself. After all, with Xiao Jiu's identity and status, who would dare to do anything to her? She went back a few days ago, are you sure? I originally thought that Xiao Jiu was busy taking care of her father, so she didn't go back for a while. But after hearing this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but gasp. He was in the palace day and night, but he didn't see Xiao Jiu. Faced with the other party's doubts, Xiao Tao was a little panicked and asked tentatively, "Didn't the young lady go back?" Looking at the man's frown, the result was obvious. Now, things are not as simple as they seem. Xiao Tao was so anxious that she was a little panicked at the moment, and explained incoherently, "We went to buy goods before, and got separated on the street. I thought the young lady went back to the palace first. Who knows, she didn't go back for several days. According to this, it is impossible for Xiao Jiu to disappear inexplicably without saying hello, leaving her sick father and her beloved husband behind." Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but take a breath at this moment, and his hesitant eyes fully explained the man's anxious mood now. It seems that she should have had an accident. Fortunately, I came today, otherwise, I don't know when I can find out. Hearing this, Xiao Tao was also very anxious, and hurriedly asked in panic, what should we do now? I really don't know what the young lady will do. Okay, take care of your shop and stop meddling in other people's business. Jiang Yifeng also had a headache. His anxious mood really made him have no extra thoughts to comfort a little girl. After saying this, the man took a long step and left the place directly. After returning to the palace, he gave an order directly. Come out, you don't have to guard anymore. Now there are important things to do, leave it to you. As soon as the words fell, the hidden guards around jumped out one by one. At this moment, they lined up neatly and knelt on one knee in front of Jiang Yifeng. With a strong momentum, please give orders, Your Majesty. The princess is missing, you go to find her immediately, and don't make a big noise, so as not to alert the enemy. Accompanied by Jiang Yifeng's anxious and deep voice, everyone did not dare to neglect it. After receiving the order, they followed one after another like fireworks exploding in all directions. Looking at the empty yard, Jiang Yifeng fell into deep thought again at this moment. The moonlight hanging high outside, with a bit of incomparable bleakness, also chilled Jiang Yifeng's heart. Jiang Yifeng sat on a tall tree, drinking a pot of wine until dawn, but his heart was full of melancholy. Shujiu, please don't let anything happen to you. With a bit of drunkenness, Jiang Yifeng looked more and more sleepy, and actually fell into a shallow sleep on this high roof. Until the morning, several of the secret guards sent out before had rushed back. Looking at Jiang Yifeng, who looked a little haggard, their eyes swayed left and right, and they were hesitant to speak. Just say what you want to say. If you have any news, that's the best. If not, go and keep looking. Jiang Yifeng seemed a little impatient. But after this, one of them knelt on one knee and said in a slightly tangled voice, reporting to the prince, I haven't heard any news about the princess. It's just that the secret training camp has received news that a peeping woman has been caught, and I ask you to come up with a solution. As a result, Jiang Yifeng's heart tightened. How could such a thing be easily known to outsiders? He said bluntly, do you still need to ask about such a thing? Just kill her. Chapter 50. Faced with a man's decisive execution method, under normal circumstances, it should be so decisive and hasty. But the secret guard was slightly stunned, and now he added tremblingly, but the woman has the token you mobilized, and she keeps saying that she is your person. This remark awakened the dreamer, and Jiang Yifeng was a little more surprised for no reason at this moment. While his eyes were moving, he quickly took a step closer, lifted his collar with one hand, with a bit of unspeakable irritability. What did you say just now? Say it again. She has your token on her, claims to be your person, but does not know the effect of the token, and speaks incoherently. It is difficult to tell whether she is an enemy or a friend for a while. Looking at the trembling appearance of his subordinates, Jiang Yifeng's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he lowered his head, his eyes slightly turned, and suddenly he thought of something. Yes, I gave the token to her before, but Xiujiu. There was no time to think too much. Jiang Yifeng really didn't dare to stop for a moment, and now he stepped forward and rushed directly to the secret base. Seeing Jiang Yifeng's sudden arrival, a group of people seemed a little surprised at this moment. Especially the leader, who came over and was more attentive. Prince, why are you here? After all, this is a secret base. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yifeng would not come here easily. What was exposed inside? The minimum time between them was at least more than a month. But it happened that in less than half a month, he suddenly stepped over today, and he also brought a terrifying momentum. It seems that he is not simple. Jiang Yifeng frowned, and at this moment, he didn't have the extra time to answer him, but asked directly, I heard that you caught a woman, where is she now? Take me to see her. This reminded the leader, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, Zhu Xia almost forgot to tell you about this. Come quickly, women are not simple. The leader took Jiang Yifeng to the dungeon, chattering non-stop, constantly describing Xiaojiu's suspiciousness. Tell me about that person, holding your token, claiming to be your man, but not knowing its use. This must be stolen. Maybe he is a spy from somewhere. Faced with the leader's chattering, Jiang Yifeng seemed a little impatient, but he roared in a low voice. Enough, I will leave you obediently. Why are you talking so much nonsense? So, the leader closed his mouth in embarrassment. He stopped in front of the dungeon and said respectfully, Look, it's the woman inside. As he said that, he opened the lock of the cage and then stepped aside. Jiang Yifeng turned his eyes slightly, and just looked at the person in the cell. At this moment, he had his back to him and curled up on the ground, looking a little sad. What happened to her? Jiang Yifeng felt a little uneasy, and always felt a little itchy in his heart. The leader glared at him, but said unhappily, I don't know, maybe she is dead, or maybe she is asleep. People like me are not worthy of sympathy at all. After all, if Xiao Jiao is really a spy, then she alone will kill everyone. It was natural for the leader to be so indignant. So Jiang Yifeng didn't pay much attention to him, but walked in directly. He came to the woman's side, and gently touched her shoulders, until she turned her head. A white face was now covered with dust, but it did not affect Xiao Jiao's appearance. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but take a breath, and at this moment, he became a little more nervous. Xiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Wake up! The anxious call made the leader outside confused at the moment, trembling his lips and a little at a loss. No way, do you really know each other? Jiang Yifeng glared, but didn't have time to pay attention to him, but hurriedly helped Xiao Jiao up. Hearing a series of calls from the outside world, Xiao Jiao slightly loosened his eyelids and long eyelashes, which went up and down with a bit of agility. A pair of clear eyes, not even half a point, looking at the familiar face in front of him. The alarm clock is impeccable and perfect. Xiao Jiao seemed to be dreaming for a while, and now a hand touched his cheek, and couldn't help but grin. Haha, I wished to dream of you yesterday, but I didn't expect to really dream of you. God is so good to me. Such a little appearance is really distressing. Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, and then suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said softly, Open your eyes, and look at me carefully. Aren't you doing it? The king is standing in front of you. Facing these words, Shijia's sleepy eyes suddenly became clear, and he suddenly realized. Looking like a frightened rabbit, he suddenly took a step back, with a little vigilance at this moment. Are you really the prince? Seemingly still a little unconvinced, this surprise came too suddenly. Xiao Jiao hurriedly followed and rubbed her eyes a few times. But the more she rubbed, the clearer Jiang Yifeng's beautiful face became in front of her eyes. Xiao Jiao was so excited that she rushed up and hugged him. At this moment, she wanted to cry. You are finally here. Do you know how much I have suffered here? I don't have enough food or warm clothes, and I have to be bullied by those people. Xiao Jiao wanted to tell all the grievances at this moment, but with a choking voice, Jiang Yifeng was so distressed. Quickly stretched out his hand, and patted her gently, supporting her back, and tried to comfort her. Okay, don't cry anymore, I am here. No one will dare to bully you again. Xiao Jiao gradually stopped crying, and then wiped away the tears that had not flowed. After taking another look at the leader standing next to him, he said proudly, Look, I told you that I am the third princess. Why don't you believe it? After saying this, the leader was speechless for a moment, and at this moment, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Oh my god, I just said so many things about the third princess in front of the prince. He won't hold a grudge, right? Obviously, his doubts are still worth considering. Jiang Yifeng looked at this penniless appearance, and felt uncomfortable all over, and glared at them coldly. You guys don't even know the third princess. After hearing this, the leader knelt down immediately, trembling with fear at this moment, not daring to say anything rash. Then he begged for mercy carefully. Your Majesty, I didn't know she was really busy during the summer vacation, so I was a little suspicious. Please let her go. Humph. Have you forgotten? Anyone who bullies the third princess will be killed without mercy. Considering that you don't know, we will extend the training for 3 hours, and not allow you to eat. Jiang Yifeng said it so lightly, but it frightened the leader directly. At this moment, he looked at Jiang Yifeng in astonishment, which was really more aggrieved than Xiao Jiao. The usual training is hard enough, and now he is not allowed to eat during the overtime. It is clearly exhausting. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. Then, he looked at Xiao Jiao with a pleading look. Third princess, during your time here, none of his brothers have defeated you. Why don't you just beg for mercy? Xiao Jiao seemed a little embarrassed, and didn't have time to speak. Jiang Yifeng suddenly felt that something seemed to be blocking him from under him. He subconsciously touched a card with his hand, and it was clearly revealed in front of him. The man frowned. What is this? How could there be such a thing in the cell? Having said that, Xiao Jiao seemed a little embarrassed. Well, I played around yesterday, and I was too tired today, so I fell asleep. Although he was in prison these days, if he asked himself, Xiao Jiao was indeed living a freer life than outside. Playing cards, drinking, eating meat, playing finger-guessing games, etc., he was good at everything, comparable to those gangsters. Hearing the woman's words, Jiang Yifeng seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but glance at the leader kneeling beside him. Did you teach that? This pair of eyes seemed to be able to kill people directly. The leader had suffered a great injustice, and at this moment, he was really more wrong than Dou Yi. I couldn't help but glance at Xiaojiu, and then said, I'm so hard training every day, how can I know these things? This is the third princess. If she didn't come, they might not know about playing cards in this life. Jiang Yifeng's eyes turned slightly, and instantly fell on Xiaojiu. Princess, why didn't I know before that you are so easy to get along with? Hearing this, Xiaojiu touched the back of his head awkwardly, and then said embarrassedly, Oh, it's really too boring to do it, and it's hard to wait for you, so I have to find something to kill time. The woman said that going to jail is like a commonplace. Jiang Yifeng was really speechless, and at this moment, he was a little amused and couldn't help but shut her nose. You are probably no one in the world today who is more comfortable in jail than you. After saying this, I don't know whether it is a joke or a sarcasm. Anyway, Xiaojiu is embarrassed. But he took another look at the card in his hand, and it seemed that his hands were itching again. He slightly cracked his lips and said in a friendly manner, Now is a good time anyway. Why don't we play a little, and then go out for a good meal? How about it? This wave of operations was directly showy, and the leader next to him was Scalpnum. She actually tricked the prince into playing cards. I'm afraid there is no other princess like this in the world. However, what is even more shocking is that Jiang Yifeng nodded. Come on, it's just that I haven't played for a long time. I will let you guys see my card skills. In the past, most people didn't know how to play these little things that Xiaojiu gave him, so he didn't practice much, but now it's different. Chapter 51. After washing up, Xiaojiu was really refreshed. Then he sat down on the table and looked at Jiang Yifeng, who had already started playing with him. But he couldn't help frowning. Okay, you are usually serious, but I didn't expect that you were more playful than me in private. After saying that, he also sat down on the table. Perhaps because of the different auras, some people who had played very well with Xiaojiu before seemed a little restrained at this moment. You don't have to do this. Why do you lose to me on purpose? But it costs money. Xiaojiu seemed to have seen their situation, and when he said this, the faces of the others changed. There was not much money in the first place, and you had to lose money. This was a loss-making business that you couldn't find even with a lantern. Oh, Princess San, don't say that. Why would we lose to you on purpose? We have to be serious next. After playing this round of cards, everyone gradually integrated into the atmosphere. Winning or losing is determined. Leave it to fate. Jiang Yifeng is not the kind of person who plays tricks. After playing for 2 hours, Xiaojiu yawned slightly, and felt particularly sleepy at the moment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yifeng no longer had any intention of playing cards, so he quickly pushed down the cards. Come on, you have been playing for so long, don't be idle, just relax today, and you must practice hard in the future. He said it seriously, but after he finished speaking, he went straight to Xiaojiu, quickly held her waist with one hand, and then asked softly, How is it? Are you a little tired? How about I take you home? Seeing this, the people around him really felt a little speechless. This is not because they played cards for too long, it's because their wife was sleepy. After everyone left, the two of them returned to the palace. Looking at Xiaojiu, who suddenly appeared, the housekeeper almost burst into tears, and now he rushed up to her, so excited that he couldn't help himself. Oh, princess, you are finally back. You know that when you were away, our prince was almost lovesick. He couldn't eat or sleep, and he sent people out to look for her every day. He was worried that if she didn't come back, Jiang Yifeng would really have to ask the imperial physician. Faced with the housekeeper's exaggerated words, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. How can it be so exaggerated? Don't exaggerate here, and make it sound so exaggerated. If he kept saying this, Jiang Yifeng would be embarrassed. After all, from childhood to adulthood, there are not many people who really need to be cared for, but it is difficult to care so much about a woman. However, Xiaojiu couldn't help but smiled lightly with his hands covering his mouth, and glared at him half-jokingly. What? Don't you worry about me when I'm not around? If you say that, it's really aggrieved and wronged. Jiang Yifeng was so scared that he shook his head quickly, and I smiled and said, My princess, you are my life. Don't you worry about your life? Xiaojiu couldn't help blushing again. You guys, you usually have a cold face, but you really have a way to make women happy. You must have made a lot of people happy, right? Anyway, Jiang Yifeng, also had several concubines before, but now they are all gone. But in the final analysis, what you once had cannot be erased, right? But before Jiang Yifeng could say anything, the butler beside him quickly proved it for him. Princess San, you have misunderstood our prince. Apart from you, I have never seen the prince so attentive to a woman. Looking at the butler's sincere face, he nodded thoughtfully, and then glanced at Jiang Yifeng again. You are worthy of being the man I like. So good. With a somewhat happy attitude, Xiaojiu jumped and sat directly in the yard. Jiang Yifeng followed closely, watching Xiaojiu pour tea, but not for himself, and felt a little depressed for no reason. Then he asked carefully, "Why, are you still angry with me? I already know I was wrong." Hearing this, Xiaojiu nodded thoughtfully, put down the teapot, and then supported his head with one hand, with a bit of playfulness. "Oh, then tell me, what exactly did you do wrong? This king shouldn't have concealed a base from you, but it was unavoidable, and you also know the seriousness of the matter." Looking at the other party's difficult expression, Xiaojiu frowned instantly. "What do you mean by this? Do you think I will betray you again?" She was so focused on doing good for Jiang Yifeng, but in the end, she still ended up being questioned. Isn't it a big loss? Facing these words, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly shook his head in panic, and then he said, No, I didn't mean that. Haven't I confessed to you now?" In the past, when he first met Xiaojiu, he did not completely let down his guard, but as the days went by, he gradually understood Xiaojiu. "I wanted to find a chance to tell her, but I never found one. Who knew she would accidentally break into this terrifying situation?" Then, he raised his eyes slightly. "Besides, I have already handed the token to you. I wanted to tell you before, but you fell asleep, didn't you?" It seems to make sense now. Xiaojiu blushed, and felt a little embarrassed at the moment. He straightened his chest again, and pretended to be calm and said, "Well, forget it. Seeing that you still have a little sincerity, I will be generous and not care. But why do you raise soldiers privately? This is a capital crime. Not to mention the death penalty, the entire family will be implicated, and the whole mansion will be confiscated. If it is really discovered, no one in the entire palace will be able to escape." After speaking, Xiaojiu seemed to have thought of that scene and couldn't help but take a breath. He couldn't help shaking his body again, and shook his head in panic. "It's really too scary." Seeing Xiaojiu's frightened look, Jiang Yifeng suddenly stood up, and went directly to Xiaojiu's side. He put his arm around her waist, then picked her up, turned to sit on the stool, and put her on his legs. He gently leaned his chin on Xiaojiu's shoulder, as if only in this way could he feel more peaceful and comfortable in his heart. "Actually, I don't want to do this. I just think about the future, especially after I have you. I have to do this." Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but start telling the story of the past. His tragic life experience made him surrounded by wolves and tigers. As long as he was not careful, he would be caught by someone and fall into a state of no return. In the past, he was alone, so he didn't care about life or death, he just wanted to survive. But now, he not only wants to live, but also wants to live gloriously, because Xiaojiu is by his side. How can he let his beloved woman wander around with him? After hearing this series of words, Xiaojiu also became a little more surprised. Turning his head slightly, he looked at Jiang Yifeng in front of him, but at this moment, he felt a little more distressed. "I'm really sorry, I never knew that you had such a life and experience." She always thought that the man in front of her was cold and frosty, and seemed to live a very glorious life. But she didn't expect that he had always been living a miserable life under wolves and tigers. Jiang Yifeng looked at her sympathetic eyes, stretched out a finger, and suddenly scraped across her nose. Then he said unhappily, "Why do you have such an expression? Although I sound like a lamb being slaughtered, I am a sheep in wolf's clothing. If they dare to hurt me, let them taste the claws." Listening to this, Xiaojiu smiled slightly and nodded again. Slightly lowering his head, he leaned on him quietly. "From now on, I will go through hardships with you, and our lives are tied together." As he said that, a hand suddenly grabbed Jiang Yifeng's palm. The warm air flow gradually spread along the palm of his hand. Even if it was an iceberg, it would probably be melted at this moment. After this time, the two people gradually opened their hearts. Xiaojiu locked himself in the room, working all day and night, with all kinds of pollen in his hand, covered with labels, which made people a little dazzled. "Princess, what are you doing? Why do you suddenly think of making these things?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu smiled and said, "Of course, I plan to pick up my old business, do business, and make a fortune. As the saying goes, only the rich can be the boss." This makes people more and more confused. On the other hand, Xiaojiu directly held a box of ointment in his hand, and then put it close to the nose of the maid, and then asked curiously, "How is it? Is it fragrant?" A faint sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance came towards her at this moment, with a bit of sultry breath. The maid nodded, but couldn't help but be a little more curious, and then asked, "Princess, what is this? It smells so good." Hearing this affirmative answer, Xiaojiu's heart also recognized himself more and more. He then gently pinched the maid's arm, and then took a little bit of ointment, and gently applied it to her wrist. The cool breath seemed to have a soul, constantly penetrating through the skin. It was refreshing but not irritating, but made people feel particularly wonderful. Oh my god, what is this? It's so magical. Is it a cooling oil? What cooling oil? This is the method of making a gel cream that I learned from a book. After some improvements by me, it can promote the growth of necrotic skin. It is a beauty product. Although there were a lot of things that seemed to be incomprehensible, the maid felt a little addicted just by the cool experience. Princess, where did you buy this thing? Is it expensive? I also want a box. It's so comfortable. This has just been tested, and there are already customers. Xiaojiu is naturally happy. Come on, why are you being polite to me? I give it to you directly. Chapter 52. Xiaojiu combined his own ideas and created many beauty and skincare products. After getting the positive response from the maids in the yard, he regained his confidence and took the initiative to propose the idea of opening a store to Jiang Yifeng. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng almost burst out laughing. He turned his head slightly to look at her, but his face seemed a little ugly. He didn't care about Xiaojiu's expectant eyes, but shook his head and denied, "Okay, don't try every means to torment yourself like this. It's not so easy to take care of a store by yourself. Besides, the huge palace is not at the end of its rope. How could it not even support a woman?" But Xiaojiu seemed a little unconvinced by Jiang Yifeng's denial. He pouted slightly, with a bit of displeasure. "No, in order to open that beauty salon, I have been up for several nights. You have to let me try, right?" On the one hand, he wanted to subsidize the family expenses, and on the other hand, he also wanted to establish a behind-the-scenes economic library. After all, it would definitely cost a lot to station troops privately, and the difference between the key to the palace and the account is too big. If those who are interested find out, they will definitely be suspicious. However, Jiang Yifeng's attitude towards this matter is particularly tough, and he directly rejected it with a firm grip. "No, I married you home to give you the best, not to let you suffer." After saying this, he lowered his head again and started eating by himself, as if he wanted to forget these words as soon as possible. Looking at Jiang Yifeng's appearance, it is obvious that he didn't use some killer moves, which would definitely be a bit unreasonable. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojiu picked up the chopsticks and picked up the food, and went directly to Jiang Yifeng, and then put it into his mouth. "Husband, do you agree with me? If you don't agree, how sad I will be. If it doesn't work, just think of it as me going to experience life. At most, I can hire a few more people. Anyway, I will never tire myself." This soft and hard persuasion, coquettish and cute, I'm afraid no man can resist it. But Jiang Yifeng, who looks like a steely man on the surface, always can't get up his temper when he is in front of Xiaojiu. After being tossed around like this for half an hour, the meal was like a Hongnan banquet. Jiang Yifeng finally couldn't hold back his mentality, sighed slightly, and then pinched her face again, and said unhappily, all right, go to the account office to apply for a one-time payment, and take as much as you want. No need to be polite." After getting this privilege, Xiaojiu got money, and according to the plan that had been planned for a long time before, it went exceptionally smoothly. There is no need to worry about the shop. Jiang Yifeng has several shops that are empty. She can choose whatever she wants. As for the source of the goods, Xiaojiu uses custom-made operations, and imports some goods from abroad to increase his reputation. With his natural wealth mind, Xiaojiu's shop has attracted a lot of people in just 1 month. "Oh my god, I heard that this is a tribute perfume from Persia. It's really similar. It feels like a mixture of white flowers. Oh my, this lipstick looks bright in color and has rose petals in it. It's really beautiful." Among the crowd, there were endless exclamations, mostly women's voices. Xiaojiu sat in front of the counter, settling accounts and listening to those voices, but he was doing two things at the same time, but he didn't show any distraction. The maids next to him were a little envious. "Princess, our shop is really popular. It's better than many other shops. Like the most popular perfume shop before, some old customers have already switched to their shop. It's conceivable how big the influence of this shop is." Hearing this, Xiaojiu raised his finger to her and made a gesture to keep quiet. Then he warned in a low voice, "You little girl, be more careful when you speak. If others hear it, they will be unhappy. This business is booming, and it is inevitable that some spies will appear. Some people who just look but don't buy are very suspicious. So, in order to avoid attracting too much attention, it is naturally better not to say these words." Today, because of the festival, the income was a little more than usual. Xiaojiu returned with the silver he collected, and the small box was almost too big to hold, and it seemed a little strenuous. But as soon as he walked to the door, he saw Jiang Yifeng standing at the door, with an anxious look on his face. What is in this? Why is it so strenuous? Jiang Yifeng came over, not to mention how distressed he was, and quickly took the thing. After the box left his hand, Xiao Jiao felt relieved. Hey, I'm really exhausted today. It seems that it's better to celebrate the festival. It's a festival every day, and it's fun every day. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng didn't understand why, and instinctively opened the box to see that there were a lot of silver bills and small change inside. How can there be so much money? Did you earn it from business? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao raised her eyebrows at her, and then said with little confidence, How is it? Do you admire my business acumen? If things continue like this, I think I will be able to expand into a new world soon. With its unique decoration style and special sales methods. Although Xiao Jiao is a novelty store, it has also stood out among many peers and become the most gorgeous one. As he said, he sat directly in the yard again, swallowed a few sips of tea directly, and didn't have time to taste the taste. Seeing Xiao Jiao's appearance, Jiang Yifeng also followed and put the box of money aside. Then he glared at her unhappily. I don't know either. The palace doesn't need you these days. Why do you want to make trouble for yourself? So Xiao Jiao couldn't help but smile. It's just a small amount of money now. When I expand my business in the future and open stores all over the country, you will know what big money is when you take turns to collect money. A huge business chain has already formed in Xiao Jiao's mind, and he has even started to prepare for the plan of opening new stores. However, Jiang Yifeng was really distressed, and it was difficult to describe why. You are like this, aren't you worried about me? As he said, he gently grabbed Xiao Jiao's hand again, but just when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a blush on Xiao Jiao's hand. As his eyes trembled, there was a bit more panic. What's wrong with you? Where did you get it? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao was slightly stunned, and then a little embarrassed, and hurriedly wiped it. It was magical. Just checking, the blush disappeared instantly. Don't be nervous. It's just that when I was testing the color for those customers, I applied rouge on my hands. Shenyang can see it more easily. Xiao Jiao said it calmly, but I don't know what Jiang Yifeng felt when he heard it. The man lowered his eyes slightly, and felt particularly uncomfortable at this moment. For a while, there was no extra words, and his mood was complicated, like a rolling wave, and it took a long time to calm down. Hey, why do you suddenly have this expression? Don't blame yourself, I did it voluntarily. Looking at his appearance, Xiao Jiao suddenly became a little more panicked, but he felt that it was nothing. Why is he the one who looks so sad? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng shook his head. Nothing, I just feel touched. She could have enjoyed her life and become the high and mighty princess of the third prince, but she had to torture herself in this way just to leave a way out for the prince's mansion. How could Jiang Yifeng not feel moved? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao smiled for no reason, held the other's hand tightly with his backhand, and then said softly, In fact, it doesn't have to be like this. I am willing to do all this. As long as we are together, it will be sweet even if it is bitter. What's more, I feel very happy now, not bitter at all. After saying this, she leaned gently on Jiang Yifeng's shoulder. It was just a shoulder, but it made her feel particularly warm and gentle. You know, from the moment I recognized you, I have made up my mind to protect you like you protected me. So, you don't have to mind, we are just giving love to each other. Xiao Jiao's heartwarming confession told too many stories. Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned, and then he held her tightly in his arms. He hugged her so tightly that he didn't dare to relax at all. Thank you, I have such a good wife in my life, and I don't know how many lifetimes I have cultivated for the blessing. He always thought that he had a hard life, and that God treated him unfairly, but he didn't expect that he had exchanged all his hard life for Xiao Jiao. Now, it feels particularly worthwhile. As time passed, Xiao Jiao really developed the store to other places according to his own ideas. He took some time and thought of Xiao Ming who was still sick, so he went back to take a look. Dad, how do you feel now? Xiao Jiao supported Xiao Ming with one hand, and his soft voice was a bit concerned. Hearing this, Xiao Ming rolled his eyes at her in anger. Your father is in good health, but I heard that you opened a beauty salon. Now you are busy every day, and you are not afraid of neglecting the prince. If he has affairs outside, you will be the one who suffers. Xiao Ming wanted to mention this matter a long time ago, but he never had the chance. Today, he really couldn't help it, and a series of complaints sounded like the thoughts of an old man. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle, and heard a voice comforting, Dad, don't worry, he is not that kind of person. Don't you still believe in your daughter's vision? Xiao Ming glanced at her when she said this. The prince is a good person, but you must be on guard against others. You still have to take care of the family more. If not, hire a few more people. Xiaojiu listened to his father's words, but he didn't listen. Anyway, Jiang Yifeng would not betray him. Chapter 53. After returning to the palace, the sky was already dark, but the surrounding stars were dotted with stars, which was also a beautiful sight. Xiaojiu felt refreshed and stretched his body. Today, the branch is ready, and we will just sit and wait for the money from now on. As he said that, he glanced at Jiang Yifeng next to him. The man picked the crabs and picked out the crab roe very skillfully and put them in the bowl one by one. Finally, he gently moved in front of Xiaojiu. Okay, you've been tired all day, let's eat something to replenish ourselves. Having said that, Xiaojiu looked at the half bowl of crab roe and felt a little embarrassed. I've peeled it for so long, and I'm eating it alone. It's really embarrassing. Let's eat together. As he said that, he used a spoon to get a little first and handed it directly to Jiang Yifeng's mouth. The one who has worked hard and made great contributions should take the lead, so the first bite naturally belongs to the prince. Having said that, Jiang Yifeng nodded, but pursed his lips tightly. No, I think it seems that there is no fun in eating like this. Why don't we change the way? Ah? Is there still fun in eating? I don't understand this wave of confusing operations. Isn't it okay for everyone? But before I figured out the situation, I suddenly saw the other party put the crab roe meat in a spoon into Xiaojiu's mouth first. Then, the whole person rushed forward and blocked her mouth directly. Woo-woo. Xiaojiu's delicate body trembled suddenly, and she didn't have time to react. Wasn't this all a bit too sudden? However, the opponent's attack became more and more fierce, and Xiaojiu couldn't break free at all. At this moment, she could only be forced to accept it. After half a day, Jiang Yifeng reluctantly withdrew his body, after the crab meat was completely devoured by the other party. He wiped his lips again, very satisfied. It's worthy of being fed by the madam. It's delicious, I still want to eat it. Facing the other party's teasing words, there is a bit of gangster atmosphere. Such a handsome man, people simply have no room to resist. Xiaojiu's face flushed, and he seemed particularly entangled at this moment. Then he rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Come on, I think you've worked hard, and you deserve it. If you want to eat it, peel it yourself. As he said, he ate the crab roe in big mouthfuls, and the man's breath remained in his mouth, strong and lingering, making people a little unforgettable. Time passed by, until the moon was high, the cold wind blew, with a bit of tempting breath. After dinner, the two sat in the pavilion, leaning against each other, looking into the distance by the water. Everything seemed so beautiful. You said, from now on, we will lean on each other like this every night after dinner, quietly. I feel particularly comfortable. Xiaojiu gently raised his eyes, and looked at Jiang Yifeng's facial features illuminated by the starlight. As delicate as a piece of jade, it is still impeccable, making people always have an impulse to hold it in their arms, and carefully treasure it. So Jiang Yifeng nodded. Do you want me to give you something? Xiaojiu was a little surprised by the sudden question, and now he looked at him with wide eyes. Why? Is it a rare treasure? Or? As he spoke, he couldn't help but think of the sudden and special feeding method just now. Now I feel that I can't get over this hurdle. Under the miserable starlight, Xiaojiu's face was flushed. What are you thinking about? But it's more important than that. Jiang Yifeng slapped Xiaojiu's head directly, with a gentle but slightly embarrassing move. Then, the man gently pushed her back up, so she had to sit up straight, and couldn't help looking at him a few more times. What is so mysterious? Is it food? Close your eyes. Don't think about those meaningless things. Jiang Yifeng seemed a little speechless. This woman probably didn't have a few serious things in her mind. After saying this, Xiaojiu cooperated very well, crossed her hands, sat up straight, and closed her eyes with expectation. But at this moment, she suddenly felt her wrist shaking. Jiang Yifeng took out the bracelet on his body, and gently put it on Xiaojiu's wrist. The emerald green bracelet, inlaid with a little gold, is a dragon and phoenix in capital letters. This is something that money can't buy. Xiaojiu felt a little heavy on his wrist, and it felt cool and comfortable in his hand. He opened his eyes slightly, and a beautiful bracelet appeared in front of him at this moment, which made him a little surprised. Why? Suddenly gave me such a valuable thing? Just the gold inlaid on it. You know that this bracelet is worth a lot, not to mention the emerald. It was now evening. In addition to the new busy spots, even this emerald green bracelet was emitting a faint light at this moment. Beautiful and dazzling, it makes people feel an impulse that is hard to ignore. Jiang Yifeng's mouth corners slightly raised, tightly grasping the woman's hand, and then smiled. This is my mother's thing, and it is also something passed down from my ancestors, and it is left to the next generation of hostess. Although it was said implicitly, the literal meaning of the words clearly recognized Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu's eyes trembled suddenly, but she seemed a little flattered. This is too sudden. Although the two had already expressed their feelings to each other, they never thought that one day he would actually wear such an important thing directly on her hand. Jiang Yifeng gently put his arm around Xiaojiu's waist, and then leaned her on his shoulder again, as if only in this way would he feel comfortable. Nothing sudden, I have wanted to give it to you for a long time, but I am just looking for a time. From the moment he recognized it at the beginning, Jiang Yifeng treasured the bracelet and always fantasized about the scene of bringing it to Xiaojiu in person. Now, it has finally come true. Xiaojiu only felt a little bit of pain at the tip of his nose, but at this moment, he couldn't help laughing. You are so moved that I am crying. You have to apologize to me. I really can't think of anything to say. Anyway, the emotion is real. When he heard the apology, Jiang Yifeng nodded thoughtfully and suddenly smiled. I am very happy to do so. After saying this, he leaned down and attacked her mouth directly. The rosy mouth was more elastic than the high point, which really made people want to bite it. At night, the breeze was blowing, and even the moon couldn't help blushing when seeing this scene, and went behind the dark clouds. Until the early morning, Xiaojiu was wearing the bracelet and wandering around the palace. But when the other maids saw the bracelet in their hands, they were all shocked. Oh my god, isn't this the old lady's thing? How did it go directly to the princess? Could it be? After all, they have been working in this palace for so many years, so they still know something. They gathered together one after another like gossipers, and the news soon reached the old lady. Hearing this news, the old lady was slightly stunned. You said, Yifeng brought my table to the princess? It is true, I saw it for sure, it is this heirloom bracelet. The maid became more and more excited, and those who didn't know would think that the bracelet was brought to her hand. The old lady nodded thoughtfully, fiddling with the teacup with one hand, but she was in deep thought. If that's the case, I really want to meet this daughter-in-law. See what kind of beauty can make my Fenger so devoted. She got on the sedan chair and went directly to the palace. At this moment, Xiaojiu didn't have anything to do. Anyway, according to Jiang Yifeng's request, his shop was handed over to the servants to manage. She could only sit here and stare at the account book to count the accounts. But at this moment, the maid stepped forward and said, Princess, please go and pack up quickly, the old lady is here. With a somewhat nervous look, Xiaojiu was slightly stunned and turned his head to look. Old lady? According to the generation, if she is called the old lady, then she must be Jiang Yifeng's mother. In the past, she had not seen the old lady very often. After all, she had been staying here all the time, and the old lady lived outside. Once the mother and son were separated, they had no time to interact with each other. But today, the old lady actually came to visit in person, which was really surprising. Xiaojiu was pushing the issue at this moment, and turned around quickly. Oh my god, look at my clothes, is there anything wrong? Is it a little gorgeous? Won't the old lady think that I am a flashy woman? It was the first time she met her mother-in-law, and Xiaojiu was so excited that she was a little at a loss. The maid seemed a little embarrassed. Princess, it's not as exaggerated as you said, I think it's pretty good. What's pretty good? I feel uncomfortable everywhere. What if the old lady sees it? What will she say to me? After all, although she is a princess, she is of ordinary origin. It is said that this rich family is used to make things difficult for their ordinary daughter-in-law. Xiaojiu can't make mistakes in front of the old lady, so as not to make her unhappy. When the conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law arises, won't Jiang Yifeng be the one who is entangled? Just when the woman was at a loss, she suddenly saw a graceful woman, who was supported by a maid and stood in the courtyard. Well, your dress is quite nice, don't think too much, I'm not a man-eating tiger, how can I be so strict? The old lady said, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and smiled. The young ladies in the past were all restrained, and she was used to it. However, it was really fun to have something new occasionally. So, Xiaojiu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly followed the restless and settled down. Took a deep breath, calmed down, a stinky daughter-in-law also has to meet her parents-in-law, why are you so nervous? But the most unlucky thing was that Jiang Yifeng went out today, and she was really worried that she couldn't handle it alone. Chapter 54. Two people sat down, and the old lady's aura was indeed strong. I heard that she was related to the Empress Dowager by blood, and she must have grown up in luxury since she was a child. No wonder her temperament was so refined. Oh my god, God bless me, Prince, please come back quickly, I really can't handle it alone. Even Xiaojiu, who was usually fearless, felt a little panic at this moment. What's wrong with you, girl? Do you want me to drink the air alone from an empty cup? Seeing the other party's silly look, the old lady was a little unhappy. After saying this, Xiaojio was so nervous that he forgot himself, and then he smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm really sorry, I was distracted just now." As he said that, he quickly poured a cup of tea and met the old lady. Then he crossed his hands and looked at her properly, but he didn't dare to say anything more. The old lady seemed a little disappointed. Well, even if she is reserved, she is not like a lady from a noble family. If she is a lady from a noble family, she should be independent and easy to deal with such things. But Xiaojio is really not satisfactory. So, Xiaojio seemed a little embarrassed, and didn't know what to say at this moment. Nodding slightly, the old lady taught me, "I will definitely learn more in the future, and won't let the old lady down." Hearing this, the old lady took a sip of tea, but at this moment she smiled lightly, and suddenly said coldly, "Do you know that there are 3 unfilial acts, and the greatest one is to have no offspring? You have been in the palace for quite a while, and you are still the princess, but you have never had a child. Don't you feel a little guilty?" It seems that this time, he is not here to meet his daughter-in-law, but to question her. Xiaojio seemed a little confused, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "It's strange to have a child without even consummating the marriage." Thinking of this, Xiaojio took a deep breath, and didn't know how to answer at this moment. He could only smile foolishly like this. After all, what others said was not unreasonable. "Hey girl, your brain is still a little slow. I don't object to you and Feng'er being together, but this child must be born. If you can't give birth, you can give Feng'er a concubine. What do you think?" The sudden words were like thunder, and Xiaojio was confused on the spot. Under the table, a pair of small hands curled up tightly together restlessly, and at this moment, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "But I don't have the final say on this matter. It should be the prince's consent." What she pursued was to be together for life, to grow old together. If she shared it with others, could it still be called love? She really had no way to answer this question directly. If she denied it, it would be hard for the old lady to explain it. Just when the old lady was about to speak and continue to ask, she suddenly heard a loud voice coming directly from the direction of the door. "Mother, I have no intention of taking a concubine, so you don't have to worry too much." As he said that, Jiang Yifeng came quickly and sat next to Xiaojio, gently pinching her shoulder with one hand. With a soft and doting breath he said, "I am lucky in this life. It is still a blessing for half a lifetime to meet Xiaojio. I can't ask for anything else. Please help me, mother." Xiaojio was a little surprised by the sudden words. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Yifeng twice more, and felt his heart warm, and his uneasy mood gradually eased. Yes, Jiang Yifeng promised that he would never betray her in his life, so why should he worry about it here? In this way, the old lady couldn't help but frown slightly. What's wrong with marrying a concubine? There will be more people to take care of her, and I am also looking forward to holding a child. Aren't you anxious at all? After all, the problem lies with the child. Xiaojio clenched his hands tightly, and there was really no way to tell him that the two had not consummated their marriage. Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, and then said, "Mother, don't worry, we will have a child as soon as possible. As for marrying a concubine, don't mention it again." With a slightly angry breath, the old lady was speechless for a while, and it was not good to entangle more. After all, her son is a stubborn person. If she pushes him too hard, he might even turn against her, which would be counterproductive. After struggling with Zhaoping, the old lady finally compromised and nodded slightly. But she glanced at them again. "Don't just talk. From now on, I will move to the palace, live with you, and supervise you." After that, she glanced at the maid behind her. "Please ask someone to pack some clothes. I will live here when I rest. See if they can give me a child." As she said that, the old lady looked proud and looked at the housekeeper who was standing next to her. "What are you doing there? Why don't you find someone to clean up my room?" Yes, old lady, please come this way." The housekeeper was a little embarrassed, and hurriedly followed the old lady to the side. Looking at the old ladies gradually leaving back, Xiaojio seemed a little speechless. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at Jiang Yifeng. "What should I do? Can you make a child out of thin air for her?" Xiaojio was not mentally prepared to consummate the marriage. The two of them had always been respectful to each other. Suddenly, she couldn't accept the idea of having a child. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng gently patted her back, and then comforted her. "Don't worry, I know what you think in your heart, and I won't force you. I will find a way to deal with your mother, and I will never make it difficult for you. Just follow your heart." Looking at the other party's magnanimous look, Xiaojio felt a little ashamed. She was just for a while, and she was not mentally prepared enough, let alone having a child. "Okay, don't think too much. I have someone stew some mung bean porridge for you. You can drink some when the time comes. The weather is hot, so you have to be careful." As he said that, he glanced at the maid next to him. The maid understood and nodded quickly. "I go and ask them now." After saying that, Xiaojiu didn't continue to pester him. Suddenly he thought of something and couldn't help asking, "Did you go out to do something? Why did you come back so suddenly?" "Oh, I heard that my mother was coming, and I was worried that you couldn't handle it alone, so I rushed back. Anyway, it's not a big deal." Jiang Yifeng said it lightly, but only he knew that the officials he had made an appointment with had stood up, and now he had to apologize. The next few days were just as the old lady said, and they really moved to the palace. Day and night, they asked people to make some nutritious things to nourish the body and prosper, and gave them to the two of them to drink. I asked the doctor about these things, and they said that they can not only increase the chance of pregnancy, but also guarantee that it is a boy. You should drink more. The old lady was so enthusiastic. But looking at the 2 bowls of soup in front of her, Xiaojiu really couldn't drink it. She just drank a big bowl half an hour ago, and now she has to do it again. She felt it for the first time. Even eating is an extremely painful thing. I couldn't help but touch my miserable belly. I was obviously not pregnant, but I was bloated as if I was pregnant. "Mother, this soup smells very fragrant. Why don't you let me drink it, and you can stew some new ones for her later." As he said, Jiang Yifeng drank both bowls of soup in one go, without leaking a drop. Seeing this scene, the old lady didn't say anything, but was quite satisfied. "If you like it, I ask someone to change a bigger bowl for you later." Seeing the old lady so naive, the 2 people really felt speechless and helpless. But just when Xiaojiu thought he had escaped, the old lady suddenly said again, "Xiaojiu, I asked someone to invite a doctor for you, a very famous one. I heard that he specializes in infertility. You ask him to adjust your body, it should be soon." "Ah. Then thank you, mother." Xiaojiu really wanted to cry, but had no tears at this moment, and her heart was still roaring like a flood in a beast. How could she be infertile? She didn't do anything. How could she give birth? However, due to the kindness of the old lady, how could they easily refuse? But at this moment, Jiang Yifeng suddenly said, "Mother, don't bother so much. In fact, she is already pregnant. I asked the doctor to see her." The sudden words frightened the 2 women and locked their eyes on Jiang Yifeng. At this moment, they felt extremely panicked. "When did you tell me?" The old lady looked at Xiaojiu carefully with a little suspicion, and always felt that something was wrong. "I don't want to tell you that I haven't found a chance to shut us up with these things every day. Besides, she has been pregnant for more than a month, and I can't see anything, so I want to give you a surprise." Jiang Yifeng lied seriously, and Xiaojiu felt a little embarrassed. Gently pulled his sleeve, and tried to wink. However, the old lady's puzzled expression was lingering on Xiaojiu's body. "What? Are you really pregnant? Now that it has come to this, will Xiaojiu expose her husband's reputation?" Helplessly, she could only nod awkwardly. "It is indeed bad, but I just wanted to give you a surprise, so I have not told you. Please don't be offended, mother." "Oh, what's strange about this? Being pregnant is a good thing." The old lady was overjoyed, and she clapped her hands directly. She was so happy that she wanted to go out and burn incense and worship her ancestors. Jiang Yifeng smiled lightly, and then asked tentatively, "Then do you still want to let the doctor who treats infertility come over? Do you think it's a bit unlucky?" After saying this, the old lady hurriedly shook her head. "It's indeed unlucky. Quickly block him at the door." Chapter 55. In the following days, because of Xiaojiu's sudden pregnancy, she had to eat a lot of nutritious food every day. It was not until the evening that Xiaojiu had a little time to rest. She stood at the window, looking into the distance, and no one knew what she was thinking. Jiang Yifeng came over with slow steps, gently put a piece of clothing on her, and then smiled. "Why are you here alone facing the moon? Are you missing someone?" Xiaojiu rolled his eyes at the sudden teasing. "The person I love is right in front of me. Who else can I miss? Could it be the child in my belly?" When it comes to this, both of them know that there is nothing in their belly. How can there be a child? At most, it's the tonic soup that the old lady sent every day, which almost makes people stupid. Jiang Yifeng naturally understood what Xiaojiu meant, and then lowered his eyes. With a little more guilt, "I know, I am sorry for you. I will find a way to explain to my mother." Looking at the man sighing, he was caught in the middle, and was in a dilemma, but he always considered it from his side. For a moment, Xiaojiu felt a little sorry for him. Suddenly, a hand clasped the man's waist in reverse, and raised his eyes slightly. "Those eyes are like the vast starry sky, and I can't look away." "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I'm always thinking, I'm just a child. I have it sooner or later. Why am I here now? After saying that, Xiaojio smiled slightly, his thin lips carrying a bit of a hazy aura. A cool breeze blew through the window, blowing away the sparks in the hearts of the two people to the point where they could set the prairie on fire. After saying that, Xiaojio tiptoed unexpectedly and kissed the other person directly. The sweet breath, with a bit of tenderness, was really irresistible. Jiang Yifeng was instantly immersed in it, but suddenly thought of something and quickly pushed her away. Don't be like this. In fact, you don't have to do these things with guilt. I will find a way for the child and the mother. He naturally knew that Xiaojio had no plans to have a child, and naturally didn't want to force her to be bound by him because of her. Facing the other party's attitude of words and deeds, Xiaojio seemed a little embarrassed. He pursed his lips slightly and rolled his eyes at him unhappily. I said you really don't understand romance at all. How do you know that I don't want to have a child with you? Xiaojio's voice gradually became weak, and he lowered his head shyly. I had never thought about it before, but now that the table was already on my hand, and since the two of them had already expressed their feelings to each other, why couldn't they move faster? Jiang Yifeng was a little surprised by the sudden words. Suddenly, his eyes softened unconsciously, and there was a bit of romantic breath in his blurred eyes. One hand gently hugged Xiaojio's waist, and then he said softly, Xiaojio, I will definitely spend the rest of my life to make you the happiest woman in the world. As the two looked at each other, their breaths came one after another. Xiaojio was picked up by the waist, and as his body shook, he fell on a soft bed. As soon as the red curtain was pulled, the room was filled with anger and romance. The occasional panting sound was accompanied by a few forced smells. Others would definitely blush and feel their hearts beating fast if they heard it. It was an ambiguous atmosphere, and no one knew how long it lasted. Until the morning, when the sun rose high, the dazzling sunlight fell on the faces of the two. The two people were in a daze, and showed some signs of waking up. Xiaojio only felt his body move slightly, and he was a little breathless because of the pain all over his body. Oh, what's going on? My body is about to fall apart. With a sudden complaint, Jiang Yifeng didn't care about his sleepiness at all, and sat up straight. The snow-white invasion was slightly opened, and the strong chest was exposed, which was really unbearable to look at. Seeing Xiaojio's embarrassed expression, he quickly covered her shoulders. How are you? Are you okay? Was I too hard yesterday? This was said so frankly that it made people blush, and their hearts beat fast. Xiaojio couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. What are you talking about? Hold it in. This kind of thing, how can ordinary girls be ashamed to say it? Only this guy really doesn't care at all. Just when the two were still flirting, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Prince and Princess, are you still not awake? Madam said that this trip cannot be delayed. Hearing this, Xiaojio was like a frosted eggplant in an instant, and shrugged slightly at this moment. Mother is really painstaking, I vomited. If she had supplemented it every few days, it would be fine, but now she had abalone and sea cucumber for 3 meals a day. How could she bear it? After all, this excessive nutrition can lead to excessive blood circulation and nosebleeds. If you pour it out rashly, I think it is a shameful waste, and you can stuff it into your stomach. So Jiang Yifeng flicked her head and said angrily just now, why are you so depressed? Have you forgotten that I still have you? In the future, this kind of thing will be done more often, and I will naturally have to make up for it. Said some shameless words. Xiaojio's face was swollen again. Since yesterday's spring dawn, the blush on his face has never disappeared. Gently punched his chest, and then said, okay, you are so good at talking, I can't beat you. After getting dressed, Jiang Yifeng helped Xiaojio solve the bowl of nutritious soup, and he felt refreshed after drinking it. And Xiaojio, invited by the old lady, is now accompanying her to visit the garden. Don't mention it. The flowers in your palace are well taken care of. They are blooming red and pleasing to the eye. The old lady was supported by one hand, and she looked at it with a little more joy. So Xiaojio also hurriedly followed and said attentively, these flowers are all introduced from other places, and some are not even in the palace. If you like them, I will get some seedlings and have them sent to you later. This was indeed pleasing to say, but the old lady shook her head. Forget it, you should keep these words to yourself. As long as you give birth to the baby in your belly, you will be happy. The old lady couldn't talk about the child. Xiaojio seemed a little entangled, and nodded awkwardly. It happened to be a palace banquet, so Jiang Yifeng naturally had no reason not to attend, and Xiaojio just thought he was just going to accompany him. Before leaving, the old lady could still be heard nagging, Fomer, you must remember to take good care of Xiaojio. She is pregnant now, so don't let her get hurt. At her age, The old lady didn't plan to join in the fun, but she said everything she needed to say. Jiang Yifeng's ears were almost calloused, and he agreed perfunctorily, then found an excuse, and quickly got on the carriage. Xiao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help teasing, "I really didn't expect that you would be so obedient to your mother." In Xiao Jiao's eyes, Jiang Yifeng's extra words on weekdays were like God opening his eyes. But in front of the old lady, he was always a little helpless. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng was a little unhappy. He stretched out his hand to pinch Xiao Jiao's face, and then said unhappily, "Don't be heartless. Don't you know who I treat best?" Xiao Jiao smiled shyly, and couldn't help asking curiously, "Why did the palace suddenly hold a banquet? What good day is it?" "Nothing, it's just that concubine Gao, she suddenly got pregnant again, and she's still making trouble at her age. I can't stand it." Jiang Yifeng shook his head. He seemed a little speechless. It happened to be night when they came to the palace. The lights were brilliant, the moon was also very round, and everything was filled with a beautiful atmosphere. Xiao Jiao and the other person took their seats, but the banquet didn't officially start, which seemed a little boring. "Why don't we go for a walk? It's really a bit boring." Xiao Jiao couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yifeng with a bit of flattering atmosphere. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded thoughtfully, and was about to agree. But he saw an official coming over, holding a wine glass, and said attentively, "Third Prince, long time no see." Faced with the other party's sudden enthusiasm, it might be difficult to get rid of him for a while. At the same time, Xiao Jiao wanted to go out for a walk, and Jiang Yifeng was in a dilemma for a while. However, Xiao Jiao was very considerate, and then he said, "It's okay, I can go out alone. Anyway, there are no man-eating beasts in the huge palace, so there is no need to worry." Having said that, Xiao Jiao did not give him a chance to refute, and stepped away directly. "I can't let myself ruin Jiang Yifeng's connections in the court." The woman walked casually, with her hands folded, and strolled by the lake. But at this moment, a sharp scream suddenly came directly to her face, almost frightening Xiao Jiao to death. "What's going on?" With doubts in his heart, Xiao Jiao hurriedly followed the sound, not daring to be negligent. He came to the back of a rockery, and saw a woman sitting on the ground. Her clothes were very gorgeous, but the messy shape really showed her embarrassment. Xiao Jiao didn't think much, and hurriedly came up and supported the woman, asking with concern, "What's wrong with you? Is someone bullying you?" Hearing this, the woman raised her eyes slightly and glanced at her, and then said with a look of disgust, "Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Go away quickly, and don't get in the way here." These impolite words, if you don't know, you might think that Xiao Jiao pushed her down. Xiao Jiao frowned slightly. "Why are you so ungrateful? I also have good intentions." Chapter 56. Xiao Jiao was so angry that she put her hands on her hips. It was the first time in her life that she did a good deed, but she was humiliated by the other party. If she couldn't get away with it, I don't think it was her style. "I don't care, you have to apologize to me. I haven't suffered such a big injustice." Although Xiao Jiao's family was not very luxurious, no one dared to bully her since she was a child. Although she was in the palace, Xiao Jiao would not be inferior in the slightest, and would never let herself be wronged. Hearing Xiao Jiao's righteous words, the woman clenched her fists slightly, looking around, as if she was eagerly waiting for someone to come. Then he glared at her again. "Okay, I'm sorry for you, you go quickly, thank you." With full of reluctance, if it weren't for the situation, it is estimated that this woman would not compromise so easily. Seeing the other party's hasty look, Xiao Jiao did not continue to embarrass him. "I accept your apology, but if you get into trouble next time, I will not be so kind." After saying that, Xiao Jiao walked away directly, and ignored this inexplicable person. However, when Xiao Jiao left, he saw a man coming from behind a tree. Looking at Xiao Jiao's departing back, he was thinking, "Xiao Jiao, long time no see." Thinking of this, the man took a breath and sighed helplessly. He walked directly, and deliberately walked around the ragged woman just now. After waiting for a long time, he never waited for the person he wanted to wait for. Seeing that the banquet was about to start, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. Damn, he clearly said that he would pass by here. Did he bypass it? After talking for a while, no one paid attention to her, and she felt a little embarrassed. "What are you still doing there? Why don't you get out of here quickly? Didn't you see me fall?" The woman gritted her teeth and said unreasonable words, which made the palace maids hiding in the dark feel ashamed at this moment. One after another, they ran out and helped the woman up. "Princess Hishuo, are you okay?" "No, how can I be okay? Hurry up and take me to dress up. Don't miss the banquet later. Concubine Gao is not a good person to mess with. Hishuo is actually a princess of other countries. She is also held in the palm of her hand and regarded as a treasure. Because of the diplomatic relations between the two countries, she was sent here as a hostage, even more important than the prince. Because, in Lioli country, women are generally the masters of the house, and they are brave and resourceful. Therefore, as a princess of noble status, she replaced the identity of those men and was sent here as a hostage. However, due to the diplomatic relations between the two countries, Heshua has always lived a pampered life here, and no one dares to provoke him. Xiaojio wandered around, but he really didn't find any fun. After struggling for a while, he finally returned to the banquet. But just after he sat down, Jiang Yifeng took a breath, and an unusual smell came directly to his nose. What's the situation? Why do you have such a strong smell of rouge? With a bit of doubt, Xiaojio also sniffed tentatively, and really wished that his nose would disappear. He quickly fanned the air with a look of disgust, and then he thought of something. I guess it was contaminated when I was in contact with that woman, but it's not a big deal. Xiaojio explained it briefly, but Jiang Yifeng didn't take it too seriously. Until the banquet officially began, the emperor and the queen were in love and went hand in hand. But the emperor's other hand was holding concubine Gao at the same time. This honor of being with the queen was something that no other concubine could get. Long live the emperor, long live the queen, congratulations to concubine Gao. The minister said some compliments very politely, but the emperor was very happy and smiled from ear to ear. Then he quickly said, "Don't be so polite, everyone, please be casual and take a seat." At this age, it is not easy for the emperor to have a child, so he specially arranged such a banquet. Although everyone discussed it privately, Linli had a flattering attitude, and no one dared to touch it rashly. Just when Xiaojio was about to eat as if it were a homely meal, he suddenly heard concubine Gao call out her name. "I heard that Princess Heshua dances very delicately. How about she dance for everyone?" Facing concubine Gao's words, he had no objection to what she said and stood up slightly. Then he said respectfully, "Today, the queen is pregnant with a dragon son, which is naturally a great joy. It is really an honor for Heshua to dance for the queen. This little mouth is so sweet." Before I even danced, concubine Gao was coaxed and stunned. She laughed and said, "Your mouth is like honey. If anyone marries you home in the future, it must be a blessing from the previous life." As she said that, she subconsciously glanced at Jiang Lian, who was sitting next to her, and was indifferent. Jiang Lian was slightly stunned and ignored concubine Gao's eyes. At this moment, he was indifferent and sat in his seat and drank the wine glass in front of him. But a pair of wandering eyes, but always locked on Xiaojio, for a long time cannot forget. Looking at the two of them in love, I just feel bad in my heart. Do I really have no chance at all? Facing the emperor's forced marriage, and facing the pain of unrequited love, Jiang Lianzhong really felt a little sad. Heshua couldn't help but glance at Jiang Lian, and he blushed and his heart beat even though he didn't say anything. But following the man's gaze, he couldn't help but have a little more doubt, turned his head, and locked directly on Xiaojio. Why does this woman look familiar? Could it be her? Although it was dark and visibility was low before, Heshua had not forgotten Xiaojio, the woman who almost ruined her and forced her to apologize. "Okay, I was just worried about where to settle accounts with you, but I really couldn't find you after searching everywhere. Let's see how I will deal with you today." Heshua stood up with his temper and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I need someone to dance with me. Can you pick someone?" There was nothing wrong with this. Concubine Gao nodded and said, "You are of noble status. No one present is unworthy of you. Just pick a number." Anyway, those present were all noble ladies. Compared with the princess, they could only say that they were out of their league. Even if they were chosen to dance with her, they were honored. Naturally, there was nothing to say. In this case, Heshua's eyes were very precise, locked on Xiaojio, who was still eating without noticing. "I think this lady is very beautiful and has a great address, just right to be my dance partner. I wonder what concubine Gao thinks." With these words coming out of nowhere, everyone simultaneously locked their eyes on Xiaojio, who was eating. Seeing her like this, she obviously didn't notice the situation on the scene. Jiang Yifeng seemed a little embarrassed, and gently pushed Xiaojio next to him. "Eat later, it seems like it's time for you to show off now. After all, the other party is a princess. If you refuse in public, it's probably not giving her face, and it's inevitable that people will gossip about it. You can't let Xiaojio become the target of public criticism, right?" Xiaojio was slightly stunned by the sudden reminder, and reluctantly put down the food, and then he was willing to raise his head. But looking at the people around him, their eyes were all locked on him, and he couldn't help but feel a little more surprised and puzzled. What's going on? Why are they all looking at me? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng shrugged helplessly, looking at Xiaojiu's confused face. Without any expression, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Concubine Gao showed a hint of displeasure, and then she tried to ease up. Third princess, I wonder if you are willing to dance with the princess. Another shocking statement. Xiaojiu was still confused. Until his eyes swept through the crowd and locked onto Heshua, he was a little surprised. Isn't this the disheveled, pitiful girl just now? People say that girls change a lot when they grow up, but how come this Heshua princess has changed so much in the blink of an eye? The luxurious and noble smell on her body makes people feel a little surprised. If I heard it right, Concubine Gao just said that she would dance with the princess. Third princess, why are you so ignorant of etiquette? Just tell me if you agree or not. Do you think I will embarrass you? Looking at Xiaojiu, who was indifferent, He felt that his face was ruthlessly hit again. However, Xiaojiu wanted to refuse, and there must be a wave. She was not such a stupid girl. It was an honor to dance with the princess. Xiaojiu then stood up again and apologized. I'm so sorry, I was distracted just now. It's an honor to dance with the princess. After that, she quickly lifted her skirt and stood in the middle. The two women stood side by side. Both of them were beautiful and charming, which was really pleasing to the eye. He glanced at Xiaojiu next to him, and suddenly broke into a sneer. Wait a minute, you must keep up with my pace, don't embarrass me. Don't worry, although I don't dance well, I can still be considered proficient. Xiaojiu raised his eyebrows, not realizing that the current Heshua princess was actually smiling with a knife. As the music started, the gentle rhythm spread throughout the hall, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Everyone quickly entered the dance and fell into it. Heshua danced with her sleeves raised, and began to dance gracefully. Her soft steps and graceful posture revealed the woman's peerless elegance. Similarly, Xiaojiu also followed her steps silently. Haha, isn't this Jingping dance? It's what I'm best at. Chapter 57. Xiaojiu followed Qing Pingwu's steps and danced to the music. The two beauties, like the heart that walked out of the painting, danced at this moment, which was really fascinating. Realizing that Xiaojiu behind him had followed his steps without any pressure, Heshua couldn't help but sneer. Do you think I will let you go so easily? You think too much. With a touch of resentment in his heart, Heshua suddenly changed his tune and changed to another dance. Xiaojiu was a little confused by the sudden operation. What's going on? Did she dance wrong? But soon, she found out that it was not because Heshua danced wrong, but because she deliberately wanted to make trouble for herself. Xiaojiu responded quickly, and quickly followed the new dance. Fortunately, her reaction ability was fast enough, and she didn't lose face. Not bad, not bad, these three princesses are really amazing, and Princess Heshua is also an excellent martial artist. She can follow the rhythm, and switch dances at will, and there is no sense of disobedience. It is really admirable. A series of laughter and discussion sounded around, most of which came from praising Princess Heshua. On the contrary, Xiaojiu, who was tortured to death by her, seemed a little uncomfortable. Damn, this guy is obviously doing it on purpose. What on earth does she want to do? Xiaojiu was almost exhausted by him. How could he have so much energy to play a game like dance medley with her? However, Heshua was far more than that. Huh, do you think it's over? You are really naive. The water sleeves danced, and she glared at Xiaojiu coldly. As she turned her steps, the whole person instantly flew into the air. As her body was raised high and her legs crossed, she danced like a butterfly. Xiaojiu was confused on the spot. Her body seemed a little stiff. It took her a while to figure out which dance this was. What kind of dance is this? Damn, you are going to kill me! Xiaojiu was really a little upset. This woman was like a magic trick. She danced 3 or 4 different dances. Xiaojiu was not particularly good at dancing. She only learned some after entering the palace. How could he withstand her tossing now? He just kept a stiff posture and tried to match her body movements with a dance that was close to her style. However, between the dancing sleeves, Heshua gently pulled Xiaojiu's hand like a falling meteor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaojiu couldn't hold back. Princess, what kind of dance is this? I don't know how to do it. Can you change to one that I know? In fact, she just wanted to say, can you finish this dance properly so that she can get off the stage? However, Heshua raised the corners of his lips and sneered unceremoniously. Weren't you quite arrogant in front of me before? Now you keep trying? Hearing this, she finally understood that this was not only playing with her, but also remembering the previous things and deliberately taking revenge on her. Xiaojiu felt like crying at this moment. I really have good intentions, but was treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. If you really want to embarrass me like this, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Xiaojiu's eyes turned cold. She was not the kind of person who could stand being bullied. On the contrary, the spectators nearby, except for Jiang Yifeng who was a little worried, all the others raised a discordant voice. Why is the third princess so clumsy in dancing and gradually unable to keep up? One person was eating melons, and the change of style would seem a little boring. Another person also echoed, that's right, the third princess's poor dancing skills are really sorry for the princess. This is as graceful as a startled swan. It feels like Heshua deliberately made fun of her, and she can still be praised by these people like a fairy. On the contrary, she, who was exhausted to death, became a useless burden? Xiaojiu took a deep breath, and at this moment, her eyes could not help but turn cold. Okay, you Heshua princess, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. With a somewhat dissatisfied attitude, Xiaojiu's steps suddenly became as graceful as a lotus, and turned directly. While stretching out her arms and spinning, she picked a lily on the table, held it in her palm, and danced directly. Heshua was confused by this operation. It was obvious that Xiaojiu was not going to follow his rhythm. Heshua was going to be a school of his own. Heshua frowned and gritted his teeth at this moment, with a bit of displeasure. What do you want to do? Just follow me. She was obviously the protagonist this time, so she must not let others steal the limelight. However, Xiaojiu ignored Heshua's nervous attitude, raised his eyebrows and glanced at her, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. If you want to regret it now, I tell you, it's too late. Xiaojiu's gradually floating figure, combined with her beautiful face, was like the long-lost Baiwen night banquet. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yifeng's heart finally settled down. Holding the wine glass in one hand, he took a sip with a hint of playfulness. As his eyes moved, he felt a hint of hostility from each other, and was also staring at his wife obsessively. Turning his head slightly, he happened to see Jiang Lian's unrestrained gaze, which was so blatant and disgusting. This guy seems to be still thief-like. If I don't arrange something for him, he really thinks that my wife is also something he can covet. Jiang Yifeng tightly grasped the wine glass and tried to keep a calm mind. At this moment, Heshua had already been in the limelight. If he continued to act on his own, it would be a bit inappropriate. He glared at Xiaojiu, clenching his teeth. Since you like to steal the limelight so much, I will let you steal it enough today. With dissatisfaction in his heart, he saw the opportunity, and suddenly rushed over with a quick step. This hand seemed to be shaking hands with Xiaojiu, but it directly grabbed her arm, and wanted to throw her out. Since you like to be in the limelight so much, it would be a pity if this princess didn't fulfill you. As he said, he clenched his teeth, and directly used all his strength to throw Xiaojiu in front of him to the side. Xiaojiu naively thought that she wanted to cooperate with him and fly high, but she didn't expect that she would fly up, but she suddenly threw her hands. Seeing her body flying out, Xiaojiu was panicked and uneasy. No, I won't play with you like this. At this moment, Xiaojiu was really panicking. He had never dreamed that Heshua would use such an extreme and despicable method. As her body flew out, the woman closed her eyes tightly. It's over, I'm dead, I'm definitely going to be killed by the fall. Someone, save me. But at this moment, Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Lian, both of them were quick-eyed and quick-handed, and both jumped up and rushed directly towards Xiaojiu. At this moment, both of them held one of Xiaojiu's arms, and landed safely on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone else couldn't help but gasp. It was really thrilling and exciting. On the contrary, Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Lian, who grabbed Xiaojiu's arms at the same time, looked at each other, and a strong smell of gunpowder burst out at this moment. This is my third princess. Thank you for your kindness, second brother. Jiang Yifeng's cold breath seemed to be able to pierce people's hearts, without any room for mercy. Hearing these words, the three naked words made him feel a little uncomfortable. Then he sneered and said, Third brother, there is no need to be like this. I just did it because the situation was urgent. Why do you have to be mean? This was too explicit. Jiang Yifeng gritted his teeth and said, You. The two men were still arguing over this matter. On the other hand, Xiaojiu felt that the ground was flat, and there was no trace of pain. At this moment, he was a little surprised. He slightly relaxed his eyes, and looked at the two men who were supporting him on both sides. He was surprised. He quickly withdrew his hand, and kept patting his chest. Then he smiled and said, Thank you so much just now, otherwise I would definitely be dead. Now think about it, if you really fly out like this, I don't know where you will fly to. What if the handsome guy is disabled? You will be at a disadvantage, right? Faced with Xiaojiu's words, Jiang Yifeng was speechless for a while. This heartless woman doesn't know how to say a few words for me in front of her love rival, and let people misunderstand again. Thinking about it, he took a step forward, gently hugged her waist, and asked softly, "How is it? Are you okay?" If you shake your head modestly, it's not Xiaojio's style. He then glared at Hshuo angrily. How can it be okay? If she uses more force, I will at least be thrown out of the palace. A sharp voice, as if it was said to everyone present, not to let them know how vicious this princess is, and really think that they are not strong enough. Hearing these words, Hshuo was still immersed in the fact that Jiang Lian had just gone to save Xiaojio without caring about his own life. At this moment, he came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and then said confidently, "This can only show that you have an unstable foundation, so you just let go of my hand. Now you still have the nerve to complain here?" Looking at Hshuo's arrogant look, he was even trying to make up a story. Xiaojio was so angry that his heart was like a surging river. He then sneered, "You said I'm not strong enough. I was a good one, but you picked me up and made me dance. I don't know what I danced to. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the dance you made up yourself. Aren't you obviously making things difficult for me?" Since she was already like this, Xiaojio didn't need to give him extra face. Other people might not feel it, but Xiaojio, who danced with Hshuo, was the one who knew it best. Chapter 58. Faced with Xiaojio's impolite words, Hshuo was speechless for a moment. He curled his fist tightly, still unable to change his arrogant temperament. So what, as the third princess, you don't even have the ability to adapt to circumstances, and now you blame me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? However, Xiaojio laughed directly. Everyone here knows that I am the daughter of a merchant. Although I have some experience in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, I am not proficient in them. Didn't the princess's behavior just now embarrass me on purpose? Even if Xiaojio didn't want to save face and lowered his status, he had to ask for a reasonable explanation. Today, you can lose face, but you must not lose momentum. After saying this, the people around him also talked about it. Yes, the princess did go too far just now, and she still took people's feelings into consideration. After all, she is the third princess. Why doesn't the princess show any mercy? These people who eat melons are just watching the fun and don't mind making trouble. Anyway, Princess Hshuo, I am not a princess of their country, but a hostage. But Xiaojio is different. She represents the face of the empire. She cannot lose face in front of Uncle He, otherwise she will be slapping herself in the face. So, Hshuo was so angry that his face was about to turn red. At this moment, he bit his lips tightly, and he was so unconvinced in his heart. "Humph, you have poor dancing skills, but you still have the nerve to accept my invitation. I really don't know where you got the nerve. I think so. You fell in love with me at first sight. Why don't you despise your poor eyesight?" Xiaojio folded his arms, and his momentum did not decrease at all. It was obviously a festive banquet to celebrate the child, but it instantly turned into a battlefield for the two to fight openly and secretly. Jiang Yifeng also stood up at this moment. "Hshuo, as a princess of a country, you should behave like a princess. Don't make trouble here. Apologize to the princess quickly." Jiang Yifeng's blatant preference made him stunned. Although they were not siblings, it shouldn't be like this. "No, third brother, why are you like this? When they were young, they played well together. How come you have grown up and forgot your sister after you got married?" What's more infuriating is that Jiang Lian couldn't stand it anymore. So he glared at Hshuo again. "Enough, don't think I didn't see it. If you didn't let go just now, how could she fly out? You've had too much fun this time. Apologize quickly." Facing the two men's step-by-step pressure, she felt wronged at the moment and really wanted to find a place to cry loudly. But she couldn't let go of her face even though she was twisting her mouth. Fortunately, when concubine Gao saw this scene, she knew to come out and persuade him. "Okay, Hshuo probably didn't do it on purpose. Let's forget about it. Don't ruin the atmosphere of the banquet because of such a trivial matter." For Hshuo, this was very pleasant to hear, but Xiaojio looked disgusted. "I almost lost my life, and I became a trivial matter. You people are really big-hearted." Despite this, it was a palace banquet after all, and the emperor and empress were here. If I don't give face, Jiang Yifeng will be in trouble later. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaojio took a deep breath and chose to swallow his anger. Since concubine Gao said so, I won't pursue it any further. I just hope that the princess will respect herself more in the future. She was the third princess, and she was in the right. Her retreat today did not mean she was afraid, but because she was worried. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Lian with gratitude, and pulled her man back to her seat. The storm gradually subsided, and then there was still singing and dancing. The two women sat opposite each other, but they didn't like each other. Jiang Yifeng lowered his eyes and looked at Xiaojiu's unhappy look, and then he comforted her softly. Okay, he sure is not a bad person, so don't be angry anymore. After all, they grew up together, and even if he sure had been a little naughty just now, he was not a bad person after all. Speaking of this, Xiaojiu couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Humph, I'm not injured, you think it's a small matter, right? When Xiaojiu thought about how he almost lost his life just now, he felt a little scared, and he really couldn't swallow this breath. Jiang Yifeng seemed a little aggrieved, and then quickly put the peeled grapes into her mouth. Okay, I will teach her a lesson for you when I have the chance, but just give me some face and stop being angry, okay? That's better. Xiaojiu glanced at him slightly. This arrogant embrace, chewing grapes, there is still a bit of sweet taste. As time passed, the banquet gradually came to an end. The emperor suddenly thought of something, and then he looked at Jiang Lian again. Lianer, today is a good day, concubine Gao is already fainted, but my son has not yet married. It's really unacceptable. Jiang Lian was stunned by the sudden words, and stood up in panic, clasping his hands and saying, Father, didn't we talk about this before? It was agreed that he would wait for the so-called commoner girl to have a certain amount of capital, and then he would marry her naturally. But why did he suddenly bring it up again? And in front of so many ministers, isn't it obvious that he would be embarrassed? Hearing this, the emperor laughed. In fact, I think you have met the person you like. She is a meritorious minister. This remark once again put the minds of the ministers around him on a high-level person. One by one, they began to discuss, what's going on? The second prince actually likes a commoner girl? Who knows? Why did the emperor suddenly bring it up? Is there any hidden story? These people really watched one excitement after another today, and they all seemed to be a little unsatisfied. Jiang Lian couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and he was a little more surprised. He couldn't help but ask tentatively, Father, what do you mean? What do you mean you should have seen it? It's just a fictional character. How could the emperor have seen it? If he knew it was Xiaojiu, he probably wouldn't be so calm. The more he talked, the more confusing it became, which really made people a little entangled. Hearing this, the emperor couldn't help but laugh. Before, I went out incognito, sympathizing with the people, but was robbed by gangsters, and it was a woman with your jade pendant who rescued me. If you can give me the jade pendant, that girl is the one in your heart, right? Jiang Lian was really confused by these words, and his eyes were wandering around at a loss. Xiaojiu, on the other hand, seemed quite proud, and shook the man next to him. See? The emperor should have recognized the one he loves, and this is all my credit. Looking back, if Jiang Lian didn't hold a big banquet and put Xiaojiu on the seat of honor when he got married, it would be unfair to Xiaojiu for his love, who had gone to such great lengths. Jiang Yifeng also took advantage of the situation and quickly stood up and said, Your Majesty, my second brother mentioned to me before that the jade pendant was indeed given to the one he loved. Facing the two men singing the same tune, Jiang Lian curled up his fists slightly, and couldn't help biting his teeth and glaring at him angrily. Third brother, did you remember it wrong? The few words that almost jumped out of his teeth were full of threats. However, Jiang Yifeng shook his head very calmly, and then he said, How could I remember it wrong about my second brother's lifelong event? After that, he did not forget to clasp his hands and add to the emperor, Your Majesty, my second brother, and that woman must be truly in love. So he entrusted the token to her. Please help me, father. This is getting more and more outrageous. For no reason, he was labeled as a strange woman. Jiang Lian gritted his teeth and almost died of anger. However, the emperor was quite satisfied and nodded quickly. Then he said, Lianer, in fact, you don't have to hide it anymore. That girl has made great contributions to saving the emperor, so I am planning to make her a princess. When the time comes, you can bring her to the palace. Having said that, Jiang Lian felt a little uncomfortable looking at Jiang Yifeng's proud and satisfied expression. But at the moment, he had no way out, so he could only respectfully clasp his fists to express his affection. If that's the case, then thank you for your advice. I will definitely bring her to meet you later. After getting this answer, the emperor finally felt relieved. The banquet ended very smoothly. However, he sure his heart could not calm down for a long time, and he quickly caught up with Jiang Lian. Second brother, when did you fall in love with another woman? He followed him around every day, but he didn't find anything special about Jiang Lian. But in the blink of an eye, he actually had a beloved girl, and she was directly named a princess. Obviously, even the emperor knew about it for a long time. He sure felt even more uncomfortable, and just wanted to get an answer. However, Jiang Lian was in a bad mood at the moment, and really didn't want to explain to her. He shook his arm slightly and whispered, This matter has nothing to do with you. Go back and rest. Let me be alone. As he said that, he took a long step and planned to leave this place. However, after just a few steps, he happened to meet Jiang Yifeng and his wife, which was really embarrassing. Jiang Yifeng was smiling and seemed particularly kind today. Second brother, congratulations. You will soon be able to hold hands with the woman you like. You are so happy now, right? The naked irony deeply attacked Jiang Lian's heart. If it weren't for Xiaojiao next to him, Jiang Lian would probably want to fight with him at this moment. Then he said coldly, don't meddle in other people's business. Chapter 59. After the banquet, the two planned to return to the palace, but it was late at night, and they were finally kept. The huge bedroom was bright with candlelight, and the soft waves of light yellow spread in the room, with a few smells of penny rings. Xiaojiao gently leaned against the window, looking at the moon slightly, but she was tangled. Why, you are just staring blankly here when you have nothing to do. You are almost becoming a fool. Jiang Yifeng came over and teased unhappily. After saying this, Xiaojiao also said helplessly, I feel that the palace is safer and more comfortable. I feel comfortable in my heart without the old lady forcing me to do things I don't like. She now has the idea of not wanting to go back. For the first time, she found that the palace is much more comfortable than the outside world. At least, she doesn't have to be forced to drink soup and medicine, and she doesn't have to worry about the exposure of the false pregnancy. Everything is so free. In this case, Jiang Yifeng nodded, why don't we stay in the palace for a while longer? Anyway, the emperor won't dislike us. When Xiaojiao said this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Tell me, why do you pamper me so much? I just said it casually. You can't have a home without going back, right? As her eyes moved, there was a bit of softness and comfort. After saying this, Jiang Yifeng also began to think for a while, and gently took her into his arms. I know that you have been wrong these days. I will confess to my mother as soon as possible, or we can get pregnant as soon as possible. As they talked, the atmosphere suddenly became unserious again. Jiang Yifeng's eyes moved around with a bit of confusion. After the first time, there will be a second time. How could Xiaojiao not know what this means? Seeing a hand rubbing her waist, she was a little shy. You can't be quiet for a moment. It's annoying to have a child who has been loved by others. Although he said this, Jiang Yifeng was getting more and more extreme, and his hoarse voice spread in the air, piercing the eardrum. But such a cute child, how can you bear to refuse? Of course, he couldn't bear to do it. After a night today, the two got up early, and went directly back to the palace. But he didn't expect that he would see the angry old lady when he entered the door. She usually got up early, and today she sat at the door, as if she was waiting for them on purpose, which really made people feel a little panic. Old lady, why are you here? Xiaojiao always felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle, and he approached tentatively. A hand gently rested on the old lady's arm, with a bit of flattering breath, but it was useless. The old lady raised her eyes and glanced at her, and then asked unhappily, You two are very brave for not coming back last night. What if something happened to the child? I thought something happened, but it turned out that it was just because he didn't come back. Jiang Yifeng explained simply, Mother, it was just because it was too late yesterday, and I was afraid that it would be dangerous to walk on the night road, so I postponed it for a day. Didn't you come back early today? There was some truth in what she said, and the old lady didn't care about it anymore. Then she glanced at Xiaojiao again. It's about time. I take you to a place today. You pack up and follow me. Seeing the mysterious look of the old lady, Xiaojiao was a little worried. Old lady, I don't know where I'm going. I have to be mentally prepared. Come on, if I tell you first, you probably won't go. Hurry up and pack up. After saying that, he also took a sip of tea and sat there motionless, as if he was taking your Xiaojiao with him. Xiaojiao was confused for a while, and finally nodded. Jiang Yifeng also came over at this moment and smiled. Why don't I go with you? Anyway, there is nothing to do. It's not appropriate for you to go. The old lady refused decisively, and then took Xiaojiao's hand and pulled her out of the door. So, Jiang Yifeng took a breath, and then said, Come on, follow the lady secretly and respond immediately. The sedan chair was moving slowly along the way, but the atmosphere inside the dumpling seemed a little depressing. Xiaojiao's restless heart could not calm down for a long time. After struggling for a while, he could not help asking, Mother, we have been walking for so long. Why haven't we arrived yet? Girl, why are you so nervous? Your body can't stand the shaking, so the carriage is a little slower. The old lady was very considerate, but the more so, the more uneasy it was. Waiting until we arrived at the destination, we didn't expect it to be a clinic. Xiaojiao couldn't help but take a breath. His eyes slightly panicked. Old lady, why did you bring me to such a place? I can't stand these places. It's not that she really can't stand it, but the old lady's intention is unclear. What if it's about the baby in her belly? How can she get off the stage? What's more, Jiang Feng is not around now. Hearing this, the old lady glanced at her unhappily. Why are you so scared? It's just to see the stability of your fetus. I haven't seen any big changes in your body these days. I'm a little worried. Look at other pregnant women, they vomit and have diarrhea every day, and they can't eat anything sour, but Xiaojiu is a special exception. The old lady thought about it. As a man, she always felt that something was wrong. If she told her directly, Xiaojiu would definitely come back, so she could only coax and deceive her. Seeing Xiaojiu's hesitant look, the old lady would frown. Is it just to see a doctor? Why are you so scared? Are you hiding something from me? It has come to this point. If Xiaojiu insists on doing this, she will really be exposed. Then, she hurriedly shook her head and said, how could it be? Let's go in. The two entered the clinic and looked at the old lady and the doctor. It seems that the two are old friends for many years. This is really the end. Oh my God, this is God's going to kill me. Xiaojiu closed his eyes and was placed in the position by the old lady. Madam, please stretch out your wrist and let me see it first. The doctor was very kind. But at this moment, every word and every action seemed like a death warrant in Xiaojiu's eyes. Xiaojiu couldn't help but take a breath. Oh no, if I'm found out that I'm not pregnant, the old lady will never let me go. With the entanglement in her heart, Xiaojiu suddenly covered her stomach and hurriedly said, my stomach is a little uncomfortable, maybe I ate something bad, I wonder if there is a toilet. The old lady frowned slightly at the sudden words. I haven't eaten anything. Did I eat anything in the palace? Hearing this, Xiaojiu shook his head awkwardly. Oh, I remembered that I didn't eat anything in the morning, maybe this is the reason. After saying this, the old lady seemed a little entangled. You are a girl, why didn't you tell me earlier? You let the doctor see you. I will go buy you some food, don't let the child starve. After saying this, she casually told the doctor and left. Seeing the old lady's back as she left, Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief. The old lady was able to get food at that time, but what about the doctor? After a moment of hesitation, Xiaojiu quickly took out the silver on his body and put it directly on the table. Doctor, these things are for you. Can you please not show them to me? I am really scared. I am shaking all over now. After saying this, he couldn't help but fiddle with his glasses, and the pitiful look of the family was expressed vividly. But facing this pitiful expression, the doctor seemed a little indifferent. No, the old lady has already told me that you have to listen carefully to what you say. I can't disgrace my mission. After saying that, this hand was about to lift Xiaojiu's wrist. This is a blessing, not a disaster. If it is a disaster, it can't be avoided. Then this time God really wants to kill her. Xiaojiu took a deep breath and took out 2 ingots of silver. Now? If you insist on not changing your mind, my child will be scared and have problems later. This is your problem. Xiaojiu didn't care about anything. Anyway, he was cheating and deceiving, without any ambiguity. After saying this, the doctor was a little moved, but he didn't see her, and he couldn't report it. For a while, he seemed a little embarrassed. Xiaojiu suddenly laughed and said, you don't have to do that. Just listen to me, and you get money in the future. When the old lady came back, she brought osmanthus cake, big buns, and some steamed buns and porridge, which looked very rich. Pregnant women must eat better. I specially asked someone to add vinegar to the porridge for you. Eat it quickly. Hearing this, Xiaojiu smiled and nodded, eating by herself. When she put the porridge in her mouth, her teeth almost fell out. Oh my God, this is not porridge. It's clearly a deadly poison. What is the old lady thinking? Xiaojiu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Before she had time to complain, the old lady turned around and warned, eat everything quickly, don't waste my hard work and be mean to the child. Eating this kind of food will sooner or later ruin your body. She doesn't want to have her teeth all soured at such a young age. I couldn't help but prick up my ears and listen to the doctor's report. Madam, the next child is slightly stable. Just don't let him do things he doesn't like, otherwise it's easy to miscarry. After talking for a long time, the old lady was fooled. It seems that the doctor's words are the most effective for this person. Xiaojiu listened to Shu Xin and ate slowly. This sour porridge. She was forced to eat most of it with steamed buns. After everything was over, the two returned to the palace. In the future, if you want to do something, don't restrain your temper. The doctor's words worked on her mood. The old lady was very free and easy this time. Chapter 60. Xiao Jiao told Jiang Yifeng everything that happened today, but she couldn't help but murmur in her heart, if we continue like this, it will be exposed sooner or later. We must think of a way. She didn't want the truth to be exposed one day, so that she would lose face and be embarrassed. After saying this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but feel confused. Then he gently patted Xiao Jiao's arm. I'm really sorry, I made you worry today, but It was clearly agreed that he would solve these things, but at the critical moment, he was at a loss in his mind. Xiao Jiao suddenly had an idea, and then he said, why don't we pretend to have a miscarriage? It's too hard to pretend like this. It's not that she doesn't want to cooperate with the performance, but the truth will be revealed one day. When the time comes, being exposed in the open will be much harder to look at than being sad. In this case, Jiang Yifeng nodded, then wait a little longer. It's not reasonable to miscarry now, right? Indeed, according to the time calculation, the child is only 2 months old. What is indeed a bit exaggerated. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng went to court as usual, but today was particularly different. Although the court was as solemn as usual, it was more solemn today. Everyone was worried about the same thing. The border is in chaos, the nomadic leaders are ready to move, and now the people in the border town are in dire straits every day. Can you solve this problem? The emperor glanced at the crowd, knowing that no big event was coming, but small events were constantly happening, which was a headache. Moreover, the nomadic people had always lived a hard life, were brave and good at fighting, and were thick-skinned and not afraid of hardship. I'm afraid that this time of plundering would require a large amount of troops to suppress them, which was really not worth the loss. The emperor just wanted to find a way to have the best of both worlds, which would make people lose money and ensure that the people could live and work in peace and stability, and stabilize the nomadic people. After all, the military strength of other countries is now comparable. Whoever starts a war first will break this gap to prevent others from taking advantage of it. Having said that, King Linan suddenly glanced at Jiang Yifeng. Your Majesty, if I remember correctly, this will be under the jurisdiction of the third prince. How can this be said? The third prince must come forward to deal with it, right? This was obviously against Jiang Yifeng. The man glanced at him, feeling a little uncomfortable, but the others nodded in cooperation. Yes, since it is under the jurisdiction of the third prince, it is inappropriate for us to intervene. Yes, the third prince has always been an idle prince, and he should also contribute. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with this nomadic people now, right? The words of several people were directly locked on Jiang Yifeng. Is this obviously bullying? His original authority is like, although as a web page, he was assigned to a jurisdiction area, but it was a wild land. It was out of control, and now something happened, but the responsibility was pushed onto his head. Jiang Yifeng clenched his fists slightly, but suddenly sneered, what you said makes sense to me. If so, in the future, the areas under your jurisdiction cannot seek help from the court? Everyone knows that he is an idle prince. Although he has a group of soldiers under his command, it is not known to others. He is a person with no real power. How can he suppress the judgment of the nomadic people? However, the king of Linan chose to oppose him today. He stepped forward and hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, these nomadic people are just juniors. The third prince should show his prowess, and cannot lose the face of the royal family. Amid the crowd's booing, the emperor finally chose to compromise. He looked at Jiang Yifeng and said, That's right. In this case, I leave this matter to you. In this way, even if Jiang Yifeng was dissatisfied, it would not be his turn. All he could say was, Your Majesty, I haven't been on the battlefield for a long time. With all the troops in my hands, we can't fight against the nomadic people without a soldier, right? In his early years, he was a generation of war god in the kingdom of heaven, victorious in every battle, and the ideal man in the minds of all women. He was so powerful that he shocked the emperor, and was unparalleled in the world. But in the end, he was still not trusted by the emperor, his military power was withheld, and he was resigned from a general to a prince, and he no longer had any real power. Since they are all forcing him, how could Jiang Yifeng be so easily at a disadvantage today? After saying this, the emperor laughed, Fomer, I've said that we can't use military force to deal with the nomadic people this time. After all, other countries are eyeing us covetously, and we can't show our weakness. You are resourceful and strategizing, so I believe you can definitely come up with a suitable solution. The emperor said it calmly at this moment, but it was clear that he wanted to use this incident to suppress his arrogance. As long as Jiang Yifeng fails to deal with the nomadic people this time, his momentum will be greatly reduced. In this way, Jiang Yifeng was completely speechless and returned to the palace with a sullen look. Coincidentally, Xiao Jiao was seen fiddling with his orchid at this moment. He was as graceful and elegant as an orchid. However, when Jiang Yifeng saw Lan Hua today, he felt more and more impetuous in his heart. It's better to be a villain than a gentleman. The ministers are too bullying. Even the emperor, his biological father, treats him like an egg, a wolf, a tiger, or a leopard. He is always on guard and wishes he would die on the battlefield. Seeing the man's sullen look, Qiaojiu quickly followed him and said, "What's the situation? Is someone bullying you?" This is unprecedented. Although Jiang Yifeng is not the famous general in the past, his former majesty is still there. Who dares not to give him some face? Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, without any extra explanation, and just said helplessly, "I'm going to the border. I'm afraid that I won't be with you in the palace these days, because of the nomadic people's troubles." After saying that, he couldn't help but worry a little more. Qiaojiu has a fake belly, and hangs around the old lady every day. If she is really discovered and she is not around, what should she do? Hearing this, Qiaojiu was slightly stunned and looked a little surprised. Did the emperor allow you to fight? No, it must be resolved peacefully, and he hasn't given me a single soldier yet. It seems that the emperor really has high hopes for me. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but sneer as he spoke. What a ridiculous statement. He had high hopes for Jiang Lian, right? Then, he gently patted Qiaojiu's arm. "I'm not here these days. Why don't you go back to your father-in-law's house first, so as not to be discovered by your mother?" If this was really possible, Qiaojiu would have gone back long ago, so why would he be tortured every day until now? It also requires the consent of your mother. I have an idea. Why don't I go to the border with you? Qiaojiu's eyes lit up, with a face full of expectation, and he didn't seem to realize the danger of the border war. If it was something else, Jiang Yifeng might still consider it, but this thing was absolutely not feasible. The man frowned slightly, and then slapped her head. "What are you thinking about? If a fight really breaks out, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, can you bear to watch it?" He was not sure that he could fight 100 people alone, nor was he sure that he could rely on the soldiers guarding the border to provide him with protection. "So, I will never let Qiaojiu take risks with me like this." After hearing what he said, Qiaojiu seemed to have thought of that horrible scene, and couldn't help but gasp. He quickly shook his head. No, it's too scary. I am not a master of this stormy war. I am afraid that I can't help it after all. Besides, I still have a shop to run. How can I leave?" After the discussion, Jiang Yifeng finally embarked on the journey to the border, and Qiaojiu had to stay alone in the palace, which seemed a little boring. Compared to Qiaojiu's worry about Jiang Yifeng, the old lady seemed to be completely unconcerned. Feng'er is the best god of war in our country in the past 100 years. He has been invincible and undefeated. Why do you have to worry so much? Don't let the child suffer with you. The old lady said it calmly. It turned out that a mother knows her son best. Qiaojiu nodded, but suddenly smelled a familiar smell. It seems to be yam stewed with chicken today? Oh, your nose has become so clever. The child's nose should also become like this in the future. It's great. The old lady nodded with satisfaction. I don't know if it was because of Qiaojiu's smell. She wanted to vomit just by asking. Then, she pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly. 3 meals a day, still ordinary. I really can't help it, so Xian went to Jiang Lian's place, intending to avoid the limelight. I'm telling you, the old lady is too scary, so she said it for my own good. But how can ordinary people withstand her torture? I'm so frail, I don't want to be the first one to die from the medicine. The moment he sat down, Qiaojiu couldn't hold back the nameless anger in his heart when he saw Jiang Lian. After a lot of complaints, Jiang Lian became more confused. Why is the old lady so special to you? Even if she is good to Qiaojiu, she shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Hearing the other party's question, Qiaojiu seemed a little embarrassed, so he stood up and tiptoed over. Looking around, he said carefully, Don't tell others that I lied to the old lady that I was pregnant, otherwise she will marry a concubine for Jiang Yifeng. Chapter 61. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings instantly became quiet. Jiang Lian first paid attention to the pregnancy, and was shocked. What, you are pregnant? Looking at his terrified face, Qiaojiu couldn't help but shush him. Can you listen to the point? It's fake, I lied to the old lady. If this matter was heard by someone with ulterior motives and spread to the old lady, I don't know how much suffering I would have to endure. So, Jiang Lian nodded repeatedly and breathed a sigh of relief. If she was really pregnant, I didn't know what to do. But after thinking about it, he seemed to realize that something was wrong. He supported his head with one hand and said playfully, Why are you telling me this? Are you afraid that I will think too much? What if Qiaojiu still misses him, and comes to explain it to avoid exposing his misunderstanding of her in the future. However, Xiaojiu rolled his eyes at him mercilessly and said unhappily, "I see you are thinking too much now. I came to ask you for help this time." Xiaojiu explained his general situation and still felt a little restless. If he goes back like this, the old lady will serve him like this every day. The better he serves, the more panic he will feel. What if one day it is really exposed? How will it end? So Jiang Lian nodded thoughtfully, but he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, if she is not pregnant, the old lady will find a concubine for my third brother, and Xiaojiu will definitely not agree. If she doesn't agree, the final result will only be divorce. So doesn't he have a chance? When he thought of this, Jiang Lian's mind was in a state of confusion. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time, but was directly brought back to reality by Xiaojiu's words. "What are you thinking about? So serious, are you giving me advice?" Jiang Lian smiled and nodded. "I do have an idea. How about getting an abortion in women's clothing? This is all a cliché. If it was so easy, why would Xiaojiu come to him? What's more, Jiang Yifeng is not in the mansion now. What if this is too much fun?" After thinking about it carefully, Xiaojiu finally shook his head and denied it. No, this is too dangerous. If I am exposed, I will be finished. As the saying goes, life is precious, safety comes first. Xiaojiu doesn't want to become a thorn in the old lady's eyes, and a thorn in the flesh at such a young age. In this way, how can the loving life continue in the future? So, Jiang Lian thought of another trick. If you are plotted against by a villain and lose your child, the old lady should be helpless with you. This makes sense. Xiaojiu couldn't help but look at him in surprise. "Oh my god, I never thought that you are so smart. I really admire you." "It's settled." Xiaojiu clapped his hands, and a slap sounded very crisply. "I really can't do this alone, I can only rely on you." So Jiang Lian nodded, and after struggling, he asked again, "Where is the jade pendant I gave you before? Did you give it away?" Xiaojiu was a little surprised by the sudden words. Thinking about it carefully, he only gave himself a jade pendant. Previously, I had taken it out to help the woman Jiang Lian liked to win the emperor's favor. If I take it out again now, it might not be appropriate. I kept the jade pendant at home. By the way, how are you and your favorite woman doing now? After all, Jiang Lian also helped him solve a big problem, so he had to thank him. Jiang Lian couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then nodded. "It's good. When we meet, we always treat each other with respect, but we have endless things to say." "So that's the case? Then I'm relieved. You must treat her well in the future." Xiaojiu didn't realize that the person the other party was talking about was himself, who was still immersed in joy at the moment. Jiang Lian stared at Xiaojiu, and couldn't help but smile slightly at this moment, and then he said solemnly, "Don't worry, when you marry me in the future, I will treat you as a treasure and never let you down." This is really a bit like Jiang Yifeng's style, and he couldn't help but nod in agreement. "You are worthy of being the one I like, so I wish you the best in advance. I have been out for too long, and the old lady will blame me later. I have to go back first. Don't forget what happened between us." Jiang Lian nodded, and watched Xiaojiu's back, leaving the mansion all the way, but he felt a kind of lingering and uneasy feeling in his heart. "Xiaojiu, I am standing in front of you, but when will you understand my feelings?" Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, tried to suppress the impetuousness in his heart, and then took a sip of the teacup. The bitter taste that comes at the entrance, but with a hint of sweet aftertaste, really makes people feel a little bit unable to stop. All the way back to the palace, Xiaojiu was in a good mood, and went to see the old lady coming. "Where have you been? I can't find you anywhere." "Ah, didn't I let Xiela tell you? I want to go out for some fresh air, so..." Xiaojiu glanced at the old lady awkwardly, with a bit of grievance. The old lady waved her hand. "Forget it. Next time you go out for some fresh air, bring a few more people, let me go with you, so that the child won't have any accidents." Really, the old lady treats this unborn child as a treasure. If she knew that everything was in vain, how sad would she be? Xiaojiu sighed silently in his heart, and finally nodded helplessly. "Don't worry, I will definitely take you next time." "Is there anything delicious?" "Since the plan has been decided, then recently, you must not let the old lady find any flaws, otherwise all the previous efforts will be wasted." Seeing Xiaojiu asking for it, the old lady was overjoyed. "You finally have some heart. Do you not like to eat these things, or does your child want to eat them? I will ask someone to prepare them." Seeing the old lady leave, Xiaojiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could sit down on the stone bench, Xiaoming followed closely, and came directly with a bunch of things. "Dad, why are you here in such a hot day?" Seeing him carrying something, Xiaoming was not so polite on weekdays. Xiaojiu couldn't help but feel a little entangled. Sure enough, the thing that he least wanted to know finally happened. What else could it be? You were pregnant, but you didn't know to go home and tell me. If I hadn't heard from someone before, I really didn't know. Look, Daddy specially selected the best supplements for you: ginseng, bird's nest, and 8 treasure wings. Xiaoming was about to become a grandfather, and he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It's over. I'm really guilty now. I even deceived Daddy. Xiaojiu took a deep breath. At this moment, he really felt a little ashamed and sighed slightly. After struggling, he finally chose to conceal it. He just nodded awkwardly. Thank you for your kindness, Daddy. By the way, who did you hear this from? Although Xiaoming also lived in Jindu, he was still a little far away from the palace. She had never made a big announcement about her pregnancy, and even asked everyone in the palace to keep it a secret, just to avoid making a big deal out of it. But how did it get to her father's ears? With such doubts, Xiaoming pouted. You little girl, it's almost spread all over the capital. Who doesn't know that the little wife of the Cold War god is pregnant? Although he didn't know who spread it, Xiaojiu seemed a little uneasy when he was concentrating. The child hasn't been born yet. The old lady shouldn't say anything nonsense. She has already informed the servants in the mansion, and she won't say anything nonsense, so who else could it be? Xiaojiu sighed heavily in his heart, and now he just felt a headache and depression. Then he said helplessly, Dad, you don't have to worry about this matter in the future. The old lady asked me to rest assured and take care of the baby. Don't come if you're fine. The main thing is that if he is discovered, Xiaoming will probably feel bad. It's fine if he is happy for nothing, but he can't let him carry too many beautiful memories, otherwise he will be sad and worried again. Hearing this, Xiaoming was a little unhappy, but he still nodded. Okay, your mother-in-law is arrogant. I can't say hello. You will be better off with a child. Although Xiaoming didn't see the old lady very often, he always heard something. After Xiaoming left, it was already dark. Xiaojiu finished drinking the medicine porridge and couldn't help but miss the moon. An invisible longing in his mind continued to spread. Jiang Yifeng, I don't know how you are now. Do you miss me over there? Thinking of this, Xiaojiu's mind was impetuous, but the only thing that was worth reassuring was that there were no women at the border, so she wouldn't be jealous of him. In the desert north, a lone wolf smoke and sand, Jiang Yifeng sat outside the tent. At this moment, the surroundings were empty, with only a full moon hanging in the sky. The pale moonlight illuminated half of the world, but it also made people feel melancholy. Xiaojiu, are you admiring the same moon as me? Time passed slowly, and no one knew how long it had passed. Jiang Lian had not sent a letter yet, and Xiaojiu had not received any notification, so he didn't know the specific situation. Could there be something wrong with the second prince? In another month, his belly should be showing. Will I still have to hold a pillow? Thinking of this, Xiaojiu couldn't stop worrying. But at this moment, a maid came over with a tray. Madam, this is oolong tea, which I made specially for you. Why don't you try it? Hearing this, Xiaojiu nodded, but when he glanced over, he was a little more confused. Wait, why don't I seem to have seen you in the palace? Chapter 62. With a bit of vigilance, after all, Jiang Yifeng is a generation of war god, and now he is going to the border. There must be many people in the court who covet him. Even if there are really people who want to secretly kill him, it is reasonable. But if the other party holds a handle, Jiang Yifeng will be in a dilemma, so Xiaojiu needs to be more vigilant. But after hearing this, the maid knelt down in panic, and then said, reporting to the madam, the old lady specially called me to take care of you. The maid has professional experience in taking care of pregnant women. This makes sense, Xiaojiu nodded thoughtfully. Looking at the oolong tea placed next to it, it smells like a light and elegant fragrance, which makes people unable to stop. I know, you go down first, and drink this tea after it cools down for a while. Xiaojiu waved his hand. After the girl left, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and took a look at the oolong tea. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel confused. It's strange, the old lady said that you can't drink tea when you are pregnant. What about her? With the entanglement in his heart, Xiaojiu was a little embarrassed for a while, and simply went to find the old lady. Mother, have you brought any new people in recently? New people? What new people? The old lady seemed to have no idea about the so-called maid, which made Xiaojiu more confused. It seems that it is not the old lady's people. Could it be Jiang Lian's? She remembered that Jiang Lian had said before that he would ask someone to find a way to poison her, so as to cause miscarriage. But this was too sudden, so she was not mentally prepared, and it seemed that it was not Jiang Lian's style of doing things unexpectedly. For a moment, Xiaojiu fell into a state of confusion, and then shook his head again. Nothing, I saw a maid who looked unfamiliar today, maybe she was newly recruited by the housekeeper. This is completely impossible. If this is true, the maid doesn't have to lie. Moreover, they don't lack maids. If she really came from the housekeeper, she would definitely ask her for instructions. Xiaojiu didn't say anything more and went back all the way. However, when he wanted to find the maid again, it seemed as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth, and he couldn't find her no matter what. Who is she? And why did she suddenly appear here? Xiaojiu was restless, and subconsciously wanted to drink a sip of water, but found that the tea was cold, and there seemed to be some sediment in it, and he didn't know what it was. Is it scale? With a little doubt, Xiaojiu didn't pay much attention to it, and then ordered, "Come on, change another pot of new water." Seeing the maid take the tea out, the woman hiding in the dark couldn't help it at this moment. Damn, I didn't expect this woman to be so smart. First checked my identity, and temporarily saw through my measurement, she is really a master. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but take a deep breath, but felt a little embarrassed. I'm afraid the secret poison won't work. I can only do something clear. One day, Xiaojiu planned to go out for a walk with the maid. Lioli followed silently behind him, never daring to reveal a bit, but Xiaojiu always felt a little uneasy. I couldn't help but glance at the two maids next to him. Do you two feel that there seems to be someone following us? Hearing this, the two maids were slightly stunned, but shook their heads helplessly, and then they couldn't help but teasing, "Madam, you must have thought too much. There are so many people coming and going on this street, there will always be someone following us. Even if it is some gangsters, they should choose their targets when following. Jiang Yifeng's married and spoiled little wife dared to provoke, isn't that asking for trouble?" So, Xiaojiu was entangled, or put down the happiness that he could choose, and nodded thoughtfully. As time passed, Xiaojiu and a few people wandered aimlessly, and didn't buy anything new, but at this moment, they saw a lively atmosphere coming from the edge of the lake in front. Seeing that those people were crowded, Xiaojiu frowned slightly, "And you had a trace of curiosity, it seems that something happened. Let's go and take a look." As they approached, they found that there was a person who fell into the water in the middle of the lake, and he was struggling there at the moment. Xiaojiu couldn't help but gasp, "This man is really Li Shui, you are actually watching here. Why doesn't anyone go down to rescue him?" Once they heard this, the others were unhappy, and said sarcastically, "You are talking nicely, the lake is deep, and it is in the middle of the lake. What if something unexpected happens? There are not many fish here. Most of them are passers-by who come here to watch, and naturally they are not willing to take such risks for a stranger." Xiaojiu clenched his teeth, and felt a little speechless at this moment. "You guys, I am really convinced." As he said, he jumped directly, and swam towards the center of the lake. "Oh my god, madam, you are still pregnant." The two maids were shocked, but they wanted to follow, but they couldn't swim, and were blocked by the water. For a moment, they felt a little embarrassed. What should we do? If something happens to madam and the child, the old lady will never let us go. What else can we do? Hurry back to inform the old lady, and ask her to send some people to rescue them. The two maids said nothing, one watched from the side, and the other hurried back to the palace. And Lioli, who followed behind, couldn't help but sneer. "Thank you for meddling in other people's business and creating opportunities for me. Don't blame me for being rude. Today is your death day." After saying that, she followed the person next to her and took advantage of the fact that others were not paying attention, and directly dived into the bottom of the lake and swam towards Xiaojiu. After much effort, Xiaojiu finally swam to the center of the lake. He had consumed a lot of his energy. Looking at the man who was about to fall, he quickly grabbed his hand and said, "Don't let go. I take you to the shore." After saying that, he pulled the man to the shore, but it was very difficult. In addition to swimming back and consuming energy, it took a lot of effort to pull him. He gradually felt a little suffocated, but at this moment, he felt that his feet were suddenly entangled by something, and it was difficult to break free for a while. Xiaojiu couldn't help but grit his teeth, frowning at this moment, struggling hard. "Strange, what is it? Is it the water grass that entangled me?" Not only that, the thing holding her feet fell further and further, almost making her breathless. As her head gradually submerged, the man next to her was also pulled down. She was on the verge of life and death, but suddenly saw a beautiful black figure in the distance, rushing directly towards her. With his superior lightness skills, he directly monitored the point, and walked on the water, as if it were flat ground. He held the arms of two people with both hands and jumped directly, landing safely on the ground. Looking at the fainted Xiaojiu and the other person, the man lowered his eyes, and the tension at this moment was self-evident. "Xiaojiu, Are you okay? Xiaojio seemed a little confused after a series of calls. He slightly relaxed his eyes, and a belly of water kept surging out. Jiang Yifeng. Did you save me? Xiaojio was confused, and couldn't tell who it was. He just instinctively thought of the man who would appear in front of him at the first time in the dangerous moment. Hearing this question, Jiang Lian was petrified and stood there in a daze. He tried his best to hide his embarrassment and smiled. I'm glad you're okay. Open your eyes and look at me carefully. I'm Jiang Lian. Xiaojio was a little embarrassed by the sudden words. He sat up straight and said with more entanglement, I'm really sorry. I was confused just now. Don't mind it. It's nothing. I know you didn't mean it. How do you feel now? Do you want to see a doctor? Hearing this, Xiaojio shook his head. I'm fine. Where is the person I rescued just now? After speaking, he looked around and found that the person who was rescued to the shore was gone at this moment. It's strange. Logically, his condition should be more serious than mine. Why did he run away all of a sudden? When Xiaojio was depressed, Jiang Lian rolled his eyes at him unhappily. How dare you say that? You risked your life to save him just now. Didn't you think about your own safety? If something happened to you, how worried would my third brother be? Jiang Lian really couldn't say it. He could only keep these words in his heart. After all, it was different from the past. So Xiaojio nodded thoughtfully, and then said awkwardly, I don't know. Maybe I was eager to save people, so I was dizzy just now, and had a headache. I will pay attention to it in the future. Okay, since you said that, I'm relieved. I take you back. After that, this hand gently helped Xiaojio up. After falling into the water just now, the clothes were sticking to the body, and the skin could be vaguely seen. Holding her, that layer of clothes felt like it was taken off. Jiang Lian's heart suddenly felt hot, and he seemed a little embarrassed. Xiaojio didn't seem to notice anything wrong, but looked at Jiang Lian's slightly red face, and was a little curious. What's wrong? Nothing, by the way. Wait a minute. After Jiang Lian finished speaking, he retracted his hand, took off his coat, and then fell on Xiaojio. Then he smiled and said, You just fell into the water, and your clothes are all wet. Don't catch a cold in the wind. You can put on my clothes first. It made sense. Xiaojio had no reason to refuse, and followed him all the way away. But halfway through, he brought the old lady and the people in the palace, but they all swarmed over and happened to run into the two of them. Cuddling with each other, supporting each other, what a picture of deep love and comfort. Chapter 63. Xiaojio seemed to be unaware of his current predicament, or how others viewed him. He just smiled and said, Hello, mother. Why did you come in person? Hearing this, the old lady frowned, and then said unhappily, You are pregnant. How can I feel at ease if I don't come to see you in person? Having said this, Xiaojio seemed a little embarrassed. The matter was exposed, and it was estimated that he would inevitably be taught a lesson when he returned. But the next second, the old lady locked her eyes directly on Jiang Lian, and then sarcastically said, This, if I remember correctly, should be the second prince? So, Jiang Lian nodded respectfully. Jiang Lian greeted the old lady. However, the old lady couldn't help but sneer at this greeting, and then reminded with a bit of anger, Do you know that men and women should not touch each other? What does this mean? A word awakened the dreamer, and Xiaojio suddenly realized it after hearing this. No wonder the old lady's eyes, besides worry, also had a hint of anger. Wouldn't it be easy for people to misunderstand them like this? Xiaojio hurriedly shook his body and took a small step back, then hurriedly explained, Old lady, please don't think too much. It was the second prince who saved my life. Indeed, if it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have been drowned. The old lady looked at Jiang Lian and didn't say much, just said lightly, Well, after all, the second prince is your lifesaver. Why don't you go to his house to have a simple meal and change clothes? After all, Jiang Lian had just come back with Xiaojio in his arms. Although he didn't go into the water to save people, his clothes were somewhat stained with water and looked wet now. Jiang Lian was not polite. He cupped his fists and replied, Since the old lady has said so, I will obey your orders. After returning to the mansion, Xiaojio took a hot bath. With clean clothes, he felt comfortable all over. As soon as he went out, he saw a man's back. Xiaojio couldn't help but feel a little more surprised. Prince, when did you come back? Why didn't anyone notify you in advance? After saying that, he quickly reported it, and was overjoyed. She had been looking forward to it for several days, and finally her hanging heart was settled. But at this moment, the man's body trembled slightly, and then he said awkwardly, Xiaojio, you hugged the wrong person. Hearing this, Xiaojio also heard something wrong in the voice, and let go of his hand in panic. He looked at the other person and turned around, and found that it was Jiang Lian, wearing Jiang Yifeng's clothes. Because the two people's figures are extremely similar, if you only look at the back, it is a little difficult to tell them apart. Xiaojiu also thought of his impulsive and absurd behavior just now, and his face flushed instantly. Then he hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry, I'm dazzled at this moment. Please don't take it to heart. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. After all, my third brother and I are brothers. If you don't see the face when wearing his clothes, I guess many people will make the mistake. This gave Xiaojiu a way out, and he also looked at him gratefully. After thinking about it this time, I think you are the most considerate. As she said that, she stretched her body slightly. I can smell the fragrance of food from a long distance. It seems that the old lady has really put a lot of effort to repay your life-saving grace. Let's go to eat. The two of them left while talking. However, Celia stood out from behind the door, looking a little entangled. What's the situation? Is there something wrong with them? Celia was the old lady's personal maid. She came to call people for dinner, but she didn't expect to encounter such a panic scene. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. With her eyes lowered, Celia also fell into a period of contemplation. Should I tell the old lady about this matter? Just as Celia was entangled, another maid came over. Celia, what are you doing here? Madam asked me to come to you. Xiaojiu and the other person had already arrived at the position, but Celia, who went to call people, did not come back. Naturally, the old lady was more worried. Hearing this, Celia nodded in panic and followed the maid into the main hall. Seeing Celia coming in, the old lady couldn't help but frown slightly. What's wrong with you, girl? Why did you go to call someone, but you came so late? Hearing this, Celia was a little more panicked, and then explained, Old lady, I had a stomachache just now, so I went there in vain. It's not appropriate to say these things during the meal. The old lady also understood a little, and asked her to shut up. During this meal, the old lady was still polite. Second prince, you saved Xiujiu, which is equivalent to saving our grandson, and you are our benefactor. Come and visit more often in the future. Although she said this, it was just some unfounded polite words. The old lady's face was almost full of unhappiness. Perhaps, she was still worried about the previous matter of men and women not being able to touch each other. Jiang Lian nodded, and when he raised his eyes slightly, he saw Celia staring at him and Xiaojiu. She looked like she was looking at a prisoner, and the careful training really made people feel a little uncomfortable. But when she met Jiang Lian's eyes, Celia quickly retracted her eyes, and pretended that nothing had happened. It's strange, what's wrong with her? Jiang Lian was a little entangled. Although a girl was not to be feared, he always felt a little uneasy in his heart. After the meal, the old lady still had a lot to do, so she stopped Xiaojiu and said, You fell into the water before. I wonder if the child is okay. Come with me to see the doctor? Xiaojiu was shocked when he heard this, and naturally he was very embarrassed. I'd better not do it. I feel that I am in good health now. Otherwise, I will be tossed around by the doctor again. At that time, I will be exhausted, which is not good for the child. This is equivalent to disobeying the old lady's intention, which really made the old lady feel unhappy. You must remember that this child is not just yours, but the whole Jiang family's. If something happens, you will regret it. After that, the old lady no longer insisted, and walked away directly, looking obviously angry. Xiaojiu sighed helplessly, shrugged his shoulders, and looked at Jiang Lian with a look of despair. You see, the old lady is like this. I feel that this child's life is more important than mine. Xiaojiu was really indoctrinated with vicious ideas, and she felt a little depressed at the moment. Hearing this, Jiang Lian looked at her teasingly. Okay, if you really have a child in the future, you won't think so. Xiaojiu now has not experienced the process of being a real mother, so she thinks the old lady is too strict. But looking at which woman in the world, if she has a child, she will not regard it as more important than her own life. If she lives long, she will naturally see more. The two sat in the courtyard, quietly sipping tea after dinner. However, Jiang Lian's brows were difficult to relax for a long time, as if he was worried about something, which made people feel a little depressed. Why are you so depressed? Is there something wrong? Xiaojiu asked tentatively, with a bit of consideration, but this guy's mind is like the sea, which is really hard to guess. Hearing this, Jiang Lian nodded without hiding anything, and the scene of the lake unconsciously emerged in her mind. I looked at you at that time. It seemed that you were forced to drown, but something entangled you. Speaking of this matter, Xiaojiu was really a little depressed. It's strange to say, I was fine, but suddenly I felt something entangled my feet. I thought it was water grass, but now I think it's not like it. After all, the lake is unfathomable. How could the water grass grow so long? What's more, she felt that there was an invisible big hand at that time, tightly grasping her ankle, trying to pull her down desperately. Hearing Xiaojiu's words, Jiang Lian nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly his expression became serious. I always feel that this matter seems to have some opportunity. I will investigate it later. Xiaojiu did not object, but looked at Jiang Lian with expectation. Didn't I ask you to help me before? Why haven't you done anything? Hearing this, Jiang Lian seemed a little embarrassed, and then smiled and said, Don't worry, everything is in my plan, and I will never let you down. Now that you have experienced the incident of falling into the water, you can't be too anxious, so as not to arouse people's suspicion. In this way, Xiaojiu could only nod and say nothing more. As time passed, Xiaojiu did not leave the palace for several days in a row, because the old lady was afraid that she would cause trouble, so she asked her to stay in the palace and take care of the baby with peace of mind. Xiaojiu held his head with both hands, feeling a little bored. This old lady is really something. She is like a national treasure when she is pregnant. Thinking of this, Xiaojiu couldn't stop sighing for a while, but at this moment, he suddenly heard the servants outside reporting, Good news, our prince has returned triumphantly. The sudden words made Xiaojiu instantly energetic, and he sat up straight and ran outside. This too sudden action made the maid confused. Madam, please be careful, don't hurt the child. After saying that, she also hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the door, Jiang Yifeng's heroic temperament was really handsome beyond words. Xiaojiu took a deep breath, rushed up and hugged Jiang Yifeng. Great, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Chapter 64. Faced with Xiaojiu's excitement, Jiang Yifeng gently patted her shoulder, and then comforted her softly. Okay, so many people are watching, aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? After saying this, Xiaojiu reluctantly stood up, looked at him affectionately, and then lowered her head and said shyly, What are you talking about? There is nothing to be embarrassed about reporting your own husband. Although she said this, she was still a little guilty in her heart. If there were not so many people, I am afraid that she would have been unable to control her emotions, and would definitely hold him tightly. But just when the two were excited, they saw a woman carefully poking her head out from behind Jiang Yifeng. Like a newborn baby, her round eyes moved casually, and she looked around curiously at this moment. Immediately followed by a naive and childish question, Brother Jiang, is this your home? It looks so grand. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded, gently led her out, and then explained, By the way, her name is Baiyu, and she is a friend who came back with me. The woman looked very pretty, and her eyes were full of innocence, as if she had never seen the world. Now that she appeared here rashly, coupled with Jiang Yifeng's extremely gentle attitude, Xiaojiu couldn't figure out the other party's details for a while. After struggling for a moment, he couldn't help but ask curiously, You were not like this before. How come you brought back a girl? As his eyes moved, he looked at Jiang Yifeng with a little more doubt. Jiang Yifeng promised himself that he would not be interested in any other woman except her in his life. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly explained, The success of this negotiation is thanks to her help, and I was saved by her by chance. In order to save me, this girl's memory, so I can only bring her back temporarily. You shouldn't mind, right? Having said that, Xiaojiu felt much better. It turns out that you are my lifesaver. I was too worried before. I'm really sorry. After saying that, one hand gently pulled Baiyu's hand, and then said softly, This girl will be treated as your own home in the future. I will definitely ask the best doctor to see you. After all, if it weren't for her, her husband would almost not be able to come back. With such a great favor, she can't be so petty again. Obviously such a polite and gentle attitude. For Baiyu, it seems a little frightening. She pulled her hand back shyly, and then quickly grabbed Jiang Yifeng's arm. Brother Jiang, I'm a little scared. Having said this, Xiaojiu was so embarrassed that she felt ashamed. She was surrounded by wolves and tigers, so why was she scared? Jiang Yifeng patted her shoulder gently. Okay, don't be afraid. She is my wife, a very kind person, and will treat you just like me. So, Baiyu nodded carefully, but her eyes were always full of vigilance and fear towards Xiaojiu. Until she entered the door and sat down, the old lady did not care about the extra Baiyu, but was concerned about the situation on the battlefield. In the future, if the emperor asks you to do such thankless things again, even if it is in the name of the late emperor, you must learn to get rid of it. Do you understand? The old lady held the meat in her hand, and put it in Jiang Yifeng's bowl, while giving him a long-winded warning. Jiang Yifeng nodded politely. I understand. I go through a life-or-death struggle this time. Although it proves my strength, it will probably only make the emperor and the courtiers more covetous. This is not a good thing, But there is no extra choice. He will either die or succeed. But the two together are a difficult problem to decide. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but feel a little melancholy in his heart. Seeing Qiaojiu put a piece of food in his bowl, I'm afraid you haven't eaten well or slept well since you went to the border, so you need to eat more to replenish your body. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded, but Baiyu was shy and carefully pulled Jiang Yifeng's sleeve. Brother Jiang, can you help me add some food? I can't get it. After saying that, she raised her eyes again and looked at Jiang Yifeng pitifully. Who could resist such an expression? Jiang Yifeng nodded and picked up some food casually. Girls shouldn't eat too greasy things. You eat first. Qiaojiu felt a little jealous when she saw Jiang Yifeng's attitude towards her. He seemed to treat me like this before. I don't know if I'm overthinking. Why do I feel that Jiang Yifeng's mind and attention seem to be on Baiyu when he comes back, just because of saving his life? Qiaojiu didn't eat very comfortably during this meal, and the man next to him didn't care. On the contrary, it was the old lady who had experienced too much, and saw through Baiyu's treacherous thoughts at a glance. Then he said sarcastically, some girls should know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Since you are already married, you should keep the difference between men and women. Don't you know this rule? After saying that, he put the chopsticks heavily on the bowl and looked directly at Baiyu. With that terrifying momentum, everyone must know who he was referring to. Baiyu was slightly stunned, and now he quickly withdrew his hand from eating. Old lady, I don't know what I did wrong. Why are you so angry? Girls know their own limitations. It's okay for a girl in the wilderness to not know the rules. But you should listen to what I teach you. In the future, you should keep a proper distance from Fenger. Do you hear me? After the old lady finished speaking, she glanced at Qiaojiu again. You too, since you are pregnant, you are the one who should be taken care of the most. Don't keep wronging yourself. After all, the old lady still protects the pregnant Qiaojiu. Seeing the gradually serious atmosphere, Jiang Yifeng seemed a little speechless. Isn't it just a dish? Besides, Baiyu has lost all his memories and is now as pure as a blank sheet of paper, knowing nothing, so it should be taken for granted. Qiaojiu smiled lightly and nodded. What the old lady said makes sense, but Baiyu did it unintentionally. It is human nature to do some happy actions after losing his memory. I hope the old lady will forgive me. The old lady was mostly dissatisfied with such an answer, but Jiang Yifeng was much more relaxed. Xiaojiu, you still understand me, eat some vegetables. After the meal, Baiyu was arranged to rest in the yard. Under the warm sun, and with a gentle spring breeze, Qiaojiu and Jiang Yifeng sat in the courtyard, leaning against each other. There were all kinds of wine and fruits, creating a peaceful and beautiful scene. Have an orange, don't take the previous things to heart. Jiang Yifeng immediately put the peeled orange into Qiaojiu's mouth. Hearing this, Qiaojiu rolled his eyes at him unhappily, sat on the man's knees, and swung his legs wantonly, which added a bit of playfulness. Even if you know you are wrong, you have to be careful in the future. I am easily jealous. It was quite straightforward. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but smile, and nodded quickly. Okay, follow the madam's orders. Just as the two were in love, Qiaojiu suddenly thought of something. By the way, the baby in the belly. She still hasn't been able to solve it, and she hasn't been able to get pregnant. She doesn't want to be discovered by the old lady, and then the problem will be bigger, but it will be embarrassing to meet each other. So Jiang Yifeng gently rubbed her head, and suddenly lowered his eyes, with a bit of ambiguity. Isn't it just a child? Let's hurry up and make one. Even if the mother finds out, the child is still there, right? After saying that, he put one hand around Qiaojiu's neck, and a strong breath was about to sweep over. On the contrary, Baiyu, who was standing far away, heard those words just now, and couldn't help but have a little more doubt in his heart. What does it mean to make another one? I always feel that what they said doesn't seem to be as simple as it sounds. But seeing the two of them showing their love there, Baiyu felt a little impetuous in his heart. Standing on the height of the flower bed, she fell down from it without any defense, and then she screamed again, ah! Accompanied by the sharp sound, the two people were almost scared to death before they kissed each other. Qiaojiu quickly straightened his body, his eyes swaying left and right, and his panic was self-evident. Did you hear any sound just now? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded, and the two followed the sound, but saw Baiyu sitting on the ground, crying at this moment. What's the situation? Why did you fall down? Jiang Yifeng quickly came over, holding her shoulders with one hand, trying to help Baiyu up. But before she could make any extra movements, Baiyu gritted her teeth and said, don't move, it hurts too much, I can't walk anymore. The sharp voice made Jiang Yifeng a little at a loss for a while, and he tentatively lifted her trouser legs. That fresh scar was too eye-catching, and the blood was flowing straight, with a bit of scary breath. Xiaojio was shocked when he saw it. How can you be so careless? I go call the doctor now. You take care of her first. After finally finding a secluded place, he was originally planning to meet Jiang Yifeng once and for all. But who would have thought that he would be interrupted by Yu's sudden arrival? Xiaojio left to call the doctor, but when he came back, he happened to meet Jiang Yifeng carrying Yu on his back. A man and a woman, Yu's hands were hanging on the man's neck, which seemed extremely ambiguous. The swollen eyes, if you don't know, you might think she was bullied, and there was a bit of pitiful taste, which was really pitiful. Xiaojio was stunned for a while, and then he said awkwardly, "The doctor has found her, you take her back to the room." Chapter 65. Inside the huge room, Jiang Yifeng sat quietly beside the bed, accompanying Yu. "Brother Jiang, my legs hurt so much. Will I really become a cripple?" Yu looked at Jiang Yifeng with red and swollen eyes, and now she was looking at him with tears in her eyes. The delicate and artificial tone made even Xiaojio, as a bystander, feel a little ashamed. For a moment, she felt a little bit difficult to accept. On the contrary, Jiang Yifeng seemed very calm at this moment, and gently held her hand. Then he said with a soft voice, "Okay, little girl, don't think too much. The doctor said that you just fell down and your bones were dislocated. He can just straighten them for you." He said this with a relaxed look on his face. The doctor glanced at Jiang Yifeng next to him, and said, "Third prince, please let me go. If you delay any longer, it won't be as simple as straightening your bones." After saying this, Jiang Yifeng wanted to retreat helplessly, but before he could get up, Yu grabbed his hand and said, "Can you stay here with me? Let me hold you tightly, otherwise I'm scared to be alone." Since it has come to this, Jiang Yifeng nodded helplessly. Xiaojio was confused. The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. Why did she feel that although this so-called Yu was frustrated, she was too bitchy to accept? This Yu, her mind is full of seducing my husband. It's really too much. From the first time she saw this woman, she felt a strong hostility, but she didn't expect that this was not an illusion. Then, after taking a deep breath, he quickly stepped forward and took Jiang Yifeng's hand back. Then he smiled and said, "Prince, you have been here for so long. Since Miss Bai is afraid, why not let me accompany her? After all, men and women should not be intimate with each other." This was too straightforward, and Jiang Yifeng naturally heard the deep meaning in it. But he couldn't help but smile and nodded. "Okay, my good wife. Whatever you say is what I mean." Although Xiaojio was jealous because of this matter, inexplicably, Jiang Yifeng enjoyed it a little more for no reason. Jiang Yifeng handed Yu's hand to Xiaojio's hand, and then comforted him, "Don't worry, it's just a moment. It's no big deal." As these words fell, Yu's face changed slightly, but she tried her best to remain calm and composed and nodded. Xiaojio replaced Jiang Yifeng's position, squatting beside the bed, becoming the person who protected her, but he didn't seem to be very popular. She only felt that the strength of her, or Yu's hand gradually increased, as if she was going to crush her to death. Xiaojio couldn't help but frown, with a bit of dissatisfaction, and said awkwardly, "Miss Bai, I really didn't expect that such a weak woman like you would be so unambiguous when grabbing people." Hearing this, Yu tried hard to put on a far-fetched smile, and then said, "If you are really nervous or hurt, madam, you don't have to force it. Brother Jiang is an excellent martial artist, maybe he can bear it." "Bah!" The more this woman said, the more Xiaojio would not let go easily and give her the opportunity to flirt with her husband. After taking a deep breath, she opened her big mouth and tried to say, "Don't worry, I can still bear this pain. After all, I have a child in my belly, and I will face greater pain in the future." As the woman said, she raised her mouth, as if she was venting her pride to the other party. As expected, Yu frowned slightly when she heard about the child, and her heart couldn't help but become more entangled. The doctor couldn't see what crisis was surging between the two women, anyway, he just felt cold around him. "Okay, you two stop talking, I'm going to start next." The doctor held Yu's leg with one hand, and it seemed that he was gently moving her muscles and bones, which was a little comfortable. But at that moment, the doctor suddenly made a ruthless move, and only heard a crisp sound of bones snapping. A sharp voice, like thunder, pierced his ears. "Ah, it hurts." With this heart-wrenching pain, Yu felt that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he pushed Xiaojio hard. When Xiaojio staggered, he suddenly sat on the ground. His butt was in so much pain that he seemed a little confused. Why did you push me?" Xiaojio was surprised by the crown, and Jiang Yifeng came over quickly, with a little panic. "How is it? Are you okay?" This question really made people feel a little anxious. He had fallen like this. How could he be okay? He was not indestructible. Xiaojiu rolled her eyes at him unhappily, and then she rubbed her buttocks tentatively. It hurt so much. Miss Bai, you are too much. She always felt that this woman did it on purpose. However, after the pain of that moment passed, Bai Yu gradually regained her calmness, and then she looked at Xiaojiu, who was lying on the ground in fear. She quickly covered her mouth in shock and got up and planned to go forward to comfort her. Madam, what's wrong? It was too painful just now, and I didn't notice it. I'm really sorry. However, with this tense and playful conversation, Bai Yu just got up, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her leg, and the whole person fell directly. Seeing this, the doctor shook his head helplessly. This is a bone dislocation. Although it has been corrected, you should also pay attention to rest. Why are you so excited? So, Bai Yu nodded a little tangled. Xiaojiu didn't say anything more to her, and Jiang Yifeng didn't mean to blame Bai Yu, just thinking that it was really an unintentional mistake. Next, the doctor put a splint on Bai Yu's leg, but she could only walk upright, which was really awkward. I think your leg is in a good condition, and it should be almost healed after 10 days or half a month of rest. Bai Yu couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard this. Does that mean I have to live like this for the next few days? This is such an aggrieved thing for a woman. Bai Yu's tears came as if they were free, without any ambiguity at all. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng comforted him. You don't have to be sad. You can take a good rest these days. You look so thin. I will ask someone to take care of you. Jiang Yifeng's words were very strange. Bai Yu nodded. Since you said so, Brother Jiang, I feel relieved. I'm afraid that it's sad if no one takes care of you. Seeing the other party's appearance, Xiaojiu felt a little nauseous. I really didn't expect that I would meet the originator of the White Lotus after coming here. Thinking about it, Xiaojiu couldn't help but trembled. He felt a little creepy and really disgusting. In the next few days, Bai Yu used his half-crippled leg to pester Jiang Yifeng every day. As a result, Xiaojiu and his time became increasingly scarce. In the courtyard, Xiaojiu played chess with the old lady quietly according to his usual habit. He said that it would calm the mind and be good for the child. I wonder what expression the old lady will show when she knows that she has nothing in her belly. Just when Xiaojiu was struggling with this matter, the old lady looked up at her face and suddenly asked, You haven't found anything in recent days? Xiaojiu seemed a little doubtful. Ah? Seeing Xiaojiu's innocent look, the old lady shook her head helplessly. Look at you, you have been absent-minded these days. What are you playing? It was obviously a game of no winner, but Xiaojiu was forced to play a dead end. Isn't it obvious that he is worried? Having said that, Xiaojiu sighed slightly, and at this moment, she was really a little more entangled. Mother, I'm fine, maybe because I'm pregnant, my mood is a little capricious. In order to be more realistic, Xiaojiu reads some books about pregnancy. Now, is it an excuse to hide her thoughts? But the old lady has lived for so much of her life, how could she not see her little thoughts? She glanced at Xiaojiu coldly, and said unceremoniously, You are of humble origin, but as the third princess, you are helpless against a woman of unknown origin, which is too shameful. She also knew that Bai Yu tied Jiang Yifeng to her side in different ways every day. Although men's hearts are fickle, but now that she is pregnant, his behavior is also indirectly affecting Xiaojiu. In this case, Xiaojiu nodded. Miss Bai saved the prince's life, and it is reasonable that the prince will respond to her requests. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Xiaojiu had never known that he had such a generous and considerate side. Took a deep breath and felt a headache doing things. The old lady said, The existence of that woman will only affect your mood and the health of your child. If you can't do it, leave this matter to me. After saying that, the old lady stood up and turned around and left. Xiaojiu sat there, still looking a little dazed, and didn't understand for a while. What's the situation? What do you mean by leave it to her? I always feel that there seems to be something wrong with what the old lady said. However, Xiaojiu didn't worry so much at the moment. Took a deep breath. Jiang Yifeng, you really want to piss me off to death. Chapter 66. After a few days, Bai Yu's legs began to walk normally. Jiang Yifeng finally found some time to accompany Xiaojiu. What's wrong? Are you angry because I'm busy and can't accompany you recently? Jiang Yifeng looked at Xiaojiu, who was full of anger, and couldn't help but feel a little more panic in his heart, and even his tone was cautious. Hearing this, Xiaojiu rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Haha, you should accompany her every day. Why do you need to find a sense of existence here? Jiang Yifeng felt a little at a loss for words for a moment after hearing this, and took a deep breath. Then he gently rubbed her head again. Okay, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. Isn't it that I am the first one to come and accompany you when I have time? What he said was better than singing. He was with Bai Yu when he didn't have time. After thinking about it, Xiaojiu turned around and folded his arms, and then said angrily, I think it's better for that girl to get married earlier, so that she won't be entangled with you every day and no one will take care of her. He has lost all his memories now, and only recognizes me. Isn't it hurtful for you to say these words? Jiang Yifeng was slightly dissatisfied, but after hearing these words, Xiaojiu couldn't help frowning. She glared at him in panic. What do you mean? Do you think I am mean? You are my husband, but you are occupied by other women every day. Why don't you consider my feelings? Even if you say that you don't like it, there are differences between men and women after all. We spent those 2 days together in love. It was because I loved you so deeply that I felt so attached to you and cared so much about you. If you can stop yourself, how can you stop the gossips of others? Jiang Yifeng has never thought about these things, nor has he considered them for himself. Xiaojiu was getting angrier and angrier. She stood up and said, You should go with her. I think we can't even talk now. After that, she stepped on the ground and left quickly, heading towards the gate. Jiang Yifeng patted his head and wanted to chase him out. Where are you going? Do you want me to send someone to follow you? No, I'm going to the second prince. He's much more comfortable there than you. Xiaojiu glanced at him and quickened her pace, without any mercy. Since Jiang Yifeng didn't consider her feelings at all, why should she consider others everywhere? Seeing Xiaojiu slamming the door and leaving, Jiang Yifeng fell into deep thought for a moment. Why don't you trust me? Although he knew that Xiaojiu was angry with him, since they were already husband and wife, shouldn't they trust each other? Thinking about it, Jiang Yifeng gently rubbed his throbbing temples, and felt uncomfortable all over. On the contrary, Bai Yu, who saw the scene next to him, couldn't help but smile. Such a fragile relationship can easily be exploited by others. With a bit of contempt, Bai Yu hurriedly twisted her body and moved directly towards Jiang Yifeng. One hand gently lifted his arm, and then with a bit of flattering breath, Brother Jiang, I just saw my wife slam the door and leave, and she said she was going to someone else's house. Did you have a quarrel? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng turned his head slightly to look at the innocent Bai Yu, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he gently rubbed her head again. Nothing, just a small matter, I will coax her later, go back and rest. Bai Yu's legs and feet were also a little more convenient. Jiang Yifeng was still immersed in Xiaojiu's affairs, and couldn't extricate himself, and really couldn't squeeze out a smile for her. However, Bai Yu insisted on pestering her today, and then added fuel to the fire and said, Brother Jiang, I know that the lady has always disliked me. But I just saw that the lady said directly in front of you that she wanted to find another man, which is really too indecent. Aren't you worried that there might be something between them? This series of words really went deep into people's hearts. Jiang Yifeng's body trembled suddenly, but he couldn't help turning his head and glaring at her, and said angrily, You are talking nonsense here again. If you do this again, I will send you to the desert to find your family. Anyway, Bai Yu came from there. If it weren't for him pestering her, Jiang Yifeng couldn't wait to come back and see Xiaojiu, and she wouldn't have brought him here. Bai Yu was slightly stunned. He has never been angry with me. Xiaojiu is still very important to him. Thinking about it, Bai Yu felt a little impetuous, and showed an awkward smile with a bit of grievance. Brother Zhang, please don't misunderstand. I just told the truth for your own good. If you don't like it, I won't say it again in the future. Jiang Yifeng didn't pay much attention, but Bai Yu seemed a little embarrassed. Well, I'm almost done with the sales now. Do you want to go out with me? Since coming here, Bai Yu rarely goes out, basically staying in the palace. Today, she had a sudden thought, and thought Jiang Yifeng would give her this face. However, Jiang Yifeng, who was angry, didn't have such a good temper. He glanced at her slightly and said coldly, If you want to go, let other servants accompany you. I still have some things to deal with. As he said, he stepped away, leaving Bai Yu alone here, feeling a little embarrassed. Damn, is that woman so important in your heart? Then don't blame me for being rude. With a bit of a fierce attitude, Bai Yu picked up his steps and went out alone. But along the way, Bai Yu is alert. It seems that someone is following me. Has my identity been discovered? With a bit of panic, Bai Yu pretended to pick things, but led them into a dead end. Looking at these people falling from all directions, Bai Yu's eyes turned cold, and he asked directly in a stern voice, Who are we? Why are you following me? Hearing this, those people sneered, Why do you know so much? You just need to know that if we find you, it must be bad. After that, he ordered the people behind him, Brothers, scratch this woman's face, and see if she has the capital to seduce men. Hearing this, Bai Yu felt a little more horrified. She was just a newcomer here, and the only person she had contact with was Jiang Yifeng. Could it be that woman? Haha, you really can't judge a person by his appearance. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel sick, and naturally dragged this matter directly to Ha's head. After all, who else would regard herself as a thorn in the eye except her? Sure enough, this woman who met a love rival is not so easy to provoke. Bai Yu sighed helplessly, but pretended to be afraid and said, "Don't come over, I'm from the third web page. If you treat me like this, you will definitely not get a good result." Faced with the woman's panic, the other party seemed to be more excited, holding a knife directly, weighing it in his hand, and pressing step by step. Bai Yu retreated, holding a handful of powder tightly in his hand, but sprinkled it directly at them. In just a moment, the dust flying like flour instantly went towards those people. "Damn, what is this? You dead woman, you dare to play such a despicable trick on us." With disgust, a group of people hurriedly spread the dust, but when they looked closely, Bai Yu had already disappeared. "Oops, that woman actually ran away. Let's chase her quickly, but we must not let her go, otherwise it will be difficult to report to the old lady." Several people acted separately, but after searching for a long time, they did not find any clues. Bai Yu sat steadily on the dead end, or the group of people, but couldn't help but sneer. It turned out to be the old lady. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are really of the same mind. He yawned slightly, and then stretched his body slightly. The knife in his hand was casually wrapped around his fingertips, and he seemed to be at ease. Suddenly, he cut his cheek without warning, with a slight pain. Blood immediately gushed out, staining half of his face, which looked very horrifying. "Madam, Xiao Jiu, you have to pay a price for killing me. Are you ready?" Touching the blood on his face, with a strong smell of blood, Bai Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, looking particularly satisfied. And until the evening, Jiang Yifeng neither waited for Xiao Jiu's return nor lost the news of Bai Yu, which really felt a little embarrassed. "Madam and Bai Yu, it seems that they haven't come back yet?" The man put down the book in his hand, and couldn't help but glance at the maidservant next to him. Hearing this, I don't know how many times he asked this question. The maid replied in panic, "Your Highness, I haven't seen any news yet." Just as these words fell, a nervous shout came from outside, "Your Highness, it's bad, Miss Bai is back." This means that Bai Yu is back, isn't it a good thing? Why is it bad? Jiang Yifeng walked out of the study, and opened the door. Seeing the servants in a hurry, he couldn't help frowning. "Why are you so nervous? There is no manners at all. Take a breath and talk properly." So, the family took a deep breath, and then quickly said, reporting to the prince, "We saw Miss Bai lying at the door, covered in blood. It's really horrible, you hurry over to take a look." The sudden words were like thunder in his ears, and Jiang Yifeng was stunned in place. Without saying anything, he rushed to the direction of the door. Pushing aside the crowd, Bai Yu, whose face was covered in blood, was particularly eye-catching. Bai Yu. Chapter 67. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but gasp, and hurriedly stepped forward, holding Bai Yu tightly in his arms. "What's wrong with you? Why are you like this? Tell me." Faced with a series of questions, Bai Yu didn't have any strength, but just cried. The tears on her face directly washed away the wound on her face, and the blood spread over half of her face. It was really horrible, and it made people gasp. In this case, how could Jiang Yifeng be okay? He continued to ask, and turned back to glare at those indifferent people, and scolded them unceremoniously. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and call the doctor." In just a moment, Bai Yu lay quietly on the bed. The wound had been cleaned by the doctor, and it looked a little bit better. But it was that long scar that really made people unable to look away. "Doctor, what happened to her face? Will there be scars?" Jiang Yifeng held his chest with a breath. For a woman, if she had scars on her face, it was equivalent to having no life left. No man is willing to accept a disfigured woman. After hearing this, Bai Yuan, who was sitting on the bed and still couldn't stop crying, was also looking forward to the answer. The doctor seemed a little embarrassed, and didn't know whether to say it for a while. He glanced at Bai Yu in fear, and then tentatively said, "Your Majesty, why don't you come out with me?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng did not choose to escape, and followed him all the way to the door. The doctor suddenly clasped his fists in fear, bent over and said, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty, it's my incompetence that I can't completely cure Miss Bai Yu's face." This was like a bolt from the blue. Jiang Yifeng was at a loss for words. "So you mean she will have a set on her face?" The doctor nodded, but then shook his head. "That's not necessarily true. There is still a chance of recovery, but the chance is very small. After all, the depth of this kind of wound varies, and the chance of recovery is also uncertain." Jiang Yifeng was stunned and at a loss for a moment. She is just a girl. If she is disfigured, what will she do for the rest of her life? Is there really no other way? Jiang Yifeng really couldn't bear the psychological pressure. He was his lifesaver. Now she was disfigured because she came back with him, and half of the reason was because he didn't protect her well. After thinking about it, he felt that it was his fault. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Yifeng looked at the doctor with a difficult face and knew the answer he gave. He could only wave his hand. I write you a prescription, and then you can go directly, and don't say anything outside. The doctor wrote the prescription and left directly, and never went back in. Jiang Yifeng held the prescription in his hand, glanced at the maid next to him, and then handed it to her, and asked her to get the medicine according to this prescription. After the maid left, the man put his hands behind his back and looked at the room where he could still hear the sound of crying. You must have been heartbroken. After struggling with both sides, he followed helplessly and walked in. Looking at the woman with tears streaming down her face, the good waist he had just had was almost washed away by tears. Jiang Yifeng rushed forward and gently held her arm with one hand. Okay, don't cry anymore. I will definitely find the best doctor in the world for you to help you restore your face. Hearing this, Bai slightly raised her tearful eyes, but couldn't help sniffing, and suddenly her lips split into a cold smile. I'm not a child of a few years old. Why do you have to fool me like this? If there is really a distance to recovery, why does the doctor have to pull people out to talk? This is obviously reminding her that her face is probably hopeless. Jiang Yifeng moved his lips, and didn't know what to say for a while, but just sighed helplessly. Don't worry, he said, there is still hope. I will do everything I can to save you. In this way, Bai felt a little relieved, but suddenly hugged Jiang Yifeng. The delicate and artificial crying sound was endless, with a pitiful tone. If it really can't be cured, why not kill me? I don't want to face the world with this face, so as not to become a laughing stock of others. What nonsense are you talking about? It's all because I didn't take care of you. It was impulsive before. If it really can't be cured, I will be responsible for you. Although he really didn't want to say this, he didn't want to see Bai just abandon herself. How can a beautiful girl get hurt just like that? So, Bai looked up at him with a face full of surprise, and asked with a little surprise, are you telling the truth? Jiang Yifeng moved his lips, and finally nodded. Don't worry, I will do everything I can to cure you. Just when the house was in a solemn atmosphere, Xiaojiu, who had returned and heard about Bai's matter, also planned to come over to see the situation. After all, as a hostess, she can't be too harsh on guests. I didn't expect to see two people hugging each other when I just opened the door. I felt a little panic in my heart. You? Xiaojiu swallowed her saliva, and for a moment she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She had never imagined that she would face such a scene one day. Hearing something coming from behind, Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned and turned around, and saw Xiaojiu's terrified face, and was also a little surprised. Xiaojiu, why are you here? I thought I wanted to come back very late, but I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. But seeing the incredible expression on the other person's face, Jiang Yifeng understood something instantly, and followed Huang Long's explanation. Things are not what you think. You must not misunderstand that she and I are just. However, before he finished speaking, Xiaojiu suddenly spoke up and interrupted him directly. You don't have to explain to me. I understand everything. Is she okay? Xiaojiu was not a fool, looking at Bai's smug look. She must be hoping that she would misunderstand, and then leave, and the two of them would break off their relationship. She would not easily give in to the other person's wish. Then, she followed the footsteps, and went directly to the bedside, looking at the scab scars on the other person's face, which was really shocking. This hand was about to touch the other person's face, but Bai suddenly dodged back, with a slightly panicked breath. Madam, I know I was wrong. Please don't misunderstand. I will keep a distance from the prince in the future. The inexplicable words made people a little confused. Xiaojiu thought she was still brooding over what happened just now, so he followed suit and said, Don't say that. You didn't do anything wrong. What did the doctor say about your face? It was really a pot that was not opened. Bai couldn't stop the tears from flowing out of her eyes, holding a handkerchief, sobbing gently between her nose. Madam, you'd better not ask. I want to rest quietly for a while. I don't know if it's okay. Almost with a thirsty attitude, those who don't know would think that Xiaojiu bullied her again. Xiaojiu shook his head helplessly, and simply ignored it. Okay, since you want to rest, then rest. Prince, let's go. Don't disturb her anymore. She didn't want to leave time for the two of them to be alone, who made Bai's hypocrisy. With a lotus appearance, it made people feel a little disgusted. After the two of them left the room, they closed the door gently. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but look at Xiaojiu twice more, still feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Well, there's really nothing between her and me, so don't be angry with me anymore. I already know I was wrong. This series of apologies. But he struggled for a whole afternoon before he chose to compromise. Xiaojio was the only person willing to be honest with him. How could he hurt her so easily? So, Xiaojio rolled his eyes at him unhappily, and then gently held the man's hand, with a somewhat gentle breath. Okay, I know, I've figured it out. As long as our love is stronger than gold, no one can interfere. The reason why she chose to accept Jiang Yifeng was because it was based on trust. Thinking carefully, it was because of her distrust that the two of them had an emotional gap. So why should the same mistake be made again? In this way, the two of them turned hostility into friendship, and everything was happy again. In the courtyard, Jiang Yifeng carefully poured tea for Xiaojio, and then said, "Drink carefully, don't burn yourself." Although he spoke in such a soft and caring voice, some uneasy thoughts burst out from his eyes. Obviously, Jiang Yifeng was troubled by his worries, and was a little unable to extricate himself for a while. Xiaojio put down the tea and didn't want to drink it anymore. He asked directly, "If there is something, can't you just say it in front of me? Do you have to keep it in your heart and bear it alone to be happy?" With a slightly dissatisfied tone, Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but smile. "Actually, there is nothing wrong. I was too nervous before, so I didn't have time to ask Bai Yu what happened to the injury on her face. I'm worried that someone is targeting her on purpose." After all, Bai Yu came back with him. If she got hurt, he would be the first to bear the brunt of it. So Xiaojio also nodded thoughtfully, but rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "Since you have doubts in your heart, why don't you let someone go down to check it out? Why bother yourself here?" Having said that, it seems that this is the only way to do it. After all, Bai Yu is emotionally unstable now, and it will probably take a lot of trouble to mention the matter about her face. Chapter 68. A day passed. Bai Yu had been hiding in the room, not daring to see anyone, and even the food was not touched. Has it always been like this? Jiang Yifeng frowned, but he couldn't help but worry. Looking at the leftovers brought out by the servants, although the chopsticks were stained with oil, the dishes looked as if they had not been touched. Hearing this, the maid nodded slightly in fear. Miss Bai may still be immersed in grief and unable to extricate herself, so she doesn't eat much now. She should be fine in 2 days. It was said lightly, but for a woman, the wound on her face is a lifelong thing, like a woman's second face. How could it be healed in 2 days? Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, and said to the maid version of Bai Snake, "Okay, you go down first. I will consider this matter myself." Just when the man was struggling, Comfort suddenly fell from the yard. He knelt on one knee and said, "Your Highness, the matter you asked me to investigate has already yielded a result. We found this thing at the crime scene through investigation." After saying that, the secret guard quickly reached out and handed a jade pendant to Jiang Yifeng. Seeing this thing, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but gasp. "This? Are you sure you found it at the place where they were fighting?" "This jade pendant is not an ordinary thing, but something that I gave to Xiaojio before, which can be used to call on my private army. Fortunately, people outside don't know the function of the jade pendant, but now that it is at the scene, what can it mean?" Jiang Yifeng seemed a little impatient for a moment, and felt his heart suddenly beating, and he was so nervous that he felt like he was going to burst out at any time. Impossible, how could it be her? She is definitely not that kind of person. This series of denials, but the more he denied, the more he felt that something was wrong. In order to find out the truth, Jiang Yifeng could only choose to go all the way to Bai Yu's room and push the door directly in. But he happened to see that Bai Yu was sitting in front of the dressing table at this moment, staring at the ancient yellow bronze mirror inside, quietly admiring her face. The half of the face that had not been injured was also beautiful. But compared with the other half of the face, it was a little too asymmetrical, which made people a little unacceptable. Bai Yu took a deep breath, but through the reflection of the mirror, she saw Jiang Yifeng who had arrived. "Haha, I really thought you would never come back, and you scared me." With a little irony in her heart, Bai Yu suddenly pushed the mirror away like a madman and threw it to the ground. "Why? Why did it have to be me, Xiaojio? What have I done to you? Why do you treat me like this?" Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but gasp again for a seemingly unintentional remark. At the moment when the mirror shattered, the man quickly came up and tightly grabbed Bai Yu, who was already irritable. Then he tried to keep her calm again. "Don't get excited first. What do you mean just now? Tell me, is your injury related to Xiaojio?" A series of questions, wishing to get into Bai Yu's mind and find out the truth. After hearing this series of words, Bai Yu hurriedly sat up straight in panic, and then retreated to the side with a timid face. Then he tilted his head and pretended to be afraid and said, "No, no, it has nothing to do with the lady. It's all my own fault. I offended someone I shouldn't have offended. Don't blame her." Looking at this vigilant and frightened look, and the stuttering words, if it is true that Xiao Jiao has nothing to do, how many people can believe it? Jiang Yifeng only felt that his impetuous heart was becoming more and more difficult to settle down, and he didn't want to believe it. But whether it was the evidence collected or by used vague words now, everything clearly pointed to Xiao Jiao. How could he ignore it? How could it be? How could it be like this? She is not that kind of person. Although he tried hard to perfunctory, it became more and more difficult to follow the truth in his heart, and he was a little at a loss for a while. As if seeing Jiang Yifeng's embarrassment, Bai Yu quickly took advantage of the situation and stepped forward and said, "My lord, this matter has nothing to do with the third princess. Please do not hurt innocent people. Just think of it as me begging you." The more he said this, the more suspicious it seemed. Jiang Yifeng could not hold back his anger and asked directly, "Tell me what is going on. Tell the truth." Facing the man's powerful words, with an air of resistance, Bai Yu still lowered her head and said with an embarrassed look, I dare not say it. Just say it if I ask you to. I know this matter is related to Xiao Jiao. You don't have to cover up for her. I just want to hear the process." Jiang Yifeng seemed to have subtly accepted this indisputable fact. At this moment, when he was desperate, he still wanted to find a little room for maneuver. In this way, Bai Yu was really not polite at all, and directly criticized Xiao Jiao for being worthless behind his back. "Madam said that if I dare to get close to you again in the future, it will not be as simple as scratching my face. She will take my life. But you must not tell Madam about this. I don't want to die." Bai Yu acted with a sincere and frightened face, and tears came all over her face, which really made people speechless. Jiang Yifeng was stunned for a while. On one side was his savior, and on the other side was his wife, who loved him to death. How should he choose? "Okay, don't be sad anymore. This king will entangle in this matter in detail. If it is true, I will never let her go." I don't know how much courage I spent to say such a ridiculous thing. Until he left the room, Jiang Yifeng seemed a bit confused. He probably didn't expect that this day would come. "Someone, go and invite the lady over. Tell her that I want to meet her in the pavilion." Jiang Yifeng sat in the pavilion, and didn't know how much wine he had drunk. After giving this order, there was no one around again. The cold wind kept blowing his eager heart, and it took a long time to calm down. Why did you do this? What did she do to you?" Jiang Yifeng racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. They had agreed to trust each other. But why did Xiao Jiao do such a thing behind his back? How should he behave, and what should he choose? Just when the man was drunk and his face was red, he seemed to be somewhat unconscious. A graceful woman in the distance, at this moment, was walking towards him with a slender body. Xiao Jiao looked carefully, and didn't know how much Jiang Yifeng had drunk. He only saw bottles and cans on the table, which were placed everywhere. "What are you doing? Why did you drink so much wine for no reason? Are you confused?" Xiao Jiao rushed up and tried to support him and stabilize his body. Then he wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, but he still chattered, "If you are like this again in the future, don't blame me for not caring about you." In the past, Jiang Yifeng was never the kind of alcoholic, but why did he seem to be a different person today? I don't know what stimulated him. After dealing with it, Xiao Jiao sat back in his seat with a tired face and put the handkerchief in his arms. After looking at him, he couldn't help but ask, "What happened? How did it become like this?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng lowered his head and pondered for a moment, but suddenly asked, "Do you like Bai Yu? Or do you particularly hate her and hate the time she spends with me?" The words were inexplicable and confusing for a while. Xiao Jiao tried to look at him twice, but didn't find the deep meaning of the other party. However, facing this, Xiao Jiao said disapprovingly, "I thought you didn't understand. She sticks to you every day. As your wife, I will naturally be jealous." Logically speaking, this should be reasonable, but Jiang Yifeng's mood was once again cold. Then, he picked up the wine pot and started drinking again. "So you really hate her, so it's not strange that you want to take revenge on her. Or I trust you too much, and I'm just being sentimental." Jiang Yifeng drank and tried hard to get himself drunk, wishing to wake up and think it was all a dream. So, Xiao Jiao listened to his drunken talk and understood everything for a while, but seeing the other party's desperate drinking, he felt a little panic. He quickly got up and snatched the wine pot from his hand again. Then he said angrily, "Jiang Yifeng, what's wrong with you? Can you be a little more normal and say something I can understand?" Facing this scolding, Jiang Yifeng looked at his empty hand. But then he sneered unceremoniously. Okay, then I tell you straight, you asked someone to destroy Bayu's face, right? This remark was like thunder in his ears. Xiao Jiao was in a hurry, and the action of wiping the wine off the other person's body was paused for a moment. This pair of clear eyes, with a little bit of disbelief, just stared at him blankly at this moment, and felt that everything just now was like a big dream. What do you mean? Do you suspect that I did something to her? Xiao Jiao wished that there was something wrong with his ears, and he just heard it wrong just now, but the other person's expression really made him unable to ignore it all. Seeing that Xiao Jiao was also in a panic, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but sneer and threw the jade pendant out directly. Shaking it twice on the table, it was firmly in front of Xiao Jiao's eyes. Don't pretend anymore, unless you can explain to me why this thing was at the crime scene. Chapter 69. Faced with the other party's harsh rebuke, Xiao Jiao looked carefully, and naturally could not forget what this thing was. How could it be? It turned out to be here with you. I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Xiao Jiao was quite surprised, and she didn't know how it suddenly disappeared before. Looking carefully at the jade pendant, it was genuine, and there was absolutely no second one exactly the same in the world. But facing his unjustified words, Xiao Jiao really found it hard to accept. I didn't do anything to her, and I didn't have to do such a stupid thing. Did you judge my behavior based on a jade pendant? Faced with this series of questions, Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath and felt a little embarrassed. Then what do you want me to do? This is already ironclad evidence. Do you still hope that I can deceive myself? If she only heard one side of the story, she would naturally not believe it. But the evidence was in front of her. How could Xiao Jiao easily give away such an important thing, or easily discard it, unless it was accidentally left on the spot? Seeing Jiang Yifeng's firm and resolute attitude, Xiao Jiao felt exhausted and was speechless. Once upon a time, she believed that the man in front of her would believe in her without hesitation, but now she was thrown into death row because of a jade pendant. Xiao Jiao only felt a little bitter between them. When had she ever suffered such grievances? She glanced at him coldly, and put the jade pendant on the table again. Since you don't believe me, that's fine. I give it back to you. What do you want to do to me? Since there is no trust between the two of them, why bother asking for other things? Facing this unyielding attitude, Jiang Yifeng felt a little heartbroken. Don't you explain. Why did you hurt her? Was it because of jealousy or something else? I've said it before, I didn't hurt her. If you insist on throwing dirty water on me, I don't care, but the innocent are innocent. If you don't believe me, you can just divorce me. Xiao Jiao is also a proud person, and it's not necessary for her to suffer such a great grievance for a man. However, after saying such rash words, Jiang Yifeng felt a little uneasy and angry in his heart. So in your eyes, our husband and wife status is worthless. As long as you don't want to, you can divorce at any time. It's unclear who doesn't trust who when he said this. Xiao Jiao took a deep breath, trying to suppress the bitterness in his heart, and then glared at him again. Jiang Yifeng, I told you a long time ago that if you love me, you must believe me wholeheartedly. Since you broke the original oath, how can I entangle with you anymore? Isn't it just asking for trouble? After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left the pavilion. The cold wind was bleak, constantly blowing the man's heart, and Jiang Yifeng felt heartbroken. It's not that I don't believe you, but how can you ask me to believe you? Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath. On one side was his beloved wife, and on the other side was his lifesaver. He had never considered how he should choose. Standing in the distance, Bayu, who took in all this, seemed quite proud at this moment. Haha, I didn't expect your relationship would not be like this, so vulnerable. What can you do with a child? As he said that, he casually stopped a maid. Go get a pot of new wine, and I give it to you. Without caring whether the maid agreed or not, Bayu took the tray and walked directly into the pavilion. Looking at Jiang Yifeng, who looked worried, he smiled and said, Your Majesty, I just asked for some wine. I don't know if you like it or not. Why don't you try it? As the saying goes, a drunk can relieve 1,000 worries. It's just the right time to bring wine at this moment. Smelling the rich aroma of wine, Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, and he couldn't help but feel restless. Without much control, he took the wine pot and drank one cup after another, and put it into his mouth. Your Majesty, don't drink so much. This wine is very strong. It's easy to get drunk if you drink too much. Bayu comforted him hypocritically, and couldn't help but look at the other party's situation. Taking advantage of Jiang Yifeng's inattention, he secretly put the medicine into the wine pot. Before he could shake the wine, Jiang Yifeng suddenly said self-deprecatingly, Tell me, am I being sentimental? Why am I obsessed with her? Obviously, Xiao Judu had said that ruthlessly, and clearly all the responsibility was pointed at her. but he just couldn't be cruel, and finally fell into this relationship. As he said that, he felt desolate in his heart, and couldn't help but feel depressed and bitter. He picked up the wine pot and pointed it directly at Baiyu in front of him. "What are you doing there? Let's drink together. By the way, I forgot that you have a wound on your face, so you shouldn't drink such stimulating things." As he said that, he took the wine pot back, but Baiyu suddenly snatched it away. Then he laughed and said, "What are you talking about, Your Majesty? When have I ever been afraid of these things? Since some things are irreversible, why not go forward bravely? I will accompany Your Majesty to get drunk." The two of them did not hesitate to drink directly, and they drank happily without caring about the people around them. Before they knew it, the wine bottles had filled up most of the table. Jiang Yifeng stared at himself dizzy, but felt that something was wrong. No matter how much I drink on weekdays, I should know it in my heart. Why is it that today I can't do it? Jiang Yifeng wanted to live safely, so he was naturally vigilant about everything, and never easily showed his drunkenness in front of outsiders. Baiyu, who was beside him, hurriedly supported him while shaking. "Don't think too much, Your Majesty. I told you that you have a strong temper, so you should drink less. You drank so much, it's reasonable that you are drunk. It's getting late now, why don't we go back and rest?" After that, he supported her directly to his room. He stumbled along the way, and I don't know how many servants looked at him, all of whom lowered their heads and talked endlessly. Soon, such news had spread to most of the yard. "Tell me, this prince has always been very fond of the third princess. How could he change his mind so quickly? Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? After all, men's hearts can be sped quickly, otherwise why would so many people like to go to brothels?" This series of words was extremely lively. Suddenly, a scolding voice came from behind. "What are you guys talking about here?" The one who said this was no one else. Turning around, I saw that the old lady was supported by the maids beside her, and she was very angry at the moment. The maids were panicked and knelt down immediately. "Old lady, spare us. We just heard it from others. Please don't take it to heart." After all, the whole palace now knows that Xiaojiu is now in the old lady's favor because she is pregnant. If she heard these words, she would have to pull out her tongue. However, the old lady heard every word of what she should have heard. So how could she allow them to make more excuses here at this moment? Then, he took a deep breath and said angrily, "Where did you hear these words just now? If you dare to make rumors about the prince without any evidence, don't blame me for being rude to you." Faced with this powerful momentum, how could several people dare to be negligent? One of them said, "Please forgive me, old lady. To be honest, we saw the prince and Miss Baiyu walking together, supporting each other. They looked particularly intimate." The more they spoke, the weaker their voices became, because even at a distance of 10 feet, they could feel that the old lady's expression was not right. I was afraid that if they continued to talk, they would be unlucky. No, it was too late to suffer now. The old lady hit him with a stick. "It's ridiculous. Whoever dares to make rumors here, drag him down and slap him." Accompanied by this scolding, several maids were dragged away, and only the sound of slaps and the wailing of the maids were heard. The old lady left, but she still felt a bit uncomfortable. She turned around and looked at Celia behind her. "Tell me, what's going on with them?" She was talking about Baiyu and Jiang Yifeng. After all, the whole palace was buzzing with rumors, and people's gossip was always scary. If Xiaojiu, who was pregnant, heard it, she would be stimulated for a while, which would not be good for the child. So, Celia was entangled for a while, and then she answered tremblingly, "I think that Baiyu has bad intentions, and should not be a good person." This made the old lady more determined to dislike Baiyu. She took a deep breath, her eyes condensed. "Forget it. Let's go and take a look. Lest they do anything, don't hurt my precious grandson." After that, she directly leaned on the crutches, and went straight to Baiyu's house. At this moment, a charming voice could be heard from inside. "Prince, please don't be like this, I am your friend." Although she said she didn't want to, her body was very honest. She refused and undressed the other party at the same time. She was really shameless. Hearing the voices coming from inside, even the old lady felt her face turn red, and felt a little disgusted. It's just ridiculous. In this bright and clear world, they actually did such a dirty thing. It really disappoints me. After saying that, she didn't say much politely, and directly pushed open the door and walked in. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng, with his drunken body, fell on Baiyu, who was already half naked. This picture of the fragrance was really a bit unbearable to watch. "What are you two doing?" The old lady's voice was like a bell, interrupting the next action of the two. Chapter 70. Baiyu suddenly turned around and looked at the old lady's angry face, and couldn't help but gasp. Damn it, why did this old lady come in suddenly? She really ruined my good thing. With some entanglement in her heart, Bai Yu felt a little unwilling. But Jiang Yifeng next to him still seemed a little confused at the moment. Xiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? With a bit of a hazy breath, I couldn't understand what he was saying, but seeing the way he grabbed Bai Yu's hand, the old lady was furious. And then she quickly ordered, Xiao Yu, what are you still standing there for? Use water to wake up the prince, so that he won't continue to be so confused and don't know the rules at all. Hearing this, Xiao Yu didn't have any entanglement, and directly took the water next to her and pushed a basin towards Jiang Yifeng. Oh, you touched me. Obviously, only one person needed to be splashed, but Xiao Yu's behavior did bring her up with him. Bai Yu shook her body quickly, and felt a chill rushing to her heart, and she felt a little uncomfortable all over. Hearing this, Xiao Yu sarcastically said, this is what the old lady meant. A vixen like you will be treated more than just water later. After all, this kind of mistress, who interferes with the relationship between the third party is hated by everyone. When the old lady was young, she had experienced several such women, so she naturally had ways to deal with them. Faced with this series of words, Bai Yu gritted his teeth, but was speechless at the moment. He had to compromise obediently, knelt down quickly, and begged for a detour. Old lady, this matter has nothing to do with me. I was coerced by the prince. He treated me as his wife. If she had not had to, she would not have wanted to use Xiao Jiao as a shield. But after hearing this, the old lady could not help but sneer, that's really unfair to you. Seeing that your clothes have been dragged halfway, why not take them off a little more? Let everyone see. After saying that, she glanced at Celia next to her. Celia understood and hurried over, grabbed Bai Yu's shoulders, and was about to tear her clothes. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu was a little scared at this moment. You damn old woman, you sent someone to kill me before, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, and now you want to make me lose face. While struggling with grievance, she hoped that Jiang Yifeng next to her would wake up quickly, otherwise, she would really lose her dignity. Old lady, I know I was wrong. Please let me go, I will never dare to do it again. A series of crying, with a bit of a compromising attitude, is really sad to see, and can't help sympathizing. But as a woman, the old lady is not the kind of person who is easily influenced by others. The more he looked at her like this, the more happy he felt in his heart. You know what? What I hate most in my life is a slut like you. Since you like to seduce men so much, I will let you seduce enough. After saying that, he directly shouted, come on, cut her tendons, and send her directly to the brothel. Such a beautiful face, even if she is a waste, she should be appreciated, right? With a somewhat indifferent attitude, this group of people rushed out directly, grabbed Bai Yu's limbs one after another, and looked like they were about to drag her out. Bai Yu probably never dreamed that she would meet her match and fall in front of the old lady. She took a deep breath and tried to save her image, but it was useless. No, if this continues, I will really fall into the hands of this damn old woman. With a little anxiety in her heart, Bai Yu's fingers had several more silver needles invisibly. If she had to, she would not have her tendons cut and sent to a brothel. Just when Bai Yu felt that her struggle was useless, she saw the knife coming directly for her wrist. Jiang Yifeng woke up in a daze with a sharp scream. Before she could sense what had happened, she suddenly saw Bai Yu naked in front of her. Half of her body was grabbed by a group of men, and it was obvious that they were trying to do something bad. In his heart, he suddenly felt a little angry, and he quickly shouted, what are you doing? Let her go. After saying that, he rushed up quickly and pushed those people away. He looked at the old lady standing in front of him again, and felt a little confused. Mother, what are you doing? What did Bai Yu do wrong? Why do you treat her like this? But just when he was struggling, he suddenly felt that his chest was also bare. A cool breeze blew, and he could feel a little cool, penetrating from his skin and flesh into his heart. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little more panic. What's going on? Why did I become like this? He was drinking well, and looking at this room, this is clearly Bai Yu's place. Now this man and woman are alone, naked. The more they face such a situation, even a pig can figure out the general situation. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but take a breath, trying to recall what happened before. The more he thought about it, the more panic he felt. Damn it, how could I be so confused? How could I treat him as Shujio? It stands to reason that he shouldn't be so absurd on weekdays, but today, I don't know if it's because of the stimulation, so he actually messed up for a while. Now, after drinking and having sex, not only can he not wash himself off, but also hurt Bai Yu for no reason. Just when the man was in panic, Bai Yu suddenly came over, with a bit of crying and sadness, trying to beg for mercy. Prince, please save me. I really don't mean to seduce you. The old lady misunderstood me, me too. A series of crying sounds floated directly into Jiang Yifeng's heart. Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath. Put on your clothes first. With me here, no one can touch you today. Faced with these words, Bai Yu finally felt a little calm and silently put the silver needle back. He then put on his clothes stubbornly with a crying look. The old lady was not very angry and said, Why, do you still want to protect this vixen? I remember that you have deep feelings for Shujio. Did you inherit that from your father? After hearing this, Jiang Yifeng was speechless for a moment, but he held his chest and shook his head and said, Shujio is the love of my life. I will never betray her. I don't know why this happened. Jiang Yifeng's words were confusing. He thought hard but couldn't figure out what went wrong. But he was confused, and this person saw it all. Just when the atmosphere was deadlocked, Bai Yu didn't know what was good for him, and said, Please rest assured, Your Majesty, Bai Yu will never humiliate your reputation. Today, Bai Yu will just seduce you. Bai Yu will leave the palace by herself and won't cause you any trouble. These words really made people feel a little distressed. Isn't it the same as taking all the blame by himself? How can a girl live after losing her innocence? Jiang Yifeng really couldn't bear it, and then shook his head and said, Don't talk nonsense. This matter was originally the fault of the prince, and I will definitely clear your name. Innocence. How can the prince clear it? So many people are watching. After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Nakedly seeking misery is the most disgusting thing. The old lady seemed a little impatient, and she said directly and sarcastically, Since you two can't make up your mind, why don't you let me say something fair? You two are both wrong in this matter, and I am not such a heartless person. Why don't you let me arrange a good marriage for Bai Yu, and I will definitely not treat her unfairly. The old lady said it with full confidence, but Bai Yu, as the person involved, was a little shocked when she heard it. No, old lady, you don't have to do this. I just leave here. I have an ugly face, and I'm embarrassed to cause trouble for others. How could Bai Yu compromise so easily? The series of panicked voices made people feel even more ironic. Just when an awkward and solemn atmosphere was spreading in this room, a voice suddenly floated in, Since such a thing has happened, and you are unwilling to accept the favor, why not just marry the prince? This statement really surprised people. Everyone turned their eyes to the door at the same time, only to see Qiaojio's pretty figure slowly coming. The woman had a pair of scarlet eyes, probably because she was holding back tears too much, so she was a little emotional. I don't know what she was thinking when she said this, but the people who heard it were particularly terrified. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but frown, and then said angrily, What are you talking about? I said that I will only marry you in this life. Don't be so high-sounding here. Haven't you always been responsible for her? I won't make it difficult for you, you marry her, and then divorce me. Anyway, if you stay with someone who doesn't love you, it's better to be more free and easy now than to waste your time and wash your face with tears all day long. Facing Qiaojio's resolute attitude, the old lady also became a little reluctant. Princess, what are you doing? Don't forget that you have a child in your belly. And such a lowly woman can't enter our palace at all. Maybe it was because of the bad first impression. This woman has many tricks, and is really a restless master. I'm afraid that if she stays here in the future, the whole palace will be in turmoil. No matter what the consideration is, the old lady will naturally not let her stay. So Qiaojio took the initiative to purse her lips, as if she had made up her mind, and then she said, Mother, in fact, I don't. Mother is right, you are still pregnant and can't leave. Jiang Yifeng interrupted her.